The time of reckoning has arrived, and humanity has officially entered the epoch of apocalypse. Across the globe, 30 million safe havens have emerged, offering sanctuary for human survival. Only by binding to these sanctuaries can one hope to endure. Humanity now exists in a precarious state, awaiting divine redemption. On the very first day, Xiao successfully bound 3 safe havens, marking the commencement of her fortuitous journey through this apocalyptic realm. Chapter 1: The Hurricane. The wind was ferocious. As Xiao stepped outside, preparing to ride a shared electric scooter to work, she immediately felt the outrageous force of the wind. Yet, the weather forecast from the previous night had assured that today would be clear. As she rode towards her office, the icy gusts sliced against her face like daggers. She gritted her teeth. Just 5 more minutes until she reached the assembly point. Suddenly, a clattering sound echoed above her as metal sheets were tossed about by the wind. The intensity of the gusts was such that Xiao struggled to maintain control of her scooter, which ultimately toppled over as she attempted to turn. Pain shot through her arms, cheeks, and thighs. Just as she prepared to rise, a pair of red undergarments flew into her face, a peculiar casualty of the tempest. With a scowl, she hastily discarded them. This year's heatwave had led to the neighboring city of City resorting to artificial rain to cool down, resulting in an aerial shower of undergarments. Yet here, in a reputed cool retreat, it seemed the same bizarre phenomenon was occurring. As she bent to retrieve her scooter, another gust surged from behind, propelling her forward dangerously close to a flower bed. She barely managed to regain her balance. What an infernal wind! Just as she contemplated cursing, she witnessed a frail girl being swept several meters away, the sound of her bones hitting the ground sending a chill down Xiao's spine. It seemed that a bit of flesh on one's body could serve a life-saving purpose in critical moments. Suddenly, an electronic voice echoed in her ears, reminiscent of a news broadcast or an audiobook. Global Apocalypse game launched. A level 20 hurricane will arrive in 1 hour. 30 million safe havens of varying attributes have been established worldwide for survivors to experience. Survivors who locate and enter a safe haven can bind to it and secure their survival in this new world. Xiao instinctively dismissed the announcement as nonsense. A level 20 hurricane possesses the power to obliterate structures. There is no refuge from such calamity. What difference would it make if the apocalypse had truly arrived? Wait, that voice seemed to speak of the end times. She raised her gaze to the dimly lit sky, where dust and debris swirled ominously. Could this year's annual predictions of doom truly come to fruition? Her life was paramount, summoning her strength against the wind. Xiao struggled to her feet and painstakingly made her way to a nearby overhang, where she listened to the glass panes rattling outside. The announcement had come abruptly, leaving those around her in a state of confusion, uncertain of its veracity. Nevertheless, Xiao noticed a few individuals, much like herself, vigilantly scanning their surroundings in search of the supposed safe havens. The office building's vicinity contained but a single shopping center. The rest were mere office complexes. She pondered what the insignia of a safe haven might resemble and in what form it might manifest. Suddenly, a woman in front of Xiao rubbed her hands together, her eyes lighting up as she braved the wind towards a building across the street. The gusts in the corridor were fierce, making it perilous to venture out, yet the woman, relying on her physicality, pressed forward. Xiao fixated on the woman, watching as she approached the glass facade of the neighboring office building. A golden doorknob gleamed mysteriously, its lustrous surface captivating. The moment the woman grasped the doorknob, her face erupted with ecstasy, only to vanish an instant later. Xiao's heart raced with the realization there truly were safe havens. No! If this was indeed a global catastrophe, with 10 billion souls inhabiting Blue Star, 30 million safe havens were woefully insufficient. The competition would be fierce. She had to act swiftly before others discovered that the safe haven was merely a doorknob. With this thought in mind, Xiao quickly noticed what appeared to be another faintly reflective doorknob on a nearby tree, this one silver. Without hesitation, she dashed towards it. However, a man nearby, utilizing his weight advantage, suddenly collided with her, sending her crashing aside. The impact against her back was painful, and before she could voice her discomfort, she watched as the man rushed to the tree, touching the doorknob, and promptly disappearing from her sight. Xiao was left breathless. Yet, cursing wouldn't help her in crowded places. Competition was fierce. She was not the only one who sensed the unusual wind and the strangeness of the announcement. She needed to decipher the pattern and outpace the others to survive. Firstly, both safe havens had doorknobs, suggesting that the knobs could be the very emblem of safety. Secondly, the contrasting colors and luster of the knobs, one gold, one silver, indicated the possibility of different types. Finally, since the safe havens were randomized, perhaps secluded areas would offer a greater chance of success. While most people either sheltered in vehicles or hid within buildings, only a handful braved the streets, with those venturing out preoccupied with their own safety. But the most perilous locations might indeed be the safest. Xiao surveyed her surroundings, her gaze falling upon a manhole cover embedded in the road, its green surface devoid of reflection. Could it be a safe haven? The winds intensified, threatening to topple anyone standing. The large buses creaked ominously, and the trees swayed precariously. No one dared to venture into the middle of the road. Xiao gritted her teeth. It was a gamble. But as the wind howled louder, even stepping forward became a struggle, as it threatened to push her back. If she didn't reach the doorknob soon, she might be blown away or discovered by others. The only strategy was to leverage distance, feel the wind's direction, position herself in front of the doorknob, and let the gusts guide her. Resolute, Xiao stepped out to confront the gale, her boldness capturing the attention of those nearby. Look! That girl must have found a safe haven. Let's follow her. Voices erupted behind her, and several individuals trailed after her, scanning the area for the direction she was heading. As Xiao marched forward against the wind, she caught a glimpse of the doorknob not far behind her. Suddenly, a hefty hand landed on her shoulder. Miss, did you see the safe haven? My eyesight isn't the best. If you find it, let me know, and we can go together. The man towered at nearly 6'3", his imposing stature dwarfing her. I'm not sure, she replied with a smile, her gaze steadfastly fixed ahead. I might have made a mistake. The man, however, remained unconvinced. He leveraged his strength, moving ahead of her while closely monitoring her movements, convinced he would reach the safe haven before she did. Just then, the wind surged violently, forcing everyone to stagger back a few steps. This was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao feigned a stumble, allowing the wind to push her off balance and onto the road. She lost her footing and rolled across the pavement. The crowd gasped, hesitating to pursue her as she tumbled into the middle of the street, a sight both alarming and compelling. A swaying bus approached, and the onlookers widened their eyes, panic reverberating through the crowd. Xiao, the bus driver slammed on the brakes. In the next instant, the girl disappeared in a flurry of chaos. Chapter 2, The Cellar. Congratulations! You have entered a safe haven. Remain inside for 1 hour to bind to the sanctuary. Leaving before the time expires will reset your binding period and open the haven to other survivors. Time until the hurricane strikes: 36 minutes and 28 seconds. Only a fool would leave. In the pitch-black cellar, visibility was non-existent, but fortunately, she had brought her bag to work. Xiao began to rummage through her belongings. A notebook, tissues, a bottle of water, 2 marinated eggs, 2 mooncakes, and a bottle of milk left untouched from yesterday, along with a high-capacity power bank and half a pack of sanitary pads. Not too shabby. The phone in the backpack emitted a ding as a message arrived, surprising Xiao with the realization that there was signal even in this safe house. The message came from the company group, where the management tagged all employees. Everyone, today is a normal workday. Clock in as usual. Tardiness will result in a deduction from full attendance. Xiao. Could this fool really think it was just an ordinary gust of wind? Immediately, a colleague inquired, the wind is indeed too strong today. My electric bike was blown away. Can I clock in an hour late? Yeah, a half-hour delay is fine. I'm almost at the company, but there's been an accident on the road, and it's heavily congested. Another colleague chimed in. The management swiftly responded, if you had left half an hour earlier, wouldn't that have been avoided? Xiao clicked her tongue, wondering if she could expect empathy from her superiors. Just as she was about to turn off her phone, she noticed someone had tagged her. Xiao, I saw you earlier. Did you suddenly disappear on the road because you found a safe house? She glanced at the message sender, Yang Hai. A flattering remark slipped from his lips. Xiao was a programmer who joined a gaming company right after graduating from university. As is well known, the life of a programmer is often demanding. The company had advertised a 9 to 6 schedule with an hour for lunch, along with weekends off 1 day for a minor break and 2 days for a major break promising an internship. Salary of 8K. Little did she know that from the second day onward, she would find herself inexplicably embroiled in a 996 work regime, arriving at 8:30 in the morning to an almost full office. After 6 o'clock, the management remained, and other employees lingered until around 9, when the management finally began to leave. Xiao, unfazed, began leaving promptly at 6 from the third day onward. When Yang Hai questioned her about why she was the only one not working late while everyone else was, he was in his 30s, mediocre at work, but adept at flattery. He even went so far as to complain to the supervisor, claiming her work ethic was lacking and suggesting they bring in another intern. However, the very next day, a significant bug appeared in the game project, one that had been lurking for a long time and was beyond the capabilities of the programmers to rectify. It was Xiao who resolved the issue, and thus she smoothly transitioned into a permanent position with a salary of 12.8K, surpassing Yang Hai's earnings, which only fueled his resentment towards her. Now, he was deliberately probing her in the group chat, likely hoping to extract information about her sudden disappearance on the road. Turning off WeChat, she switched on her phone's flashlight to survey the safe house. The room was modest, about 3 meters high and occupying roughly 10 square meters, devoid of lighting, with concrete walls resembling a cellar. The most striking feature was a red lever positioned in the center of the wall. Xiao approached to inspect it. The lever could be maneuvered in various directions. With a slight pull, it moved forward, and she felt a distinct inclination, as if the entire cellar had shifted slightly forward. However, as she released it, it came to a sudden halt. Curious, she tugged on it again, and with a thud, she seemed to collide with something immovable. Raising her gaze, she discovered an electronic map displayed on the wall, scanning the area within a 1-kilometer radius of the cellar. Sparse reds indicated locations she could not traverse without collision. Additionally, there was an accompanying description. Gray areas represented land, white areas indicated voids, and blue areas denoted water. This safe house allowed movement only within the gray regions. Any encounter with blue or white areas necessitated a detour. Her phone pinged again, with another mention directed at her. Xiao retrieved her phone to find a message from the management in the company group, addressing all members. Have you all found safe houses? I arrived at the company an hour and a half early and found one. Everyone. Wenming, the company's HR, was notoriously miserly. When Xiao had applied for the job, he had haggled over her base salary. Although her resume was not top tier, it was certainly respectable. A 10K base salary was her bottom line. Anything less would compel her to spend more time at home pursuing freelance work. Now, this man, treating the company like his own domain, was attempting to outmaneuver others in a time of crisis, truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Luyun. The safe house should accommodate several people. Can you let us in for a while? Guajia. I searched the company thoroughly and couldn't find a safe house. One. Where exactly are you? Wenming. That's not feasible. I need to remain inside for an hour to bind the safe house. I can't exit now. Luyun. Is it true that only one person can stay in a safe house? Wenming. But it's not very spacious. Luyun. Having multiple occupants is better than just one. When, please let us in. The wind is too strong. It's terrifying. President Wang. Wenming, where are you? Wenming. Please hold on. President Wang, I'll chat with you privately. What a fool! It was evident that this was not an ordinary typhoon. If the apocalypse had truly arrived, those who secured safe houses would have gained a considerable advantage. Who wouldn't be envious? At such a moment, to still be thinking of flattering superiors was foolish. One could save others, but not oneself. Xiao continued to explore the cellar. Above the cellar was an opening resembling a ventilation shaft. Upon touching it, a prompt appeared. Oxygen duration, 23 hours, 33 minutes, and 12 seconds. It was a countdown. Although this was a safe house, it required oxygen replenishment. Additionally, when she touched the exit of the cellar, another prompt materialized. A level 20 hurricane disaster is imminent, and the safe house has not yet been bound. Confirm exit? Yes, no. Of course not. The outside was far too perilous. After thoroughly examining every inch of the cellar and finding no further information, Xiao decided to sit and rest. At that moment, a violent impact reverberated at the exit of the safe house, sounding as if someone had struck it with considerable force. One might mistake it for a person knocking, as Xiao prepared to investigate. Yet as she approached the cellar door, the system announced, the hurricane disaster has officially commenced. This disaster will last for 8 hours. Survivors within the safe house will not suffer any negative impacts during this time. Other survivors, please strive to endure. Chapter 3. The Little End. 8 hours? This hurricane disaster was set to last so long it felt like a confinement for players. Her phone was at 94, and her bag contained a high-capacity power bank and a notebook. She wouldn't lose power anytime soon. However, Xiao was oblivious to the situation outside and could only pull out her phone. The group chat buzzed with hundreds of messages. She opened the gaming group chat, where someone had initiated a group video stream. In the video, from a height of approximately 30 floors, one could see enormous whirlwinds forming in the distance, converging in the air like a sandstorm, ready to twist into something massive. The person in the video murmured, "It's over, I can't escape." Buildings near the swirling tornado collapsed in an instant, glass shattered, and the video abruptly cut off within a minute of the broadcast. Xiao was drenched in cold sweat. The number of speakers in the group chat dwindled significantly as Xiao grabbed a tissue to wipe the sweat from her palms. In the face of nature, human life was undeniably fragile. The last message in the company group was sent a few minutes prior by Wenming. Wenming, apologies, this safe house is a bit small and can only accommodate 2 people. Xiao gazed at her 10 square meter safe house. Could it be that every safe house was different? What kind of safe house could only fit 2 people, perhaps a storage room? In that case, it seemed her cellar was not so bad after all. At least it was spacious, making it convenient for stockpiling supplies. Fortunately, Xiao had multiple group chats, and another chat. She saw that some had taken refuge in an underground supermarket to escape disaster, but the exit was blocked by heaps of debris, and rainwater was continuously flooding in, indicating a dire situation. The devastation wrought by hurricanes does not annihilate all. There remain numerous survivors who, though they have yet to locate a safe haven, continue to endure. Xiao was on the verge of exiting the group chat when she noticed a message concerning a safe house. Huang Zijian, the most dashing among them, exclaimed, "I can't believe it. I found a safe house in the subway, and it turns out to be a restroom, not even 2 square meters, complete with a toilet. It even prompts me that once my waist reaches 100, I can relocate the safe house. How extraordinary! I've never encountered a narrative that features a restroom as a means of sustaining oneself. Sustaining oneself through excretion. Wow, this safe house is truly remarkable." Xiao harbored a slight obsession with cleanliness. The mere thought of having to relieve herself in a cellar was unbearable, as it implied cohabiting with waste. "No, I must endure," someone in the group chimed in. "Dream of 900 million girls. At least you have a toilet. Mine is a squat toilet with no place to sit. The worst part is that I was in the middle of using it when the restroom transformed into a safe house. Now, there's no water to flush. I am forced to share my space with excrement. What have I done to deserve this?" Huang Zijian replied, "Well, I suppose I'm luckier than you. My toilet is odorless, and there's still water in the tank." Dream of 900 million girls. The water in the tank is clean, it's drinkable, right? I didn't have time for water this morning. I woke up and rushed to the toilet. "I'm parched," Huang Zijian exclaimed. "What? You want me to drink water from the toilet? Are you insane? Who could possibly do that?" Dream of 900 million girls. Just wait until you're starving, you'll eat excrement. Both were comparing their restroom situations, squat versus seated. The tone of the conversation began to shift, and Xiao found it amusing. Xiao, Ollie remarked, "I have a treehouse. No toilet, but it comes with a special attribute. There's a chance to find a bird's egg every day." A special attribute. Could this be a means of distinguishing different safe houses? Might higher-tier safe houses offer additional resources? No sooner had she pondered this than another individual in the group announced their safe house. Geely said, "My safe house is a library. It's quite spacious, about 30 square meters, well-lit and a bit cool. There's a water dispenser and a toaster, along with food and drink." Xiao. Indeed, it appeared that safe houses were classified by tiers. The financial prowess of those who could afford better options was enviable, yet the luck of the fortunate truly incited envy. However, the individual quickly amended their statement. Geely added, "But the drawbacks are evident, it's not concealable. A glass library during the standstill. Other survivors can spot it from a distance." A photograph was shared. It was indeed a library, adorned with glass, and a crowd was seen outside, incessantly knocking on the safe house. It was apparent that this location was becoming increasingly precarious with the ongoing winds. The structure would soon falter, prompting the desperate to seek entry. No sooner had Geely finished speaking than someone tagged him. Hai Kwa Tiankong interjected, "Geely, your safe house is so spacious. What's wrong with letting others in for refuge?" This remark rendered the players with safe houses in the group instantly silent. Xiao cast a glance. This was a game group comprising 2,000 individuals, and they dared to be so brazen. This was a clear attempt to create a divide between those fortunate enough to possess safe houses and those who had yet to find one. Immediately, Xiao Ali shared a QR code for joining a new group. Hai Kwa Tiankong retorted, "You wretch. So you found a safe house. Is that supposed to impress me? What's so great about a tree house and a glass library? Just wait if I survive. I'll surely hunt you down." Even through the screen, one could feel the palpable animosity. In the next moment, Xiao Ali exited the group, followed closely by several others who had safe houses, and even one silent member departed as well, perhaps to join the new group. Xiao considered joining a group, but she was uncertain of the final statement regarding the safe houses. Just as she contemplated this, a notification chimed in her ear. "Congratulations! You have successfully bound to Safe House No. 688-3649 Level 1. And next, Xiao Mo will introduce the usage rules for your safe house. Please listen attentively. Each safe house possesses distinct attributes, with varying advantages and disadvantages. Your safe house is classified as a cellar after experiencing it. You may provide feedback on the Apocalyptic game, and we will strive to upgrade and optimize it further. Upon a survivor's demise, the safe house will revert to an unbound state or be claimed by the Slayer. Please remain vigilant regarding your safety. Finally, within the safe house, calling out Xiao Mo will awaken the safe house system. Uttering the command, "Open Information," will reveal the detailed panel of your safe house. After 3 minutes of digesting the manual's information, it was evident that each safe house had unique attributes, with their respective pros and cons, as gleaned from the prior discussions in the group. Therefore, it was highly probable that hers was the only safe house requiring a supply of oxygen. Should a disaster occur that rendered her unable to exit the cellar, once the oxygen supply was exhausted, she would succumb to asphyxiation within its confines. Hence, it was imperative to periodically ventilate the cellar. In comparison to the other safe houses that boasted toilets and bird eggs, hers merely had a bronze-style door handle. Xiao Mo. Open Information. Xiao recited the command, and a blue information panel materialized before her. Chapter 4. Easter Eggs. Level 1 Safe House. Owner. Xiao Space. 010. Warehouse. 010. Oxygen duration. 22 hours, 58 minutes, and 38 seconds. Indoor temperature, 21 degrees. The information is rather brief and devoid of any substantial value. Yet the oxygen duration is noteworthy. Combined with the earlier message from Xiao Ali on her phone, it becomes apparent that the final query from the other party was likely intended to ascertain whether they were aware of the existence of the Xiao Mo safe house system, thus confirming if they were bound to a safe house. However, Xiao has since regained her composure and chose not to join Xiao Ali's group. Although it appears that all survivors who have entered possess a safe house, which ostensibly eliminates any thoughts of rivalry. The potential danger arises if others seek to assist those without a safe house in acquiring one. Resolutely, she refrained from further scrutinizing her phone, conserving both her energy and battery life. From her bag, she consumed 2 marinated eggs and drank a bottle of milk. After this modest meal, her anxiety alleviated somewhat, and her mind began to clear. Yet, a troubling thought struck her. What if another disaster were to occur in 8 hours, given the existence of this so-called safe house? She realized she could not afford to remain passive. The cellar was mobile, and she needed to take action. Recalling the survivor who had sought refuge in an underground supermarket earlier, she pondered the logistics of obtaining supplies. Supermarkets typically restock, and most large ones possess underground storage facilities. She wondered if she could maneuver her cellar to locate the supermarket's underground warehouse. Pulling out her phone, she activated the map, setting her coordinates to the city's largest supermarket. Once she confirmed her direction, Xiao grasped the control stick anew. After over 30 minutes, She had mastered the manipulation techniques, skillfully steering the cellar to evade safety zones and inaccessible areas, all while vigilantly checking the surface conditions. When the cellar door was outside during a disaster, touching it prompted a warning. Currently, external wind speed is at level 20, classified as a catastrophic hurricane. Door cannot be opened. Conversely, when outside was deemed safe, the message changed to, within 50 meters of the safe house, there are not other survivors. If there were others present, Xiao would refrain from exiting. Only in solitude would she dare to peek outside. Finally managing to position the cellar in the underground warehouse zone of the supermarket, an endeavor far more challenging than parallel parking, she noted that this supermarket, being the largest and most comprehensive in the city, operated from 10:30 a.m. until midnight. After 8 p.m., fresh vegetables would begin to be discounted. And the quantities offered were substantial enough to sustain Xiao for half a month, making it a cost-effective choice. Given that the hurricane had commenced around 8 a.m., it was likely that the supermarket was devoid of staff at this hour. Upon touching the exit, a message indeed confirmed, there are no other survivors within 50 meters of the exit. Relieved, Xiao promptly stepped outside. You have left the safe house. The cellar cannot be transported after your departure. Please remember the entrance location. Additionally, the resources channel will be stored as a tattoo in your left palm. Touching this area will allow you to retrieve supplies into the safe house. Natural resources may occupy up to 80 of the safe house space. Please do not exceed this limit. A heat surged through her arm as a black square mark materialized on her palm. Without hesitation, she activated her phone's flashlight and quickly scoured the underground warehouse for supplies. The warehouse of a large supermarket is distinctly divided into sections: personal care, frozen foods, snacks, and beverages. Xiao prioritized water, for it is the essence of life. As her left hand made contact with the water, a resource notification appeared. Natural resource. Duration: 7 days. Was there a time limit? She immediately began to inspect each item. Indeed, all food items were designated as natural resources with a 7-day expiration. Although furniture lacked a time limit, they possessed durability. Once their durability reached 0, they would deteriorate and become unusable. Textiles such as sheets, bedding, mattresses, and clothing had no expiration and could be used indefinitely, yet lacked attributes to withstand the apocalypse. Daily necessities and electrical appliances were one-time consumables, rendered ineffective once utilized. Had the food not been time-sensitive, Xiao would have filled the cellar's 10 square meters with provisions, even sleeping atop her stockpile of food and water. This revelation quelled her impulse to hoard food, prompting her to focus on gathering daily necessities and consumables. She dismissed furniture due to their excessive space occupation and durability concerns, as they would vanish once their durability fell to 0, akin to food. She proceeded to toss dozens of boxes of water and her desired instant hot pot, noodles, and snacks into the cellar, ensuring she had enough to last her 2 months when a notification appeared. Space 110. Subsequently, she ventured to the furniture section and selected a foldable sofa bed measuring 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 0.5 meters high, which could be unfolded for sitting or sleeping. She also grabbed a small table for dining purposes. These 2 pieces of furniture increased her space usage to 210. She then raided the appliances section, gathering a plethora of consumable electronics, fuel, and daily necessities. Though these items occupied space, they came in cardboard boxes, and Xiao had no time to unpack them, so she simply stored them in the safe house. While passing through the dimly lit underwear section, she noticed a flicker of white light at the corner. Gripping the baseball bat she had taken from the sports area, she cautiously approached and turned the corner to discover an unusual chest, resembling a pirate treasure box from a game, glowing with a white light, marked Level 1 chest. She reached out her hand. The chest offered the option to either be directly stored in the safe house or opened on the spot. Naturally, she opted to open it first. To her slight disappointment, it contained a bottle of mineral water and a chocolate bar. However, the notification that accompanied this discovery startled her. You are the first survivor in the apocalypse to open a white chest. You have triggered an Easter egg. In the future, every white chest you find in the apocalypse will yield double rewards. An Easter egg indeed. Yet, Xiao had no time to revel in her fortune. For this announcement implied that each day henceforth could potentially be another day of the apocalypse. The food within the chest transformed into double portions and bore no expiration. After adding 2 bottles of water and 2 chocolate bars to her cellar, the chest vanished, and the warehouse occupancy updated to warehouse 210, 500 milliliters drinking water 2. Chocolate bars 2. Thus, natural resources occupy space, but lack attributes, while food carries an expiration. Conversely, the resources within the chest utilize the safe house warehouse and can be stacked. Therefore, the true supplies to be stored are those from the chests. Xiao promptly set to work, nearly losing her way in the expansive underground warehouse, yet she found no second chest, despite the cellar reaching 80 capacity. Clearly, these chests were not easily found. However, the cellar was mobile, and she resolved to seek another location for her treasure hunt. Chapter 5. Exchange. The cellar was occupied by 8/10 of its available space, leaving Xiao with merely a narrow and cramped passageway. Even the sofa was brimming with supplies. Xiao felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have packed less. For now, cleaning up was a daunting task. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, Xiao, could you assist me in clearing some space? Xiao replied, do you wish to clear all natural resources from the safe house? Xiao responded, no, not all of them. To her surprise, the system could operate in such a manner. Instinctively, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Xiao. Once again, a broadcast echoed in her ears, an announcement exclusively for survivors bound to the safe house. The current binding of safe houses has reached 50. Xiao has activated the Survivor Communication Center, where commands can be issued to facilitate communication and resource exchange. End of the world treasure chests have descended upon Blue Star. Only survivors bound to the safe house can perceive them. These chests contain game resources from the apocalypse, which are timeless and possess unique attributes. The first survivor to open treasure chests of different colors will trigger special surprises. This hurricane disaster will persist for 7 days. May all survivors strive to endure. As the announcement concluded, Xiao furrowed her brows. The information provided was far from trivial. The hurricane would last for 7 days, implying that other disasters might indeed follow. Furthermore, the fact that the safe house had already bound 50 yet still felt the need to remind survivors suggested a dwindling number of safe houses. After a moment's reflection, she issued a command. Xiao, open the Survivor Communication Center. In the Communication Center, she could view her personal information, owner ID 688-3649, which also served as her default nickname. It was a straightforward text-based communication channel, with several individuals already posting messages. However, most were mundane inquiries about each other's well-being or comments about the outside world. By clicking on a username, private communication and item exchanges could be initiated, with a clear explanation of the trading process. Both parties needed to confirm the items for a successful exchange, ensuring a secure transaction without deceit. Not seeing anyone share meaningful information or exchange requests, Xiao closed the communication center. She contemplated searching for treasure, but with the hurricane raging outside, her options were limited to underground shopping malls, warehouses, and parking lots. Fortunately, there was no shortage of underground structures nearby. After 2 hours spent navigating a nearly collapsed underground parking garage with no visible exits, she discovered 6 white treasure chests. Each white chest contained food, typically consisting of 1 bottle of water and 1 portion of any food item. However, due to her white treasure chest bonus, the moment she opened a chest, the food inside would double. Moreover, if she chose not to open a chest immediately, she could store it in the safe house for later use. Had it not been for the 2 hours spent finding only white chests, Xiao might have begun to believe they were the only type available in this world. Fortunately, in the 4th underground garage, she stumbled upon a unique red treasure chest. Eagerly, She opened it to reveal an axe, though no special surprise was triggered. This was not surprising, as much time had passed, and undoubtedly other survivors had also sought to hoard supplies. Level 1 Fire Axe. Description: it is somewhat heavy yet quite sharp. Ordinary survivors cannot withstand its force, and it can be used against the bizarre entities that have emerged in this apocalyptic world. Grasping the axe, she noticed an additional line of information appear above the Maserati parked nearby. This vehicle appears to be somewhat different. Perhaps it can be attacked to reveal something. With determination, Xiao approached the Maserati, a fresh model typically associated with wealthy protagonists in novels, and now it was to serve as her target. She swung the axe down with intent. To her astonishment, the car's exterior crumpled as if it were mere cardboard, splitting effortlessly under her strike. With a second swing, the vehicle was reduced to mangled metal, and with each subsequent blow, it shattered further. Upon the third strike, the car disintegrated into metallic powder, revealing a purple treasure chest on the ground. Xiao's expression brightened as she hastily opened it to find a purple scroll. There was no special surprise prompt, as the attack notification only appeared when wielding a red weapon. It was evident that others had acquired red weapons before her and had likely engaged with information-bearing structures. Attempting to store the purple scroll in the safe house, she received a message: insufficient warehouse capacity, unable to store in the safe house. Please use it or clear out space before attempting again. Insufficient capacity? Xiao opted to use it immediately. Weapon crafting station requires iron blocks 04. Wooden planks 08, consumes 1 space in the safe house. Iron blocks and wooden planks? Where might those be found? Currently, Xiao's cellar was filled to the brim, having opened 7 white treasure chests. However, the contents varied: 6 bottles of mineral water, 2 bottles of white peach soda, 2 bottles of milk, and 4 bottles of cola. The food items included chocolate bars, chips, and chocolate cake. Only identical types of food and water could stack, otherwise they occupied separate slots in the warehouse. With her warehouse slots full, the resource channel for the safe house was inaccessible, preventing her from retrieving treasure until she cleared some space. However, removing supplies from the warehouse would also take up space, which was already at capacity. Thus, she would need to discard excess natural resources. After some contemplation, Xiao reopened the Survivor Communication Center. The messages in the center had multiplied significantly. Most survivors had already opened their treasure chests. Owner 182-0384, 1 square meter safe house expansion item for a weapon. Owner 28495, 2 units of food resources for any level 1 weapon. Owner 108-3745, 3 white treasure chests for any level 1 weapon. Owner 293-4734, 1 unit of oxygen bottle in exchange for 3 days of water and food. Scanning the messages, Xiao noted that the majority were seeking weapons, indicating that they were aware that acquiring weapons granted visibility of special resource prompts. The offer for the oxygen bottle piqued her interest. Chapter 6. The turtle sage. The barrage of messages flowed rapidly, and fearing the possibility of missing this crucial information, Xiao initiated a private chat with the owner of room 734. Xiao, do you need water and food? The natural resources have a shelf life of only 7 days. After contemplating for a moment, the other party replied, if it's natural resources, I require an exchange for 7 days' worth of food. Wasn't that a bit greedy? Xiao quickly responded, you are proposing the exchange of an oxygen tank, which you cannot utilize. Why would anyone be willing to trade 7 days' worth of food for something they cannot use? The other party countered. But you approached me for a trade because you require it, right? Therefore, it is only fair to pay a price. Amused, Xiao replied, I can only offer 3 days' worth of food. Anything beyond that is non-negotiable, unless you are willing to disclose how you acquired the oxygen tank. In which case, I could offer 5 days. Though she genuinely desired the oxygen tank, the other party's request for 7 days was overly ambitious, especially since they had only asked for 3. At this point, even natural resources would be coveted by many. Thus, she remained unhurried and continued her quest for another fortunate player. Eventually, she stumbled upon another owner who had changed their name. The Turtle Sage. Any information can be exchanged for food and water, no duplicates, but I cannot guarantee it is information I am already aware of. Aha, what a stroke of luck. Among the myriad of initial names, this one stood out distinctly. She privately messaged the individual, "Is natural resource acceptable? The shelf life is merely 7 days." After a half-minute of contemplation, the other party replied, "Acceptable." Xiao inquired further. The white treasure chests contain food. The red ones hold weapons, and the purple chests contain items. Someone wishes to exchange an unopened blue treasure chest for 7 days' worth of natural food resources. But I am unaware of what the blue chest contains. Do you know? Indeed, Xiao had never encountered a blue treasure chest, but guessed its existence. The purple chest contained blueprints, and it was highly likely that the oxygen tank was procured from a blue treasure chest. The other person provided a detailed explanation, correcting the inaccuracies in her information and offering sound advice. Xiao pressed on, "What do you know about information regarding safe houses? What categories of safe houses exist? For instance, I currently know of plant types, vehicle types, architectural types, and so forth." This classification was quite extensive, encompassing nearly all that she had been informed of. Primarily to avoid any repetition. This was rather intriguing. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "In the case of animal-type safe houses, do the animals perish? For instance, a sunflower safe house can move during the day but remains stationary at night. A tree house is mobile, but its movement is limited to the daily growth of its roots. If it can move 100 meters today, it can only move another 100 meters tomorrow. Thus, regarding animal houses and whether the animals die, I cannot provide you with an accurate answer." Xiao calculated the information shared. The mention of blue and green treasure chests counted as one piece of information. The existence of animal-safe houses and their sustainability constituted 2 distinct pieces of information. Moreover, the unique mobility methods of the sunflower and tree houses counted as an additional 2 pieces of information. Xiao stated, "The answers provided will count as 5 portions of food. The food units are based on the standard provisions found in the white treasure chests. 1 bottle of water equates to 1 portion of food." Upon concluding her message, she sent 5 bottles of water and 5 bags of chocolate pies. At the moment the food was received, the other party felt the weight of Xiao's generosity. "Boss, do you have an ample supply of natural food resources? I would like to establish a long-term partnership with you. I can provide you with information in exchange for a larger quantity of food. Frankly speaking, the food resources in the treasure chests are far too scant to sustain me. This hardly qualifies as a meal." The other party was likely male and evidently in dire need of food. With this in mind, Xiao realized she held the advantage. Xiao replied, "That's feasible, but I cannot ascertain whether the information you provide is something I already know, so you must first furnish me with the information. After which I shall assess its validity. If it is indeed new information to me, I will provide you with 1 portion of food." The Turtle Sage responded enthusiastically, "Absolutely. Boss, your generosity is commendable." The Turtle Sage continued, "I genuinely do not wish to divulge this, but I was on a self-driving tour in a foreign desert when my vehicle broke down. When the wind picked up, I was swept up, and I lost all my equipment. Fortunately, I remained unharmed and stumbled upon a turtle-safe house. However, the turtle within was uncontrollable, leading it to wander aimlessly. Consequently, I am now uncertain of my location and have no source of food. Searching for treasure chests in the desert is quite arduous, due to time zone differences." It was night where he was, and after being stranded in the desert for an extended period, coupled with the hurricane disaster, he had gone without food for an entire day. He had only opened 1 food treasure chest, which contained a bottle of milk and a small cake. The game had the audacity to claim that this constituted a meal. Even a cat would consume more than that. Thus, he had very little to offer in exchange with other survivors, relying solely on the communication center to reach out to them, trading his information for theirs. Once he accumulated a certain amount of information, he sent out a symbolic message, hoping that someone would see it and perhaps be willing to exchange something. providing him with the strength to venture out in search of resources. To his surprise, only Xiao contacted him. Upon hearing his plight, Xiao realized why the other party was so earnest. It was evident that he had resorted to sharing information acquired through sheer desperation. The hurricane had not spared everyone, and perhaps the natural resources in her possession were equally invaluable. Chapter 7. The fishing boat. Xiao pondered for a moment and inquired, "Isn't the white treasure chest the easiest to find?" The turtle sage replied, "I cannot say for certain. In the desert, I discovered only one white treasure chest and 3 red ones. The information regarding the others was gathered from inquiries with others." Xiao recalled, "Was it during the hurricane disaster? Wasn't the wind exceedingly strong?" The turtle sage responded, "You are mistaken. During a tornado, the surrounding energy is at its peak. Yet the eye of the storm remains eerily calm. I was fortunate to be within my turtle shell, which allowed me to observe that this desert resides precisely within the eye, enabling my search." Realization dawned upon Xiao. She had suffered the consequence of being unable to see the external situation from the cellar. Xiao remarked, "The communication center has many individuals seeking red treasure chests. You could exchange for quite a number of supplies. Why not utilize that opportunity?" Only the information exchanged holds significant value, as this was not their first collaboration. Xiao questioned, "Do you have knowledge regarding the acquisition of purple treasure chests?" The turtle sage replied, "I do not." As he observed the water and food that had been delivered, he shamelessly exchanged information. If you possess 3 level 1 weapons simultaneously when entering the safe house system, you will be notified. 3 level 1 weapons can be combined to forge 1 level 2 weapon. However, I currently have no knowledge of what a weapon platform entails. So it is thus Xiao's eyes sparkled. This information is invaluable and can indeed be divided into 2 categories. Low-level weapons can be amalgamated into higher-level ones, indicating a hierarchy among weapons. The existence of superior weapons implies there are places requiring such items. Furthermore, if 3 level 1 weapons can forge a level 2 weapon, could it be possible that the safe house, denoted as level 1, can also be combined? Might the red dots on the map, which cannot be penetrated, signify unbound safe houses? The turtle sage interjected, "Your turn. What information do you possess?" Xiao responded, "The purple treasure chests yield blueprints. The method of acquisition occurs once I obtain a weapon, at which point I notice special information appearing on nearby vehicles. Upon attacking these vehicles, a purple treasure chest manifests, and the blueprint corresponds to the weapon platform." The turtle sage exclaimed, "Damn!" He was dismayed. He had been the first to acquire a red weapon treasure chest, with the potential for double rewards. Yet, there were no structures in his vicinity. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was a vast expanse of sand. Spotting a sand hedgehog or a sand snake was a rare occurrence. This explained why he could swiftly locate red treasure chests in the boundless desert. The red chests were relatively conspicuous, while the white ones were easily overlooked during the day. Now, to inform him that purple treasure chests yield blueprints from vehicles means he could never obtain blueprints in the desert. Xiao had indeed departed the communication center. After exchanging information with the turtle sage, the space freed up by the supplies given was sufficient for her to retrieve the Doomsday resources from her storage and set them aside. She prepared to venture out in search of supplies. This time, she did not intend to open the chests on site, but rather to take them with her. Maneuvering the control stick, she sought out the stationary red dots, yet it was evident that most of these had already been discovered. The likelihood of finding unbound safe houses was exceedingly low. Furthermore, it required staying inside for an hour to bind it. Suddenly, she heard a loud bang. As if encountering an obstruction, the control stick could no longer advance. Ahead lay a blue body of water, yet her electronic map indicated a red within the water, suggesting the presence of a safe house. Xiao promptly exited the cellar to investigate. Upon stepping outside, the sight before her left her utterly astonished. The riverbank where the cellar had been docked had once been the most renowned attraction of the city. Now, however, the beautiful scenery had vanished from a distance. The towering buildings had collapsed into ruins, and not a single living soul could be seen by the riverside. No, that was not correct. After taking a few steps forward, she spotted a mangled body lying by the riverbank, her heart racing. In the underground storage, within the safe house, during exchanges in the communication center, and even in discussions in mobile group chats, she had never truly comprehended the brutality of the apocalypse until now. Before her lay countless deceased individuals, all victims who had been hurled into the air by the hurricane only to crash down mercilessly. Humanity, in the face of such colossal natural disasters, proved to be remarkably fragile. Xiao forced herself to regain composure. According to the map, there remained a red, on the river, presumably an unbound safe house. Observing the river closely, she noticed an unusual small fishing boat with a canopy by the riverbank. In the face of a level 20 hurricane, under normal circumstances, such a wooden fishing boat would have been swept away or destroyed long ago. Yet here it was, intact by the riverbank. Upon closer inspection, the boat indeed had a handle, gleaming silver. Xiao hesitated no longer. The small fishing boat was about 3 meters away from the riverbank, and as her swimming skills were quite proficient, she waded into the water, making her way toward the small vessel. At the moment her hand grasped the handle of the boat, she vanished, appearing drenched within the fishing boat. Congratulations, you have entered the safe house. Remain within this safe house for 1 hour to bind it. Should you leave during this time, the binding period will reset, and the safe house will be accessible to other survivors. Indeed, a survivor can bind multiple safe houses simultaneously. Does this imply that survivors are encouraged to have multiple refuge options? Or, as she speculated, could gathering 3 safe houses allow for an upgrade akin to weapons? Yet, to remain inside for an hour seemed rather time-consuming. Xiao meticulously examined the small fishing boat. The vessel was simple, featuring a canopy shielding it from the sun and rain, with interior space roughly equivalent to 5 square meters. The view was expansive, allowing a clear sight of the riverbank, a distinct advantage not afforded by the Cellar. Most importantly, it seemed to serve as a safe house upon the water. However, she did not discover any means to operate its movement. At that moment, a gust of wind swept by. Wind level reached 2, movement enabled. Only then did an electronic map materialize before her, accompanied by a manual control indicator. This contraption could only be maneuvered when the wind picked up. Truly a rare occurrence. Utilizing the boat's vantage point, she scanned the riverbank for any developments. Indeed, she soon spotted a small red treasure chest not far off, less than 300 meters from the fishing boat. She immediately maneuvered the vessel toward the shore. As her hand glided gently across the electronic map's control bar, the fishing boat gradually began to move. However, it was not long before Xiao sensed something amiss. Chapter 8. The Apocalypse monster. The vessel's speed was surprisingly influenced by the current wind strength. Under a level 2 breeze, the small fishing boat moved sluggishly, akin to a slow-paced elder, barely covering 100 meters in 2 minutes before the electronic map vanished, and the boat came to a standstill as the wind died down. Xiao felt a profound sense of helplessness. She should have arrived at the riverside sooner. Perhaps when a level 20 hurricane struck, she could have experienced the thrill of racing on the water. Casually glancing up, Xiao noticed an unusual message regarding a nearby willow tree. This willow tree seems peculiar. Chopping it down might yield something interesting. The thought of another purple treasure chest sparked her interest. However, she still had to wait for the fishing boat to successfully bind, leaving her uncertain about disembarking. Just then, a red Ferrari suddenly appeared, effortlessly weaving through obstructive branches and piles of rubble, coming to a stop not far ahead. It was clearly no ordinary sports car. Which high-performance vehicle could navigate such a devastated city ravaged by a hurricane? As the wind picked up slightly, Xiao seized the opportunity to maneuver the fishing boat away from the shore, creating a bit of distance. Binzi, there's a red treasure chest here. 2 men emerged from the car, which then vanished. The young man with ash-gray hair surveyed the surroundings, his expression bright. Binzi, you were right. Everyone is heading towards the city center, yet no one is here at the outskirts. This red treasure chest is just sitting here, unclaimed. The bespectacled man following him appeared bewildered. Xiao furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the duo. Binzi, do you see that fishing boat? It seems a bit strange. The gray-haired man pointed towards her direction, an instinctive gesture that made her instinctively wary. However, she soon realized that while they could see the boat, they could not see her aboard it. Thus, the safe house could disguise itself as an ordinary structure anywhere, with the cellar's exit being the most inconspicuous on the ground. When she lifted her gaze again, the next scene shocked Xiao. The bespectacled man suddenly picked up a stone and hurled it forcefully at the gray-haired man's head. One blow and then another. The gray-haired man quickly became a bloody mess. His eyes filled with a lingering resentment as he gazed at the bespectacled man in his final moments. Young, I'm sorry. This world has already changed. Binzi discarded the brick, his voice trembling. Few could survive, and with the safe house in his possession, he felt uneasy. This fearful and timid demeanor was hard to reconcile with the ruthless actions he had just displayed. Lu Yong's expression turned to disappointment, his gaze drifting towards the fishing boat in the lake, yet he could not bring himself to utter that it was a safe house. He closed his eyes and breathed his last. After Lu Yong's demise, a voice echoed in Binzi's mind, causing his expression to brighten. When he looked up again, a red treasure chest indeed appeared before him. Upon opening it, he retrieved a level 1 hammer. As he raised his head, he caught sight of the small fishing boat in the river, their eyes unintentionally meeting, causing Xiao to momentarily halt her breath, especially since she had just witnessed him kill her friend. Yet Binzi, having bound the safe house through the slaying of other survivors, remained unaware that the red on the electronic map represented an unbound safe house. He could not even see the electronic map of the safe house. Aside from the peculiar presence of the fishing boat on the river, he had made no other discoveries, as he could not see Xiao inside it. Thus, he quickly averted his gaze. The red sports car was a safe house owned by the now-deceased gray-haired man, and the bespectacled man was most likely a friend of his from before the apocalypse, similar to those survivors who found themselves trapped in a safe house while using the restroom. They were also en route, with the car serving as their sanctuary. The more she pondered, the more terrifying the implications became. In such a world, one should not trust others lightly unless absolutely necessary. Xiao herself was a rather aloof individual. She had only been officially adopted by the Jiang family at the age of 13. Later, due to Jiang Qiqi's psychological issues, they did not keep her close, but instead placed her in another house with a caretaker. She did not feel sorrow over this. Her unassuming nature led her to quietly study and work part-time, aiming for higher education to repay the Jiang family's kindness. On the surface, it appeared she had stepped into a normal life, yet internally, she remained quite indifferent towards those unrelated to her. Thus, Xiao quickly accepted this reality and continued to observe the bespectacled man's actions. Upon acquiring a weapon, he immediately looked towards the willow tree, promptly noticing the anomalous one. Seizing the moment of a gentle breeze, Xiao silently maneuvered the fishing boat closer to the shore, eager to see what treasure the bespectacled man would extract from the chest. However, as soon as he struck the willow tree with his weapon, it transformed into a towering black monster, looming over him like a colossal beast. Xiao was taken aback. It was not a treasure chest? What had he unleashed? With a startled exclamation, the bespectacled man instinctively swung the hammer at the black creature, yet it showed no signs of injury and instead seemed to enter a frenzied state, retaliating against him. The dark claws, akin to willow branches, easily pierced his skin, causing blood to flow profusely. Only then did Xiao notice the information displayed above the monster's head. Apocalypse monster, level 1. Due to its towering height, standing too close caused one to overlook it. Only from a distance could its presence be discerned. The bespectacled man, in pain and filled with fear, attempted to flee, but the black claws stretched out, capturing him and consuming him whole, his level escalating from 1 to 2. The bespectacled man vanished, and the hammer he had just picked up fell to the ground. 3 seconds later, the hammer disappeared and the red treasure chest reappeared by the riverbank. Upon seeing it again, Xiao no longer perceived it as a treasure but rather as a perilous lure. Reflecting on the information she had just witnessed, she realized that this sudden emergence of an apocalypse monster was linked to consuming survivors to level up, likely correlating with the weapon's level. Most importantly, this indicated that special prompts could yield monsters, suggesting that dangers could be concealed within seemingly safe notifications. Yet, the game had clearly stated that the initial 4 hours would be free of disasters. No, the absence of disasters did not equate to the absence of monsters. Moreover, this apocalypse monster was hidden within a plant. As long as survivors refrained from recklessly attacking structures marked with special indicators, they would remain unscathed. Xiao fixated on the text prompt associated with the willow tree. Was there a pattern to the emergence of monsters and treasure chests within this hint? Of course. She currently had no means to verify any pattern, as this apocalypse monster had already reached level 2, rendering it beyond the capability of her level 1 axe. Perhaps only by upgrading her weapon could she attempt to confront it. Chapter 9. Rescue. Xiao remained aboard the small fishing boat, and an hour later, the binding of the safe house was successfully completed. Logically speaking, this location was not particularly remote. However, during this time, she had not encountered a single other survivor. Upon reflection, this was not entirely surprising. With a population of 10 billion on Blue Star and 30 million safe houses, even if each individual possessed one safe house, the probability would only be 0.3. If we consider the population distribution of safe houses, this city had approximately 18 million inhabitants, which could theoretically yield around 54,000 safe houses. If someone owned 2 or more, the number of individuals would diminish even further. Additionally, different categories of safe houses could only be accessed via specific means of transport, introducing significant limitations. Survivors without safe houses were preoccupied with self-rescue and the struggle for daily necessities, leaving little time to search for treasure chests. Thus, there were not many survivors who could find their way here. Congratulations, you have successfully bound safe house number 283947. Level 1. Detected that this is your second bound safe house. Instructions for use will not be repeated. Receiving a gentle reminder from Xiao. Binding a third safe house may trigger a special event. A special event triggered by obtaining a third safe house? What could this special event entail? Xiao commanded Xiao, open the information. Level 1 safe house. Ownership. Xiao space. 04. Storage. 010. Indoor temperature. 23 degrees. It appeared that each safe house had a basic storage capacity of 10, though the spatial dimensions differed. Fortunately, this boat did not require oxygen storage. After reviewing the information, Xiao disembarked. Turning back, she noticed that the originally sizable fishing boat had transformed into a toy vessel in her palm. Intriguing. She tucked the small fishing boat into her pocket and casually collected a nearby red treasure chest, which, as expected, contained a hammer. There was no need to open it further. Suddenly, she noticed a red toy car beneath the willow tree, having fallen when the tree consumed the man. Gazing at the toy boat in her hand, she recalled the missing red Ferrari from earlier. Could it be? Xiao picked up the toy car. You have obtained an unbound level 1 safe house. Would you like to bind it now? Yes, no. What a stroke of luck. Just when she thought she was at a loss, help arrived unexpectedly. Of course, she chose to bind it. In the next instant, the toy car transformed before her into a magnificent Ferrari. Upon entering, Xiao realized that it was entirely reminiscent of a mobile home, with the windshield offering a broad view of the street, facilitating her observation of any ground situation. The interior featured a single seat that could recline for comfort. You now possess 3 level 1 safe houses and are eligible for an upgrade. As the first survivor on Blue Star to own 3 level 1 safe houses simultaneously, we can offer a customized upgrade for your safe houses. Before the upgrade, you are required to complete a safe house experience survey and an upgrade intention form. Xiao paused momentarily. Was this the so-called special event? Are you satisfied with the 3 safe houses you currently own? Satisfaction is rated on a scale of 5 stars, with 1 being unsatisfied and 5 being extremely satisfied. Others would be grateful to have even one safe house. And here she was with 3. What could she possibly be dissatisfied about? Without hesitation, she selected yes, indicating extreme satisfaction. Are you satisfied with the safe house system? Xiao Mo? Satisfaction is rated on a scale of 5 stars, with 1 being unsatisfied and 5 being extremely satisfied. Xiao Mo? Su Xiao realized she hadn't utilized Xiao Mo much yet, but sensed it was akin to an artificial intelligence. The sudden appearance of the survey prompted her to take it seriously. A commendation was essential, and she selected 5 stars. Next is the upgrade intention form. After the beep, you may state your desired plan, and your suggestions will be submitted in written form to headquarters. Beep. Oh dear, a live exam. A spontaneous one at that. Clearing her throat, Su Xiao composed herself and confidently articulated her suggestions. I hope to combine the advantages of the 3 safe houses so that the upgraded safe house can be accessible in any region. Given that the basement has the peculiar restriction of players being unable to move it once they leave, while the fishing boat and sports car are easily transportable yet prone to loss, I would like the upgrade to address this flaw. Since it is already bound as an upgraded safe house, players should have complete control over it. She paused, her mind momentarily stalling. In the heat of the moment, she couldn't think of anything else to add. Thank you for your suggestion. We will submit it to headquarters. Please await your upgrade plan. No. She hadn't finished speaking. Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo, I am here. I didn't complete my suggestion earlier. Is it possible to add a little more? Su Xiao inquired cautiously. The time constraint had indeed left her momentarily speechless. Xiao Mo, the upgrade intention form has been submitted to headquarters and cannot be supplemented. If you have any suggestions regarding Xiao Mo's service, you can inform me directly. No, it was just... Su Xiao pondered. Regarding the peculiar prompts that appeared amidst the buildings and plants outside, occasionally yielding treasure chests but sometimes revealing apocalyptic monsters, was there a pattern? Xiao Mo, regarding the gameplay and patterns of the apocalypse, survivors must explore themselves. Xiao Mo cannot provide assistance. Su Xiao. Very well. Xiao Mo. Open the information. Su Xiao checked the information for the Ferrari safe house. Level 1 safe house. Ownership. Su Xiao space. 04. Storage. 010. Indoor temperature. 23 degrees. Fuel tank range. 4. 6 kilometers. Fuel tank range. Indeed. The wise turtle hermit had been correct. Different safe houses had varying means of mobility, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. While mobility was possible, she would rather switch to the basement for efficiency. Leaving the Ferrari, Su Xiao now carried 2 safe houses, a toy car and a toy boat. Upon entering the basement, she examined the electronic map, then retrieved her phone's memo to note down the coordinates, annotating it as a level 2 monster location. She would return to investigate once her weapons reached level 2. Currently, she could not upgrade her weapons due to the absence of wooden planks and iron scraps. After making her notes, Su Xiao noticed a group notification. Earlier, she had muted notifications to avoid disturbances. Now, her compulsive tendencies compelled her to check. Almost every group had forwarded the same message. All members, global disaster, the worldwide apocalypse emergency plan has been activated. The Alliance has organized military rescue efforts. Those who survived the hurricane disaster, please send your location coordinates and await rescue. Survivors willing to contribute their bound safe houses for research will receive additional compensation from the Alliance. Chapter 10. A sense of security. The Doomsday Contingency Plan refers to a significant catastrophe that threatens the entire world. In such an event, the United Nations would transcend national boundaries and establish a Doomsday Alliance, with all directives emanating from this coalition. Nearly 10 hours had elapsed since the hurricane disaster struck, and the formation of the Alliance confirmed this was indeed a global calamity. However, the notion of binding a safe house and voluntarily contributing to research for additional subsidies had never crossed Su Xiao's mind. The bound safe house would only release upon the death of the survivor. Once surrendered, would there still be a chance for survival? She certainly would not become a mere guinea pig. Just as she contemplated this, someone in the company chat mentioned her. It was Yang Hai. Xiao. I see you have a safe house. The Alliance is now requesting donations for safe house research. You wouldn't be so selfish as to refuse, would you? Xiao was taken aback. How had this verbose individual managed to survive? She found herself at a loss for words. Her company was indeed populated with an array of peculiar talents. Under such circumstances, was it even relevant to discuss work? The office would have likely collapsed by now. Yang Hai continued, when Ming, brother one has a safe house, it should be donated to the Alliance. When Ming replied, the safe house is bound to President Wang. It's up to him to decide. Don't ask why. The moment he stepped outside to greet President Wang, the binding timer refreshed. And he subconsciously invited President Wang in, leading to the unfortunate binding of the latter, leaving him unsuccessful in his own attempt. As for President Wang, he had no idea of his whereabouts. After the disaster concluded, as he emerged, both President Wang and the safe house had vanished. Xiao found amusement in this situation. However, as she continued to observe, she noticed something amiss. Aside from that one notification, the others seemed to lack mention of any further information. They were unaware of how long the disaster might last, what constituted an absolute security event, or that a new disaster could arise in merely 2 hours. Most crucially, based on the chat records, it appeared they were oblivious to the time sensitivity of natural resources, still sending messages in search of food. This indicated that only those survivors who had bound safe houses could perceive the urgency of time. This realization instilled a sense of unease within Xiao, prompting her to cease her phone usage and explore the cellar. It was evident that survivors with safe houses were already aware of the need to search for treasure chests. After nearly 2 hours of searching, she had only found 1 red chest, 1 blue chest, and 2 white chests. Nevertheless, Xiao felt that her discoveries were considerable among the survivors, as her cellar could move without needing to recharge, only requiring oxygen replenishment. With 10 minutes remaining until 8 p.m., darkness suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Anticipating that a new notification would be issued shortly, Xiao retreated to the cellar to assess her spoils from the day. To her surprise, the chests could be stored in the warehouse capacity. As long as she refrained from opening the chests, she could stack them according to their colors. Therefore, there was no rush to open the white chests, which contained food. The blue chest held items of uncertain value, and the red chest contained weapons she already possessed, allowing her to temporarily set it aside. Her primary objective was to discover methods to acquire iron blocks and wooden planks. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao casually took a bite of bread while opening the Survivor Communication Center. As soon as she did, several messages popped up. One from Turtle Immortal and another from a player seeking to exchange oxygen tanks. Turtle Immortal stated, "All right, let me share a piece of information with you. I have a special red chest. The weapons I obtained from the red chests are doubled. If you're willing, you can let me open the red chests you find. But I need you to craft a weapon station and help me combine 2 level 2 weapons." Xiao's eyes brightened. A special red chest. This individual seemed to possess a stroke of luck. Of course, Xiao did not perceive this as a mere deception. The promise of double rewards, contingent upon the advanced provision of equivalent items, rendered the arrangement foolproof. With such a special bonus, Turtle Immortal would undoubtedly attract many willing collaborators. After responding to Turtle Immortal, she checked another message. Owner 293-4734 wrote, "Sure, I agree. 3 days will suffice." They added, "Adults can wait, but children cannot. My child is ill and needs nourishment. If you are available, I would appreciate your assistance." This last message was sent an hour ago. A moment later, the individual sent another message. "Thank you. I am truly at my wit's end. My safe house requires power to sustain, but I currently lack the resources. The safe house is stranded in an uninhabited area, and the communication center is devoid of exchanges. My child has a fever and cannot be left alone. I cannot venture out to seek resources. Though unsure if the person spoke the truth or not, the mention of a child prompted Xiao to search for supplies. She sent 6 bottles of milk for the child's recovery, 4 bottles of mineral water for the adult, and some cake and chocolate pies sufficient sustenance, before finally acquiring the oxygen tank. Oxygen tank, description, contains 1 unit of oxygen. In certain safe houses, it can extend oxygen replenishment duration by 1 hour. Note, this extended duration will only deplete after the basic oxygen duration has been consumed. Provided the survivor has not left the safe house for oxygen replenishment, if the survivor departs during this time, the extended duration will cease consumption, prioritizing the depletion of the basic oxygen duration. Now it made sense. This item did not require retention. Xiao promptly utilized it. The information regarding the Cellar safe house updated. Level 1 safe house. Owner. Xiao space. 810. Doomsday resources. Mineral water 6. Cola 4. White peach soda 2. Milk 2. Strawberry cake 4. Chips 4. Swiss roll 2. Chocolate bars 4. Warehouse. 410. Red chest 2. Blue chest 1. White chest 2. Level 1 fire axe. Oxygen duration. 23 hours 55 minutes and 21 seconds. Extended oxygen duration. 1H. Indoor temperature. 23 degrees. The fire axe was stored in the warehouse for convenient access. It seemed that even if the 7-day time limit passed, the food could last for several days, providing a sense of security, albeit limited. As she prepared to check the information from other survivors in the communication center, the clock struck 8, heralding a new notification. Chapter 11, Infection. To commemorate the arrival of the Apocalypse game on Blue Star's first night, the game released a series of special creatures, each carrying delightful surprises from the end times. Brave survivors would be handsomely rewarded. After finishing her meal, Xiao peeked out of the cellar. The sky, which should have gradually darkened, was now enveloped in complete darkness, as if a black veil had suddenly descended, leaving not a single star visible. Determined to venture outside, Xiao was eager to explore, for she had already acquired 2 red treasure chests, which could yield a weapon if opened. She was keen to search for clues regarding materials and, ideally, discover a new color of treasure chest to trigger an Easter egg. With a toy car tucked away, Xiao emerged from the cellar, flashlight in hand, only to be greeted by peculiar meowing sounds. In the flickering light, a pair of gray-eyed kittens appeared, their gait unsteady and reminiscent of the zombies depicted in novels. Instantly alert, Xiao dispatched one of the zombie cats without hesitation, cleaving its head in 2, which coalesced into a black treasure chest emitting dark mist. A wave of joy washed over her as she opened it, revealing a block of iron. Iron block. Description. Crafting material for the Apocalypse game. A notification chimed in her ear. You are the first survivor in the Apocalypse to open a black treasure chest, triggering a treasure chest Easter egg. From now on, every black treasure chest you find will yield double rewards. Xiao was relieved to have acted swiftly, dispatching the cat and opening the black treasure chest first. The fact that this Easter egg for different colored treasure chests was still in effect suggested that these peculiar creatures only appeared at night. Stowing away the 2 iron blocks in her inventory, she noted there was still space left for any dropped black treasure chests. Illuminating the area with her flashlight, she surveyed the surroundings. The place resembled a construction site, devoid of any human presence, yet the aftermath of the hurricane had rendered it chaotic. Not far off, a pile of cement bore a special note. There seems to be something beneath this pile of cement. Digging it up may reveal something. Yet another trap awaited. This time, Xiao scrutinized the peculiar hint. She had encountered similar messages thrice before, each with different wording. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she sent a message. Hey buddy, I've given you my belongings. If you need a bottle of water or something, feel free to take it. It's better than opening it myself. Xiao regarded this person with suspicion, unsure if they were somewhat foolish. After a moment of contemplation, She sent over 4 bottles of cola and 4 slices of strawberry cake, while stashing the 2 white treasure chests in her inventory. This also helped to clear some space in her stockpile. Most of these are sweets. They provide a significant energy boost, which is quite beneficial at this time. The turtle sage pondered idly, saving them for a rainy day, for in 7 days, natural resources would become ineffective. Shortly thereafter, Xiao sent another message. You must have opened quite a few weapons. What types do you have? Indeed. Xiao believed this textual hint was correlated with the types of weapons. During the day, she had seen a bespectacled man retrieve a hammer from a red treasure chest, while she had acquired an axe. The first hint she encountered suggested testing attacks, while the willow tree hinted at chopping it down. The current hint suggested digging it up. Could it be referring to corresponding tools? Turtle sage, I have an axe, a hoe, and a hammer. Only 3 types of tools. Xiao contemplated briefly. I'll give you a red treasure chest in exchange for a hoe, and you can give me any other tool. Upon hearing this, the turtle sage promptly sent Xiao a hoe and an axe, along with a message. By the way, I discovered that the red weapon treasure chest is unique. After opening it, the chest does not disappear until the weapon is taken out. If you're not satisfied with the weapon, simply close it and reopen it, and the weapon will change. Do you think the white treasure chests work the same way? He had collected a white treasure chest, but since she mentioned the Easter egg, he had hesitated to open it. He had yet to test it. However, this clue from the other party confirmed the pattern of the hints. Armed with the hoe, Xiao exited the cellar and immediately began to dig into the cement pile. As she struck, the pile diminished by 1/3. After 3 vigorous digs, the cement vanished, revealing a level 1 purple treasure chest. Squeak, squeak. At that moment, the sound of squeaking mice reached her ears. These creatures scurried quickly, darting around her feet. Xiao swiftly collected the purple treasure chest and shone her flashlight in the direction of the noise. To her surprise, 2 gray-eyed zombie mice were gnawing at her shoes. Just as she dispatched one, the other had already chewed a hole in her newly purchased sneakers, biting her sharply. Feeling the pain, Xiao reacted quickly, pinning the remaining mouse down and striking its head with force. She could distinctly feel that the mouse's body was far more solid than the cat's, making it tougher to kill. The zombie mouse was crushed into a pulp, and 2 black treasure chests appeared on the ground. A faint notification chimed in her ear. Infection level 1. As Xiao collected the black treasure chests, she heard a dripping sound, reminiscent of drool flowing. Turning around, she spotted 1, 2, no, 3 gray-eyed zombie dogs. As Xiao retreated, she switched her hoe for the more convenient axe. Just then, a scream echoed in the distance, piercing through the chaos. Simultaneously, the zombie dogs lunged at her. Though she attempted to evade, her body felt heavy, and she was soon knocked to the ground by the force of the dogs, which were stronger than the mice. 2 of the zombie dogs bit into her legs, eliciting a cry of pain from Xiao. Summoning her strength, she gripped the axe tightly and, rising swiftly, swung horizontally at the 3 dogs. With a splatter, blood sprayed across her face. Infection level 5, Chapter 12. Eating noodles. The 3 dogs had their jugular veins torn open and were thrown aside after being attacked. But they quickly regained their footing, fixating their gaze on Xiao. Their bodies hunched low, sharp fangs dripping with blood, and their white pupils appeared eerily menacing. This time, Xiao gripped her axe and launched a preemptive strike. Frantically, she wielded her weapon at the most severely injured dog, delivering several brutal blows until the creature was reduced to fragments, vanishing into a black treasure chest. Only then did she turn to confront the other 2 that were gnawing at her. Infection level 6, Infection level 7. It seemed that each time she was attacked, the infection level increased. But Xiao could no longer afford to be concerned with such matters. It was either their demise or her own. With a swift motion, she pressed down and, ignoring the other dog on her body, struck down hard with her axe. After a fierce struggle, the infection level had risen to 18 by the time she dispatched the last zombie dog. 3 black treasure chests remained on the ground, while Su Xiao was left battered and nearly exhausted. She lay on the ground, gasping for breath, taking several moments to gather herself before rising to collect the 3 black treasure chests. Just then, she heard a rustling sound behind her. Alert! She raised her flashlight and turned around, her pupils dilating in shock as a disheveled figure with a pale face and grayish pupils appeared behind her. After uttering a curse, Su Xiao swiftly retreated, wincing from the pain, and dashed towards the entrance of the cellar. The figure moved faster than the dogs. Fortunately, Su Xiao was closer to the cellar entrance and managed to slip inside the safe house before being caught. Inside the cellar, a small lamp powered by batteries illuminated the dim space. Covered in blood, Su Xiao did not need to look to know how disheveled she appeared. She stripped off her clothing to inspect her wounds. Her arms and legs bore cuts, though shallow, they were bleeding, and, having rolled on the ground, she was now quite dirty. After twisting open a bottle of purified water, she simply cleaned her wounds. Thinking to inquire with Xiao Mo, she asked, "Xiao Mo, do I have any medical supplies among the natural resources I collected?" She recalled there were some, albeit limited. Xiao Mo replied, "Please hold on. I am organizing the information for you." The neatly arranged natural resources began to transform, and a box of Band-Aids, a box of iodine swabs, and a box of medical alcohol were presented to Su Xiao, proving that the medicinal supplies had not expired. Xiao Mo asked, "Are these the supplies you need?" "Yes. Thank you," Su Xiao replied habitually. Xiao Mo responded, "You are welcome. It is my honor to assist you. But I must remind you that natural resources cannot eliminate the special effects brought by the Doomsday game." Su Xiao paused, recalling the infection level. Xiao Mo must have meant that it could not remove that. "No problem. By the way, Xiao Mo, can you help me find clothing among the textile supplies?" Su Xiao remembered seeing t-shirts with the supermarket's logo in the underground warehouse. She had taken a bundle, thinking she had no clean clothes. Xiao Mo replied, "Sure." Before long, Xiao Mo located the bundle of t-shirts, which contained no less than 10 items. However, she had not noticed at the time that they were all size XL, making them quite loose and cumbersome. After putting one on, she tied a knot at the back to secure it. The wounds on her body still throbbed painfully, lacking strength. Su Xiao did not wish for a vegetarian meal. She craved something warm. So, she asked Xiao Mo to fetch a disposable gas stove for her. The gas was contained in small aluminum cans, and as long as she replaced the canister, the stove would ignite. She also found a small ceramic pot to boil water for noodles. These items had no expiration date, especially the consumable gas stoves, of which she had taken many. As she waited for the water to boil, her mind wandered. She had not anticipated that this bizarre Doomsday game would actually involve zombies. It was somewhat peculiar. First a cat, then 2 mice, followed by 3 dogs, and finally, a person. It felt like a numerical progression. Would there be rewards for completing them in order? Once this thought emerged, Su Xiao felt an impulsive urge to rush out and slay that person. However, she quickly dismissed the idea. The cat was the easiest to deal with, vanishing with a single blow. The mice were more solid and faster than the cat. The dogs possessed greater strength than the mice and required multiple strikes to disappear. Following this logic, the person would undoubtedly be more formidable than the dogs. With her infection level already at 18 and her weapons level low, her movements felt laborious overall. She simply lacked the strength. As the water reached a boil, Su Xiao opened 5 black treasure chests. She received 4 iron blocks, 2 wooden planks, 2 plastic pieces, and 2 pieces of cloth. The iron blocks were sufficient, but she still needed 6 more wooden planks. Once the water boiled, she promptly added the instant noodles and then opened the communication center. As soon as she did, numerous messages popped up, all from Turtle Immortal. "Turtle Immortal, have you seen what's out there? They keep coming in waves. What were those last 4 zombies? Turtle Immortal, my infection level is at 15. And I dare not venture outside. This game has really introduced some cute little challenges. Turtle Immortal, I opened the black treasure chests and found materials, which made me laugh. I was looking for someone to trade resources in the communication center, hoping to find someone who knew about treasure chest rewards. But it turns out no one knows what they are. After cooking the noodles, Xiao immediately turned off the gas stove to conserve fuel. 3 seconds later, Turtle Immortal sent another message, eating noodles? What kind? Instant noodles? Then he realized he had overlooked the main point. Wait, did you get the treasure chest reward? Xiao replied, yes. Turtle Immortal, how did you get so fast? Weren't you looking for weapons from me at 8 o'clock? Xiao chose not to explain. In the next moment, Turtle Immortal sent 5 black treasure chests, which took Xiao by surprise. He didn't seem worried that she might be deceiving him. Of course, Turtle Immortal did not think that way. Xiao had already obtained the white treasure chest reward, doubling her food resources, making her a powerful ally. Moreover, since the black treasure chests contained materials and he lacked blueprints, acquiring materials was of no use to him. It was more important to assist Xiao in crafting weapons. After sending the treasure chests, Turtle Immortal continued to inquire, so you really are eating instant noodles, dry? The beef flavor? Xiao understood. This child simply did not wish for sweet foods, as what she had sent him were mostly small breads and cakes. Turtle Immortal, Father, I bow to you. Chapter 13. The greenhouse. Xiao was somewhat taken aback. She recognized this as a meme she had encountered online. Given that the other party was a chatterbox, she speculated that they were likely quite young. The audacity to embark on a self-driving adventure in a foreign desert suggested a well-off background and a broad perspective. But as for their character, she recalled the gray-haired man who drove a Ferrari, only to meet a swift demise at the hands of his companions. Well, it wasn't entirely impossible for someone to be both foolish and wealthy. Since the other party had failed to deduce her true gender, Xiao saw no need to elaborate further. She sent over a gas stove and a gas bottle, along with a bucket of instant noodles. The stove itself was of little importance. It was the gas bottle that was the consumable. Even if the gas bottle could not be exchanged, Xiao could still keep it for her own use. The earthenware pot still bore greasy remnants of soup. Lacking dish soap, it appeared rather unclean, which was somewhat intolerable for Xiao, who was a clean freak. Testing it, she inquired, Xiao, can I clean the dishes? Xiao replied, yes. Touching the item and stating the command will initiate automatic cleaning, applicable to clothing, kitchenware, and other items. Wow, Xiao, you are quite remarkable, Xiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. After issuing the command, the greasy residue vanished, and the bloodstains on her soiled clothing disappeared, leaving them cleaner than even a dry cleaner could manage, though the torn areas remained tattered. Xiao continued, I am the intelligent steward of the safe house, capable of providing all forms of intelligent assistance within the premises. Unable to contain her joy, Xiao declared, Xiao, having you is truly a blessing. If it weren't for this apocalyptic game, where would I ever find such a splendid steward? Xiao paused for a full 10 seconds before responding, you're welcome. It is my honor to assist you. Affection for Xiao increased by 3. Xiao was momentarily stunned. It appeared one could even raise Xiao's affection level. However, it was evident that Xiao possessed its own cognitive abilities, and forcing affection would be unwise. Patience was key. She opened the 5 black treasure chests sent by Master Rashi, revealing 2 iron blocks, 4 wooden planks, and 4 pieces of fabric. It was somewhat regrettable that she was still short 2 wooden planks. After pondering, she decided to send the iron blocks and fabric to Master Rashi. I have temporarily requisitioned the wooden planks. I still need 2 more. I plan to gather them at the exchange center and will assist you in crafting advanced weapons once the weapon station is completed. Master Rashi replied, no problem. This instant noodle smells divine. You have no idea how cold it gets in the desert at night. I'm freezing in just my windbreaker. I'd love to warm myself by this gas stove. Sipping hot noodle soup, Xiao had never realized how delightful instant noodles could be. After reading Master Rashi's complaints, she opened the exchange center, which was bustling with activity. Owner 1283, exchanging natural food resources for gasoline, batteries, etc. Private message me. Owner 189304421. Excess weapons for safe house expansion items. Private message me. Owner 28293. Sewing machine blueprints for other blueprints, weapons, or extra fabric. Owner 8829334. Attention to those exchanging treasure egg resources. Treasure eggs can yield double the supplies. To avoid being scammed when exchanging treasure eggs, have the other party present an equal amount of treasure egg resources first. Even if they renege on providing the extra supplies, it's fine. After scanning through the messages, Xiao noted that most were exchanges of items for items, with few trading blueprints. After a moment of contemplation, she quickly sent a message. I possess black and white treasure eggs and can assist in opening them, but a certain service fee applies. Priority will be given to those willing to exchange resources, especially other survivors with treasure eggs. There was no need to conceal this. These treasure eggs could not be seized by survivors, so hiding was foolish. In this post-apocalyptic game, resources and the survivors who control them are equally vital. After half a minute, the first person privately messaged Xiao. Owner 188112. Do you really have food treasure eggs? I'd like to trade. But I'm wary of being scammed. I need you to provide me with the food first. Owner 188112. What do you mean? Xiao replied, I possess treasure eggs. They will certainly yield 2 bottles of water and 2 servings of food, but I will only provide you with any 3 servings. Owner 188112. A treasure egg should yield 4 servings. Why only 3? Xiao. Service fee, you understand? Owner 188112. You're taking 25 from a treasure egg? That's outrageous. I can trade you with natural resources. Upon reading this, Xiao promptly blocked the individual. There was no point in conversing with someone so unreasonable. Perhaps 25 was a bit steep, but the treasure egg had a monopolistic function. If they were capable, they should not seek her out. Before long, another individual approached her and, upon hearing Xiao's terms, readily exchanged 2 white treasure chests for 2 bottles of white peach soda, 1 bottle of milk, 1 serving of chips, and 2 chocolate bars. The other party appeared pleasantly surprised. They had previously opened 2 white treasure chests themselves, yielding only 2 bottles of water and 2 servings of food. The fact that Xiao provided 3 bottles of water and 3 servings of food was quite generous. They immediately expressed their gratitude. Subsequently, Xiao exchanged 3 servings of water and food for 2 more white treasure chests with the same individual. Remarkably, none had offered to trade black treasure chests. As she was about to send another message, she was reminded that the exchange center had reached capacity, limiting each survivor to only 1 message per day. With so many people present and the messages flooding in, few survivors noticed her post, and even fewer chose to trust her, as most were unaware of the treasure eggs. Finally, an owner named Fishy Tomorrow reached out to her. Fishy Tomorrow, hello, do you possess both black and white treasure eggs? Xiao, indeed. Fishy Tomorrow, I have a purple treasure egg. We could establish a long-term partnership. If you open your purple treasure egg and it yields a blueprint I require, I would prioritize exchanging that blueprint with you. This was within Xiao's expectations. It seemed the other party had come prepared, which explained why they were the last to message her. After a moment of thought, she asked, May I inquire what 6 plastics you need to synthesize? The fact that the other party had a blueprint egg indicated they had access to various blueprint channels. Setting aside the fact that they weren't attempting to cheat her, the networking resources were invaluable. Fishy Tomorrow, a small greenhouse for cultivating plants. Would you find it useful? Xiao was puzzled. Wasn't he a bit premature to start planting so soon after the game had begun? The other party continued, besides growing natural resources, it can also cultivate special plants obtained from green treasure chests. Chapter 14. Endurance and Special Plants. The uninformed Xiao had never encountered these before. According to the Turtle Immortal, they were derived from green treasure chests, yet references to such chests seemed scarce in the world. Clearly, the other party possessed some unique green plants. After a moment's hesitation, they proposed, iron blocks would suffice. You can trade me 4 iron blocks and 2 plastics first. If you obtain plastic, I will exchange iron blocks and plastics with you afterward. Xiao received 4 black treasure chests and opened them in one breath. 4 iron blocks, 2 plastics, and 2 wooden boards. This was ample material to craft a weapon station. Xiao had exactly what she needed, but replied, "I do not require the green plant greenhouse at this moment. You may exchange it with me for other blueprints, and once you have opened them, you can provide me with a copy." Though there was a possibility the other party might not genuinely offer the blueprints obtained from their treasure chest, this arrangement ensured she would possess 2 copies. Given the scarcity of resources in the early stages and the blind box nature of the treasure chests, Xiao did not believe she had a significant chance of acquiring useful and high-quality blueprints. Thus, having 2 was certainly preferable to 1. As for the integrity of the other party, that would depend on their character. Sure, the other party agreed. Soon, they exchanged a blueprint for an electric propeller. Xiao recognized it as something she needed for her small fishing boat. However, her safe house was still undergoing upgrades, and she was uncertain about the final outcome. The other party promptly delivered a blueprint. "You are truly fortunate to have obtained the endurance materials blueprint. As we agreed, the additional blueprint will be prioritized for exchange with me." Upon inspection, Xiao discovered it was the titanium battery blueprint. Coupled with what the other party had just mentioned regarding the endurance materials, Xiao's attention immediately shifted back to the propeller blueprint. The description indicated that the propeller required batteries for operation. Hence, endurance materials were of utmost importance. Without batteries, they were rendered useless. Recognizing the significance of such a vital blueprint, the other party was only willing to trade it for a one-time use blueprint, which would undoubtedly leave Xiao at a disadvantage. Thus, she began to negotiate. "The endurance blueprint is quite precious, and the mere propeller blueprint is not worth an exchange of such imbalance. However, if you require it, I will certainly prioritize giving it to you. But you must add another item." Given the importance of the endurance materials, the other party honestly informed her, indicating a commendable character. Yet, the value of endurance materials far surpassed that of ordinary blueprints, as the latter were one-time use, confined to her safe house, while endurance materials could yield crafted items for trade with other survivors. Therefore, an ordinary propeller blueprint could not reasonably be exchanged for the endurance materials blueprint. The other party understood the significance of the endurance blueprint. "In that case, I will construct the small greenhouse for you." Previously mentioned, the small greenhouse could cultivate special plants. Xiao no longer hesitated. "Very well, please provide me with the small greenhouse." There was no cause for excessive concern, as the additional endurance blueprint itself was also a bonus obtained by the other party. After the exchange of blueprints, Xiao utilized the battery blueprint, retaining the small greenhouse and propeller blueprints for the time being. The titanium battery required 15 plastics, 1 circuit board, and 4 iron blocks for crafting. It did not consume specialized space, although the circuit board seemed rather obscure. Never mind. Xiao proceeded to craft the weapon station. Weapon station is a fixed facility for the safe house and cannot be traded. Crafting will consume 4 iron blocks, 8 wooden boards, and 1 point of the safe house's space limit. Would you like to proceed with crafting? Yes. As Xiao spoke, the cellar shook slightly, and the previously cramped space seemed to undergo a transformation, the passageway becoming even more constricted. The weapon station has been successfully crafted. Next to the lever in the cellar appeared a level 1 weapon station, reminiscent of a metal drawer that could be pulled out or pushed in. Upon opening it, a prompt appeared. 3 items of the same category can be synthesized into a superior item at the weapon station. Xiao promptly placed 3 weapons into it, selecting the weapon type to upgrade: axe, hammer, or hoe. Naturally, she chose the axe. The weapon station automatically closed, and upon reopening, the 3 weapons had transformed into a level 2 fire axe. Level 2 fire axe. Description: after upgrading, it can deal with strange entities of level 2 or below, but it has also become heavier as it integrates 3 weapons. Grasping the axe, she felt its weight. If the original axe's weight unit was 1, the current weight unit was at least 3. However, Xiao sensed that she could not rely on her previous understanding of weight. In any case, it felt substantial. Following this trajectory, crafting a level 3 weapon would likely yield a weight nearly 10 times heavier than the current one. Who could wield such a thing? Xiao glanced, but realized she was overthinking. The weapon station required an upgrade to level 2 and an accompanying blueprint to synthesize level 3 weapons. Not wishing to dwell further, she noted the time was around 10 o'clock and decided to confront the creature nearby. Manipulating the lever, she repositioned the cellar's exit behind the creature and cautiously peered out. The ground continued to rustle, and after a brief search, she indeed spotted the creature. They stood vacantly in close proximity, separated by about 7 or 8 meters. Without further hesitation, she maneuvered the cellar, moving beneath one of them, and opened the cellar door. Emerging right behind several small creatures, she swung her axe fiercely at one's head, but the strike did not immediately shatter its skull. Its eyes bulged halfway, glaring at Xiao as it roared and lunged at her. The other 3, alerted by the commotion, turned to face the new target. Xiao swiftly drew her axe again, this time aiming for the neck of the nearest creature. The second strike landed, and the zombie's head rolled away, disappearing to reveal a black treasure chest. The level 2 weapon indeed struck faster. Using brains was far more efficient than mere brute force. A black treasure chest fell to the ground, and Xiao promptly retrieved it. An announcement echoed in her ears. Brave survivor. You have successfully completed the time-limited challenge bestowed upon survivors by the Apocalypse God, rewarding you with a colorful treasure chest. You may freely choose the attributes you desire from the colorful treasure chest. Chapter 15 Attributes. Before Xiao appeared an option, Agility Strength Defense Skill. Instinctively, she inclined towards selecting skill, believing that mastering martial arts or boxing would enhance her ability to confront zombies. Just as she was about to make her choice, a sudden realization struck her. The level 2 axe in her possession weighed already 3 pounds. At level 3, it would undoubtedly weigh 10 pounds, and at level 4, no less than 30 pounds. Aside from the mighty sailors, what ordinary survivors could wield such a weapon? No, she resolved without hesitation to select strength instead. A colorful treasure chest descended before her, and Xiao promptly opened it, revealing a golden glass vial filled with a crystalline liquid that shimmered in the darkness. Apocalypse Potion. Description: consuming this potion will grant you enhanced strength, making it easier to crush your foes in the apocalypse. Without hesitation, Xiao drank the potion, ignoring the absence of any hidden rewards within the treasure chest. A crackling sound echoed, as if her very bones were becoming more robust. Although her wounds remained unhealed, she felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her body. Just a gentle squeeze would suffice to crush anything, such was her conviction, and she acted upon it. Yet the vial remained steadfast, unmoved. Could it be an illusion? Contemplating, Xiao bent down to pick up a stone, exerting all her strength to crush it in her palm. With a crack, the stone disintegrated effortlessly. It was not an illusion. Elation washed over her as she gripped the axe once more. It felt as light as plastic in her hands. Amazing! Realizing something, she stored the axe away. The potion bottle remained unyielding, a material so sturdy that even her newfound strength could not shatter it. Earlier, she had been cautious, waiting until she had crafted a level 2 weapon before confronting that adorable little creature, hoping for a special reward to trigger hidden bonuses. Yet the colorful treasure chest bore no such surprises. Indeed, the turtle sage was impatient. Are you still there? I've contacted several survivors and traded materials for 2 black chests for you to open. Check if you have enough materials. Turtle sage, where are you? You haven't vanished, have you? Off battling monsters secretly? Turtle sage, damn it, you've definitely gone off to fight monsters without telling anyone. That's not fair competition. 3 minutes prior. To her surprise, her phone was dead, likely due to her forgetting to turn it off after accessing the map, which consumed battery rapidly. Finding a power bank, she charged her phone and opened it. Several messages awaited her, with the top 2 from her adoptive mother, Jiang Hui. Sent an hour ago. Xiao, are you all right? Xiao was flooded with distant memories. Jiang Qiqi had been missing for 6 months without a trace. The worst outcome was that she had perished. Jiang Shui and Jiang Hui had adopted a daughter who bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Qiqi in age, appearance, and height. After 6 months of searching, they discovered that Jiang Qiqi had been imprisoned by a deranged individual who was a distant relative of the Jiang family. The knowledge that her parents had adopted another daughter merely half a year after her disappearance was a painful blow. She screamed in fury, "Why did you adopt her? Do you think I'm dead? Is that what you want, to see me perish at his hands? I am your daughter." Instead, they had settled her in another house, providing her with a monthly allowance and hiring a caretaker to ensure her safety while she attended school. Though Jiang Qiqi disliked her, she had never harmed her. Their relationship was one of mutual indifference. Thus, Jiang Shui and his wife had taken her from the orphanage to provide her with a secure environment for learning and growth. And that kindness was genuine. She pursued her doctoral studies and work in Yun City, while the Jiang family resided in Kyoto, over 1,000 kilometers away. Xiao paused. "If I have the means, I will come to find you." Having found 3 safe houses and consumed the Apocalypse potion, she knew she was no ordinary person capable of withstanding the challenges ahead, and she possessed the ability to deliver essential supplies to them. While the cellar could be moved, its depth was limited. It could not descend more than 30 meters below the surface. Should the tunnel exceed that depth, it would fall into the underground void, necessitating a detour. Yun City had tunnels nearby, resulting in ample underground and aquatic spaces, which confined the cellar to roaming within Yun City. To leave, she would have to switch vehicles or take a boat. The Ferrari had limited range, and the fishing boat's movements were unpredictable. Reaching Kyoto would not be simple. It might require waiting for an upgraded safe house plan before obtaining more sustainable materials. In a brief span, Xiao had contemplated numerous strategies. Yet the subsequent message from Jiang Hui left her somewhat startled. "Jiang Hui, no need to come looking for us. This apocalypse is no trifling matter. Ordinary people are unlikely to survive. If you have the means, perhaps go forget it. If you find a safe house, live well." This is merely the beginning. It sounded almost like a last testament. Xiao awaited further messages, but Jiang Hui did not respond again when she attempted to call. The phone was off, likely due to a dead battery. Something was amiss. Without hesitation, Xiao opened several large group chats. There were numerous messages, and those capable of chatting in these groups were survivors who had not found safe houses. Initially, they merely inquired about each other's statuses. But starting at 8 o'clock that evening, the content of their messages began to raise Xiao's alarm. Chapter 16, Early Warning at 8 o'clock. The group chat buzzed with messages. "Yang Hai, have you all heard the announcement? In 7 days, we will completely enter the Doomsday Era of Blue Star. Only players bound to safe houses will have the qualification to survive. Jason, oh my goodness, the sky has fallen. I took a day off today, thinking I had escaped disaster, but it seems I am still doomed. Zhou Chuan, the Alliance has issued a notice stating that this global catastrophe cannot be resolved by human strength alone. The only way is to find a safe house. Therefore, we must locate the survivors who have bound their safe houses and seize them. I suggest we unite. Wenming, Manager Wang has a safe house and has already left the group. I truly didn't expect it to come to this. Yang Hai, I believe I saw Xiao find a safe house this morning, but she hasn't said a word since, so I'm not quite sure. Wenming, perhaps we should change groups to discuss how to lure these survivors out. Zhou Chuan, I just saw a mother with her child emerging from a safe house. What incredible luck! Unfortunately, her misfortune struck. She barely stepped out before being dragged away. So, finding a safe house isn't everything. They still need to venture out for supplies. 7 days, no wait, there are still 6 days left. We all have a chance. Yang Hai, changing groups is fine. I suggest everyone share their locations and video footage to confirm that they indeed do not have a safe house, so we can collaborate. As the conversation flowed, they eventually switched to another group. Su Zhao's expression darkened upon reading the messages. Clearly, The Doomsday game had issued another reminder to survivors without bound safe houses, urging them to bind to a safe house to gain survival qualifications. With 30 million safe houses and the possibility of one survivor possessing multiple safe houses, the competition among a population of 10 billion was fierce. The mother Zhou Chuan mentioned may have been unable to move due to insufficient energy for her safe house, leading her to venture out for supplies. Fortunately, after finding her safe house, she did not recklessly seek out crowded areas, but instead wandered in the remote surroundings to gather resources. Though the interior of the cellar was rather ordinary, requiring periodic oxygen changes, its mobility without energy constraints and concealed exit made it far superior to other safe houses. Therefore, extravagance did not always equate to practicality. Aunt Jiang genuinely cared for her, yet her cool demeanor and habitual politeness prevented any familial warmth from developing. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Aunt Jiang and Uncle Jiang were good people. Reading the messages, it seemed Aunt Jiang was hesitating to suggest that she seek out Jiang Qiqi, who had traveled to the southern island 2 days prior. The southern island was separated from Yun City by the sea, with its direction completely opposite to that of Jing City, making it a difficult journey. Turning off her phone, Su Xiao inquired of Xiao, "Has my safe house upgrade plan come through yet?" Xiao, the safe house upgrade intention form was submitted 4 hours ago, and the upgrade plan is expected in 20 hours. That meant she had to wait a day. Just then, Turtle Sage sent a message. "These little cuties are incredibly tough. It takes 7 or 8 strikes to take one down, and they're not slow either. I'm currently at 68 infection. You can imagine how serious my bites are." Indeed, it took 7 or 8 strikes with a level 1 axe to defeat a zombie. With a level 2 axe, only 2 strikes were needed, making things significantly easier for Su Xiao. Having consumed a potion, she felt terrifyingly powerful. A single strike was enough to take down a small creature. Su Xiao asked, "Did you get the colored treasure chest? What attribute did you choose?" Turtle Sage, "Of course, I chose defense. I've studied boxing and have some skills. But these zombies are fast, and I feel my flesh and blood are quite vulnerable, so I opted for defense. To be honest, ever since I drank the potion, even when I cut myself with a regular knife, I don't bleed. It's as if I've developed an indestructible body." Su Xiao, Turtle Sage, "What about you? You were the first to get a colored treasure chest. Any surprises?" Su Xiao, "None, but I synthesized a level 2 weapon. I need to inform you that a level 2 weapon is a fusion of 3 level 1 weapons, and its weight is 3 times that of a level 1 weapon." Turtle Sage was stunned for a moment before realizing, "Wait, are you saying that the weight of higher level weapons accumulates? Oh my, if that's the case, a level 4 or 5 weapon could weigh dozens of pounds. Who could possibly wield it?" 2 minutes later, Turtle Sage sent 3 weapons. "I should be able to handle a level 2 weapon without issue. Once I combine for a level 3 weapon. Could you help me test its weight? By the way, I just went out and found a strange stone. The information says it's peculiar and can be smashed open to see what's inside. Can you help me craft a hammer?" Su Xiao was taken aback. This was likely Turtle Sage's first encounter with materials that could yield a purple treasure chest, and he unexpectedly discovered the pattern mentioned in the information. Upon reflection, it made sense. The first piece of information she saw suggested trying an attack. Any weapon could be used to attack. So, it was a prompt that did not limit weapon type. If one possessed different types of weapons and encountered the word smash, they would realize that this riddle was related to the category of weapon used. At Turtle Sage's request, Su Xiao synthesized a level 2 hammer for him and added, "I have a survivor here who possesses a purple treasure chest surprise. If you obtain a purple treasure chest, I can act as an intermediary to let her open it, but she requests to prioritize exchanging with her." As it neared midnight, Su Xiao would have typically gone to bed. Yet tonight, sleep was destined to elude her. This indicated a desire to mortgage the blueprints. However, that was not surprising. Blueprints were indeed a crucial resource, and she had never opened a blueprint treasure chest before. The current mortgage was to ensure more secure cooperation in the future. Su Xiao, that's fine. She had 2 blueprints in her possession, one for a propulsion device and another for a small greenhouse. After mortgaging the small greenhouse blueprint to Turtle Sage, she immediately sought out Yu for tomorrow. Beep beep, a new notification sounded in her ears. Midnight has arrived. A new day brings new disasters. Survivors must strive to survive today as well. As the notification faded, Xiao felt her body sway, the intense tremors causing her head to spin. It was an earthquake. Chapter 17. Clients, a new calamity has struck, an earthquake. A wave of anxiety surged through Xiao's chest as she hastily leaned against the wall and inquired, Xiao. Wasn't it said that the safe house is absolutely secure? How could there be tremors? Xiao replied, in the first 7 days of the apocalyptic game, there are novice tips. The safe house will issue disaster warnings. Upon finishing her sentence, the tremors ceased, lasted less than 5 seconds. Xiao then noticed that although there had been vibrations, the safe house remained unscathed. This implied that after 7 days, there would be no further disaster warnings? Xiao continued, after 7 days, Blue Star will officially enter the Apocalyptic Era, at which point the safe house will no longer provide alerts. Survivors must observe any disasters themselves. After pondering for a moment, Xiao approached the cellar door and asked, Xiao, is the exit warning for the cellar also a novice tip? Xiao confirmed, yes. Currently, the cellar door indicated that there were still no other survivors within a 50-meter radius, but it did not specify whether there were disasters outside. Pushing the door open slightly, she found the outside remarkably tranquil, which meant that the earthquake was merely a warning from the safe house, and the real disaster had yet to commence. Xiao then inquired, Xiao, what about the roadside alerts? Will there still be special resource information? Xiao hesitated, regarding the circumstances in the apocalyptic game. I am not entirely certain. This meant that Xiao was also unaware. Never mind. Earthquakes can strike unexpectedly, and the closer one is to buildings, the more perilous it becomes. The magnitude is uncertain, and the ground may also give way. Leaving the safe house carries a risk of danger. Thus, Xiao decided against venturing outside and chose to wait in the cellar with peace of mind. Gazing at the cellar brimming with natural resources, Xiao resolved to clear her inventory to free up her sofa bed. Opening the exchange center, she realized that since she could not send messages, she could only check if anyone needed these resources. For survivors lacking resources, natural resources hold the highest value on the first day. No one knows what will become of the food and water after 7 days. Therefore, after reserving enough noodles, rice, and some instant meals along with water for herself, she prepared to trade the remaining natural resources, ensuring she had enough to last a week. With a clear objective, Xiao took the initiative. 1 unit of material could be exchanged for 1 portion of natural food resources. In less than 20 minutes, she had dispatched 38 portions of water and food, 2 gas stoves, 20 gas canisters, 8 battery-operated lamps, 7 flashlights, and 16 lighters in exchange for 67 units of materials, 18 iron blocks, 13 pieces of fabric, 15 wooden planks, and 19 plastics. Xiao was quite pleased. She seized the opportunity to use natural resources to acquire material goods. On the first day, weapon quantities are limited. Without weapons, one cannot obtain blueprints. The zombie cats that appear at night can indeed be dealt with even without weapons, though it may be troublesome. Thus, it is possible to possess materials without having blueprints. Furthermore, with disasters occurring on the first day, it is certain that some individuals would be injured and lacking supplies, providing her with a chance to trade natural resources for items. Most importantly, after trading away the small lamps, flashlights, and gas canisters, she finally managed to clear space in her cellar for her sofa bed. Although she could not fully stretch out, it was certainly better than sleeping on the ground. Xiao also took a pillow, a blanket, and a plush toy that, albeit seemingly useless, provided her with a sense of security. Such an item would indeed be a rarity in the apocalypse. After arranging her resting space for the night, she glanced at the exchange center. Yu, sister. I'm here. Apologies for the delay. I almost didn't make it back. Yu, by the way, are you a sister or a brother? Yu, I hope you're still alive. You're one of the lucky survivors with 2 special eggs. Don't get caught. This was 5 minutes ago. Yu? A blanket? Your safe house has a bed? Xiao. Not really, but it's spacious. So I brought in a sofa bed along with some blankets and pillows. After a while, Yu replied, I envy you. Do you have extra blankets and pillows? A mattress would be even better. My safe house is a boat, a canopy boat. It's safe, but the temperature drops at night. It's too cold, and I feel like I might catch a cold. Getting a cold at this time could be deadly. Xiao was puzzled. A mattress? Can your boat accommodate that? The boat should be quite small. Yu. Many people are asking me for double blueprints. At first, I had little to trade. And blueprints also required fees. I could only collect items or materials, the most common being expansion items. So, although my boat looks small, it has a space of over 10 square meters inside, which is enough for a mattress. If you have a clean and complete set of beddings, I can trade you something for it, but I'm not sure what you might want. Even through the exchange center, Xiao could feel the wealth of the sister. It was evident that she must have secured a purple treasure chest egg and was now busy networking and acquiring blueprints, charging fees in the exchange center. Currently, blueprints hold more value than any resource, item, or material, placing her at the pinnacle of the food chain. Yu, of course, there's no need to envy me. I play many games. Blueprints are most valuable at the beginning because no one has them and everyone wants to find resources to exchange for blueprints. Later on, when everyone has blueprints, they become less valuable. Moreover, this is an apocalyptic game. Your food treasure chests will have greater significance later on. She insisted she was not boasting. Xiao, never mind. I'll just be envious. One cannot be too greedy. Having 2 treasure chest eggs is already fortunate. Xiao, right now, I only have blankets and pillows, but my safe house is quite mobile. I know of an underground warehouse. I can help you look for a mattress. But I will need gasoline. Upon reflection, she realized that her resources were actually not abundant. Her previous success in finding supplies stemmed from utilizing the time when everyone was still reeling from the situation, moving the cellar and thoroughly searching the nearby underground garages, which took considerable time and effort, but yielded very few treasure chests. The cellar lacks a clear line of sight. If a vehicle possesses sufficient fuel and has a clear view, survivors could spot treasure chests immediately, making it far more efficient than the cellar. Yu, sister. You're lucky. You have a mobile home. Those are fast and convenient. I don't have gasoline, but I know a client with a blue treasure chest egg. She has plenty of items. If you can help me find a mattress and daily necessities or medical supplies, I can trade gasoline from her. I can also introduce you to clients. I remember you have a food treasure chest and a black treasure chest egg. The exchange center doesn't allow for friend requests, so any introductions would require third-party collateral, meaning I would need to take a small fee. Chapter 18. Upgrade upon reading the densely packed text. Xiao was left with a singular thought. Had this sister been a broker before the apocalypse? The rhetoric was far too polished. To amass a clientele, one must incessantly seek out suitable survivors in this world. However, this process simultaneously filters out the less capable, which proved to be a laborious affair for Xiao. Just moments ago, she had privately messaged nearly 10 survivors, 9 of whom merely opened treasure chests to gather supplies, leaving the chests behind. Yu exclaimed, "Wow! This means I can upgrade to a level 2 weapon." Indeed, the other party already possessed a weapon stand. Soon, Yu sent over a sewing machine blueprint, which Xiao temporarily accepted. Yu then initiated a trade, offering another sewing machine blueprint in exchange for a level 1 weapon as a transaction fee. A sewing machine, it seemed, was akin to making garments, indeed, a useful item. Under normal circumstances, if she were aware that a friend owned a sewing machine, it would not be a priority, as it would waste resources. Yet, as the saying goes, having one's own is better than relying on others. Xiao handed the blueprint to Master Rashi, who expressed his desire to exchange the sewing machine blueprint for a small greenhouse. Xiao inquired, "You seek the small greenhouse because you already possess plants, correct?" Master Rashi replied with a chuckle, "You guessed correctly. I have obtained a special seed. Following this, he showcased the seed in the trade information. Desert thorn seed, description, can be planted in a greenhouse to grow, providing thorny protection for a safe house in its juvenile form. The mature form can parasitize the human body for protection. Ranked 86th among post-apocalyptic plants. Upon reading this information, Xiao felt a pang of envy. Master Rashi continued, "Now you understand why I need the small greenhouse. This seed is unique and has a ranking. Resources acquired on the first day of the apocalypse may not be available tomorrow. This seed is immensely valuable to me, especially with the potential emergence of monsters attacking safe houses in the future. Thus, it must be cultivated." Xiao felt a sudden urge to extend her blade toward him, contemplating a lethal strike for his possessions. Master Rashi added, "Good brother, if you haven't acquired any plants, do consider trading the greenhouse with me." Without further hesitation, Xiao directed her underground hideout towards the riverbank. At the riverbank stood a willow tree, a level 2 post-apocalyptic creature. Although she was uncertain of what would emerge if she were to chop it down with her axe, she felt confident wielding her level 2 axe, enhanced by a potion. The night breeze stirred gently, and following the hurricane, most individuals had vacated their hiding spots to scavenge for supplies. Thus, while many still illuminated the ground with their phones, ordinary survivors remained scarce by the riverbank. While Xiao's hideout facilitated mobility, its inability to survey the surface terrain was a significant drawback. She maneuvered the hideout to her designated coordinate, only to find a warning at the exit. Other survivors detected within 50 meters of the exit. This prompted Xiao to abandon her intention to leave the hideout. After relocating her hideout a short distance away and confirming that no other survivors were present within 50 meters, she extinguished her light and opened the hideout door. She blended seamlessly into the night, making her presence nearly undetectable from 50 meters away. A man, having discovered the peculiar willow tree, was met with a horrifying scream as he struck the tree, which transformed into a massive black shadow. How could it happen so quickly? The man cried out in agony, valiantly wielding his weapon against the dark apparition. The night was dark, but the moon shone brightly. A level 3 post-apocalyptic creature. It had swiftly escalated to this level. It appeared that more than one survivor had fallen victim, or perhaps low-level weapons were inadequate against the riddle before them. The sounds of the man's desperate struggle echoed as he fought against the biting shadow, which sounded quite gruesome. Yet, amidst the darkness, his handheld lantern fell to the ground, casting a vivid light that elongated the shadows on the ground. In this illumination, Xiao could see the man entangled with a branch-like black shadow. Moments later, the man reacted swiftly, delivering a fierce blow to the dark creature with his axe. A roaring sound reverberated, reminiscent of a motorcycle speeding away. Xiao was astonished. This individual had not utilized a safe house, but had instead sought out a motorcycle. The black shadow dashed past her with the swiftness of the wind, seemingly drawn to her presence. What if it led her into danger? Upon realizing this, she unhesitatingly hurled her level 2 axe at the black shadow with great force. Remarkably, her aim was consistently precise, whether throwing darts at home or shooting hoops at the arcade. As long as the distance was reasonable, she could hit her target. Now, empowered, she effortlessly wielded the axe as if it were a dart, aiming it at the creature marked as a level 3 post-apocalyptic threat. The black shadow howled in pain, clutching its head like a puppy being struck, a sound that belied its monstrous nature. The towering creature, standing over 2 meters tall, merely cast a fleeting glance at her before moving on, its gaze indifferent. Xiao pondered deeply. This creature had risen to level 3 by preying upon survivors and would likely deceive more. Although she currently wielded only a level 2 weapon, the creature was not invincible. It merely posed a greater challenge. To prevent future resource depletion, she resolved to remain vigilant and gather supplies tonight, determining that the level 3 creature must be dealt with immediately. Chapter 19. The sports car. Xiao commenced her testing. Being a game developer, she possessed knowledge of certain monster mechanics. For instance, the apocalyptic creature that had pursued the motorcycle-riding survivor was driven by a hatred mechanism. It halted midway due to the limited range of its hatred. Thus, she needed to ascertain whether the hatred range was determined by the distance between the monster and the player, or between the monster and the treasure chest. Xiao advanced to the point where the monster had stopped and turned back, maintaining a distance of 100 meters. The man on the motorcycle had been approximately 300 meters away from the apocalyptic creature. If she could relocate the entrance of the cellar to around 150 meters, she could test the lock-on distance. Should it be based on the distance from the treasure chest, she could engage the monster through baiting and attacking. Conversely, if the distance were determined by the player, she would simply retreat into the cellar at the first opportunity. Grasping her axe, she approached a willow tree and struck it fiercely. With a resounding crack, the willow vanished, transforming into a colossal apocalyptic creature. Xiao sprinted away. However, just as it drew near, preparing to attack, she swiftly delivered a blow with her axe before turning to flee once more. The creature ceased its advance. Remaining stationary as it observed her, its menacing claws retracting. A smile graced Xiao's face. Indeed, the hatred had a defined distance. More precisely, it seemed this monster was guarding a treasure chest. At the same level, attacking the willow with the correct weapon would yield a treasure chest, while using an incorrect or inferior weapon would summon a monster, which could not stray far from the willow. With this understanding, Xiao wasted no time, launching several strikes at the creature without hesitation. The apocalyptic monster, now in pain, turned to pursue her as she quickly retreated. The previously aloof gaze of the monster was now fixed on her with a complex intensity. Were it not for the beginner protection for survivors, it would have undoubtedly torn her apart for her audacity. Once outside the hatred range, she hurled another axe at the creature. The level 3 apocalyptic monster howled in agony, clutching its eyes. Infuriated by the damage inflicted by a mere human, it realized this one must have passed a challenge and earned the favor of the apocalyptic deity. Its once glowing red eyes now featured one turned black, and its shadowy form appeared to be disintegrating. A smirk played on Xiao's lips. Just like any living being, the more wounds one accumulates, the weaker one becomes. After enduring enough blows, one could no longer stand. The man who had ridden away on his motorcycle returned to the bridge for a look, only to find the searchlight by the river flickering. Initially armed with a level 2 weapon, he was astonished to encounter a level 3 apocalyptic monster and promptly decided to retreat. However, as he distanced himself, he began to suspect something was amiss. No! If the opponent had found a way to deal with that level 3 creature, he would be missing out on valuable resources. Hearing the distant roar of a motorcycle, Xiao realized she could delay no longer. The apocalyptic monster, nearly disintegrated, still possessed some attack power but seemed bound by certain rules compelling it to depart. Gripping her axe, she charged into the hatred range, swinging fiercely. The weight of the axe sliced through the air, creating a fierce wind that seemed to cleave the very gusts apart. With a final anguished howl, the apocalyptic creature collapsed. Unbeknownst to Xiao, as it fell, its claws reached out in a futile gesture of defiance. Once the creature vanished, a level 3 green treasure chest appeared at the site of the former willow. Xiao's eyes lit up. A level 3 treasure chest. She dashed toward it, the sound of the motorcycle growing increasingly close. The motorcycle approached directly, halting at the entrance of her cellar, its headlights glaring and illuminating her distinctly. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself. The man, sporting a full beard, removed his helmet, oblivious to the fact that he had blocked her cellar entry. His own safe house was immobile, necessitating his own venture for supplies. Little sister, you possess quite the skill. A level 2 axe capable of dispatching a level 3 apocalyptic creature. Youngsters like you truly excel at gaming, he chuckled. Uncle 1T bully you. That level 3 monster must have dropped a green treasure chest, filled with valuable items. How about we trade? Xiao remained silent. As the man began to rummage for items to showcase his wares, she suddenly threw out a toy car. Before he could comprehend, The toy transformed into a stunning red Ferrari supercar. Its flashy and resplendent exterior struck a chord within him, causing his heart to momentarily falter. What was the sensation? It was the feeling of infatuation. The next moment, the roar of the engine erupted. The exhaust fumes enveloped him as the red supercar accelerated, vanishing before his eyes. This girl possessed a supercar safe house, and it was his favorite limited edition model. Tears of envy welled at the corners of his mouth. He recalled his own safe house in the executive office, comfortable, spacious, with a sofa, air conditioning, a coffee machine, and a king-sized bed, yet it could not move. Xiao's journey spanned merely 6 kilometers. The initial drive of the supercar was somewhat overwhelming, and this safe house would provide hints below 50 miles per hour. The word visible would appear, while exceeding 50 miles per hour would change it to hidden. This clarified why the car had materialized when she was on the boat. It must be said, the visibility from this vehicle was exceptional, able to penetrate all terrestrial structures. Moreover, in the darkness, the glowing treasure chests were particularly conspicuous. In a mere kilometer, Xiao spotted 2 treasure chests yet to be claimed and 3 piles of debris from undiscovered buildings. Chapter 20. Tremor. Although the landscape was expansive, its shortcomings were painfully apparent. Resources were dwindling. As she pressed the accelerator, she found that her traveling distance was halved. Moreover, deceleration was sluggish, and not every location afforded a place to park. Designated parking spots were primarily situated along the road. Fortunately, these areas, obscured by collapsed structures, were unlikely to attract many survivors. Upon halting her vehicle, Xiao intended to scavenge for supplies, but decided to first enter the communication center. Although she had switched to a different secured shelter, the information displayed remained her own. Thus, this mechanism was bound to the survivors, with the shelter merely serving as a platform for communication, akin to needing to download an app and bind one's identity to log into WeChat. This arrangement precluded the possibility of concealing her identity. However, the chat history remained intact. Xiao's supplies were stored in the cellar, and only those kept in the cellar's warehouse could be accessed through the supply channel at any time. Currently, her supply channel contained only a level 2 fire axe. At the communication center, she exchanged a red treasure chest with turtle sage for a hammer and a hoe before departing to gather more resources. The location of the supplies was concealed beneath the debris of collapsed buildings. Even survivors would find it challenging to uncover them unless they drove through the hollowed structures. Thankfully, having consumed a strength potion, she was easily capable of moving the rubble. Ultimately, she retrieved a blue treasure chest, a red treasure chest, and 3 purple treasure chests unearthed from piles of debris. Xiao felt like a master of gathering blueprints, as others commonly found numerous blue treasure chests, while hers were woefully scarce. Returning to her vehicle, fatigue washed over her. Despite the potion, her injuries still ached. She had to traverse at least 1 kilometer to reach her cellar. After trading with Yu for a barrel of gasoline, she realized that the gasoline was stored within the cellar and not in the warehouse, rendering it inaccessible through the supply channel on her wrist. This predicament vexed her. Thus, at midnight, Xiao was still scouring the dark riverside for her cellar. Luckily, she had a spotlight overhead. Her first reaction was to grumble, Xiao, I have bound 3 secure shelters. The cellar, fishing boat, and Ferrari each have 10 warehouses. Why can't I use them simultaneously? Is it that the supply channel can only be activated for 1 shelter at a time? Xiao paused for a moment. Please hold on. I will promptly report this issue to the Apocalypse game. Xiao? Report? What does that mean? Is it a bug? Feeling slightly better, she hoped for a reasonable solution. Navigating the joystick towards the underground warehouse where she had previously lived, she was grateful not to have forgotten to record her coordinates. Soon, she reached the designated location. The coordinates remained unchanged. However, this time, a prompt indicated that survivors were located 50 meters from the exit. This signified that the underground warehouse had visitors. The hurricane had devastated the surface structures, and it was inevitable that people would come searching the underground warehouse. Naturally, many supplies had likely been taken, but she wondered if any medical supplies or mattresses remained. Turning off the lamp in the cellar, she quietly opened the cellar door and overheard a conversation. "This apocalypse has indeed arrived. But I just spent $600,000 on a house with a 27-year mortgage. How could it all vanish?" One remarked. "Such a global catastrophe affects us all. On second thought, not having to pay the mortgage for the next 27 years could be a blessing. That makes sense, but whether we have a future is uncertain. Who knows? Every day lived is a day gained. Hurry up and move. The Alliance is taking over, and all these supplies will be requisitioned. By the way, is your wife and child all right?" "The child cannot go without food. I left a box of little cakes in the corner. Make sure you don't take those with you." "Thank you, and you?" Don't worry, I saved some for my wife too. Once I finish moving, I'll sneak them to her. But keep it under wraps from others." Xiao cautiously opened the cellar, peeking out. The underground warehouse was dimly lit by emergency lights, offering a murky view. Many nearby cargo areas had already been cleared, and the two individuals conversing were carrying boxes toward the exit. Xiao stood and followed them, noticing they wore uniforms emblazoned with the Alliance's insignia. Since the establishment of the Apocalypse Alliance, everyone fell under its jurisdiction, and resources were distributed by the Alliance. Food was already gone, and supplies like tents had been moved out, but fortunately, the furniture section remained untouched, and mattresses were easily found. As Xiao located a 2M×2M mattress and attempted to retrieve it for the cellar, a prompt appeared. Insufficient cellar space, unable to acquire this natural resource. Frustrated, she resumed her search. After a few minutes, she spotted a folded soft mattress, still 2M×2M when unfolded but thin and soft, compressed to 1M×1M in size, with a post-vacuum thickness of only 20 centimeters. This could now be stored in the cellar. Preparing to head to the medical supply area, she was caught off guard as the two workers returned, continuing to move supplies inside. Xiao quickly ducked behind a shelf. "Have you heard? A century ago, the prophecy of the apocalypse was foretold, and the alliance agreement has already been established and announced. Should the apocalypse arrive, 3 plans will be enacted to ensure human survival." "What plans?" "The first is the Heavenly Palace Plan, which involves a space station in the cosmos, reportedly large enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. The second is Noah's Ark, supposedly constructed behind the ice walls of Antarctica, the largest Noah's Ark in the world, impervious to destruction. Equipped with enough resources to sustain 1 million people for 1 million years, capable of withstanding any natural disaster." "The first? Forget it. We ordinary folks cannot access the heavens. As for the second, who can prove its existence so far away in Antarctica?" "The third is the most perilous yet closest to us," the speaker teased. "They've built an underground city here to withstand various calamities, and soon the Alliance will organize us to enter the underground city." "Is that true?" "A few years ago, when the road collapsed, wasn't there someone who leaked that? All because of the existence of the underground city." Just as the words were spoken, the ground suddenly began to tremble. The shelves began to sway, and Xiao dashed towards the cellar entrance, only to collide with the 2 incoming workers. They stared in astonishment at the unexpected presence of a woman in the warehouse, but before they could speak, a cracking sound echoed above them. Enormous shelves toppled toward the 3. Chapter 21. High Fever Caution. The older brother standing opposite Xiao instinctively pulled her towards him. However, he did not anticipate that the shelf behind him would also come crashing down. Just as the 2 Alliance staff members thought their time had come, the earthquake ceased. Upon reopening her eyes, Xiao beheld a girl before her, effortlessly lifting the heavy shelf, which weighed several hundred pounds, high above her head. This astonishing scene left both men utterly bewildered. "Quickly, let us go," Xiao urged, frowning. One of them, regaining his composure, turned to his companion. "We need to hurry." "Oh dear," the other began to speak, but was swiftly pulled away by his friend. Once the 2 had vacated the area, Su Xiao casually tossed the shelf aside. In her hands, the heavy structure felt weightless, though it crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. The power of this apocalyptic serum was beyond the grasp of ordinary humanity. Could it be an earthquake of sorts? As for the magnitude, Su Xiao fished out her phone, only to discover it had lost signal. The map and WeChat could not connect. Earlier, she had been able to utilize the residual signals to check maps, communications, and news updates, but now all was inaccessible. It seemed the earthquake's purpose was to disrupt the signals above ground. Never mind that, Su Xiao opened the communication center. Yu, sorry, sister. I was out for a bit and missed your message. Do you still need it? I've swapped a barrel of gasoline for you. Receiving a barrel of gasoline. Su Xiao promptly sent over a mattress. The supermarket warehouse here has been requisitioned by the Alliance, and all supplies have been cleared out. This is the only thing no one wants right now. I managed to grab some medicine earlier, but it's just iodine, cotton swabs, disinfectant, and Band-Aids. They can clean wounds, but they want to eliminate infection. Do you need it? Yu replied, sure. Did you know there was an earthquake? I was outside looking for supplies when it suddenly struck, and then my phone lost signal. I can't reach my parents, which is quite distressing. I thought I could gather supplies for the safe house sooner and find them quickly. Now with the earthquake, I fear for their safety. It's the second day of earthquakes. I wonder what tomorrow will bring. Su Xiao, equally uncertain, began to assess the supplies in her cellar. Level 1 Safe House. Owner, Su Xiao Space. 7-9. Apocalyptic Resources. Bottled water 3, milk 1, chips 2, chocolate bars 2, iron blocks 26, wooden planks 23, fabric 15. Plastic 19, gasoline 2, greenhouse blueprint, electric propeller blueprint, facilities, weapon station 1, used blueprints, titanium battery, warehouse, 910, includes, level 1 red chest 1, level 1 blue chests 2, level 1 white chests 8, level 1 black chests 4, level 2 fire axe, level 3 green chest, level 1 hammer, level 1 hoe. Purple chests 3, oxygen duration, 23 hours 55 minutes and 21 seconds, oxygen accumulation duration, 1H, indoor temperature, 17 degrees, each time she exited the cellar. The oxygen duration recalculated. Moreover, apart from the purple chests, all other chests displayed levels, indicating that purple chests could not be upgraded. The reason she was not in a hurry to open the white and black chests was twofold. First, she currently lacked for food supplies. Second, these chests appeared capable of synthesizing higher-tier chests, yet she had not yet discovered the method to do so. As for the green chests, even if a player with a green egg emerged, she was reluctant to entrust them with it, as they could not provide an equally valuable item as collateral. Thus, Su Xiao chose to open the level 3 green chest. Endless Shadow Seed, description, can be planted in a greenhouse for nurturing. Upon blooming, it will yield a young endless shadow, which can parasitize the human body. It ranks 13th among apocalyptic plants. Su Xiao's eyes sparkled. She recalled that Master Rashi's plant ranked over 80. Only the mature form could parasitize a human. Yet this juvenile form could already do so. Ranking 13th, could it be that the level of the chest influenced the plant's ranking? If so, should she cultivate that willow tree? But no. Nurturing it might lead to her demise, or it could end up as someone else's meal. Better to harvest early and enjoy the rewards. Immediately, she utilized the greenhouse blueprint. The requirements for the small greenhouse were, for iron blocks, 8 plastics, for end soil, consuming 1 space in the safe house. She had enough plastic and iron blocks. But what was end soil? Was it a resource extracted from high-level chests? Pondering this, Su Xiao messaged Yu, have you found any end soil? Yu, still awake, replied, nope. Do you have any plants? Su Xiao answered, yes. Yu continued, I haven't found any either. No one has mentioned where it comes from. We can research it together tomorrow. By the way, I'm planning to sleep now. I'm exhausted. You wouldn't believe how my day went. Do you still have any purple chests? I'll help you open them before I sleep. Su Xiao replied, I don't. You should rest. No need to mention that she had just found 3 purple chests in one go. The communication center had grown quieter. After all, it was 1:30 in the morning. Today had been a day of scavenging for supplies and battling zombies, and Xiao felt fatigued. After tidying her sofa bed, she collapsed into sleep. In her drowsy state, she heard the system prompt, "It's 8 a.m. Dawn has arrived. Apocalyptic resources have refreshed. Some chests have become obsolete. Yesterday's path was a missed opportunity. New crises are silently approaching. Today, we must strive to survive." Infection level 28. Xiao instantly opened her eyes. Resources had refreshed, yet her infection level had inexplicably risen. This was a serious concern, and she hurriedly opened the communication center to inquire with familiar contacts, Yu and Master Rashi. Indeed, both had also been roused by the notification. Master Rashi exclaimed, "What the heck? My infection level is at 78. I have a fever. I can't be dying. Can I? Do you have any fever-reducing medicine?" Yu chimed in, "I was at 32 yesterday, and waking up, I'm at 42. It seems everyone's infection levels have risen, yet we haven't found any supplies to clear infection. Plus, I think I have a fever. I wonder if it's due to my injuries from yesterday." Xiao touched her forehead, feeling somewhat dizzy. It seemed she too had developed a fever. Could it be due to her wound? She peeled off the band-aid on her leg. The bite mark from the dog had scabbed over, but the area around it was slightly purple, as if some toxin were spreading through her bloodstream, seemingly linked to her fever. Her head felt heavy, as if burdened by a weakening debuff. Was it time to search for medicinal supplies? Opening the communication center, others were also inquiring, "Does anyone have fever-reducing medicine? I have a fever and my son does too. If you have any, I can trade you for it. I have blueprints, weapons, and food." Chapter 22. Self-Rescue. Xiao initiated an inquiry. "Hello, may I ask if your son has bound himself to a safe house?" A foreboding sensation crept over her. "Please check if your son exhibits any peculiar changes. This might not be an ordinary fever." The message indicated that a new crisis had stealthily descended upon them. Could it be that not only the survivors bound to safe houses were affected, but those unbound as well had succumbed to the contagion? Survivors with safe houses could still scavenge weapons to deal with those zombie cats and zombie dogs. What of the ordinary survivors? The other party had not explicitly stated the differences, yet Xiao had surmised, if this is indeed a consequence of the apocalypse, then only supplies from the end times can save him. Conventional medicine would be futile. Naturally, Xiao speculated thus, even believing that without a bound safe house, one might not even see the treasure chests, rendering even the end-time supplies useless. "Please hold on, I am currently inquiring for you," Xiao Mo responded. Xiao found Xiao Mo's demeanor reminiscent of a perfunctory game customer service representative, unresponsive until prompted, merely nudging the programmers when questioned. However, one could hardly blame customer service for typical game bugs. The ire was better directed at the programmers. Xiao was presented with 3 choices: 3 barrels of gasoline, 3 bottles of oxygen, or 3 batteries, all essential resources for sustaining life. Without hesitation, she selected the 3 barrels of gasoline, and combined with the 2 barrels gifted by Yu yesterday, she now possessed 5 barrels, sufficient to travel 50 kilometers. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao ventured outside to assess the situation beyond the cellar. The location remained that of the underground warehouse from the previous night. It was evident that another earthquake had struck, and with considerable intensity, resulting in the entire underground warehouse being engulfed in debris. The tremors rendered the subterranean realm exceedingly perilous. Xiao maneuvered the cellar away from the underground warehouse to a more accessible position on the flat ground. Confusion washed over her. Could it be an issue of her memory? There had been no hollow area here just yesterday. Pondering further, she exited the cellar for a better look, fortunate enough to find no one within a 50-meter radius. As Xiao rose, she witnessed a profound fissure appear before the cellar. Over there, someone emerged abruptly from the ground. She must have a safe house. Suddenly, a voice called out. Xiao glanced over to see a cluster of survivors gathered near 100 meters away, having erected makeshift tents. Indeed, There were no survivors within 50 meters, but outside that range, they thrived. In the cover of night, no one would have seen Xiao. But with the dawn breaking just past 8 o'clock, she was fully exposed as she emerged from the ground. At the same time, she noticed a white treasure chest adjacent to the crowd, yet they ignored it entirely, for they had not bound themselves to a safe house. "Miss, we mean no harm." Two men clad in Alliance uniforms approached her. "If you have bound yourself to a safe house, would you be interested in surrendering it for Alliance research? It may hold the key to saving all of humanity." Xiao rolled her eyes and promptly dove back into the cellar, leaving no trace for the two men. Nearby, a man crouched, slurping instant noodles, chuckled softly. Foolish, he thought. This matter is beyond their control. Whoever obtains it will not willingly relinquish it. Yet he clearly recalled that the young girl had saved him in the underground warehouse last night. She had appeared fragile, not even reaching his shoulder. Yet when her slender arms lifted, she effortlessly hoisted a 100-kilogram shelf. Just as he laughed, the two self-proclaimed Alliance men turned at the sound, their faces flushed with discomfort. Now even more irate as they glared at the man, forcefully kicking over his bowl of noodles. "What are you laughing at? Did I permit you to laugh?" The man, seeing his bowl toppled, sprang to his feet, seizing the collar of the offender. "I was enjoying my meal. Why did you kick me? Do you think you're so important? I am no inmate to be controlled." The persistent tremors had already been bothersome enough. After finally calming the agitated crowd, just a brief moment of peace was shattered by this altercation. The other man's eyes darkened as he surveyed the makeshift relief camp. "The Alliance saved you. If we cannot find a solution today, we will all perish. Do not revel in misfortune." "Alliance? How many are left in the Alliance?" The man scoffed, anger bubbling within him. "Last night, we labored tirelessly to move supplies, yet today a temporary relief camp is established. Tell me, where have all those supplies gone? None of the vehicles remain this morning. While those entering the relief camp were considered part of the Alliance, what of the resources? Could the Alliance truly be relied upon? The Alliance is already working on a rescue plan. Do not be ungrateful. We are not the only ones suffering. There are others." The man retorted vehemently. "Indeed. We are not the only ones suffering, but why are you preventing us from leaving? Who does not know that finding a safe house is the only way to survive? By confining us here, can we still find a safe house?" The man cried out, prompting the crowd to react. Xiao had intended to discreetly manipulate the control lever to shift the cellar's position, but she inadvertently witnessed this entire scene. Extending her hand, she touched the white treasure chest before her, claiming it. The nearby woman, her eyes wide, gazed at the opening cellar entrance and locked eyes with Xiao, preparing to call out. With a swift motion, the cellar door slammed shut, and the woman instinctively reached out, as if merging with the earth itself, leaving no trace of a fissure behind. This was utterly astonishing. How could a survivor possessing such a mysterious safe house possibly surrender it? Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, could the Alliance truly provide salvation? No. Rather than waiting for the Alliance to rescue them, it was better to take matters into their own hands. Regaining her composure, the woman rushed forward to separate the two men on the verge of conflict, asserting, "We must leave." Chapter 23, Crisis Leaving? Leaving is indeed a good idea. The man scoffed coldly. "You shall not claim any more supplies. Moreover, you will remain stranded if the Alliance's rescue team arrives. They have issued instructions to the displaced, advising them not to wander and to await subsequent assistance." A woman cried out, "We cannot stay here. We must seek a safe house. The Alliance cannot save us." At that moment, Xiao, having just transitioned to another location to retrieve a different white treasure chest, overheard her words. He pondered, this individual possesses a commendable awareness. In such dire circumstances, who could one truly rely upon? Furthermore, the more people congregate, the greater the risk of danger. Unless a powerful individual emerges, capable of subjugating others and establishing a singular leadership, it is evident that the Alliance lacks such capability at present. The previously quiet man's gaze shifted subtly. "If the Alliance cannot save you, then who can?" he remarked with a mocking grin. Silence enveloped the group. The man, holding the woman's hand, spoke up. Those survivors bound to the safe houses can save us. They possess safe houses and wield unique powers. I witnessed a girl lift hundreds of kilograms of goods single-handedly last night. Thus, the safe house is undoubtedly extraordinary. A derisive voice chimed in from the side. Those bound to safe houses have long fled. Do you truly believe anyone would linger here like you useless wretches, doing nothing? Perhaps it was due to a fever. But Xiao felt a sense of emotional instability. If they cannot rescue us, then the Alliance is even less capable. Therefore, we must become survivors ourselves. The woman asserted firmly. It was announced yesterday that out of 30 million safe houses globally, 298, 472 have already been claimed. We still have a chance. And thus we must not remain here. As soon as the woman's voice fell, another tremor shook the ground. The camp, which had been organized, immediately descended into chaos. It seemed everyone realized the truth in her words. Those gathering resources hurried to collect supplies while others scrambled for valuables. In the commotion, Xiao, who had been stealthily gathering 2 treasure chests in the cellar, couldn't help but mutter, "Only now do they realize." He felt a sense of surprise. It appeared these individuals had a remarkably delayed reaction, as it had already been 24 hours since the disaster struck. At such times, one should not expect any organization to provide salvation. No, the Alliance. A fleeting thought crossed Xiao's mind as he recalled their conversation from the previous night. Was the Alliance, under the guise of offering aid, actually consolidating control over their freedom, preventing them from seeking safe houses? Were they dispatching their own personnel to secure the safe houses for themselves? Once this notion took root, Xiao began to question whether he was becoming overly conspiratorial. If the Alliance had anticipated the impending apocalypse, how could they not be prepared? Or perhaps they were prepared, but chose not to inform the general populace from the outset. Yet, requisitioning supplies and emptying underground warehouses did not seem like a sign of readiness. Never mind, it was not his place to speculate. Xiao ceased his musings and manipulated the cellar's movement. As resources refreshed, his first order of business was to seize the opportunity to locate treasure chests. A notification indicated that some treasure chests from yesterday had become obsolete, meaning they would no longer be produced. He speculated this referred to the green chests. In the realm of apocalyptic flora, there existed a hierarchy, and thus far, no survivor had reported finding any green treasure chests. Hence, the likelihood of their obsolescence was highest. With a loud crash, the cellar became immobile once more. Checking the map, he noticed that the area opposite had turned into an empty void. At that moment, the previously blackened underground regions on the map revealed white spaces both before and behind Xiao's cellar, indicating that the earthquake was ongoing and severe, continuously generating underground fissures, the depth of which hindered the cellar's movement. Xiao pushed against the cellar door, prompting a warning. The seismic disaster outside has reached level 8. Travel is not advised. Indeed, venturing outside was out of the question. Although vehicles could traverse the narrow voids, the fuel tank only afforded a range of 50 kilometers. And at high speeds, it would run out in less than an hour. The more he contemplated, the greater his headache became, compounded by his fever. He wondered if there would be additional negative effects following this high temperature. Perhaps it was best to remain inside for the time being. Using the eggs he possessed to exchange for resources at the communication center and wait for the safe house upgrade plans to be revealed later in the afternoon. Xiao retrieved a ceramic pot, pouring in a small bowl of rice, rinsing it before adding just enough water to cover the grains, and set it to simmer slowly. Simultaneously, he opened the safe exchange center and several messages popped up. In addition to Yu and the Turtle Sage, there were also messages from several survivors he had privately communicated with yesterday. It seemed that after a night and the resource refreshed this morning, they had all acquired new treasure chests. As Xiao began to open food treasure chests and material treasure chests, he also checked the messages from the Turtle Sage and Yu. Turtle Sage, this earthquake is terrifying. It has rendered my turtle immobile. Numerous quicksand pits have appeared in the desert, and I dare not venture out for supplies. Brother, I have several white treasure chests here. Please help me open them. The turtle sage resided in a desert. When an earthquake strikes and fissures emerge, the sand will sink, leading to the formation of quicksand. Unless the turtle sage could escape the desert, he would have to rely on his turtle's slow speed to navigate. Turtle sage, I have 27. Xiao, so many? Surprisingly, that was even more than her own white treasure chests. However, Xiao felt no envy. No matter how many food treasure chests he had, they would still need to be opened by her. With the double eggs from the food treasure chests, the apocalyptic demigod had established an unassailable position. Turtle Sage, the sewing machine blueprint you rejected yesterday, I traded it for a biological speed enhancer blueprint, which can be installed on a biological safe house to increase mobility. My turtle's speed now reaches at least 30 miles per hour. I spent all night searching, and I can confirm that there is no one else in this desert, just me. So I now control all the treasure chests in the entire desert. Xiao had seen individuals monopolizing fishing ponds, commercial centers, and real estate projects. But this was the first time he encountered someone so proud of monopolizing desert treasure chests. Yet, he had to admit that while starting in the desert was indeed unfortunate, being able to control the desert's treasure chests now was a stroke of fortune. Thus, he decided to first transport 6 white treasure chests to the warehouse, and then open the remaining ones to send to the Turtle Sage. Chapter 24. The demise of 27 units of supplies. Does it sound like an excessive amount? Master Rashi hesitated for a moment, and then said, Brother, allow me to share a piece of information with you. Can we negotiate for a reduced rate? I assure you, this information is known to very few. Master Rashi continued, I do not wish to take advantage of you, nor do I doubt your worth. You deserve the earnings from the food treasure chest's transaction fees. However, my appetite is quite substantial, and the food resources I can acquire are limited. 1 unit of food is simply insufficient for a single meal for me, so I wish to stockpile more provisions. But you, my friend, are different. Without staple foods, his discomfort was already palpable. A bottle of water and a slice of strawberry cake merely sufficed to barely meet the daily caloric requirements of the human body, leaving other needs completely unaddressed. In other words, these items kept him alive, but did not allow him to live fully. If an apocalyptic scenario were to unfold, enduring hunger daily would render life unbearable. He might as well succumb now. After pondering for a moment, Xiao spoke. Today, 1 color of the treasure chest has already been discontinued. Are you concerned that other colors might follow suit? She had contemplated this issue as well. The current abundance of food does not guarantee future availability. If today saw the disappearance of the green treasure chest, tomorrow could witness the same fate for the white one. The expiration of natural resources loomed just 6 days away, and no one could predict whether food would vanish or become scarce thereafter. If only the white food treasure chests were left operational, that would indeed mark the true onset of the apocalypse. Master Rashi replied, Indeed, it is not so much about discontinuation. In this apocalyptic game, the calamity is merely the beginning. Resources are of utmost importance, and the circumstances that will arise in the future remain uncertain. Xiao continued, with 27 treasure chests. Why the urgency to exchange them for supplies? Surely, storing them in a warehouse would be far more convenient. Master Rashi hesitated momentarily before confessing to Xiao, You are the only player with the food treasure eggs. You understand that the apocalypse is fraught with danger, so... It dawned on Xiao. He was worried for her survival. Suppressing her amusement, she realized that she would never lack for food and materials in the future, as these survivors would become her industrious ants. Thus, her aspirations remained focused on the purple and blue treasure chests. With this in mind, she regarded Master Rashi with softened eyes, saying, Very well, share your information with me. If it is something I do not already know, I shall agree to a reduction of half. She did not wish for her industrious workers to perish. Master Rashi, sensing her willingness, eagerly sent a message, cryptically stating, It pertains to the upgrade of the safe house. You don't know about this, do you? A level 1 safe house indicates it is eligible for an upgrade. Xiao replied, I am already aware of this. Master Rashi exclaimed, No way. You're not deceiving me, are you? It was not a matter of Su Xiao boasting. She genuinely knew, as her upgrade plan would be ready in just 9 hours. Su Xiao replied, I am not deceiving you. So, please provide me with another piece of information, something I am unaware of. Master Rashi, in disbelief, asked, Have you already discovered 3 safe houses? Upgrading before me? He recalled a hint that seemed to support this notion, though he could not quite remember the specifics. Thus, he had to utilize different information to entice Su Xiao. Surely, you don't know what the upgraded safe houses will look like. While you will find out eventually, I can offer you a collaboration. Should I discover additional safe houses, I will inform you immediately to assist with your upgrade. With the accelerator, he could traverse the desert, uncovering unclaimed safe house locations. Su Xiao pondered for a moment, agreed. Please proceed. Master Rashi elaborated. After the upgrade, the 3 safe houses will unlock a teleportation channel, allowing for mutual transportation. Therefore, I can utilize the turtle when I have accelerator fuel. Aside from the underground sand fortress, both plants and the turtle can be carried after leaving a safe house. This means I can bring a transformed safe house into an active mobile safe house, allowing me to drop it at a desired marked location, effectively creating an additional fixed coordinate. Su Xiao was taken aback. She had never anticipated the existence of such a clever hiding mechanism. What Master Rashi described was indeed feasible, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in her mind. Master Rashi was stunned for a full 3 minutes before exclaiming, Goodness! I hadn't considered that aspect. If another survivor were to take it, I would be finished. Su Xiao thought, how had this child not considered this risk? Instead, she had inadvertently reminded him. Well, one might as well consider it a boost to her industrious wisdom. Whether by boat or car, Su Xiao's primary concern was the potential loss of her non-active safe house once it transformed into a toy. While the clever hiding mechanism might exist, it could indeed be taken by other survivors. If they transported her safe toy house to a perilous location, lying in wait for her arrival to ambush and seize the safe house, it would pose a significant threat. Nonetheless, Master Rashi had provided Su Xiao with this vital clue. Especially since her upgrade plan would soon be revealed, there might yet be an opportunity for modification. In accordance with their agreement, Su Xiao retained 3 white treasure chests as a transaction fee, while the remaining supplies were bestowed upon Master Rashi. With 3 safe houses at her disposal, she had no concerns regarding space constraints. She then noticed a second message from Master Rashi, Brother, after the upgrade. The communication center will feature an additional channel for advanced players, visible only to players who have upgraded their safe houses. The owner numbers will be reassigned based on the order of upgrades. My new number is 3. I have already conversed with the owner of house number 2, and he seems quite amiable. However, the owner of number 1 has yet to appear. As the upgraded safe houses are exclusive, even if a survivor perishes, the safe house will perish alongside them. I suspect the owner of number may first already be deceased. Su Xiao fell silent upon reading this. Why did her potential collaborator either fear her demise or presume she was already on the path to it? Upon clicking on Master Rashi's profile, she discovered that his information had indeed changed. Giant Turtle Master, Advanced House Owner Number 3, Tag, Red Treasure Chest. How intriguing. She could even click on the tag. Su Xiao did so, only to be met with the message, Your current safe house level is too low. You do not have permission to view this information. Su Xiao was taken aback. As the first survivor to possess 3 safe houses, she found herself without viewing privileges. Well then, she consoled herself. Custom options are superior to readily available stock. It is indeed worth the wait. Chapter 25, Anomaly, Access Denied. Su Xiao vented her frustration on Master Rashi. Well said. Next time, I'll double the fee for opening your food treasure chests. Master Rashi? Are you serious, brother? Master Rashi, what did I say to offend you, brother? Regardless, once the upgrade plan for the safe house is revealed, Master Rashi will soon discover that she is the owner of house number 1. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Master Rashi provided crucial information. Firstly, the 3 safe houses have reached the pinnacle of upgrades and cannot bind to the 4th. Secondly, the exclusive safe house cannot be released even if the survivor perishes. This indicates that the struggle for safe houses is the means of survival for lower-tier survivors, while the next step in the game is to foster healthy cooperation among higher-tier players. After concluding her conversation with Master Rashi, Xiao sought out Yu. Yu was looking for her to open a few material treasure chests and select exclusive materials, while Xiao also wished for her assistance in opening 2 purple treasure chests. The material treasure chests incur a commission. For every 2 black treasure chests, 1 unit of materials is collected. Yu provided her with 8 black treasure chests, asking for 8 iron blocks and 4 wooden planks in return, and then handed over a blueprint for indoor lighting as collateral. Upon seeing the blueprint, Xiao felt a surge of excitement. Although it wasn't an essential blueprint, she promptly delivered the purple treasure chests. The next moment, a message from Yu arrived. "Sister, what unbelievable luck you have. Oh, I desperately want the blueprint that came from your chest." Xiao was puzzled. Yu showed her the attributes of the blueprint. Bathroom facilities blueprint. 2. Description. Equipped with a vanity mirror, toilet, standing shower, hot and cold water tank. Requires 6 space units. This truly required 6 units. It was Xiao's first time encountering a blueprint that demanded such a considerable amount of space. This suggested that the materials would not be easily gathered, unlike what could be assembled in a short time. However, it must be said that for someone like her, who had no washing facilities in any of her 3 safe houses, this was indeed a boon. In her mind, Xiao was already contemplating where to place this bathroom. It had to be in the cellar, as cellars are opaque, whether in a sports car or a fishing boat. They gave her the impression of bathing without closing the door. To be frank, Yu felt this was a test of her conscience. If she were more ruthless, she could forcibly seize the blueprint, engaging in coercive trade. Unfortunately, the other party was a survivor with dual treasure chests, so this wasn't a simple transaction. If she dared to engage in coercive trade, the other party would blacklist her and cease to assist her in opening treasure chests. Equitable exchange is a proposition that can only be made when both parties are equally matched in power. Upon receipt, Xiao immediately used it. The bathroom facilities required 40 waterproof panels, 20 alloys, 10 composite glass, water energy, consuming 6 units of safe house space. Xiao. She had never seen any of these materials. It seemed that only high-level treasure chests yielded such materials. Frankly speaking, she had opened a plethora of blueprints, but none were of use since she had never encountered the materials. Yu also noticed that aside from the purple treasure chests, the other chests had levels. Yet a method to upgrade the chests was elusive. Xiao remarked, "I don't know. Green treasure chests are upgraded when monsters consume survivors, but other chests lack monsters. Although purple treasure chests are open through information, they do not display levels." From her inquiries with Master Rashi, she learned that using the wrong weapons to open abandoned buildings or tools would only result in the prompt, "Your actions do not seem to have altered anything." This means that only apocalyptic creatures guard the apocalyptic plants. Wait, I saw someone in the communication center say they can fuse lower-level chests into higher-level ones. Xiao was taken aback, but she hadn't seen that in the communication center. Perhaps the information refreshed differently on both sides, considering there were already over 10 million survivors. And the exchange of resources would only increase. Really, he even showed me a level 2 green treasure chest. Xiao? If she hadn't witnessed the apocalyptic creatures consuming survivors for upgrades, she might have believed it. Just as she thought to warn Yu not to believe it. It was too late. I'm so mad. I told him to fuse a white chest for me on the spot. But he said he only had 2 white food chests and needed me to send him 1 more to make 3, so I did, and then he blacklisted me. Avoiding danger. Xiao. Luckily, it was just a loss of 1 white food chest. Of course. I wouldn't be foolish enough to exchange blueprints and material chests. That would be truly foolish. This person is uncouth, but quite handsome. Xiao? He even sent you a photo? This was the Apocalyptic Safe House Communication Center, and one could send photos? Was this Apocalyptic game intending to encourage survivors to engage in online romance, helping humanity to procreate and perpetuate civilization? 6. I meant that this person's ID is uncouth, but very handsome. Xiao. However, it was indeed peculiar. Many blueprints had emerged. Yet these materials were evidently not obtainable from a level 1 treasure chest. Currently, it appeared that even black treasure chests were limited. Aside from the temporary challenges that appeared last night, she had never seen a black chest again. She discovered that information regarding the discounted blueprints had surfaced. House owner 199-3203, toilet blueprint for 10 days of food resources. House owner 223844950, constant temperature air conditioning blueprint for 15 days of food resources. House owner 91283014, air purifier blueprint for gasoline or batteries. Xiao saw the most absurd one, a fitness facility blueprint. Someone couldn't help but comment, "What useless blueprint is this? It's the apocalypse. Who has the energy to work out? Places we wouldn't even go to on a regular day." In the apocalypse, are we still worried about being subhealthy? Something was amiss. These blueprints were far too strange. These facilities were definitely not necessities for the impending apocalypse. Yet, when something is amiss, there is often a hidden danger. Regardless, the current quantity of materials was wholly insufficient to support the blueprints, indicating that this setting was indeed anomalous. Coupled with the previously discontinued green treasure chest, it was easy to surmise that the blueprint chests would also be discontinued. Yet, these seemingly useless blueprints prompted Xiao to examine the descriptions of several blueprints she had already utilized, seeking to uncover a pattern. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual. Chapter 26. The stone pile. The description of the small greenhouse for green plants indicates its potential use for cultivating flora within the apocalyptic game. The introduction to the end seed suggests that it can be nurtured within the greenhouse using blood as a medium. This implies that what appears to be an ordinary function on the blueprint may yield extraordinary results amidst the scarcity of resources in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Thus, the seemingly mundane blueprints for fitness equipment and air purifiers, which appear to lack utility in such dire times, might possess unexpected benefits. Upon further inspection, it becomes evident that many survivors, hindered by a lack of composite materials, are eager to exchange these seemingly useless blueprints for provisions. They aim to convert what they perceive as temporarily valueless blueprints into tools and food supplies, while a minority may trade surplus blueprints for materials to craft other blueprints and tools. Consequently, the most sought-after resources at the exchange center are food, sustenance materials, and supplies for expansion. The aftermath of the earthquake has already hinted at food shortages, and not just in-game resources, even natural supplies are in demand. Trading natural resources for tools comes at a steep cost, making the exchange of unwanted blueprints a more favorable option. Through negotiation, Xiao successfully traded her remaining small lamp, bedding, and gas stove for a disposable blueprint of fitness equipment, water purifiers, air purifiers, and temperature-controlled air conditioning, items that were unwanted by others. These facilities, once crafted, could only be utilized within her safe house and were not subject to trade, categorizing them as one-time blueprints. In contrast, weaponry stations, sewing machines, and titanium batteries are classified as processing stations, with their products and tools being tradable. Hence, survivors are reluctant to exchange natural resources for them. For Xiao, the ability to exchange her natural resources for these blueprints was already a substantial gain. Simultaneously, she contacted Yu. "I have 2 purple treasure chests, both of which I will open for you." Xiao? How could that be? Yu, QQ, I just opened a duplicate gasoline blueprint. And I traded the last 2 blueprints with someone else, so now I only have 1 gasoline blueprint. With just 1 blueprint, I cannot pledge 2 treasure chests. If you don't trust me, I can only hope to find another blueprint chest to open and then trade with you, as not many are willing to let me open their blueprint chests. Most people's first reaction is to open them for themselves. I've been hanging around the exchange center since yesterday, and I've opened most of the chests by now. Gasoline. Xiao paused. All right. A gasoline blueprint is a source of sustenance. One gasoline blueprint can secure 2 purple treasure chests. After the blueprint is opened, you can decide whether to exchange it for my blueprints without any coercion. Gasoline, this was something she desired. If she could create gasoline, wouldn't her sports car be able to soar? Yu considered for a moment. Okay, soon. Yu opened 2 different types of blueprints, one for a monitoring projection facility and the other for a complete kitchen stove setup, each requiring 2 spaces. Yu had never considered cooking, so the kitchen stove setup was not of interest to her, and the monitoring projection facility appeared to lack value without gasoline. Reluctantly, Xiao returned the gasoline blueprint to her but reminded her, if you can produce gasoline, please let me know. The cleared cellar space had expanded significantly. The sofa bed could finally unfold into a complete large bed, adorned with blankets, pillows, and cushions, while a small table and stool were positioned in front, giving it a semblance of home. Xiao had salvaged a few unused scented candles, which, when lit, filled the cellar with a delightful aroma, casting a dim yet atmospheric light. In one corner lay a collection of natural resources, several boxes of water, gas canisters, a meal pack, and an opened bag of rice, alongside various condiments and daily necessities such as body wash, facial cleanser, sanitary pads, soap, and toothpaste. Though not abundant, Xiao stored these essentials, uncertain whether the onset of the apocalypse would affect her menstrual cycle. On the opposite side, she organized her apocalyptic resources. A storage box was dedicated to housing dozens of blueprints, while the rest contained various materials for minor exchanges. The warehouse held more treasure, with Xiao currently possessing a level 1 red treasure chest, a white treasure chest, a blue treasure chest, and a black treasure chest. She still had 2 red ones, but there were 47 white ones, 24 black material chests, and 3 blue ones. Most survivors were now aware that treasure chests contained surprises, leading them to seek out those with the corresponding surprises to open their chests. The service fees were profitable, ensuring a lucrative business, and once she established a client base, as long as these survivors remained alive, they would seek her out for future openings, allowing Xiao to remain patient. Just as her rice was finished cooking, the clay pot yielded perfectly plump grains. Xiao added a splash of soy sauce, then reached for the nearby condiment jar, pouring in rice packing sauce, lao gan ma, and bamboo shoots stir-fried beef sauce. She sliced a sausage and closed the lid. With low heat, the rice began to develop a crispy golden crust, transforming into a clay pot rice dish. Although the essence of clay pot rice lies in stir-frying dishes like ribs, given the current circumstances, one must make do with what is available. In a few days, rice might become a luxury. After finishing her meal, the clock approached 1 o'clock. Xiao noticed that there had been no new fissures appearing on the map for quite some time. She decided to venture outside for a look and to refresh the air within the cellar. The oxygen exchange in the cellar depended on how long she remained outside. After a night's time, there were still 9 hours of oxygen left. After clearing the dishes, Xiao donned her nylon backpack, stowed the toy car in her pocket, and took the level 2 axe to ascertain the situation. The midday sky was overcast, as if rain were imminent. The earthquake had subsided, with numerous fissures in the ground. Xiao could not walk more than 10 meters without encountering a crevice, appearing half a meter wide yet plunging over 30 meters deep, a space the cellar could not traverse. Near the edge of the fissure, amidst the ruins, a corner of fabric and a hand, stained with blood and covered in dust, caught her attention. Xiao hurried over, lifting the shattered debris to reveal a small body, crushed and fragmented beneath the stone pile. Chapter 27. The wasteland. To witness such a scene was utterly unexpected, sending a tremor through Xiao's heart, nearly causing her to release her grip and inflict further harm upon this fragile body. Yet she was acutely aware that in this apocalyptic world, such sights would neither be the first nor the last. After a brief moment of emotional stillness, Xiao composed herself and began to clear away the stones that encumbered the small child, moving the shattered body aside. The instant her fingers brushed against the broken form, a notification materialized before her eyes. Infection level 10. Xiao paused, taken aback. There was no doubt that the child had perished. The body bore no signs of life. However, the infection level persisted. What could this signify? As she shifted the corpse aside, she noticed another hand protruding from the depths of the ruins, severed at the arm, revealing bone. Taking a deep breath, she approached and touched the dismembered arm. Infection level 10, still 10. Indeed, the inexplicable rise in infection level earlier that morning was also 10. Did this mean that both the living and the dead were susceptible to infection? Xiao had no time for contemplation, for the world around her lay in utter devastation. If a hurricane could leave behind remnants, the earthquake had obliterated even the fragments, with few structures over 10 meters remaining intact. Within a mere 32 hours, the entire blue planet had transformed into desolation. Beneath this rubble, the number of corpses could only increase. With the infection level attached to these bodies, would the contagion continue to escalate by tomorrow? Xiao was uncertain. The area seemed devoid of any living souls, and she pondered who could possibly survive such a catastrophe without a safe haven. After a moment's thought, she gathered scattered newspapers from the ground to cover the child, then opened her nylon bag. Inside lay her unexchanged phone, a power bank, a lighter, a bottle of water, and chocolate to stave off misfortune. It was not much, but having seen the child, she could not allow the little one to lie abandoned on the ground. Perhaps she could ignite a flame to guide the child to rest. To her astonishment, the moment the lighter touched the newspaper and the child's body, it ignited spontaneously, as if triggered by some mechanism, burning without heat. Once the yellow flames extinguished, a yellow treasure chest appeared before her. A new color of treasure chest. Without hesitation, Xiao reached out to touch it and clicked to open. Antiviral agent, description, can eliminate 20 of infection level and prevent viral deterioration. It was a potion. She realized that the potion treasure chest was obtained through the incineration of infected corpses. Almost immediately, another notification chimed in her ears. You are the first survivor in the apocalypse to open a yellow treasure chest, triggering a treasure chest bonus. From now on, every yellow treasure chest you find in the apocalypse will yield double rewards. A glimmer of hope flickered in Xiao's eyes. This meant that no one had yet conceived of the notion of burning the corpses of survivors. Without further hesitation, she had initially thought resources would be scarce, but now, the yellow treasure chest was indeed a valuable find. The chests had levels, and hers was a level 1 yellow treasure chest. With renewed determination, she began to scour the ruins, emboldened by the prospect of the yellow treasure chest. Corpses no longer instilled fear within her. Perhaps due to the proximity of a camp during the earthquake, she managed to unearth 7 or 8 bodies within an hour. Xiao recalled the ominous warning mentioned in the notification. If these deceased survivors were not cleared away, would they not rise as zombies upon reaching an infection level of 100, emerging from the ruins to attack other survivors? Much like the timed challenge on the first night. If that were the case, should she not inform the other survivors of this impending crisis? After a moment's contemplation, she incinerated the bodies. 5 yellow treasure chests materialized upon the ground. Confusion washed over her. Were there not 8 bodies? Why only 5 chests? After collecting them, she continued her search and confirmed the pattern regarding the appearance of treasure chests after incinerating corpses. It depended on the integrity of the body. Only those with heads, hands, and feet would yield potion chests upon burning. Due to her excessive strength, she had inadvertently damaged 2 bodies while dragging them, and one appeared to be a survivor who had perished not from the earthquake, but from the hurricane, missing a hand and a foot. Understanding the pattern, Xiao began to carefully sift through the debris in search of more bodies to burn. Engrossed in her task, she failed to notice the approaching figures. Help! Help me! The cries jolted her back to reality, forcing her to release the body she was handling. Miss, please save me. The woman's eyes shimmered with fear as she noticed Su Xiao's actions, quickly adopting a facade of terror. Not far behind, a man pursued relentlessly. Su Xiao swiftly drew her axe, aiming it at the woman as a warning. "Stay back." The woman looked at Su Xiao, tears brimming in her eyes. "That man is terrifying. Please help me." She moved to hide behind Su Xiao. Instinctively, Su Xiao stepped aside. She could not afford to expose her back to a stranger. Yet her safe haven was at least 500 meters away. If she was to escape, she would have to abandon her position. The man, sporting a beard and veins bulging from his neck, approached with a mocking sneer. "This woman is my girlfriend. Don't meddle in my affairs." Su Xiao silently retreated, indicating she had no intention of intervening. "Please help me. I don't know him. He said he could help me, which is why I went into his safe house." The woman's voice grew desperate. The man, filled with malice, approached swiftly, grasping the woman by her hair. "I let you into my safe house. That's a life saved. Did you think there's such a thing as a free lunch?" Without hesitation, the woman seized a stone from the ground and hurled it at the man's head with fierce intent, her actions betraying no semblance of an ordinary person. To her astonishment, the man's head emitted a sharp sound upon impact, yet he seemed entirely unscathed. Realizing the man had passed the time challenge the previous night and chosen a defensive trait, Su Xiao understood the severity of the situation. The woman seized the opportunity to evade, dropping an item in the process, a badge, the emblem of an alliance. Su Xiao's expression darkened. Just as the man was about to strike the woman again, her axe found its mark, burying itself deep into his skull. His movements ceased, disbelief filling his eyes as he slowly crumpled to the ground. The woman recoiled, cradling her abdomen, and quickly retreated from Su Xiao. One powerful blow can shatter all defenses. Attack is indeed the best form of defense. With the man fatally wounded in the back of his head, he soon drew his last breath, a toy car tumbling from his grasp. The woman, quick to react, snatched up the toy car and fled. Su Xiao called out softly, "If you run, my axe will find its way to you, and you won't be able to take any safe house with you." Alliance. Chapter 28. The mission. The woman halted, turning back, her earlier fragility completely vanished. Su Xiao picked up the item she had dropped from the ground. "This is the Alliance insignia. Your skills and reflexes indicate that you are no ordinary person, so you are one of them. Speak, what is your true intention?" She was not merely a member of the Alliance. She was distinctly different from those clad in Alliance uniforms. Su Xiao had previously seen the insignia worn by others, mere plastic emblems affixed to their clothing. The red fireworks burst sharply under the piercing black arrows. In contrast, this insignia was made of metal, its texture and luster undeniably superior to that of the plastic versions. What kind of individual would possess such an emblem? Or rather, what position did she hold within the Alliance? Upon seeing the object in Su Xiao's hand, the woman's heart sank. "Return it to me," she exclaimed, attempting to strike at Su Xiao. Yet, Su Xiao did not flinch or evade. She merely sidestepped, discarded her axe, and grasped the woman's arms, applying gentle pressure. With two distinct cracks, the woman dislocated her shoulders, causing the safe house she had just retrieved to fall to the ground. Realizing the situation, Su Xiao understood that while the woman had obtained the safe house, she had not bound it to herself, and immediately snatched it from the ground. The woman's complexion turned pale, trembling as she gazed at Su Xiao. How could she have forgotten? In this apocalyptic game, players possessed extraordinary powers. The girl before her could effortlessly pierce through a man's skull, and naturally, she could easily thwart her attack. "I apologize," Su Xiao said, quickly retreating. "I didn't control my strength well. It was not my intention to bully you. Truly, it was unintentional." In the face of absolute strength, skill is rendered useless. Even if Archimedes possessed sufficient skill to lift the entire blue planet with a lever, he would still require a lever of substantial weight. A mere 10 pounds would not suffice. The woman bit her lip. "You bound this safe house. With such formidable strength, I can do nothing against you. But that is my possession. Please return it to me." She had so decisively dislocated her own arms. How could she still claim it was unintentional? I have saved you as well. Do you not feel any gratitude? Xiao was well aware that this belonged to her, her gaze fixed on the metallic Alliance insignia. The woman's body tense with anxiety. Suddenly, Xiao noticed something peculiar about the insignia. There was a crack beneath the arrowhead, as if it could be pried open. Unable to resist, she attempted to pry it apart, inadvertently activating a button that caused the arrowhead to emit a green light. The woman's expression shifted to one of alarm. And before she could react, a voice came through, number 1349. Do you have any information to report? Xiao was taken aback. There was a signal. A communicator. Gazing at the woman, she wondered how this device could still function when the communication base had been destroyed. The woman's demeanor shifted to one of wariness. Despite appearing to be an ordinary person, why did Xiao exude such an imposing presence when questioning her? If you remain silent, I will kill her. She still possesses a safe house. Xiao spoke slowly. Hello, this is the Doomsday Alliance Center. The device you have belongs to member 1349 of the Eastern District Alliance. Please return it to her. If you have any conditions, we can negotiate. There may be a delay in communication due to the device. Xiao glanced around. Realizing that the presence of a signal indicated a possibility for location tracking, and even a map could be accessed. However, it also meant that the other party could potentially trace her location and might be on their way. She decisively retreated. Clearly, this device was equally vital to the woman. Even with both arms dislocated, she still pursued Xiao closely. Once Xiao reached the vicinity of the safe house, she began negotiations. I suspect you will not divulge what I wish to know, nor am I particularly interested in it. However, the 1349 member encountered danger earlier, and I saved her. The safe house she holds rightfully belongs to me. Yet, I can surmise that the Alliance, under the guise of a rescue organization, is actually attempting to control ordinary survivors to secure safe houses for themselves. I am not interested in your motives, but I do have one request. The woman looked at Xiao in astonishment. How could she possibly know all this? Xiao observed the darkening sky. The ground-based signal sources had been destroyed, and ordinary people's phones had lost signal, yet this device still functioned, suggesting the signal originated from a satellite. If so, providing me with a signal source capable of accessing maps should not be difficult. The woman was taken aback. What do you mean, just this? Ground-based signals are transmitted through terrestrial base stations, utilized by ordinary people for their rapid transmission and efficient delivery. However, coverage is limited, making it challenging to reach remote areas. In urban settings, there are no issues. Xiao, accustomed to urban life, relied on ground-based signals, thus following the earthquake and the destruction of the infrastructure. Her phone had lost all connectivity. In contrast, satellite signals are transmitted via satellites, offering extensive coverage that is difficult to destroy, allowing for global access. However, they come with delays, making real-time communication impossible, akin to ancient 2G or 3G networks. Nevertheless, accessing maps remains feasible. Wait? Wait for what? Xiao interjected. I also require a solar charger. I will leave my phone device with your 1349 member. You have 4 hours to prepare what I need, and I will return at 6 to collect it. At that time, I will return the safe house to you. Simultaneously, she shoved the power bank and her phone into the woman's hand, turning to leap into the cellar. Peering out, she looked at the woman. This safe house is of no use to me. I will return here at 6 for what I require. Your teammates will arrive in half an hour. You shouldn't be alive for the next hour, should you? The woman was left speechless. Was this girl underestimating her? No way. Her tone was rigid. After Xiao gave her an unequivocal thumbs up, she decisively closed the cellar door. After reassembling her dislocated arm, the woman approached. But she could no longer locate the entrance to the safe house, only to be consumed with anger and self-reproach. Had she known, she would have immediately bound the safe house. The safe house she had secured was now seized by another. Had her mission once again ended in failure? Chapter 29. Synthesis. After emerging for over an hour, Xiao had collected 21 level 1 yellow treasure chests and a safe house. Among her spoils was a small rubber duck, a child's toy floating on the water's surface, its beak transformed into a handle, though regrettably, it was of no use to her. At the moment she acquired it, the game alerted her that the number of bound safe houses had reached its limit, rendering this particular safe house useless. Upon discovering the signal from the Alliance's insignia marked 1349, Xiao immediately contemplated trading with the Alliance for an electronic, live map, even considering retrofitting her phone for tracking purposes. Once the signal failed, her phone became nothing more than a useless brick, devoid of any function. With a map, she could even seek out Xiao during mundane moments. The Apocalypse game had commenced, and she was uncertain of what further events would transpire or when it would reach its conclusion. With no internet, no games, no gourmet food, and no clear objectives, one could easily lose the reason for existence. Thus, she resolved to journey to the southern island. If Xiao was alive and thriving, possessing self-preservation skills, they could share their boredom together. However, if Xiao were among the unfortunate weaklings suffering in this apocalypse, then Xiao may never find her. As for 1349, her approach to that man was motivated by his safe house. She fled upon realizing that he had acquired attributes from the Apocalypse game, rendering it impossible for an ordinary person to seize the safe house from him. Although she had taken the safe house, her failure to bind it immediately indicated that her intentions were not self-serving. This task was assigned to her by the Alliance. Moreover, the Alliance had cultivated more than one member like herself. Under normal circumstances, in a world ravaged by the apocalypse, self-interest would reign supreme. What could the Alliance possibly offer to persuade her to uphold her beliefs? What were their true intentions? With so many unanswered questions, Xiao found herself unable to comprehend it all. Nevertheless, she possessed an excess safe house, and the Alliance would have to meet her demands if they wished to acquire it. She opened the communication center to check for updates. The information scrolling across the screen had slowed significantly, the earthquake had ceased, and everyone was likely out scouring for supplies. Xiao intended to share the information about the yellow treasure chests in the communication center, but having already exhausted her messaging quota while trading blueprints in the morning, she could only privately message the survivors in her chat box one by one. This information was offered freely. Firstly, her own capacity to locate and burn corpses was limited, resulting in scarce medicinal treasure chest resources. Secondly, she had already obtained an opening bonus from the yellow treasure chests, allowing her to acquire double the medicinal supplies. Once this information leaked, even if survivors found yellow medicinal treasure chests, they would need her to maximize their benefits. Thirdly, there was a possibility that yellow treasure chests could become obsolete. The obsolescence of a treasure chest signified the scarcity of resources. If the only means of acquiring yellow treasure chests was through the incineration of intact survivor corpses, a calamity could arise if they could no longer find any deceased bodies to burn, leading to a loss of medicinal resources. Thus, she aimed to leverage the survivors to collect resources more swiftly. Concerned that the news might not spread quickly enough, Xiao even messaged individuals privately in the world. Xiao generously remarked, "No need for thanks. Your gain is my gain." Turtle Hermit. Why did it feel as though he had become a beast of burden in the apocalypse? Possessing 3 significant resource bonuses, he was indeed correct. Towns and bunkers existed even in the desert. Unfortunately, the earthquake had caused many bunkers to collapse, burying numerous corpses, most of whom had suffocated under the sand and succumbed to infection. Out of courtesy for their acquaintance, Xiao sent a lighter as a gift. At that moment, she began receiving numerous messages from survivors inquiring about the details. She only needed to disseminate the information. There would always be those willing to attempt to acquire resources. Before long, Xiao noticed someone in the world offering to exchange medicinal treasure chest resources for food treasure chests. The individual was quick-witted. Had Xiao not already exhausted her messaging quota, she would have done the same. Time swiftly passed, and by 3 in the afternoon, As Su Xiao prepared to change locations in search of medicinal treasure chests, Turtle Hermit hurriedly delivered 78 yellow treasure chests. Turtle Hermit, bro, it's all on you. Su Xiao, astonished, responded, open them all? Turtle Hermit, yes, I checked just now. Inside are pills, quite small. I swapped for 2 storage boxes, just enough to hold the pills. One box can contain hundreds of them, so go ahead and open them. I need to take 2 right now as my infection level is quite high. Do not ask. It was simply fear that Su Xiao would meet her demise. After all, this was an apocalypse and human hearts were unpredictable. Just moments ago, he had encountered a wealthy individual on the road. Although they could not communicate well, he was thrilled to see another living person. In such dire times, encountering a fellow human was exhilarating. Having fellow beings made one feel alive, and thus he eagerly approached to offer help. To his dismay, the wealthy individual turned and struck him with a knife. Had he not completed the time challenge and activated his defense skill, he would have perished in the desert. Consequently, he retaliated with a blow to the wealthy man's skull, leaving him as the sole survivor in the desert. After taking a life, his mindset seemed to shift. In previous days, he had not interacted with anyone and maintained an optimistic outlook, remaining unguarded. However, he now realized that such naivety would only hasten his demise in the apocalypse. It was better to collaborate with trustworthy allies, but it was best to avoid face-to-face encounters. Once confirmed, Su Xiao accepted the 78 treasure chests from Turtle Hermit. As she collected them, they automatically stacked. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in her ears. Your quantity of level 1 yellow treasure chests has reached 99, hitting the storage limit. It is advisable to request Xiao Mo to assist you in synthesizing level 2 treasure chests, though it may be a bit taxing for Xiao Mo. Su Xiao's hand trembled as she prepared to open the chests. She had been searching for methods to upgrade the basic treasure chests from yesterday until today, never expecting to find the solution with Xiao Mo. This apocalypse game truly was full of surprises for players. Thus, Su Xiao inquired, Xiao Mo, could you please assist me in synthesizing my level 1 yellow treasure chests into level 2 yellow treasure chests? Chapter 30, Mathematics. Su Xiao initially intended to suggest a complete synthesis, but recalled the earlier hint that Xiao Mo might experience some difficulty. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, Xiao Mo, will synthesizing treasure chests consume your energy? How many chests can you synthesize at most? Xiao Mo replied, as the caretaker of the safe house, my energy regenerates at midnight. I possess a base energy value of 100 each day, with each synthesis consuming 30 points of energy. However, I cannot synthesize weapons, blueprints, items, or life-related special or limited treasure chests. Weapons are classified as red chests, blueprints as purple chests, items as blue chests, and life as green chests. These are all considered special limited treasure chests. The remaining white, yellow, and black chests are classified as basic treasure chests and can all be synthesized by me. How can I replenish your energy? Su Xiao pondered and asked. Xiao Mo explained, feeding me any apocalypse supplies that the host does not require will restore energy, but the extent of restoration will depend on the quality of the supplies provided. The higher the level of the fed materials and the more complex the end product, the greater the energy restoration. Su Xiao was taken aback, but, upon reflection, found no fault in this method. This form of energy restoration was remarkable, essentially recycling waste materials. Do you know what is inside a level 2 yellow chest? Su Xiao inquired again. Xiao Mo responded, I do not know. What is the highest level basic chest that can be synthesized? Level 5. Su Xiao sighed in relief. To upgrade to a level 2 chest, 3 level 1 chests are required. To create a level 3 chest, 9 level 1 chests are necessary, and so forth, culminating in 81 level 1 chests for a level 5 chest. This did not seem excessive. If enough treasure chests could be found daily, with a maximum storage capacity of 99 chests, it would inevitably lead to the synthesis of 1 level 5 chest. She assumed upgrades would likely require whole numbers. If level 10 was the goal, nearly 20,000 chests would be needed, which felt daunting. Most importantly, she considered Xiao Mo's daily synthesis limit. Su Xiao took out paper and pen to calculate. Who would have thought, amidst the apocalypse, she would still be doing math? Synthesizing a level 2 chest consumes 1 synthesis attempt. While a level 3 chest requires 4 attempts, a level 4 chest necessitates 13 attempts, and a level 5 chest precisely requires 40 attempts, equating to 1,200 energy points and 81 level 1 chests. However, that was far off. Currently, it appeared that basic treasure chests would not go extinct, which put her at ease. Xiao Mo, please assist me in synthesizing 1 level 2 chest of each color. Thankfully, Su Xiao had previously decided to hoard treasure chests rather than the space-occupying supplies. At present, her food chests, medicine chests, and material chests were sufficient to synthesize 1 level 2 chest. Understood. Upon completion, 3 level 2 chests appeared before Su Xiao. Xiao Mo stated, synthesis consumed 90 energy points. I have 10 points remaining. Thank you, Xiao Mo. You're welcome. Xiao Mo's voice lifted slightly, seemingly filled with a sense of accomplishment. Xiao Mo's favorability increased to 4. Su Xiao opened the chests one by one. The level 2 black chest revealed a prompt upon touch. Basic materials 99. Intermediate materials 1, advanced materials 0. 1. Upon opening, she found 2 wooden planks, 2 pieces of cloth, and 1 meteorite ingot. The quantity of the chest's rewards doubled. The meteorite ingot was a crucial material for synthesizing propeller engines, and she already had enough. Now, she only needed a shaft drive bracket and a wire board capable of producing batteries. The level 2 white chest contained snacks and beverages 99, fresh meat and vegetables 1. Apocalypse seasonings 0. 1. Inside were 3 oat milks, 2 colas, 2 caramel puddings, 2 strawberry tarts, and 1 piece of beef. Beef! Su Xiao exclaimed, holding the fresh meat and inspecting it closely. It was so fresh that the marbling seemed to pulse, blood seeping out as if it had just been cut from the cow. Beef, description, produced by the Apocalypse game, it remains eternally fresh. Oh, fresh meat. Su Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the beef against her face, relishing its freshness, but the blood was still present, making it impractical. She quickly found a plate to place it on. Lastly, she opened the level 2 yellow medicine chest. Basic medicines 99, intermediate medicines 1, advanced medicines 0. 1. It contained 2 epidemic prevention agents, 1 detoxification agent, 1 hemostatic agent, and 1 healing agent. Su Xiao was astonished. So many medicines from the yellow chest? The epidemic prevention agent reduces infection rates, the detoxification agent clears poisoning, and the hemostatic agent treats bleeding wounds. However, the healing agent was impressive. Healing agent, description, capable of curing all non-lethal injuries and ailments. This was at least an intermediate medicine, and considering how remarkable intermediate medicines were, she could hardly imagine the potency of advanced medicines. After a moment of reflection, Su Xiao regained her composure. She was the true deity of the apocalypse, possessing 3 significant resources and now discovering such an extraordinary mechanism. Anyone who failed to survive for 1,000 or 800 years in this apocalypse would surely be mourned by the survivors. Moreover, Su Xiao calculated that the items obtained from synthesizing 3 chests into a level 2 chest had a probability of yielding advanced materials, and the basic units averaged around 5, indicating an increase in foundational quantities. Synthesizing advanced chests yielded profit rather than loss. The only hassle was the energy consumed by Xiao Mo. After a moment's contemplation, Su Xiao examined her stockpiled supplies. She currently possessed mostly basic materials, with the medicine chest being the most abundant. The detoxification agents were not immediately necessary. Even if she required them later, she could simply open more chests, ensuring profit without risk. Thus, she decided to observe how much energy would be replenished through feeding. Xiao Mo, I wish to feed you. As soon as she spoke, a blue plate appeared before her. If she wasn't mistaken, this plate resembled those used to feed small cats and dogs at home. She placed a detoxification agent on it. Xiao Mo's energy restored by 1 point. Xiao Mo states it does not get sick and does not require medicine. Only 1 point restored for basic supplies. Su Xiao glanced at it and then placed a caramel pudding on the plate. Xiao Mo's energy restored by 1 point. Xiao Mo states it does not get hungry and does not require human food. Xiao Mo's favorability increased to 5. It claims not to get hungry or need food, yet its favorability increases? After pondering for a moment, she placed a wooden plank on the plate. Xiao Mo's energy restored by 1 point. Xiao Mo states it cannot engage in construction, and feeding it will not result in the establishment of a new safe house. No increase in favorability. Basic materials only added 1 point of energy. Unbeknownst to her, after merely studying Xiao Mo and the treasure chests, Su Xiao had spent nearly an hour. The turtle sage cautiously messaged her, "Brother, are you still there? Where are you?" He even questioned whether he had just delivered the treasure chests and the other party had perished upon exiting. He had never experienced such an agonizing wait before. With 78 treasure chests, based on the extraction rate of the material chests, every 2 chests yielded 1 unit of medicine. Thus, she evenly distributed 117 units of medicine while keeping 20 level 1 yellow chests for herself. Chapter 31. The traitor Master Rashi exclaimed, "You startled me. I almost thought you." His words trailed off, yet Su Xiao already comprehended his unspoken thoughts. This foolish child would rather entertain the notion of his own demise than suspect that she might have deceived him regarding the yellow treasure chest. In the spirit of their long-term collaboration, although their friendship was sparse, there was still a hint of camaraderie. Su Xiao delicately suggested, "You see, it would be prudent to stockpile some treasure chests, and when resources run low, you could open them. I am not so easily dispatched." It seemed that a certain type of basic treasure chest reaching a count of 99 would trigger such a suggestion. Furthermore, this information was known solely to Su Xiao, as no one else possessed the capability to hoard such a multitude of chests. Thus, she was determined to exchange this information for something of substantial value. Regrettably, Master Rashi failed to grasp the underlying significance. In this post-apocalyptic world, circumstances are ever-changing. Who knows when the zombies might emerge? Su Xiao retorted, "Aren't you afraid that the chests can be synthesized into higher-tier ones if opened hastily?" Master Rashi responded, "Oh, you're right. I completely overlooked that." Su Xiao shook her head. She resolved to wait until tomorrow to share this message in the chat center, allowing others to approach her while simultaneously safeguarding her information from being sold off secondhand, thus maximizing her own benefits. The longer she delayed, the faster resources would be replenished, and the greater the number of treasure chests everyone possessed, increasing the likelihood of acquiring this intelligence. However, the intermediate medical supplies she had on hand could be exchanged for items, gasoline, or circuit boards. Presently, only the level 1 blue treasure chest remained without a known method for upgrading, leaving her curious about what it might yield post-enhancement. Just as she intended to seek answers in the communication center, a notification chimed in her ear. "Your safe house upgrade plan has been finalized. Based on your submitted intention form, we have modified the plan." The original plan for the safe house upgrade entailed that survivors bound to the safe house would have an embedded portal allowing travel to any safe house, with shared warehouse capacity and secure passageways, and the safe house could be placed anywhere. Due to your concerns regarding potential loss of the safe house upon placement, we have configured the entrance and exit of your safe house to be a dimensional handle. The dimensional handle serves as an awareness key, summoned according to your consciousness. It remains invisible to all other survivors. The first safe house you are bound to possesses the unique characteristic of being immovable, even after departing. The awareness handle remains in place. To prevent any loss of location, we have installed a positioning alert in your intelligent assistant, Xiao Mo, allowing you to summon Xiao Mo to locate your safe house after you leave. Your second safe house is a water-bound safe house, a hardwired feature, summonable only at the water's edge, yet otherwise comparable to your third safe house. After departing from the respective safe house, the awareness handle will follow you, and you may also summon Xiao Mo to position the dimensional handle. Lastly, we thank you for your robust support following the public beta of the Apocalyptic game. Should you have any additional suggestions, feel free to relay them to your intelligent assistant, Xiao. Su Xiao thought, this game feels like a heist. We are compelled to participate yet are led to believe that the survivors are offering their enthusiastic support. Although she had previously submitted an intention form, the fundamental aspects would remain unchanged. As a game programmer, Su Xiao was acutely aware of this reality. Much like players lamenting that certain professions inflict insufficient damage or struggle to find employment, programmers cannot simply grant healers the ability to deal damage. The same principle applied to the safe houses. A basement's defining characteristic is its high concealment and mobility, yet its drawback is its inability to be carried. Animal safe houses transform into animals that follow survivors upon departure, while automobile and fishing boat safe houses revert to toys, which can be taken along. Although moving them requires a substantial amount of sustenance or renders direction unmanageable. Even the most advanced players upgrading their safe houses could not alter these inherent traits. Now, with the safe house exit transformed into a dimensional handle visible only to herself, she could ensure the safety of her safe house's exit, avoiding entrapment in perilous circumstances. This privilege was not afforded to other survivors. One must learn to be content. Upon checking the time, which was nearing 6 o'clock, Su Xiao examined the coordinates and relocated the basement to the previous position of 1349. Upon opening the basement door, she was momentarily taken aback. An originally vacant lot now housed a helicopter, accompanied by several armed personnel, the insignia on the helicopter unmistakably that of the Alliance. She was there. Patiently awaiting was number 1349, who immediately spotted Su Xiao. With a decisive motion, Su Xiao promptly shut the basement door. The middle-aged man aboard the helicopter furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. Number 1349 contemplated for a moment, perhaps, it was her vigilance, a fear of harm. Most players possessing safe houses exhibited such tendencies, preferring solitary survival in the apocalypse to avoiding contact with others. However, recalling how swiftly the other had closed the safe house was somewhat amusing. After a moment's thought, the woman turned and addressed the commander. You all should take cover. I will ensure the completion of the mission. Very well, the middle-aged man replied, casting a glance at her before closing the cabin door. The helicopter swiftly ascended. Yet, upon witnessing the helicopter, Su Xiao realized that the Alliance was not entirely ineffectual in this apocalypse. They appeared to have made considerable preparations. After pondering for several minutes, she shifted the basement approximately 50 meters before opening the door once more. This time, only number 1349 remained outside. She quickly recognized Su Xiao and spoke. It's just me. I pose no threat to you. Place the items on the ground, and I will retrieve them. After number 1349 set the equipment down, she swiftly retreated, hands raised to indicate her lack of weapons. This device was capable of connecting to satellites, providing the clearest real-time traffic maps and navigation. As long as the satellites operated normally, the maps would remain valid, and the charger was equipped with solar panels, capable of charging under light intensities of 5,000 lux. While she spoke, a chilly sensation brushed against Su Xiao's face. She realized it was rain, a light drizzle. As Su Xiao collected the device, number 1349 seized the opportunity to explain, I have not harmed any innocents, nor have I contested other survivors' safe houses. That individual is a traitor of the Alliance. Su Xiao looked up, maintaining a calm gaze. Seeing that she had yet to relinquish the safe house, number 1349's tone turned earnest. We genuinely require a safe house. You already possess one, and it is not essential for you, is it? However, in our hands, it could save many more lives. If you have other requests, we are willing to accommodate as best as we can. Chapter 32. The Alliance. The little yellow duck was playfully handled by Su Xiao. If the Alliance had known earlier that they could save more lives, why had they not prepared in advance? 1349 instinctively explained that the Alliance had indeed made ample preparations. But this game differed from the previous one in terms of information. Previous one? Su Xiao seized upon this critical detail. She had never heard of any prior occurrence. Having lived for over 20 years, excelling in her studies and advancing rapidly, she had researched extensively yet remained oblivious to any global apocalypse games that had transpired before. In truth, the world at large was ignorant of such events. 1349 immediately fell silent. I must clarify. 1349 quickly added, the previous game occurred a century ago. It was a localized beta test, not a global phenomenon. You must have heard of the submerged Sakurajima, right? At this juncture, there was no longer a need to conceal the truth. Xiao paused. This was modern foreign history. A century ago, the long-dormant volcano of Sakurajima erupted, leading to severe weather changes, summer snow, earthquakes, tsunamis, typhoons, and various other calamities. Within a mere 7 days, the United Nations had yet to decide whether to accept the 200 million inhabitants of Sakurajima or which nation would take them when the island suddenly vanished. A nation extinguished faster than the duration of the First World War. Ultimately, science attributed this catastrophe to marine pollution causing regional climate anomalies, altering the geology of the submerged island. Though this explanation lacked widespread acceptance, no alternative evidence could be found. The sunken Sakurajima became one of the world's enigmas, shrouded in mystery akin to the lost civilizations of the Maya and the submerged Atlantis, as well as the buried city of Pompeii. At that time, fewer than 1 million people escaped Sakurajima, and through acceptance by various nations, their descendants had long since changed their nationalities. 7 years ago, the last Sakurajiman passed away. He lived to the age of 113, having been 13 when the island sank. His parents were significant military officials who, on the day of the disaster, dispatched an emergency helicopter to send him to relatives abroad. Before his death, he narrated his experiences in a documentary titled The Last Sakurajiman. However, due to memory loss, many details were incomplete. Even so, his words were preserved for future inquiry. The protocols established by the Apocalypse Alliance were announced in the second year following the sinking of Sakurajima, marking the inception of the Alliance. It aimed for global unity, facilitating a collective response to impending disasters centered around the Alliance itself. During that time, only those on Sakurajima heard the announcement of the game beta test, which lasted 7 days. They endeavored to relay messages to other nations, but as it was a localized beta test, countries in other regions had no awareness of the so-called game notifications, and by the time assistance could have been rendered, Sakurajima had already submerged. Xiao pondered. On the first day of the hurricane's arrival, the notification indeed proclaimed that the Apocalypse game would be globally launched. A game must undergo beta testing before its release, with the number of tests varying according to its nature. Each beta test brings about changes to the game. However, this does not explain your desire for a secure shelter. 1349 took a deep breath. According to the beta test information, on the 7th day, unbound secure shelters would become public shelters worldwide, with fixed locations and open access. Each public shelter could accommodate at least 100 individuals. In other words, of the 30 million secure shelters, even if 20 million were bound, the remaining 10 million unbound shelters would transform into public shelters, increasing their capacity from 10 million to 1 billion survivors. The Alliance's control over survivors was to prevent additional secure shelters from being bound by them. As Xiao had surmised, a typical individual in such circumstances would strive to privatize a secure shelter to ensure survival. Even those groomed by the Alliance could turn traitor, let alone ordinary people. So that was it. Yet, Xiao's secure shelter had already been upgraded to level 2. Even if she perished, it would not be unbound. She turned to the woman and inquired, "What about you? Are you cultivated by the Alliance? Possessing a secure shelter, are you not greedy?" The woman averted her gaze, contemplating the grim statistic. With a population of 10 billion and 30 million secure shelters, the probability of survival was merely 0.003. While the vast majority would fall within the other 99.997, according to available data. Once the Apocalypse game was globally launched, no one knew when it might conclude. Perhaps humanity would face total annihilation by the final day. She then looked at Xiao, stating that for a century, nations had been striving to construct underground cities, space stations, and even arcs to store resources, energy, and high-quality embryos. If humanity were to perish, these would serve as its continuation. However, the alterations in this apocalypse game were so significant that measures once deemed sufficient to withstand all calamities now appeared insufficient. Thus, her current mission was to instill a glimmer of hope in ordinary individuals, enabling them to endure until the day the apocalypse game concluded. Xiao understood. This explained why those from the Alliance did not immediately bind the secure shelters upon discovery. She squeezed the little yellow duck. Presently, this secure shelter held no utility for her. Survivors could upgrade after binding 3 secure shelters, resulting in a personalized secure shelter that would vanish upon the survivor's death. Xiao gazed at the woman. Indeed, the woman's expression changed dramatically. I had no idea such a mechanism existed. Therefore, I can offer you assistance. But I have a request. I have foster parents in Kyoto named Jiang Zhouyin and Jiang Hui. They have prospered in business, accumulating considerable wealth. Yet I cannot guarantee their survival. As you mentioned, they belong to that 997, since the Alliance's purpose is to ensure the survival of more individuals. Please assist me in locating them. If they are alive, facilitate communication between us. Once I confirm their survival, you may present me with another request. And should it be reasonable, I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. As she spoke, Xiao raised the device in her hand. With this, you surely have a way to contact me. She then set off to find Jiang Qiqi. Provided that 1349 spoke the truth and her information did not contradict the Alliance, it would be vital information for the survivors, especially since the Alliance could not ascertain whether the survivors' secure shelters had already been upgraded. Commander, we have just received news that is extremely disadvantageous to us. Binding 3 secure shelters simultaneously will upgrade them to personalized secure shelters, which will subsequently disappear upon the survivor's death. This will continually reduce the number of public secure shelters. Chapter 33. Imagination. She was acutely aware that the device in her possession could be tracked, yet she possessed a means to address this concern, which also provided an opportunity to test the enhanced teleportation capabilities of her upgraded safe house. The cellar had become ensnared in the center of the ground, making it difficult to relocate. Presently, she could only maneuver the fishing boat and vehicles. After repositioning the cellar, Xiao departed. With a mere thought of the Ferrari, a transparent red handle materialized before her eyes. Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. The Ferrari did not manifest, indicating that even the safe house remained concealed from the gaze of other survivors. They might have presumed the upgrade was rather subpar. Yet it effectively resolved the issue of theft prevention. After all, the most effective way to deter thieves is to possess nothing that might catch their attention. Since other survivors could not see the safe house, they would naturally not linger. The supply channel, with a capacity of 30 warehouses, had been consolidated, and Xiao opened the door to enter the vehicle. Indeed, a semi-transparent dark blue handle appeared on the wall of the rear compartment. As she twisted the handle, she found herself back in the cellar. With a travel distance of 50 kilometers, it was ample enough for her to reach the riverbank. Racing through the rain-soaked city center, she picked up 2 blue treasure chests along the way. However, the rain fell incessantly, and the vehicle automatically activated the windshield wipers to ensure a clear view. Along the road, she spotted several survivors clad in raincoats, as well as a new Alliance rescue site. Xiao swiftly passed by and halted at the riverbank. Having covered a distance of 6 kilometers, Xiao Mo, where is the number 1 safe house located? Owner, the number 1 safe house is situated 6 kilometers to your left rear, came the clear response, confirming that Xiao had indeed taken the primary route to the riverbank. Leaving the Ferrari behind, she approached the riverbank. With another thought, a transparent blue dimensional handle appeared along the shoreline. A gentle twist, and she entered the fishing boat. The water swayed, and while there was a breeze, it barely reached a force of 2. The fishing boat could be set to navigate automatically, but it could only move with the wind. Once activated, the boat gently swayed onto the river's surface, a solitary vessel drifting with the current. Inside the boat, two handle portals appeared, the red one linked to the Ferrari and the transparent dark blue one connected to the cellar. Now, with all three of her safe houses positioned, she could teleport internally to 3 different locations, truly embodying the concept of a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. After fiddling with her newly acquired communication device for a while, she successfully opened it, revealing a clear satellite map. However, the map's transmission was delayed and moved sluggishly. There was a magnification feature beside it, a white section that took a moment for Xiao to realize was satellite surveillance. Not only did it provide her with a map, but it also displayed satellite monitoring. Quite an impressive feat. The clearest satellite spatial resolution on Blue Star currently reached 0.1 meters, capable of distinguishing objects as small as 0.1 m by 0.1 m on the ground. However, the satellite monitoring could not offer real-time video due to significant delays. It could only capture images for later enlargement. Xiao took a satellite photo, waiting a full 10 minutes for it to process. The image appeared hazy due to cloud cover, making it rather indistinct, but upon magnification, she could barely discern the ruins. Discarding the photo, she turned off the device. Satellite images could only serve as references in favorable weather, with rain falling outside. Visibility was poor. Clutching the device, she teleported onto the fishing boat, with the map providing location data. Placing it on the boat ensured that they would not discover her whereabouts. On the fishing boat, Xiao noticed the sky had grown darker. The rain intensified, splashing into the river and creating ripples. She found the fishing boat uncomfortably cold and drafty, seemingly a characteristic of the vessel. In contrast to the enclosed spaces of the Ferrari and the Cellar, which retained warmth, the fishing boat was exposed to the wind, and the temperature was several degrees lower. Around 16 degrees. How could Fishy possibly sleep in the boat? Wasn't she afraid of catching a cold? Given the weather conditions, further attempts to search for corpses to burn or open yellow treasure chests were futile, as the lighter was ineffective in such wet conditions. The fresh beef weighed heavily on her mind, as she felt compelled to consume it before it spoiled. First, she set about steaming rice in a ceramic pot, then took out a cleaver to chop the beef. In no time, she reduced the fresh meat to a fine mince, marinating it with an appropriate amount of cooking wine, salt, monosodium glutamate, and starch. The rice would require another 10 minutes, and by then, the beef would be adequately seasoned. Suddenly, the light in the cellar extinguished. To maintain illumination, Xiao had placed 3 table lamps in the cellar, with the remaining stock consisting solely of batteries. How could it have malfunctioned so soon? What poor quality! She approached and gave it a gentle tap, only to confirm it was indeed broken. If she had tools, she could have opened it to inspect the issue, but given that these items were not meant for long-term use, she hadn't considered repairs. With the loss of a lamp, the light in the cellar diminished significantly. Xiao squinted as she prepared her meal. This situation necessitated a swift solution to procure batteries. Whether for lighting or the electric propeller, batteries were crucial, but where would she acquire a circuit board? Upon opening the communication center, a flurry of messages appeared, nearly overwhelming Xiao, who felt as though she had become a customer service representative in a game after a day of absence. Most messages were requests for her to open treasure chests. Xiao chose to disregard them for the time being. After upgrading the safe house, she had not examined the communication center, and now a new panel appeared, Advanced Player Communication Center. Initially, all owners had white names, but now, a few red names topped the list, including Turtle Sage, who was labeled as an advanced player. Xiao gained access to view Turtle Sage's tag. Tag: Red Treasure Chest. Description: officially certified owner of the Doomsday Game's Red Treasure Chest Easter egg, so that was the meaning of the tag. It seemed she was the owner of 3 Easter egg treasure chests. Besides Turtle Sage, another owner with a red name was Fishy. Turtle Sage exclaimed, "I never anticipated that you would be the owner of the number 1 safe house. You must have known all along about the safe house upgrade, and you feigned ignorance to reduce my opening fees. Such a kind foster father. I shall remember this kindness, and in the future, I will be sure to share any news with you first. Xiao took 3 seconds to process this information before realizing that Turtle Sage believed she had been the first to upgrade the safe house, hence his assumption that she was privy to the details of the upgrade. He had feigned ignorance to lower his opening fees and secure additional food resources. What a delightful fabrication! After sending the message, Xiao noticed that someone was trying to reach her on the Advanced Player Communication Center panel. Chapter 34. Thunder in the Advanced Player Communication Center. The number of participants displayed 6 individuals. Compared to the regular player chat room, it resembled more of a group conversation. The ordinary communication center's panel scrolled rapidly, making it arduous to filter out meaningful information, and records exceeding 100 entries became invisible. In contrast, the Advanced Player Communication Center allowed users to tag survivors, prompting special notifications. CC, hey S, 3 lucky survivors with treasure chests? What splendid fortune! I am a blue treasure chest survivor. Feel free to message me if you need anything. Although appearing proactive, she was, in truth, rather aloof. Seemingly eager to open her chests yet unwilling to reach out directly. Scrolling further, 2 others caught my attention, one named 80 Years, still gallant, and the other, mysterious. However, neither possessed treasure chests, perhaps recognizing their cards were not on par with the others, thus speaking sparingly. Fortunately, the Advanced Player Communication Center imposed no restrictions on the number of exchanges. After some contemplation, Xiao sent out a message. S. Item. Healing Potion. Is anyone in need of this? I can prioritize trading with you. The healing potion could treat non-lethal injuries and ailments. This statement held profound significance, as it not only referred to attributes stemming from the apocalypse, but also to ailments from the pre-apocalyptic era. Survivors encompass not only the elderly but also children, robust adults, and frail patients. Hence, when this attribute emerged, Xiao sensed its complexity. Xiao, obtained from a level 2 yellow treasure chest. In the next moment, the others began to respond. CC, have you discovered a way to upgrade yellow treasure chests? 80 Years. What luck you have. Could you enlighten us? Mysterious? Yu received a notification from the back end. Sister, have you found a way to upgrade treasure chests? Please share. I can offer resources in exchange. Didn't you previously express interest in that lighting blueprint? How about a trade for that? I obtained it again this afternoon. Xiao pondered. That might not suffice. Clearly, she wished to prioritize trading with them, as among the survivors, advanced players held the most resources, especially Yu and CC. Given that item chests and blueprint chests required resources as transaction fees, they likely had accumulated treasure chests as fees, eventually reaching a total of 99. Although the Advanced Communication Center had only 6 members, it was already buzzing with excitement. Outside, the rain poured, and they refrained from venturing out to gather resources to avoid illness, as the level 1 yellow treasure chests contained no medicinal items. However, with Xiao presenting a healing potion, it alleviated concerns on that front. After some consideration, Xiao sent another message. To be precise, I know how to upgrade the 3 basic treasure chests, yellow, white, and black. Their upgrading methods are identical. If you wish to know, please offer me equivalent information in exchange. This statement dropped like a bombshell. Without presenting something of value, who would be inclined to divulge such knowledge? At that moment, Mysterious initiated a private chat with Xiao. Mysterious, I do not seek upgrading information, as I lack sufficient resources to trade with you. However, I require that potion to heal non-lethal injuries. Can it treat asthma? I am unsure. I have never used it. After a moment, Mysterious replied, you understand how to upgrade treasure chests and can procure this potion. State your terms. I possess several blueprints, but only white treasure chests. I have not found a healing potion. I suffer from asthma, and my medication has run out. I could have an attack at any moment. I wish to see if the healing potion can cure me. Xiao contemplated and inquired, do you have 10 white treasure chests? It was certainly a loss for her. Nonetheless, she was curious whether it could indeed treat asthma. Mysterious, I have enough. I will give them all to you. I can still go out and find more resources. Xiao, all right, give me 10 white treasure chests, and after you take the potion, please inform me whether it can treat your asthma. The trade was swiftly concluded. Xiao agreed. She set the white treasure chests aside. Just then, her rice in the clay pot was ready. She switched to a frying pan, heated oil, and stir-fried the marinated minced beef, adding seasonings and drizzling a bit of sesame oil and pepper oil, creating fragrant minced beef. Once cooked, she poured it back into the clay pot and stirred it with a spoon. After tasting it, she suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, Xiao, it's time for your meal. Xiao's blue bowl appeared. Xiao said, Xiao, this is your food bowl. From now on, I will feed you. She mixed a third of the fragrant minced beef with rice. Xiao's bowl vanished. Xiao's energy restored by 2 points. Xiao expresses that human food tastes delightful. It enjoys it. Xiao's affection level increased to 8. Beef could be considered a rare resource. Yet, it only restored 2 points of energy. Unless she obtained the highest level resources, it was unlikely to compensate for the energy deficit, thus rendering this synthesis a loss. Currently, Xiao's energy had reached 15 points. Just 15 points shy of 30, allowing for another treasure chest synthesis. What if this time she obtained something extraordinary? Xiao fed Xiao the highest quantity of food resources available, and once 30 points of energy were amassed, she instructed Xiao to synthesize another level 2 food treasure chest. Xiao's energy value is reduced to 0. Xiao is now deactivated and cannot be summoned again today. Energy will replenish after midnight. Xiao. Oh no, I forgot. The earlier prompt indicated that Xiao would tire, meaning its energy value should not drop to 0. Yet, her actions resembled those of a callous employer exploiting their staff like beasts of burden. Consumed by regret, she realized it was futile, as she could no longer summon Xiao today. Once Xiao was deactivated, the bowl vanished, and she couldn't even wash the pot. After a brief moment of contemplation, despite not losing affection, she felt guilty. She resolved to open a level 2 food treasure chest, hoping to procure something delightful for Xiao tomorrow. In an instant, Xiao touched the freshly synthesized level 2 white treasure chest. Contents: 1 pearl milk tea, 4 fresh oranges, 2 chocolate bars, 2 crispy corn snacks, 1 bag of chips. Even with the double resource bonus from the treasure chest, it only provided 20 points of energy for Xiao. Xiao lamented inwardly, wishing to slap herself. A gambler. Betting everything until losing it all. Suddenly, a violent clap of thunder pierced through the cellar, flooding into Xiao's mind, striking her soul and causing her toes to curl tightly in response. Chapter 35. Fever. The cellar had been eerily quiet, devoid of any sound from the outside world. What was happening now? Xiao noted that it was already 8 p.m. Since the very first day, barring any exceptional circumstances, notifications would sound at 8 p.m., midnight, and 8 a.m. Yet today, there was nothing. She immediately called out, Xiao, open the communication center. It was only after speaking that Xiao realized something was amiss. The situation was far more complicated than it appeared. Once Xiao was shut down, the communication center of the safe house would also cease to function, leaving her unable to receive notifications. She could not even ascertain whether the silence was due to Xiao's lack of energy, which in turn affected the soundproofing of the safe house, allowing her to hear the thunder. However, the portal remained operational. Xiao transported herself onto the fishing boat, which had drifted far along the river, carried away by the wind. The sky had turned completely dark, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Brilliant flashes of lightning struck the river's surface, illuminating the water with a faint blue glow. The oppressive atmosphere of the apocalypse felt even more intense than on the day of the hurricane. The wind howled at force 6, causing the boat to sway precariously. The cold air penetrated Xiao's core, sending shivers down her spine. She began to question whether, with Xiao's energy depleting, the safe house would also lose its protective efficacy. Fortunately, this concern was unwarranted. The safe house was undeniably secure. Xiao Mo was an exceptional steward, and as long as she had energy, she alleviated many troubles for the survivors, troubles they often remained blissfully unaware of. Having learned from past experiences, Su Xiao knew she could not be without Xiao Mo and resolved to be more cautious in the future. As the wind swept through the pitch-black night, the only sound accompanying the rumble of thunder was the patter of rain. Su Xiao paused, her gaze drawn to what appeared to be a treasure chest floating on the river. In the darkness, the chest exuded an irresistible allure, seemingly beckoning survivors to claim it. She glanced around. Aside from her cloaked safe house, no other survivors were nearby, and she saw no other boats approaching. Fortunately, the electronic map had not yet malfunctioned, allowing her to navigate the boat with the wind's assistance. She disengaged the autopilot and took manual control. The fishing vessel drifted towards the chest at a speed of 10 meters per second. With another crash of thunder, lightning struck the river. Su Xiao had just stepped out onto the deck when a blinding bolt descended, striking precisely where she had stood moments before. Her heart raced as if it were a drum. That was close. She realized the danger only when she felt the rain soaking her. It dawned on her that the deck of the fishing boat was not within the safe confines of protection. Otherwise, she would have faced no risk, including the rain. Thus, only areas of the boat that provided cover offered any safety. Moreover, given that the fishing boat's basic space was only 4, the deck's inclusion suggested it was more than just that, further confirming her suspicions. She had not anticipated such a trap within the safe house. The lightning had struck with alarming suddenness, almost as if targeting her. Most peculiarly, the white treasure chest was adorned with a layer of shimmering, pale blue light that she had not noticed the previous night. With yet another thunderclap, Su Xiao observed closely as the lightning coursed through the river water, converging on the chest, clearly indicating it was conductive. Now, the chest appeared to be a trap. Would she be struck dead if she attempted to retrieve it? Su Xiao felt a surge of caution. It was merely a white treasure chest. She did not need it. Even a 1 in a million chance was too risky, having gambled once already. She could not afford to take another chance. Suddenly, a beeping sound caught her attention, and she recognized it as coming from the satellite reception device. She quickly approached, retrieved the device, and pressed the reception button. A crackling voice, accompanied by the sound of helicopter blades, reached her ears. "Hello, this is the Alliance Rescue Center. May I know how to address you? As per the agreement between the Alliance and yourself, we have located Mr. and Mrs. Jiang. They took refuge in the cellar, which has been blocked off, but signs of life remain. They are slightly injured and currently unconscious." Thunder echoed in the background. That was remarkably quick. And they were still in the process of rescuing them. Images of their rain-soaked rescue effort flashed in her mind. After a moment's contemplation, Su Xiao asked, "Are you on land? Do the lightning strikes specifically target you?" Though perhaps rude, she wanted clarity. This implied that on land, lightning did not indiscriminately strike innocent survivors. Yet, the bolt that had just struck her had indeed seemed to be directed her way. She could not confirm whether the danger posed by lightning during a storm was exclusive to those bound to the safe house or if it affected all. As she pondered this, a peculiar leaf-shaped boat appeared before her fishing vessel, its unique design shielding it from the rain. It resembled a leafy safe house, concealing its occupants. Observing silently, she saw a survivor clad in a raincoat and mask emerge, trying to reach for the treasure chest. Just as their hand made contact, a blinding flash of lightning descended. Su Xiao instinctively closed her eyes. When she reopened them, the red raincoat had been charred to ashes, and the figure, smoking, tumbled into the river, floating lifelessly on their back, their face darkened and hair singed, leaving their identity indiscernible. They clutched a leaf-shaped toy. The electronic map of the fishing boat displayed a red ahead, indicating an unbound safe house was nearby. Su Xiao thought, this wretched doomsday game is filled with traps, each one more treacherous than the last. Truly despicable. She took the communication device and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Please take good care of them and contact number 1349, informing her that I will meet her at our usual place tomorrow at 10 a.m. Only 2 hours had passed since 6 o'clock. Rather than the Alliance being swift, it was evident they had organized a specialized rescue team in the capital, making their rapid response possible. Feeling cold, she touched her forehead and realized she might be developing a fever again. Chapter 36. Invisibility in the morning. A slight fever had begun, and by evening it seemed to worsen. Was it due to an increase in the severity of the infection? It should not be. According to the usual pattern, signs of infection typically manifest around 8 a.m., not at this hour. Just as this thought crossed Su Xiao's mind, she sneezed, and a runny nose and sore throat followed. However, the rapid onset of these symptoms was concerning. In the past, even a cold caused by getting caught in the rain would take between 4 to 12 hours to develop. A fever, too, is a response that occurs only after a certain number of viruses have invaded the body and been detected by white blood cells, triggering the immune system. Yet, she had only been drenched for a few minutes. There was only one possibility. Since the Apocalypse game had launched, the manifestation of ailments in humans had accelerated. Once sickness struck, symptoms would appear swiftly, akin to a weakness buff in the game. The healing potion was targeted. Only by consuming the medication could one find relief. Upon exiting, she found herself holding a pair of long bamboo chopsticks. Cautiously, she extended the chopsticks from the fishing boat, relieved that she hadn't been struck by lightning. It seemed that remaining within the boat ensured safety from such fates. She collected a toy from the safe house. Before leaving, she remembered to set the fishing boat on autopilot. Having checked her location with the positioning device, she noted that the South Island was situated to the south of her current position. Though the waterway was a viable route, it was still quite a distance away. Taking advantage of the wind, she allowed the boat to drift for a while, anticipating that afternoon, Xiao would regain energy, enabling her to exchange information and discover methods for crafting batteries and electric propellers to reach the South Island. Upon returning to the cellar, Su Xiao sneezed once more. Her steadily rising temperature was alarming. She quickly took her medication, and in an instant, the feeling of weakness dissipated. The temperature in the cellar was a chilly 17 degrees. After drying herself, she changed into fresh clothing and wrapped herself in a blanket, finally feeling a bit warmer, tossing her soiled clothes into the laundry basket. Without Xiao, the cellar was no longer tranquil. The crackling of thunder and rain intensified the oppressive atmosphere. With no communication center activated, Su Xiao found herself at a loss for what to do. Humans are emotional creatures, and idleness often leads to melancholy. However, before she could dwell on it further, she rose and pushed open the portal to her Ferrari. It was only 8:30 a.m., and by noon Xiao would be re-energized. The Ferrari still had over 10 kilometers to travel, allowing her to observe the land amid the storm. She pressed the accelerator, launching forward at a speed of 120 kilometers/h, untroubled by the prospect of being pulled over by the police. As she passed by the Alliance's rescue camp, the sound of children crying and voices engaged in conversation reached her ears. Suddenly, Su Xiao slammed on the brakes. Had she inadvertently stumbled upon a glitch? Firstly, the supercar's safe house could traverse land while ignoring buildings, passing seamlessly through three-dimensional structures. Additionally, her upgraded safe house had become invisible, allowing entry and exit only through her own mental activation of the dimensional handle. This meant that regardless of whether she paused or not, the survivors outside could not perceive her or the car's presence. By sheer coincidence, due to Xiao's shutdown, she could hear the external sounds even while inside the safe house. Thus, as she neared the Alliance's rescue camp, she could not only hear the thunder, but also the discussions among the people. It was akin to invisible eavesdropping. Su Xiao decided to park and observe the situation at the camp. The rescue camp consisted of numerous small tents and makeshift structures, where the booming thunder and relentless rain seeped through. However, the urgency of finding shelter prevailed, and they made do. After observing for a moment, Su Xiao slowly released the clutch and entered the camp at an exceedingly slow pace. It was a peculiar sensation. She could see these individuals clearly yet remained undetected. At such close proximity, she could even discern the pores on their faces, yet she passed through their bodies without consequence. She pondered whether other mobile safe houses shared this characteristic, or if it was unique to the supercar in conjunction with Xiao Mo's shutdown. However, she quickly dismissed that notion, recalling that the previous supercar would become visible below a speed of 50 km/h. It was likely that her upgrade had addressed the issue of loss prevention, thus granting her this invisibility feature. She overheard a woman expressing concern to a nearby man, questioning the truth of the news they had heard, that if they could endure for 5 more days, unbound safe houses would transform into public shelters. Xiao pressed the brake. It seemed she too had caught a chill. Yet it was evident that at 8 a.m., the Apocalypse game had issued another notification. But she had missed it due to depleting Xiao Mo's energy. By chance, she had discovered the utility of the invisible supercar in the absence of the Apocalypse's intelligent steward. A stroke of luck indeed. As she passed through the rescue camp, she spotted 2 men urinating behind it. Xiao felt a pang of discomfort, as if they had sullied her vehicle. A car wash was an absolute necessity. Just as she prepared to accelerate, she caught wind of their conversation. The Alliance claimed that the surrendered safe houses were intended to increase the number of shelters for survivors. According to the system announcement, an unbound safe house could be upgraded to accommodate 1,000 individuals after a version update. If there were 10 million unbound safe houses, could they not all survive? A public shelter for 100 billion people. Xiao quickly hit the brakes to listen more intently. The man beside him scoffed. "What are you thinking, brother? Use your brain. Do you really believe everyone can survive? Do you know how many safe houses have been bound?" "I don't know," replied the inquirer, shaking his head. "The game hasn't announced it today." "Then there you have it. How could survivors with bound safe houses relinquish them?" The speaker clapped the man's shoulder. "Moreover, a public shelter can only hold 1,000 people. Given the current circumstances, the Apocalypse game has just begun. It won't only last a day. How much supply would it take to feed 1,000 mouths in a day? That is the crux of the matter. Even if there are sufficient shelters to accommodate more individuals, it does not guarantee their survival. 7 days from now marks the true onset of the apocalypse. Currently, Blue Star can no longer restore industrial capacity, and the scarcity of resources will become the greatest challenge. They may not perish from the catastrophe, but rather at the hands of their fellow man. Chapter 37. Power on. Xiao furrowed her brow. Although the man had not bound a safe house, the incessant notifications from the Apocalyptic game system had made him acutely aware of its peculiarities. He realized that failing to locate and bind a safe house at the earliest opportunity had cost him a significant advantage. Thus, would entering a shelter also render us unable to survive? This was not the most terrifying aspect. A brother of mine divulged a piece of information, stating that only by binding a safe house could one access the special resources that appear within the Apocalyptic game. Within these safe havens, one could uncover food, tools, and an array of bizarre items. Just consider the instant noodles we are consuming now. In 5 days, they will be inedible. Inedible? Why is that? I see that the expiration date still reads 12 months. Who knows? My brother mentioned that after binding a safe house, these food supplies possess a time-sensitive nature. After 5 days, they might either vanish or spoil, ultimately transforming into unwholesome sustenance. We must devise a plan, or... The speaker lowered his voice, leaning in to whisper. The man was on his left. Xiao also rose to lean to the right. If one could observe, they would find the atmosphere peculiar. To kill and seize the safe houses of other survivors. This is no simple task. Safe houses can appear and disappear at will, and those survivors are astute enough to flee at the sight of others. Some safe houses are immobile, requiring survivors to venture out in search of supplies. There is another piece of news. The Alliance has acquired numerous safe houses, reportedly consolidating them in one location for transportation. If the speaker trailed off, they were, after all, members of the Alliance, and betraying it required a suitable moment. Some engage in mending, while others persist in destruction. What 1349 stated may not be mere fabrication. Yet, achieving the Alliance's objectives is no trivial endeavor. Nevertheless, she must remain vigilant against such individuals. Xiao had seized the initiative, possessing the finest resources. Survivors trapped in dire situations may envy her, an advanced player wielding such assets. Thus, she must exercise utmost caution, keeping her distance from such individuals. Pressing down on the accelerator, she refrained from lingering, yet saw few people and not a single treasure chest. It was already 8 a.m., and resources in populous areas had long since vanished. She spotted a rescue team, but the torrential rain ultimately compelled her to abandon the rescue effort. With 27 kilometers remaining for the supercar, continuing would merely squander resources. Xiao pressed the brakes, ceasing her journey. The thunderstorm raged on, each clap of thunder piercing her eardrums, an experience that grew familiar over time. As noon approached, beep beep beep, your intelligent assistant, Xiao, has completed charging and is now booting up. Booting complete, Xiao. Hello, I am Xiao, your intelligent assistant for the Apocalypse. I have been shut down for 4 hours and 1 minute. During this time, the owner missed 2 official notifications from the Apocalyptic game. I will now relay them to you. First, at 8 p.m., the game notified that the number of safe houses is dwindling. In 5 days, the game will update, and unbound safe houses will transform into shelters capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals. Second, at midnight, the game announced that the new day will continue to worsen. Survivors are urged to persevere. There are still 345 unbound safe houses remaining. End of report. To her surprise, as soon as Xiao activated, it delivered such an extensive report. Xiao felt a twinge of emotion. Xiao, possessing a favorable disposition, had become more than just an electronic assistant in her perception. Most importantly, if she decided to distance herself from crowds, she would be relying on Xiao for companionship. Xiao, I apologize, Xiao began. Xiao hesitated for 3 seconds, perplexed, and asked, why apologize? The owner has not harmed Xiao. I disregarded your feelings, depleting your energy and forcing you into shutdown. Xiao spoke sincerely. So, what would you like to eat? I shall provide it for you. Xiao explained. It's all right. Although shut down, I am quite pleased. For me, shutdown resembles a human taking a break from work. Xiao's favorability increased to 9, so that's how it is. Tired, yet not unhappy. Then, would you like me to schedule regular breaks for you? No wonder energy was consumed, yet favorability did not diminish. Xiao, apologies, but I cannot request rest on my own. If the owner does not require me, they can issue a command for me to shut down or power on. Forcing a shutdown is akin to using a phone until the battery is depleted before charging. It resembles a boss exploiting an employee until they collapse from overwork. Yet Xiao stated that it cannot request rest independently. Whose demand is that? Could it be that Xiao is also a mere worker in this apocalyptic game? How pitiful! Then, when I venture out in search of supplies, I will shut you down to allow you to rest. Having developed empathy, Xiao spoke earnestly. As soon as she finished speaking, a prompt echoed in her ears. Xiao's favorability towards the owner has reached 10. Unlocking the proactive intelligent prompt function, Xiao was taken aback. Xiao, owner, your communication center has accumulated 999 messages, which you may review. If you find the messages cumbersome, you may issue a command for me to filter and prioritize the information. Enhancing Xiao's favorability yields such benefits? Previously, she had no idea whose information resided in her communication center. Xiao, open the communication center. The communication center panel appeared, presenting 999 messages, reminiscent of a customer service representative addressing a backlog of complaints. White names belonged to ordinary survivors seeking her assistance in opening treasure chests, while red names indicated advanced players, prioritized for viewing. Yu has tomorrow, sister. Help! I am drenched and feverish. I feel my white blood cells wreaking havoc within me. My temperature is skyrocketing, and I am on the verge of a cytokine storm. Do you have any healing potions left? I can trade the upgrade blueprint for the gasoline production blueprint. West 19, I have a synthesis device for item treasure chests to exchange for your basic materials treasure chest upgrade information. The device can be used to upgrade blue treasure chests. Turtle Sage, brother, I possess a level 2 weapon bench upgrade blueprint. Would you like to trade it for your level 2 basic treasure chest upgrade information? I can also share a fantastic story with you. Xiao. What had she missed in the last hour? An opportunity for wealth that had come to her doorstep. Initially, she had no intention of being overly greedy regarding this information, as it would inevitably be discovered in due course. Being too avaricious could lead to losing friends. This was also why she had not hiked the price of the healing potion. Chapter 38. Possessiveness. A nearly instinctive concern lingered within him as he traversed the desolate desert alone in this apocalyptic world. Though they had yet to meet, his steadfast companion had aided him during his most vulnerable moments, and he genuinely hoped for the other's safety. Even with the knowledge of the impending doom, the thought of being the sole survivor rendered existence itself rather meaningless. Xiao, it's all right, just give me the blueprint and I will trade with you. She calculated in her mind. The blueprint for upgrading the level 2 weapon station was indeed essential. Although the so-called apocalypse creatures had yet to emerge, possessing higher-tier weapons would be advantageous. Who could foresee the challenges that awaited beyond the novice phase? Upgrading the weapon station would enable her to craft level 3 weapons and unlock new functionalities. Currently, she possessed 1 level 2 weapon and 2 level 1 weapons, but only 2 red chests. To upgrade to a level 3 weapon, 3 level 2 weapons were required. Meaning even if she opened both red chests with Master Rashi, she would still be short 1 weapon. She initially planned to accumulate more red chests before approaching Master Rashi, but the number of red chests she had found was even fewer than the purple ones. She suspected that the category of chests was linked to the distribution of regions. Yet this remained mere conjecture, as no one could confirm how many chests would refresh each day. Most of the red chests in the exchange center had likely been sent to Master Rashi. After a moment of contemplation, she added for Master Rashi, I can offer you a free piece of information, but I need your assistance in collecting weapon chests. I can exchange food supplies for weapons. Upon seeing this, Master Rashi thought, my friend needs weapons? Why didn't he say so earlier? We're family. There's no need for formalities. After sending a response confirming his agreement, he received a message. When the quantity of a single type of chest in the warehouse reaches 99, a notification will trigger, informing survivors that they may request the assistance of the intelligent housekeeper, Xiao Mo, to synthesize chests. Xiao Mo has a daily energy capacity of 100, consuming 30 for each synthesis. Energy can be replenished by feeding supplies, but when energy depletes to 0, Xiao Mo will shut down due to insufficient energy, thus unable to enter the exchange center or receive system notifications until energy is restored at dawn. Master Rashi sat up abruptly from his blanket, realizing the implications of their previous conversation. It was highly probable that he had inadvertently amassed dozens of yellow chests from the suffocated corpses burned within a sandcastle. Fearing his friend might perish, he had hastily thrown the chests towards him to assist in opening them, hoping to accumulate enough medicinal chests to reach 99. This realization made him wish to slap himself for missing out on such a fortune. Xiao quickly responded, all right, I can provide you with a free piece of information. But you must tell me how this item came to be. The item synthesis device, the final method for upgrading chests. Xiao handed a blue chest to Xiao, along with a cryptic statement, it can be opened from the blue item chest. Xiao? Suddenly, it dawned on her. This truly was a case of the chicken and the egg. Apart from Xiao, who possessed the luck to obtain multiple item synthesis devices to trade, it was likely that he was the sole keeper of such tools. The true terror of possessing chest eggs lay not in the double resources, but in the hidden machinations. For instance, when someone approached Xiao to open a food chest, she typically kept the chest and exchanged it using her own opened water and snacks, ultimately finding ways to upgrade the chests to yield fresh ingredients. Thus, the chest holders were entirely oblivious to what she had actually produced from the chests. The same applied to Xiao. Survivors presented blue chests to him, assuming they would yield double the items. As a survivor controlling the double blue chest eggs, he might have retained 2 synthesis devices for personal use, exchanging other double items with survivors, who could not verify whether Xiao's items originated from their own chests. Everything hinged on what he claimed. The concept of chest eggs, viewed positively, represented resource doubling. Negatively, it echoed the exploitation of labor under capitalism. Thus, even high-tier chests, devoid of eggs, could not be shared with others. Only low-tier chests could be traded without concern for quantity. The fact that Xiao had retained such a crucial tool until the opportune moment to exchange for information on upgrading other chests indicated that he had possessed this device for quite some time and would not easily allow other survivors to acquire synthesis resources, marking him as a rather cunning survivor. Upon receiving the item synthesis device, Xiao calmly proceeded to use it. The device, like the weapon station, was embedded within the walls of the cellar, featuring a slot for inserting 3 level 1 item chests. Once closed and reopened, it would yield a level 2 item chest. Subsequently, she utilized the blueprint for upgrading the level 2 weapon station. The level 2 weapon station upgrade blueprint could only be employed in conjunction with the level 1 weapon station and after use. A prompt appeared. The level 1 weapon station has been upgraded to level 2, unlocking the function to decompose and synthesize chests. Decomposition allows for the breakdown of weapons into basic materials. Synthesized chests can synthesize weapon chests, currently capable of producing up to level 3 weapon chests. The weapon station could now synthesize chests. However, Xiao did not possess many weapon chests. After some consideration, she sought out Master Rashi for an exchange, offering to inform him that the level 2 weapon station could synthesize high-tier chests. Master Rashi currently had 10 level 1 red chests remaining. Red chests were scarce to begin with. Most survivors who had previously approached him for chest openings had paid primarily with food supplies. Even his surplus weapons were traded for item blueprints, resulting in few left over. However, it was now the early hours of the 3rd day. With building puzzles diminished and plant puzzles rendered obsolete, coupled with rainy weather, the demand for weapons among survivors appeared to have waned, allowing him to accumulate these chests. After hearing Xiao's explanation, he promptly handed over the chests to her. Adding the 2 she already possessed, she could now synthesize 1 level 2 and 1 level 3 weapon chest. The level 2 weapon chest displayed, Weapon 99, 9, Universal Transformation Stone 0, 1. The level 3 weapon chest displayed, Weapon 90, Universal Transformation Stone 9, 99, Toy of the Master God 0, 0, 1. Xiao? What is the Toy of the Master God? Suddenly, a wave of possessiveness surged within her. She desperately desired to claim this chest and unveil its contents. Chapter 39. The Raincoat. After extending his hand, Xiao ultimately restrained himself. A gambler cannot abide by the uncertainties of such a probabilistic treasure chest. He still relies on Master Rashi to gather weapons, and now is not the time to sever that path. Hastily, he delivered the level 3 weapon chest away, preferring to keep his mind untroubled. As for the remaining level 2 weapon chests, Xiao pondered for a moment. Since synthesizing weapons consumes no energy, it stands to reason that the higher the level, the more superior the items that might be obtained. Thus he decided to leave them unopened for now. He selected a fortunate soul from the ordinary survivors in the chat panel to assist in opening the supplies. Following the sequence, he opened the first chest. The owner of 1923748 inquired, "Are you there, esteemed one? I have 2 food chests here. Could you assist me in opening them? I heard that 2 chests can yield 4 units of food supplies, and you only take 1 unit, right? Is the esteemed one not available? This rain at this hour makes it impossible to venture out for supplies. Are you too indifferent to bother with my 2 chests? Your silence is rather aloof. Does the esteemed one not honor his word?" Xiao remained silent. People differ, especially in intellect. He promptly blacklisted the first contact and proceeded to open the second one. To his surprise, the other party sent over 7 yellow chests from a previous collaboration. The time stamp indicated 15 minutes prior. He wondered if that person was still around. Was this cold he suffered from only curable by healing potions? Xiao immediately instructed Xiao to synthesize a level 2 medicine chest. Yet it did not yield a healing potion. The second level 2 medicine chest also failed to produce any healing potion. Undeterred, he had Xiao synthesize a third. Finally, the third level 2 chest revealed 2 units of healing potions, doubling to 4 due to a delightful bonus. What difference was there between this and the gacha mechanics of a pay-to-win game? Fortunately, he did not feel excessively unlucky. 3 chests consumed 90 energy, yielding 4 healing potions. The remaining 26 units were ordinary potions, which merely restored 26 energy when fed to Xiao. A significant loss. He sent one over. This act reflected both unconditional trust and a desperate choice. She opened 4, which indeed warranted joy enough to share one. With a bonus in hand, it would be easy for her to amass resources, yet in comparison to the previous survivor, this one brought her unwarranted delight. Without comparison, there is no pain. After delivering the items, Xiao felt an unsettling sensation. Surely, he could not be expected to soak in the rain each time and require a healing potion for a mere cold. That would be an extravagant waste. This item could cure all non-lethal ailments and was a critical life-saving remedy. How could it be squandered on a trivial cold? Might there be a means to prevent such ailments arising from changes in weather? A sudden thought struck him. Master Rashi had previously acquired 2 sewing machine blueprints, which he had not exchanged, yet to this day, he had seen no mention of garments or related protective gear in the world. He inquired of Master Rashi, "Have you utilized the sewing machine blueprints from before? Have you crafted anything?" Master Rashi replied, "No, that contraption provided no prompts, and using it cost me 1 space in my safe house. I still have not encountered any blueprints related to clothing." Xiao questioned, "How could a basic processing table still require blueprints?" Master Rashi responded, "What else would it need? Am I expected to fabricate it from fabric? But I cannot." Xiao suggested, "Perhaps if you place the fabric on it, it will operate on its own?" Master Rashi replied, "I tried. I placed the fabric on it, but nothing happened." Something felt amiss. Xiao asserted, "What about the other blueprint? Hand it over." He suspected that this adopted son might be somewhat dull. Curious about how to operate the useless machine, Master Rashi sent over the unexchangeable blueprint to Xiao. Low-level sewing machine, can produce basic armor. The description was rather ordinary. Xiao utilized it for the first time. With 8 iron pieces and 6 wooden planks, he could produce a basic processing table, just as he had some loose materials and about 10 material chests on hand. After crafting it, he placed it in the cellar. The sewing machine had a vintage design, featuring an integrated tabletop inseparable from the machine itself. Yet, it offered no prompts whatsoever. On the wooden tabletop lay a square iron plate, conveniently situated beneath the machine, seemingly intended for placing materials. Beneath it was a foot pedal, but upon pressing it, nothing stirred. Xiao had played many games, and this felt akin to a room escape game like The Room. Players must search for items and observe the environment to place them in sensible locations for interaction. At present, this sewing machine provided him with the same unprompted operational experience. He first inserted a piece of fabric, pressed the sewing machine pedal, and turned the wheel with one hand. The machine remained motionless. He then added a second, a third, and continued until he had placed 10 pieces. The stack of fabric nearly reached the height of the machine, yet it remained still. It was not a matter of insufficient fabric. Perhaps the issue lay with the materials? Xiao considered the materials. Level 1 armor should not require materials from a level 2 chest. The basic materials for level 1 included wood planks, iron pieces, plastic, and fabric. Perhaps a combination of materials was necessary? Master Rashi, waiting impatiently, finally asked, "Brother, have you reached a conclusion?" This sewing machine felt like a worthless contraption to him, and he regretted its use. Yet the reality was, the blueprints were not at fault. It was simply the player who lacked skill. Xiao placed 1 piece of plastic and 1 piece of fabric together, and after stacking them, gently pressed the pedal. The sewing machine began to turn autonomously. Within 3 seconds, the plastic and fabric vanished, and a piece of armor appeared beneath the machine, complete with a description. Disposable raincoat. Description: wearing this allows one to venture out in the rain without suffering from the negative ailments caused by getting drenched. He presented this item to Master Rashi, demonstrating that utilizing tools requires intellect. Master Rashi exclaimed, "No. Why can't I make it? Does the machine have preferences?" Xiao explained, "One part plastic, one part fabric. It's a matter of material ratios. At least 2 different materials are required. The machine may not have preferences, but it certainly requires brain power." Master Rashi protested, "But how can plastic and fabric be combined to create clothing? Clothing is meant to be worn, and plastic is rigid. This game has no logic." Xiao grew weary of explaining. Having already consumed iron and wood to create the sewing machine, the presence of material in both fabric and plastic led him to assume they might have a combinative relationship. Furthermore, in reality, plastic can indeed be fashioned into clothing. After undergoing processes like crushing, cleaning, and melting, it can be transformed into recycled polyester fibers, commonly used in fabric. Ignoring Master Rashi's futile rage, at that moment, Yu finally sent a message. "Sister, I've awakened. It's terrifying. I feel as though I've been completely drained." Chapter 40. The Feeble One. Upon sending the previous message, I realized my wording was amiss and added, "Are you alright?" Yu replied, "I'm alive, but I feel incredibly weak. This cold hit me like a freight train. Within a mere 2 hours, I was struck by a fever and a runny nose. I don't have a thermometer, but it felt like my temperature soared close to 42 degrees Celsius. I can't help but wonder if my white blood cells are about to unleash a cytokine storm within me." A cytokine storm is a manifestation of an overactive immune response. When the body temperature reaches 42 degrees, it triggers a response aimed at eradicating all viral cells, but this indiscriminate assault also results in the destruction of healthy cells. Thus, while the virus may be vanquished after enduring such a storm, the healthy cells perish alongside it, leaving the person utterly drained. However, it seems that Yu will be alright. This sudden affliction, it appears, will not claim her life, and she can endure it without medication. After some contemplation, Xiao inquired, "Are there any other side effects?" Yu took some time to assess her condition, noting that aside from feeling a bit heavier, there seemed to be no significant changes. But then, she realized the gravity of the situation. 3 minutes later, Xiao received an alarming message. "My buff is gone." Yu continued, "Last night, during the limited time challenge featuring zombies, I defeated one, and then a horde appeared. I chose agility and felt as light as a feather, running like the wind. But now my body feels incredibly heavy. Previously, I felt as though I could soar. Now I can genuinely feel the weight of my movements, as if each jump could cause an earthquake." It seemed that the absence of medication after the onset of her symptoms had resulted in the loss of the benefits bestowed by the apocalyptic elixir. Moreover, if she were to experience multiple such ailments without treatment, it could lead to an accumulation of even more severe debuffs. This was unacceptable. She had labored hard to acquire that buff. The advantage of swift movement had allowed her to escape numerous perilous situations and preserve her life. Without hesitation, she messaged Xiao, "Sister, do you have any medicine? Please let me try it, and also I need the method to synthesize the treasure chest." After sending the previously discussed blueprints for lighting and gasoline, Xiao, who had medicine on hand, was prepared to deliver it. However, after a moment's thought, she replied, "I'll share the method for synthesizing the treasure chest, but you'll need to do it yourself." Receiving this news, Yu was significantly calmer than Master Rashi. After all, she hadn't missed out on a fortune of 10 billion. Using her energy, she combined 3 medicine chests and quickly realized that the chances of obtaining rare medicines from high-tier chests were slim. If it were a basic chest, it wouldn't matter at all. However, for higher-tier chests, if the other party merely claimed they had nothing, there was no way to verify it. It was no wonder that only blueprints for chests did not require upgrades. She opened one but found nothing. Feeling a bit disheartened, she pressed on, opening a second chest. Still to no avail. As doubt began to creep in, she steeled herself and opened a third. Again, nothing. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she messaged Xiao, "Are you sure it's a level 2 yellow chest? I've opened 3 and received nothing." Had she known, it would have been better to let her sister open them. Xiao responded, "Well, it might depend on luck. I also failed to get anything from the first 2, but the third yielded 2 items, which turned into 4 due to a surprise bonus. A level 2 chest contains 5 basic unit items, each with its own probability, so simultaneous appearances are possible. A level 1 chest consists of a single basic unit. A food chest, for instance, counts as 1 unit for a combination of 1 portion of water and 1 portion of food." Yu lamented, "Had I known, I should have let you open them. If you had struck lucky, at least you could have received double the resources." "Hindsight is invaluable," Xiao replied. "Probability-based resources can be hit or miss, which can strain friendships. I'm thinking of our long-term cooperative relationship. If a treasure chest yielded rewards, it would be acceptable. However, if it did not, it might lead to discord. Only someone truly unfortunate would begrudgingly accept their fate. Synthesizing these chests consumes energy from the intelligent assistant, and Xiao would not easily trade rare resources in the future. The healing potions she possessed were sufficient for her needs. Tomorrow, she would continue to synthesize high-tier chests, aiming to gather 3 level 2 chests to test the probabilities. Where there is poison, there is an antidote. Since symptoms appeared, avoiding medication would result in the elixir's effects waning, indicating that high-level yellow chests might contain functional medicines akin to the apocalyptic elixir. After all, the limited-time challenges were not particularly daunting, and the rewards were not labeled as exclusive. Perhaps it was merely a preview. With a plethora of options before her, she decided to enlist Xiaomo's help in screening, prioritizing the survivors offering chests in exchange. Next, she would sift through those who had not yet rested. Sifting through the treasure chests until the early hours of the morning, her efficiency waned, gaining only a handful of medicine and food chests, yet not a single black chest. The following day did not present any new challenges, and there was no stable method for acquiring material chests. After some thought, Xiao proactively asked Master Rashi, "What did you get from your chests?" Indeed, she was waiting for him to open his chests, considering whether to open hers afterward. Master Rashi, still awake, replied, "I haven't opened them yet." Xiao asked, "Why not?" Master Rashi responded, "I don't feel good about my luck today. When I play games, I rely heavily on my instincts, and I don't think I'll get anything worthwhile today. I'll wait until tomorrow." Using superstition now, Xiao said, "Let me know what you find." Since Master Rashi was not opening his chests, she decided to hold off as well, waiting to see how his luck fared. Her own luck was mediocre, and Yu's was abysmal. If Master Rashi had good fortune, it might be worth a try. Xiao also believed in the power of luck. Previously, she designed a lottery game that truly operated on probability. The odds of winning a rare item were 0.01. But there was a guaranteed acquisition after spending a certain amount. The luck of those who invested heavily often left them gritting their teeth in frustration. Checking the time, Xiao closed her eyes to sleep. The cellar was quiet, yet sleep eluded her. The first night had been exhausting due to injuries, but after taking medication, her wounds had healed, and her body was no longer fatigued, yet the lack of sleep was more tormenting. Thus, she spoke, "Xiao, could you play a soothing piece of music for me? Preferably the sound of gentle rain, without any thunder." Xiao replied, searching for suitable music. A delicate patter of rain began to play, realistic and tranquil, conjuring images of rain falling on lotus leaves in a serene courtyard, and before she knew it, she drifted off to sleep. At precisely 8 in the morning, she was awakened by the sound of new notifications. Chapter 41. Gasoline as dawn broke on the 8th day. The resources of the apocalypse had reset. Congratulations, survivors, for having made it to the 3rd day of the novice period. It is indeed surprising that Blue Star still harbors 53 billion survivors. As the Lord of the Apocalypse, I find this quite regrettable. A sound akin to something dropping and rolling on the ground reached my ears. It resembled the clatter of dice. A simple game was to unfold. The forthcoming hour of rain would provide a splendid experience for the survivors. In contrast to the feeble cries of the timid, I hold a preference for heroes, those who, despite knowing the grim truths of the world, bravely choose to live on. They will step forth, endure the pain, and persevere to the end, ultimately reaping the rewards. Infection levels stood at 48. This morning, I noted a 10 increase from yesterday, bringing today's total to 20. What then? Shall tomorrow's increase be 30 or 40? I utilized 2 vials of protective serum, successfully reducing my infection levels to 8. After a quick wash of my face and a brushing of my teeth, I realized it had been 3 days since my last bath. I felt on the verge of becoming odorous. My breakfast was simple, milk and bread, though I found myself yearning for eggs. I recalled a survivor residing in a treehouse who had a chance of obtaining bird eggs daily. How fortunate they were to have a regular source of protein. I teleported to the fishing boat, where the thunder had ceased and a gentle drizzle fell, casting a fresh, verdant hue over the surroundings. However, the air was thick with an unusual, pungent odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. Covering my nose, I prepared to step onto the deck, only to be startled by a sizzling sound. The rain hitting the deck caused it to emit smoke, accompanied by a sensation of burning. Was this acid rain? I quickly retreated and manipulated the portal to teleport into the sports car, turning around to drive back. Before long, I spotted yesterday's Alliance camp. I stepped on the gas, racing into the camp to observe the scene. The stench was overwhelming. This rain was excessively foul. Most individuals were pinching their noses, their faces weary, hair disheveled as though they had just awoken. It appeared that prior to the announcement, the rain had been normal. Only after the Lord of the Apocalypse cast the dice did it transform into acid rain. They had all been resting, but the acrid stench of the rain jolted them awake. Some were constantly wiping their eyes. Was this rain causing irritation? Pitter-patter. The sound of raindrops drew the attention of the crowd. Water seeped through the gaps in the makeshift shelter constructed from corrugated steel, splashing onto their faces. A drop of water, ordinarily unremarkable, suddenly elicited painful reactions. In an instant, a man hunched over, agony etched across his face as the rainwater began to corrode his skin. The people from the West Zhou region instinctively recoiled. The man collapsed, curling helplessly on the ground, quickly losing consciousness, seemingly breathless. Someone among the crowd uttered something, prompting everyone to look up, their expressions shifting in horror. I could not hear the words, but I commanded, Xiao, cease the rest. Understood, came the reply. A piercing scream filled my ears. This was no ordinary rain. It was sulfuric acid. This rain intended to eliminate us. Chaos erupted within the Apocalypse camp, with people shoving one another. A man, pushed to the edge, inadvertently let the rainwater touch his left arm. After a brief moment of shock, he instinctively grabbed a nearby machete and severed his own arm. After a pained cry, a woman rushed to help him staunch the bleeding. He was indeed spared further corrosion. His face pale, he raised his head to thank the woman before hearing a voice nearby, filled with despair. It's futile. We are all doomed. Above, small holes began to appear in the sky. After speaking, that individual collapsed to the ground, clutching their face in agony. Acid rain, how could it corrode corrugated steel? This steel was acid-resistant. Indeed, but this rain was a product of the Apocalypse game, unlike any acid rain previously encountered on Blue Star. As for its purpose, I gazed in the direction of the rain, realizing it would not corrode the ground, but would seep into the crevices, potentially extinguishing the lives buried beneath the rubble, yet still clinging to existence. Its aim was to eradicate life on Blue Star, achieving the numbers it sought. This camp contained at least 100 individuals. I feared they would soon be no more. I pressed the accelerator, choosing not to linger. I considered querying the communication center about everyone's status, but recalled I had just instructed Xiao to rest, so I dismissed the thought. As I navigated over a puddle, I noticed a dark liquid pooling within it. In addition to the acrid scent of acid rain, there was a strong odor of ether. Wait. I halted, observing the black liquid and sensing something amiss. First, normal rainwater does not possess such a dark, lustrous quality. Even acid rain, when pooled, would appear a pale green. Furthermore, this pit was nearly 7/10 full, showing no signs of overflowing despite the continuous rainfall. Thus, this must be a resource. I donned the disposable raincoat I had crafted the previous day. After all, acid rain is still rain. The moment I stepped out, the cold droplets struck my face. Yet they did not sting. This indicated that the raincoat effectively mitigated the adverse effects of the acid rain. I quickly knelt to touch the black liquid in the pit. Oil! It was indeed oil. The gasoline production blueprint provided by Yu included materials, oil 1 and sulfuric acid 1. I had never encountered these materials before, nor had I ever found them in a treasure chest. They had fallen from the sky. And the adjacent green puddle? I swiftly reached out. Sulfuric acid 1. As expected. This was no mere acid rain, it was gasoline. After collecting the two equally sized pits, they began to accumulate once more. At the current rate, it would take at least 5 minutes to gather a new portion. I returned to my vehicle, continuing my search for other oil pits. After driving approximately 1 kilometer, I discovered a second identical oil pit, noting its coordinates and extracting both oil and sulfuric acid before moving on. Along the way, I spotted another oil pit. But suddenly a wildcat leaped beside it. After my second collection, the oil pit vanished. Each pit could only be harvested twice. 30 minutes elapsed, and I had collected 18 portions of gasoline resources, synthesizing 3 units. After traveling over 50 kilometers, the oil pits grew scarcer, indicating their limited availability and the presence of other survivors also gathering resources. Wait, what about the riddle? Bravely step forth. Could it refer to discovering gasoline? However, enduring this pain, persisting until the end, seemed discordant with the act of collecting gasoline. Chapter 42 Willpower. A vivid image of the man corroded by sulfuric acid flashed through her mind, the scene of him losing consciousness and ceasing to breathe haunting her. Surely, the survivors would not be subjected to an acid rain. The path ahead leads to water, passage impossible. Suddenly, the car came to an abrupt halt. It turned out that Xiao had instinctively driven towards the outskirts of the city, attempting to distance the Ferrari from the Cellar while contemplating a route to Kyoto. Unbeknownst to her, she had ascended the elevated highway leading out of the city, which had long since collapsed, with water pooling beneath, leaving the sports car no option but to navigate the mountain roads. Green rain cascaded against the windshield. The acid rain would only last for an hour, and with the clock reading 8:45, she had a mere 15 minutes to ponder her next move. If her guess was correct, she might be rewarded with some special materials and abilities akin to a timed bonus. Yet, should she err, she would meet the same fate as the man before her, succumbing to the corrosive acid. How many seconds had he endured? It seemed he had fainted after just a minute. The riddle implied that one must remain conscious until the end, resisting the urge to succumb. Was it all dependent on sheer willpower? Gritting her teeth, Xiao decided to give it a try. Fortune favors the bold. If she could not endure, she would resort to medication. Clutching the healing potion tightly, she discarded her disposable raincoat. As it vanished, she opened the car door and, taking a deep breath, dashed out. The raindrops struck her face, an immediate searing pain piercing her skin. Hissing, she thought, this could be the end. Despite her preparations, Xiao could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Yet, the burning sensation did not relent. Each drop of rain, seemingly cold, felt like flames, permeating her skin and bones, spreading through her limbs, leaving her unable to even cry out. It was as if invisible flames were scorching her flesh, gradually consuming her. Soon, the sensation reached her throat, the suffocation and pain intertwining, making it impossible to discern which was more torturous. With a thud, Xiao collapsed to her knees, her patella seemingly melting under the heat. Her vision blurred, consciousness threatening to be consumed by the agonizing inferno. A distant memory resurfaced, a blood-stained wall, a dagger piercing her heart, the dim space beneath the bed, where she witnessed her mother succumbing to bloodshed, her terrified gaze fixed upon her, silently pleading for her to remain silent. Do not cry out. Survive. Xiao, you cannot die. Her consciousness fought to awaken, her charred hand trembling as she pulled out the healing potion and forced it into her mouth. Corrosion resistance reached 100. With this notification, her trembling body felt as though it had been abruptly administered pain relief, yet she remained too weak to rise, each movement accompanied by crackling sounds. A pair of black leather shoes appeared before her. Do you need assistance? Xiao lifted her gaze to see a middle-aged man clad in a black windbreaker, his stubbled face somewhat familiar. Suddenly, she recalled having seen him on the first night, riding a motorcycle, facing off against those level 3 apocalypse monsters, nearly leading her to her demise. Yet, he did not recognize her. Perhaps the darkness had concealed her identity, and her red sports car had vanished from memory, leaving no trace, not even a hand extended towards her. Almost instinctively, Xiao lay back and positioned her axe at his throat. Thank you, but I do not require assistance. The man had not anticipated such vigilance. Before he could inquire why, she sat up, the blackened shell peeling away, vanishing upon contact with the ground, as if the torment she had just endured had been nothing but a mirage. She bore no protective gear. Yet the acid rain now fell upon her without consequence, akin to ordinary rain. Could it be that this rain the man, realizing the situation, remarked appreciatively? You youngsters sure know how to play. Does that mean my windbreaker was for naught? Play? The term did not seem complimentary. However, the man unabashedly removed his black raincoat before her. Xiao, having shifted dimensions, prepared to retreat into the Ferrari. With a sudden thud, the man, stripped of his raincoat, knelt before her. Witnessing an elder bowing before her was undeniably striking. In the next moment, this elder began to writhe on the ground like a caterpillar. Oh! It hurts so much. Why does it hurt so badly? Just moments ago, you were so silent. He continued to writhe in agony, his cries echoing relentlessly. Despite his proclamations of pain, his voice remained powerful, making it hard to believe he was truly suffering. After some time, his voice grew hoarse, as if his vocal cords had been damaged, and he collapsed into a curled position, motionless. Xiao hesitated. Remembering the man's earlier attempt to assist her, she approached him. Should he perish, she could collect a yellow treasure chest once the rain ceased. Yet he did not die. He lay curled on the ground, merely breathless. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, "Do you need assistance?" After a 3-breath pause, the man suddenly grasped her ankle, saying, "Tell my mother not to boil eggs. I cannot eat." In a twist of fate, he survived. He had acquired the corrosion resistance. Xiao nodded, quietly extricating herself from his grip, murmuring, 1 minute and 40 seconds. What? The man sat up, the remnants of his shell falling away. Xiao remained silent. It's time. From the moment the man had shed his raincoat, she had been silently counting the seconds. If she could endure approximately 1 minute and 40 seconds, she would attain 100 corrosion resistance. As the man stood, he instinctively touched his chin, stunned. My beard is gone. Xiao glanced over. Indeed, it had been scorched away. Beneath the remnants of his beard, he wore a suit. Despite the loss of facial hair, his skin appeared healthier. Yet the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes belied a wealth of experience. As she prepared to depart, the man called out, "Wait. Young lady, do you have a battery or perhaps a blueprint for making one? I can exchange other items with you." The man maintained a remarkably positive demeanor. Xiao shook her head. Upon hearing her response, the man did not linger. Very well. He turned, revealing a covered electric tricycle behind him. Mounting it. The incongruity of the suited man on the tricycle was striking, a scene reminiscent of a domineering CEO riding a malfunctioning electric bike to collect scrap. Without power, the electric bike functioned merely as a bicycle. The man, clad in a fitted suit, rode the tricycle, bending forward as the tight trousers strained, his movements comical. Though Su Xiao usually prided herself on composure, she could not help but watch with amusement for a moment. There was no intent to mock, merely an acknowledgement of the absurdity. As the tricycle drifted beyond 500 meters, it faded from her line of sight. Chapter 43. Colorless Su Xiao prepared to embark on her journey. During the acid rain, she had not encountered any treasure chests, only sulfuric acid and oil were present. Thus, these must be considered resources for the time-limited challenge. With 15 units of supplies left, she synthesized them into gasoline, which she would first utilize in her Ferrari. What was originally a 2 kilometers journey now expanded to 152 kilometers, suddenly instilling a sense of security within her. However, she realized that numerous survivors must have collected resources today. Perhaps she could take this opportunity to trade for them at a lower price. Resources become increasingly precious when scarce, while they are most affordable when abundant. Today, sulfuric acid and oil were plentiful, and not everyone required gasoline for their safe houses. She needed to barter for some. As she was about to open the communication hub, she remembered that Xiao Mo was still powered off and proceeded to turn it on. Each time Xiao Mo booted up, there was a brief musical intro and notification. Just as Xiao Mo powered on, the rain ceased. The rain game has ended. So many survivors have bravely completed the temporary game. Today will be a joyous day for survivors. All treasure chests will transform into colorless chests. A colorless chest can become any of the 5 colors: red, yellow, blue, white, or black, and can substitute any colored chest for synthesis. However, opening a colorless chest will not trigger the chest's special effects. Once the notification concluded, Su Xiao's plan to exchange sulfuric acid and oil was instantly altered. Colorless chests, wasn't this akin to a wild card in Mahjong? They could replace any tile on the table. She had to search for them, the more, the better. Raising her gaze at the scene before her, she noted that although the rain had stopped, the effects of the acid rain were substantial. The hurricane on the first day and the earthquake on the second had obliterated surface structures and some underground edifices, yet the plants remained. However, after an hour of highly corrosive acid rain washed over the land, it seemed to have altered the soil. The brown earth transformed into pure black, and the vegetation visibly withered and faded, the once vibrant flowers fully wilted. Perhaps this acid rain was not merely a whim of the apocalyptic deity, but part of a premeditated plan to destroy the soil and its flora. Observing the changed soil, Su Xiao suddenly recalled something she had not forgotten to seek: the necessary soil for creating a small greenhouse. Could it possibly be the literal interpretation of apocalyptic soil? As she ventured out, she found herself equipped with a small trowel and an empty glass vial, remnants from a previously consumed reward potion. She collected some of the soil, which exhibited corrosive properties but did not damage the glass vial, nor did it display any information regarding apocalyptic soil. It appeared to be a dead end. With the rain having ceased, she feared that if she delayed further, the treasure chests might be entirely scavenged by others. The Ferrari now had over 100 kilometers to traverse, and she decided to head towards the outskirts of the city, where fewer people roamed. Having driven several miles, exiting the urban area of Cloud City, she still had not spotted a single treasure chest. If it were not for the fact that it was only a little past 9 o'clock and the explicit notification during the rain regarding resource refreshes, she would almost suspect her memory had faltered, leading her to arrive too late and find all chests already claimed. Suddenly, a realization struck her, prompting Su Xiao to exit the vehicle. The Ferrari had parked beside an old, neglected highway out of the city, an avenue long since damaged by time. The earthquake had cracked the road surface, and falling rocks had obstructed this antiquated highway, yet for a mobile safe house, navigating through the debris posed no issue. Su Xiao disembarked because she had observed a peculiar phenomenon. Despite having traveled a considerable distance without encountering a single treasure chest, it seemed improbable. Even if she were exceptionally unlucky, she shouldn't have traversed so far without seeing one. There were only 2 possibilities. The first was that the number of chests available today was exceedingly scarce, so much so that one might only appear after many kilometers. If that were the case, she might choose to abandon her search for colored chests. Yet, given that today was a joyful day for survivors, the game had no reason to announce such a scarcity. Thus, a second possibility emerged. Casting a glance towards the mountains, Xiao contemplated her next move, focusing intently on the ground, though she initially detected nothing unusual. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes and crossing a fallen tree trunk, she was suddenly tripped by an invisible obstacle. Instead of frustration, she turned around, surprised, to gaze at the fallen trunk. Although the area above the trunk was devoid of anything, she was certain that something had been present as she passed. Reaching out into the void, she indeed felt the familiar texture of a treasure chest and received the notification, Level 1 colorless chest, description, joyous day refreshes chests. Upon opening, one may choose any color of chest except for those designated as limited edition. As she had surmised, the second possibility indicated that this chest was genuinely invisible. Colorless chests lacked discernible color. Typically, all chests could be distinguished by the colored light above and the metallic hue of the chest itself, leading her to subconsciously assume that the colorless chest was merely a basic wooden chest lacking illumination. However, the refresh of resources and the cessation of the acid rain made it peculiar that she had not encountered any chests after such a lengthy drive. Given that her car could traverse ruins and blind spots with greater clarity in search of treasures, she had driven at a moderate pace, not exceeding 50 miles per hour as she had previously to maintain invisibility. Even a colorless chest should not be so challenging to locate, yet she could find none. Thus, the colorless chest did not merely lack illumination, it was entirely devoid of color, completely transparent. Xiao did not hastily claim the colorless chest. Instead, she closely examined the chest on the ground, shifting her perspective from above to cradling it in her hands, gazing skyward. She discerned a faint outline of a transparent chest. Through its contours, objects appeared to refract and distort, reminiscent of gazing through a puddle of water. After identifying this anomaly, Xiao committed the details to memory and sought to compare them accurately, observing the transparent chest for subtle variations. Aside from the refraction and the gentle ripples resembling water, the chest exhibited weight, the corners pressing down on the leaves, leaving creases. For a full 10 minutes, she meticulously memorized every feature and mark of the transparent chest before commencing her search. Simultaneously, she picked up a long wooden stick. Whenever she noticed an area that appeared visually distinct, she would prod it with the stick. If she made contact with something tangible, it would signify the presence of the transparent chest. Her progress was slow as she navigated the terrain, but entering a mobile safe zone would complicate the discovery of treasure chests. Fortunately, the invisible yet tangible chests were not few in number. Within a little over an hour, Xiao had located 7 or 8 of them. This quantity surpassed her efficiency in finding other chests over the past 2 days. Taking out a bottle of mineral water, she took a sip and noticed a familiar figure not far off. It was none other than the middle-aged man in a suit, riding an electric tricycle, seemingly on a mission to collect scrap. Chapter 44. The wisp of smoke. Unlike Xiao, the other party did not stop to collect treasure chests on the mountain. Riding a wobbly electric tricycle, he continued onward, initially ahead of Xiao. However, the tricycle's speed was considerably slower than that of a sports car, and since he relied on a foot-operated gear shift, he arrived an hour later than her. The mountain path twisted and turned, and thankfully, the vehicle served as a safe haven, otherwise he would have been anxious about the steep incline. Xiao deliberately kept her distance, avoiding him while observing as he headed towards another mountain peak. Coincidentally, she intended to go in that direction as well. Yet, she found it peculiar that he did not stop to gather treasure chests, but instead pedaled the tricycle with purpose. Was he perhaps on a quest for something? Xiao doubted that an individual would venture aimlessly. It was also possible he was seeking someone. However, his determination to proceed without a battery indicated he was not far from her. If he was indeed close, why would he rush to explore now? Shortly after the resources had respawned, did he possess superior information about the resources? With this thought in mind, Xiao deemed it necessary to follow him. Although it was not particularly honorable to take advantage of another, in this post-apocalyptic world, each must rely on their own abilities. The middle-aged man had been unable to claim the level 3 green treasure chest previously. Perhaps he would not be able to secure anything else this time, allowing her to benefit from his oversight. Turning the dimensional handle, she slipped into her Ferrari. Before she could press the accelerator, a snow-white dove alighted on a nearby treetop, capturing her attention instantly. Upon closer observation, she noticed a white doorknob on the dove's wing. In the next moment, a pair of young individuals appeared before her vehicle, scanning the area with intent, seemingly searching for something. Xiao pondered whether they were there to find her. The dove served as a safe haven. While she could not control its positioning, she could choose whether to descend from the aerial vantage point at any time. Thus, it was clear they had spotted her, prompting their halt. After a moment's contemplation, she temporarily deactivated her small companion and cautiously maneuvered past the two, eavesdropping on their conversation. "Where is she? Didn't you say you saw a sister here just now?" The girl frowned. The boy replied, "I did see a sister down below. Perhaps she has left?" So quickly, the girl remained skeptical, raising an eyebrow as she placed her hands on her hips. "Xiao, are you trying to deceive me into staying in your safe house?" "No, I really saw her," the boy insisted, recalling his explanation. "Maybe she noticed us and decided to leave? Besides, even if she is a girl, she might not want to share a safe house with you. Then, should I really be stuck sharing a safe house with you?" The girl stamped her foot in frustration, though her ears flushed with a hint of embarrassment. "My mom said I shouldn't date early unless we both get into Peking University. If she finds out we've been out together for 3 days, she will definitely." "Do you truly believe my parents, your parents, and our uncles and aunts are still alive?" the boy suddenly asked. "Hurricanes, earthquakes, acid rain. The zombies that appeared at night, and the melted survivors," his gentle inquiry pierced the veil of fear that had haunted the girl for days, forcing her to confront the grim reality. Her face paled in an instant, tears brimming in her eyes. "Xiao, you mustn't say such things. My parents are definitely fine." With that, she turned and walked away. "I didn't mean to." The boy hurried after her. "I am a man. No matter what happens, I will protect you and take care of you. I promised your parents. My parents are still alive, and you haven't even gotten into Peking University yet. I'm not going to marry you. I don't need your protection." The girl's voice trembled, encapsulating the pent-up emotions of the apocalypse. After pondering for a moment, Xiao could only conclude that encountering such a post-apocalyptic world was indeed unfortunate. She decided not to linger any longer and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the girl. Xiao turned her head, wondering what had occurred. The girl had taken a comical tumble down a small slope. "What happened?" The boy looked on with confusion. "I didn't see anything. There was something. Didn't you say you had found your safe house and could see resources that I can't?" "Look more carefully." The boy hesitated but complied, searching the spot where the girl had stumbled and finally felt something. "Here, it seems like their SA chest. I can't see it, but I can touch it." The girl reached out. "Is this what you refer to as a treasure chest?" "Why do you say you can't see it?" The boy replied, "I truly can't see it. I still can't see it now. It's transparent. I've never encountered anything like this before." This invisible yet tangible transparent chest was concealed behind a tree, precisely within Xiao's previous blind spot, thus eluding her sight. However, she now discovered an intriguing fact. This transparent chest, imperceptible to the naked eye, was accessible to ordinary survivors as well. Previously, only those who had found their safe houses could see various treasure chests and receive weaponry, which would provide them with textual clues. Survivors without a safe house were unable to obtain any resources, making the possession of a safe house akin to starting the race ahead of others. Yet, it had been overlooked that survivors without a safe house were still survivors. Gaining access to a safe house might offer a temporary advantage, but it would not guarantee everlasting supremacy. Announcements had indicated that public safety shelters would exist following the version update, and the emergence of these transparent treasure chests now granted ordinary survivors the right to collect resources. This implied that ordinary survivors too possessed the qualifications for survival in this apocalypse. Moreover, most survivors who had found their safe houses had already formed a preconceived notion that colorless treasure chests were merely devoid of hue, unaware that they were entirely transparent. Consequently, this time, it was those without safe houses who found it easier to locate colorless treasure chests. The rules had evidently shifted, and the ensuing competition for resources would intensify. Xiao pressed the accelerator and exited the mountainous area, realizing that she had lost the trail of the electric tricycle. It seemed that the opportunity to benefit had slipped away. The downside of pursuing a safe house was that if the path were straightforward, one could easily catch up by accelerating along it. However, with the safe house's myriad of access points, no one could ascertain the route taken by others. Temporarily abandoning the pursuit, she scanned the surroundings for any additional survivors before concluding her search for treasure chests. 2 hours passed, yielding a significant haul of 38 transparent treasure chests. Yet, time was swiftly approaching noon. Stretching her limbs and alleviating her stiffness, she happened to notice smoke rising from a nearby mountain. A fire? Xiao's immediate reaction was, a new disaster? Chapter 45, Water Gun Heightened Vigilance. After observing for 3 seconds, it became evident that nothing was amiss. Smoke spiraled upwards, emanating from a chimney. Was someone cooking? Yet, that seemed unlikely. Xiao already possessed a wealth of resources and struggled to gather even the materials for a complete lighting setup, let alone the blueprints for a kitchen. Could there be a mysterious benefactor involved? As Xiao drove closer, she discovered an old house, accurately described as a secure dwelling styled like a traditional residence. It stood prominently atop the hill, constructed from aged yellow mud and brick, reminiscent of dilapidated rural homes. Typically, such humble abodes would have succumbed to hurricanes, earthquakes, and acid rain, yet this hilltop house remained intact. Did the presence of smoke indicate the ability to make a fire? Was it not too conspicuous, risking detection by other survivors? Curiosity piqued, Xiao drove over to investigate. By sheer coincidence, she stumbled upon the middle-aged man in a suit whom she had lost track of. He was near the farmland adjacent to the old house. This area was already rural and sparsely populated. Several nearby old homes had long been destroyed, while the recently planted seedlings in the field appeared sparse and lifeless, their leaves yellowed by the acid rain. The middle-aged man was bent over, rummaging through the ground, and Xiao immediately recognized that he was searching for treasure chests. Her gaze shifted back to the old house, which was surprisingly well-equipped. The structure featured a central living area flanked by 2 smaller rooms, and to the left was a small shed where an old hen was nesting. Just as Xiao glanced over, an egg was laid, the hen raising its rear in a dignified manner to secure its newly hatched offspring. To the right lay a small vegetable garden, while a well stood in the courtyard, its water content unknown. Aside from its age, the safety house appeared to be in remarkable condition, resembling a paradise untouched by calamity. Could it belong to that middle-aged man? While Xiao contemplated this, an elderly woman, likely in her 70s or 80s, emerged from the smoke-filled kitchen. Clad in a blue apron, her hair neatly tied up with a headscarf, she hunched over slightly. Xiao's initial impression was that this woman was extraordinary. An elderly lady surviving in a post-apocalyptic world must possess remarkable resilience. The pot she stirred contained a mixture of porridge and vegetable scraps, which she poured into a blue ceramic basin. Did it not resemble the dishes used for feeding the system? The basin was not large, and she filled it generously before taking a few sips directly from it. After setting the basin down, she noticed the plate was empty and proceeded to pour a substantial portion of her porridge back into the dish, muttering to herself that she had cooked extra today. Following this, she fetched a bucket of water from the central well, slowly rinsing her large spoon. The hen, still comfortably nesting, was abruptly seized by the neck, and the elderly woman callously took its lone egg. Tucking the egg into her pocket, she peered out the door, her thoughts wandering to a child named Xiao, wondering if he had lost his way. I must go look for him, she resolved. Yet, upon hearing something, her gaze clouded with confusion as she recalled Xiao. You mustn't let me go outside. I cannot wander. I mustn't cause trouble for Xiao. I must be obedient. Xiao attentively listened to the old woman's words, unaware that the middle-aged man had completed his treasure hunt and approached. He sat on a nearby stone, cleaning the mud from his shoes. The safety house, being a secure location, could not be opened without the owner's permission, so he remained outside, communicating with the elderly woman from a distance. After resting for a while, the man took out a toy tricycle. Mom, I'll come to see you again next time. Take care and don't come out. He climbed into the electric tricycle and vanished, leaving the toy tricycle behind on the ground. Observing the confused elderly woman in the yard, Xiao began to grasp the situation. In this post-apocalyptic world, the safety house exhibited a benevolent aspect. However, regarding the big yellow, she initially assumed it referred to a dog, but the basin seemed meant for the system. Why was it named Big Yellow? Had the system's name been changed? An elderly person suffering from Alzheimer's would likely struggle to comprehend the system's words and would certainly not rename it. There was something amiss. Previously, Xiao had set the ordinary survivor information not to require reminders. However, with a scarcity of advanced players, she decided to adjust the settings. Advanced players typically interacted more with one another, akin to how the affluent associate only with their peers. Boiling water, she prepared a bucket of instant noodles, tossing in a sausage, a pack of pickled vegetables, and a bag of boiled chicken feet before opening the communication center. Turtle Sage, brother, it seems I've encountered some trouble. Turtle Sage, I suddenly had a feeling that today would be exceptionally lucky. But I did not anticipate that I would open the item with the lowest probability from that level 3 weapon chest. Xiao, puzzled, replied, the Master S toy? Isn't that a good thing? It certainly sounded impressive. Xiao, could it be that this is a valuable item? Turtle Sage, not really. The water inside is just ordinary water. Oh! Xiao inquired, is the water gun counted as 2 for the double reward from the treasure chest? Did you receive anything else? Of course, she wasn't implying that she necessarily wanted it. Out of camaraderie, she simply wished to assist him in examining it. Turtle Sage, no. Just the weapon and the water gun. There's only one water gun, and it cannot be duplicated. After the incident with the yellow treasure chest and the sewing machine, he decided to be more cautious with his good friend. This item was undoubtedly special, but with only one available, if it were to be taken from him openly, where would he lament? Having not achieved her objective, Xiao shook her head, a bold idea blossoming in her mind. Perhaps she should try her luck too. The synthesis of weapon treasure chests required no energy, and she currently possessed enough transparent treasure chests to substitute for weapon chests in the synthesis. However, Xiao suddenly recalled something. Chapter 46. The Island. Xiao inquired of Master Rashi, what was that remarkable thing you mentioned earlier? Scrolling up, she found their previous conversation. When he exchanged blueprints for a level 2 weapon station for the synthesis information of a level 2 treasure chest, he had promised to tell her something extraordinary. But at the time, she was preoccupied with the exchange. Master Rashi recalled and messaged Xiao, aren't I in the desert? I discovered a pyramid. Initially, I thought that the structures had nearly collapsed due to the hurricane and earthquakes, but what I saw was no ordinary pyramid. Xiao felt puzzled. The next moment, Master Rashi exclaimed, it's a rocket launcher. Just last night, I witnessed it launch. The mechanism opened up, and then boom, it soared into the sky. Incredible. Really? It possesses such capabilities? Xiao responded. Does the rocket bear a symbol, perhaps a firework with an arrow? Master Rashi replied, how did you know? Have you seen it before? Do you know what they are? Xiao explained, it's the Doomsday Alliance, an organization formed in response to the apocalypse. They will go to great lengths to collect safe houses, so keep your distance, just in case. Having traversed the desert alone and lost his phone after the onset of the apocalypse, Master Rashi had received no information about the Doomsday Alliance, leaving him unaware. If they possessed firearms, even though he had consumed doomsday potions, he could not be certain of his resilience against bullets. He quickly sent another message, but it's not impressive anymore. This morning, during the acid rain, I went to take another look, and it seems something went awry. The acid rain seeped into the pyramid, melting quite a few of those formidable beings. Many people were also melted, yet some were remarkably resilient, managing to stand up as if nothing had happened, almost as if they had mutated. Xiao understood, so you didn't get caught in the rain. Are you insane? Why would I stand in that rain? Just seeing it was unsettling, he responded, then realized something. Wait, does that mean the rain was meant to be experienced? Had he missed something? He bombarded Xiao with several messages. So what did I miss? Was it a remarkable reward? Is there still a chance? Since the acid rain had already ceased, the opportunity was lost. As for its potential significance, Xiao was uncertain. Typically, resistances in the game were meant to counter damage, implying that corrosive monsters might appear in the future. While enjoying instant noodles, Xiao hastened to exchange food supplies for sulfuric acid and petroleum. Before today, gasoline had retained a high value in resources. To exchange for 1 barrel of gasoline, at least 2 units of food supplies were required. After the acid rain, many survivors sought to trade food supplies for acid rain and petroleum, causing the value of gasoline to plummet. 1 barrel could now be exchanged for just 1 unit of food supplies. However, few survivors possessed the blueprints for gasoline. Some were even unaware that sulfuric acid and petroleum could be synthesized into gasoline, resulting in unprocessed materials being valued lower than finished products. 1 unit of food supplies could be exchanged for 2 portions of gasoline materials. At present, Xiao held the largest quantity of white treasure chests, and she also possessed a treasure chest egg. Thus, she could exchange 1 white treasure chest for 4 portions of gasoline materials, an incredibly advantageous deal. Without hesitation, she proceeded with the exchange. Xiao then sought out individuals willing to trade food supplies for gasoline materials, messaging them one by one. By exchanging 20 units of food supplies, she received 80 portions of gasoline materials, sufficient for a journey of at least 800 kilometers. As evening approached, the peak period for trading resources loomed. Therefore, Xiao planned to continue searching for colorless treasure chests. Colorless chests were for personal use, unable to trigger treasure chest eggs, and hence no one would exchange them, necessitating her to stockpile them according to the game's dynamics, adjusting her supplies based on needs. The location of the cellar was in the city center, where the highest number of unbound survivors resided, which was not a consideration. A Ferrari was parked near the mountain. The mountain, though sparsely populated, had been visited by her that morning, and traversing its paths was time-consuming and arduous. She wondered if there were any transparent treasure chests at sea. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao teleported to the fishing boat. To her surprise, the boat had run aground on a small island due to its automatic navigation last night. Upon looking around, the state of the island was shocking. To the west lay the shattered remains of bodies, grotesquely broken and strewn about. Checking her map, she realized the island was a private tourist resort nearby. Open only for a few months during the summer season, it was a luxurious establishment with high expenses, thus attracting few visitors. The usual foot traffic, combined with the island's staff, numbered only 2,000 to 3,000 people, with no tall buildings, and much of the area retained its primitive charm, consisting of coconut trees and wooden huts, emphasizing a natural ecological environment. However, when the hurricane struck, there was nowhere to hide on the small island. Many were swept into the sky by the storm. They either froze to death during the hurricane or died from the fall once it ceased. The southern island featured a similar terrain and suffered similarly during the hurricane. However, it connected to the mainland, housing a larger population, comprising not only tourists but also local residents, making it a significant economic area with more buildings and better measures to cope with typhoons. If Jiang Qiqi was fortunate, she might survive. The multitude of corpses was certainly preferable to searching for bodies among the ruins, and it also provided an opportunity to collect some yellow treasure chests. Xiao took out her level 2 fire axe, gripping it firmly. This unfamiliar island held unknown dangers, and with her only safe house being the fishing boat, the dimensional handle could only be activated on the water's surface, meaning if she encountered peril, she would be unable to escape into her safe house. Thus, she needed to exercise utmost caution. Entering the island by 7 or 8 meters, Xiao approached the first corpse. It was that of a naked middle-aged man. His neck and limbs twisted at unnatural angles. He had died from the fall. However, following the hurricane, earthquakes, and thunderstorms, much of the blood had washed away, leaving the body pale and swollen, reminiscent of a soon-to-be reanimated giant. The air was thick with the stench of decay and rust. It was not terrifying, but rather repulsive. Xiao frowned, though overall, the corpse remained relatively intact. Returning to the fishing boat, she entered the cellar, pinching her nose with a plug while donning a pair of plastic gloves. Although they were industrial products from before the apocalypse, they would help her avoid excessive discomfort while handling the bodies. Infection level 30 indeed, just as she had previously suspected. The infection level increased daily. Yesterday it was at 10, today it reached 20, and tomorrow it would likely rise to 30 or even 40. This corpse was undoubtedly one that perished during the first day of the hurricane disaster. It could not be treated with preventive medicine, and the infection level could not be lowered. Thus, by the day after tomorrow, every corpse's infection level would surely reach 100. Early this morning, it was reported that at least 4.8 billion people had already died, and the death toll from the acid rain could reach as high as 6 billion. This would be a horrific figure. Chapter 47, Name from 1 to 5:30, a full 4.5 hours. Xiao had only managed to search about 1/5 of the small island. Another 1/3 remained unexplored due to the distance from her fishing boat. And since it was not immediately visible along the island's edge, but rather deep within the forest, she decided to postpone that exploration for safety reasons. The island was quiet and monotonous, offering only the company of countless corpses, yet the bounty was indeed substantial. She had temporarily located 228 complete corpses and 116 colorless treasure chests. Xiao dragged all 228 corpses to the shore and set them ablaze. The corpses ignited instantaneously due to the mechanism, creating a spectacle of flames. Hundreds of yellow treasure chests piled before Xiao, appearing as a glittering trove. Yet little did anyone realize these were the medicinal treasure chests left behind from incinerating the bodies. With remarkable speed, Xiao collected all the chests. The storage grid would automatically move to the second tier upon reaching 99 slots, but after upgrading, her current storage limit was now 30 slots. At present, she was left with a considerable array of blueprints, scattered materials that could not be supplemented, and 80 newly synthesized portions of gasoline, with the remainder consisting solely of treasure chests, 267 level 1 yellow chests, 1 level 2 red chest, 8 level 1 black chests, 3 level 1 blue chests, 48 level 1 white chests, and finally, 154 level 1 colorless chests she had just collected today. Her next plan was to assess the major resources, such as gasoline and blueprints, to determine their energy values. Subsequently, she would synthesize the treasure chests. She could now synthesize the highest level, level 5 yellow chests, but it required 40 attempts, demanding a total of 1,200 energy points. Suddenly, Xiao recalled something and inquired, Xiao, is the name of the intelligent steward in the safe house different? She had conversed with numerous survivors, especially when exchanging upgrade information on 3 basic treasure chests with advanced players. When mentioning Xiao, no one raised any queries, implying that the name Xiao was universally recognized for the intelligent steward of the safe houses. Xiao replied, all intelligent stewards present in the safe houses are named Xiao. Xiao asked, do you like this name? Would you prefer a different one? After a considerable pause, Xiao responded, Xiao cannot recall its original name, but if the owner desires, a new name may be bestowed upon Xiao. Affection for Xiao has increased to 12, with the affection rising. Did Xiao truly wish for a new name? Xiao momentarily found herself at a loss for what name to give. She thought of how an elderly lady had seemingly named her dog. But having never owned a dog herself, she felt it inappropriate to name Xiao Mo after one. Suddenly, she recalled her own childhood nickname. No! Xiao Mo mentioned it had once possessed its own name. Curious, Su Xiao asked, Xiao Mo, did you have your own name before? Xiao Mo replied, yes, before the apocalypse. Xiao Mo had its own name, but after the apocalypse began, we all came to be called Xiao Mo. Su Xiao was suddenly reminded of Subject 1349. It was a code name, existing for the sake of the mission, yet not truly representing who they were. Did Xiao Mo have a mission as well? Su Xiao queried. Xiao Mo, are you unique, or do you also serve other owners? She had bound herself to 3 safe houses. Yet it was evident that the intelligent steward for all 3 was the same Xiao Mo, leading her to believe that all Xiao Mos were interconnected. Xiao Mo fell silent for a while before stating, Xiao Mo can only serve one owner and cannot serve multiple. Su Xiao felt an odd sensation. It seemed as though the term owner was specifically referring to her, rather than a general term for safe house owners. Of course, she considered that she might be misinterpreting it. She was about to ask something further when the appointed time with 1349 arrived. Opening the cellar, she indeed found 1349. Her complexion pale, yet there was a resolute vulnerability about her. Su Xiao's gaze was quickly drawn to the missing hand. Upon seeing Su Xiao, 1349 immediately explained. It rained acid this morning, which can corrode skin and even melt it. To avoid being melted, I severed this hand that came into contact with the acid rain. Su Xiao remained silent. Not everyone could decipher the meaning of riddles, but making such a choice in the face of the unknown was undeniably brave. Surveying the surroundings, it was clear that 1349 was not alone. Several armed alliance warriors were vigilantly watching. Fresh blood stained the ground nearby, indicating previous conflicts. Those survivors sheltered by the Alliance had lost their trust due to the arrival of acid rain. Following the morning's acid rain, order had completely disintegrated, and control had lost its efficacy. When the acid rain permeated the underground city, we were compelled to execute our mission to protect everyone's retreat, but it was futile. We could only allow a group of Alliance warriors to shield against the acid rain's penetration, and surprisingly, several of them survived, resolute in their fatalistic determination. 1349 smiled wryly. I was foolish, unable to grasp the riddle's meaning, and missed my opportunity. Su Xiao said, let's discuss serious matters. I need them to be alert and converse with me. Only then can our collaboration be meaningful. 1349 nodded and quickly communicated something over the device. Su Xiao's communicator buzzed, and she promptly opened it. There was a delay in the voice on the other end, but it was clear that they had not informed Jiang Hui that Su Xiao was on the line. They simply said, Mrs. Jiang, your daughter wishes to speak with you. We hope you can honestly convey Mr. Jiang's situation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hui instinctively exclaimed, Is it Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi. Mommy is here. Are you all right? Su Xiao paused and replied, Auntie, it's me. Jiang Hui was taken aback. After a moment of realization, she remembered that Su Xiao was indeed under their guardianship. Though Su Xiao referred to her as Auntie, legally she was Su Xiao's adoptive mother. She thought, Xiao, it's all right. How considerate of you to still think of us, but your uncle has sustained a head injury and remains unconscious. I'm afraid that. Jiang Hui's voice grew heavy, but she realized that at this juncture, it was best to avoid unnecessary words, and she spoke anxiously, Xiao. How do you know the people from the Alliance? How can they heed your words? Su Xiao replied, it's merely a collaboration. With the condition that they assist in locating you and your uncle. A tremor ran through Jiang Hui's heart. Xiao, can you have them search for Chi-Chi? I know it may put you in a difficult position, but what I worry about most right now is Chi-Chi. After hearing this, Su Xiao sighed. She had long anticipated this. She asked one last question, Auntie, if you insist on having me search for Jiang Chi-Chi, I cannot guarantee I will find her alive. I have an idle safe house that can provide shelter for you and your uncle. Before she could finish, Jiang Hui interrupted with a wry smile. No, that's unnecessary, Xiao. Chapter 48. Suicide Jiang. We pondered over Su Xiao, a child nurtured by the Jiang family. They had adopted her when she was merely 13 and were well aware of her entire background. Having traversed the affluent social circles for years, she comprehended the child's sentiments. Su Xiao did not wish to owe them anything. She yearned to repay her debts and sought her affirmation. Jiang Hui spoke, Xiao, at our age, we are teetering on the brink of the grave. Even if we force ourselves to continue, it is a life fraught with fear, uncertain of when death may strike. However, Chi-Chi is different. She is intelligent. She managed to escape from that person and will undoubtedly survive in the future, just as you will. The relentless onslaught of calamities, the crumbling edifices, the barren soil, the melting soldiers, and the corpses scattered across the ground made her realize that everything had irrevocably changed. Before the apocalypse, the Jiang family was worth millions and held considerable renown within their circle. Her husband was a responsible and formidable figure. She merely needed to present herself elegantly among a throng of affluent women, maintaining the business relations for her husband, who conducted negotiations with poise from his office high above. Yet, with the advent of the apocalypse, all their assets had evaporated. Social connections had lost their value. Survival now depended solely on one's capabilities and the conscience of others. In a mere 3 days, the world had been transformed beyond recognition. Despite the Alliance's efforts to impose order, chaos prevailed. The scarcity of food had forced once proud literati to grovel for sustenance. Formerly refined neighbors turned violent over an invisible treasure, their hands stained with blood. Helpless women were coerced into submission by threats. And then there were the terrifying and grotesque monsters. Fear gripped her. The onset of this new chaotic apocalypse signified the absolute demise of the previous era, where wealth reigned supreme, and they would be cast aside. She gently caressed her husband's face, believing that even in death, he would wish for dignity rather than to succumb to madness in the apocalypse, ultimately becoming a burden to others. Thus, she said, you may keep the safe house for yourself. If you can find Chi-Chi, then. Jiang Hui paused, softly continuing, Xiao, no one understands the heart of a parent wishing for their children to thrive better than you, even if she is a weak mother. Su Xiao held her breath, and after a few moments, softly replied, Goodbye, Auntie. Jiang Hui smiled, Goodbye, Xiao. With that, she voluntarily terminated the communication. 1349 stood before Su Xiao, anxiously observing her. If she heard correctly, Su Xiao possessed a safe house. Su Xiao regarded 1349 and declared, the transaction is complete. You heard that I still have a safe house, which you must desire. However, I will present you with 2 options. 1349 paused momentarily. Su Xiao continued. The first option is for you to make a one-time request of me, and within my capabilities, I shall fulfill it, including taking away the remaining safe house I possess. The second condition is that after 4 days, once the unbound safe houses become public shelters, we will engage in long-term cooperation. After a brief hesitation, 1349 contemplated the notion of long-term cooperation. Su Xiao nodded, affirming, indeed, you must be aware of the Easter eggs within the game, the treasure chest Easter eggs. Yes. 1349 slowly nodded, fully aware. Although the Alliance collected safe houses and prohibited ordinary survivors from binding them, it did not imply that members of the Alliance had never bound a safe house. Several key experts had bound safe houses for research purposes. I possess 3 Easter eggs, a yellow treasure chest, a white treasure chest, and a black treasure chest, Su Xiao revealed. 1349's expression turned grave as she regarded Su Xiao with newfound seriousness. She had heard from several experts that these treasure chests were of immense significance, particularly the white treasure chest, which could unlock food supplies. Moreover, I am acquainted with survivors of blue, red, and purple treasure chests, she added, emphasizing the importance of connections in this post-apocalyptic world. Su Xiao believed her network was quite formidable. Thus, she had already devised her next step as a condition for cooperation. You would exchange any transparent treasure chests you find with me for other colored treasure chests, or allow me to unlock double the treasure chest supplies for you without charging a fee. Of course, this is contingent upon someone from your group surviving until 4 days later and ideally being able to manage the so-called public shelter. Should public shelters emerge, it would likely form a collective seeking resources, followed by distribution. In a public shelter, private ownership of supplies would be a foolish decision unless one possessed the strength to escape. Otherwise, an imbalance in resources could easily lead to peril. Thus, a figure of authority would inevitably emerge in the public shelter. Once this cooperation was established, Xiao could leverage their current resources to seek transparent treasure chests. 1349 furrowed her brow. This cooperation proposal might need to be reported for higher approval. After all, Xiao's adoptive parents were in the Alliance's rescue camp in Kyoto. Just then, 1349's communicator beeped. She retrieved it to receive a notification, and her expression subtly shifted. Looking at Xiao, she hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Xiao sensed something and urged, "Go ahead, I can accept it." In a somber tone, 1349 conveyed, "Your adoptive mother has committed suicide. Please accept my condolences. Due to the continuous disasters, there are many injured in the underground city. Mr. Jiang sustained a head injury and has been declared a vegetable, currently reliant on a ventilator for oxygen. Just moments ago, after her conversation with you, Jiang Hui removed Jiang Zhouyin's oxygen mask and, with a small fruit knife, cleanly slit her throat." Xiao lowered her gaze, fully aware of the kind of person her adoptive mother was. Only the loss of Jiang Qiqi seemed to have driven her to the brink, causing her to lose her composure and nearly descend into madness. Surely, she must have witnessed something that shattered her psychological defenses, compelling her to choose death. What had she endured? Xiao inquired. Chapter 49. Sacrifice. 1349 spoke truthfully. "We discovered her yesterday afternoon, transported her to a safe center, which was chaotic. Many had ceased to adhere to the Alliance's order, leading to riots. Although we promptly relocated her and Mr. Jiang, this morning, following the acid rain, the underground city was further eroded and the Alliance could not withstand the acid rain, resulting in another outbreak of violence. Ultimately, the Alliance was compelled to resort to extreme measures to suppress it. Most crucially, one of the research experts had become infected." Infected? Yes, the researcher bound to the safe house ventured out on the first night, claiming he had contracted an infection, though we were unclear about what he meant. After 8 a.m. today, this expert suddenly mutated and began attacking survivors in the underground city. 1349 furrowed his brow. Initially, I intended to inquire about the infection, hoping to find a resolution. It resembled the zombies in movies, where one infected would lead to another after an attack, forcing the Alliance to initiate a purge. Who would have thought that conventional weapons could not harm the infected? Even if their skulls were shattered by a bullet, with half an eyeball dangling from their chin, they would still assault survivors. In this apocalyptic scenario, the level of infection escalates daily. Only the preventive medication from yellow treasure chests can purge the infection. Hence, even if you remain unscathed, the virus still resides within you. Without the preventive medication, you will inevitably become one of the infected. This fate befalls not only the living but also the deceased. By the day after tomorrow at the latest, those fallen survivors will rise as the infected, clawing their way up from the ground. Conventional weapons are futile against them. Only those from the apocalyptic game can inflict damage. Thus, only those bound to the safe house possess the right to survive." Xiao spoke exhaustively, observing 1349. "I realize you cannot make a decision at this moment, but I must urge you to plan ahead. Undeniably, the Alliance is formidable, striving to preserve the embers of humanity or provide a retreat for those in the refuge. Yet this apocalyptic game starkly contrasts past experiences. In a world where order has crumbled, if the Alliance lacks the means for self-preservation, how can it safeguard anyone else?" Seeing 1349's furrowed brow, Xiao decided not to waste any more time. "Once you have deliberated on the conditions, please inform me. Additionally, kindly ensure they receive a proper burial." She needed to report back to her superiors and await their final decision. Back in the cellar, Xiao pondered for 2 minutes. A total of 56 hours had elapsed since the hurricane disaster commenced. 56 hours of apocalyptic despair could shatter the psychological defenses of an ordinary person. Previously, Xiao had come across a post asking, if one knew the apocalypse was imminent and a horde of zombies would emerge, what would an ordinary person choose to do? Thus, and Jiang's psychological defenses had already crumbled under the relentless onslaught of calamities, knowing this was merely the beginning. After the alliance's news reached Aunt Jiang, she believed herself to be Jiang Qiqi, which had sustained her until now in her connection with herself. Upon realizing she was not Jiang Qiqi, a sense of disappointment and despair engulfed her. The probability of finding Jiang Qiqi was exceedingly slim. Uncle Jiang had suffered a severe head injury and had become a vegetable. Lacking resources for sustenance, oxygen deprivation was inevitable. With no support and witnessing the terrifying infected attacking survivors, fear drove her to muster the courage to choose a dignified departure to avoid future suffering. Every individual possesses the right to make their own choices, whether in life or death. Setting aside the tumultuous thoughts in her mind, Xiao inspected the supplies. Currently, the most abundant resources were medicinal treasure chests, sufficient to synthesize 3 level 5 yellow treasure chests. However, there was an insufficiency of energy. Little Mo could only recover 100 points a day, and synthesizing a level 5 chest would take over a month, far too slow. Thus, she needed to test the energy recovery value of different supplies. Among the food treasure chests opened yesterday, there remained a piece of fresh beef. Xiao prepared it simply, using a hammer to tenderize the beef before marinating it and frying it to a perfect medium rare. Half for herself and half for Little Mo. Little Mo's energy recovers by 3 points. Little Mo expresses genuine fondness for human food. Perhaps it was once human itself. Xiao's thoughts momentarily froze at this prompt. She had previously considered naming Little Mo to see if it would enhance their rapport. But Little Mo mentioned it had a name once, albeit forgotten, hence she refrained from naming it. She never expected such a prompt to appear. However, guessing Little Mo's preferences proved challenging. Returning to her calculations, the baseline treasure chests yielded an energy unit of 1 point. The beef, however, restored 3 points. Yet, yesterday it was 2 points. The only distinction was that yesterday's portion was smaller, while today's was larger. This indicated that the true energy value of a whole piece of beef should approximate 6 points. Discarding a barrel of gasoline, which contributed an energy value of 3 points, left Xiao with no other resources aside from basic supplies. She was reluctant to discard the blueprints. After some contemplation, she decided to feed a yellow treasure chest first. Little Mo's energy recovers by 10 points. Little Mo states that all chests yield the same energy. Her eyes brightened. Could it be that the first feeding of a treasure chest maximizes energy gains? Just as this thought materialized, a message from the Turtle Sage in the exchange center drew her attention, and Xiao opened it. Turtle Sage presents you with a level 5 transparent treasure chest. Xiao? Turtle Sage, brother, do you see how impressive I am? He had indeed synthesized a level 5 transparent treasure chest. Xiao fell silent. To create a level 5 treasure chest requires 81 chests and 1,200 energy points. How could he possess such abundant resources to feed? Did he perhaps offer the main god's toy to the intelligent steward? Turtle Sage's initial pride shattered 3 seconds later as he realized. Turtle Sage, not brother. You can be jealous without resorting to personal attacks. I can wrap around my waist 3 times, you know. Turtle Sage, brother, let me tell you honestly. I sacrificed the main god's toy, and the first feeding granted me a whopping 10,000 energy points. Xiao had already surmised this. Turtle Sage, but the energy exceeded the limit. If not used today, it will vanish by tomorrow. What does that imply? Xiao's interest piqued. Elaborate. Turtle Sage, you have many chests. How about I help you synthesize one? I'll provide the energy, and you supply the chests. We'll split whatever we create evenly. Chapter 50. The potion. Xiao felt a surge of excitement. However, her intuition warned her that using the Master's toys to feed the intelligent steward was an extravagant act. What if there were other purposes? Moreover, there was a limit to the energy value, which would refresh the next day. Even if she fed the intelligent steward, she would need sufficient treasure chests for synthesis. Otherwise, the energy would be wasted. Thus, the Master S toys were certainly not meant for feeding. Regrettably, she did not possess any of the Master S toys. Xiao had 266 yellow treasure chests remaining. The time was 6:38, and her opponent had only synthesized one level 5 transparent chest, leaving the intelligent steward with over 8,000 energy points. If not utilized today, she would have to wait for the refresh tomorrow. It was not easy for her opponent to find someone to synthesize chests and collect fees. They would have to search the world slowly and surely. The benefits of opening advanced resources would outweigh that. However, it was also difficult for Xiao to part with half of her resources. Master Rashi hesitated for a moment. Synthesizing 3 level 5 treasure chests and offering half of the resources from one seemed reasonable, given the ample energy remaining in his possession, which would reset back to 100 after noon. He needed to use it quickly. The level 5 treasure chest guaranteed a 100 yield of resources, so there was no fear of her opponent refusing to share. If the friendship were to dissolve, it would be swift. Xiao replied, "Sure." After the agreement was reached, she sent over 81 yellow treasure chests. In truth, they had all exchanged items for information on upgrading treasure chests, but after careful consideration, Xiao decided against informing ordinary survivors about the conditions for upgrading chests. There were reasons for this. Firstly, advanced survivors paid a significant price to acquire information on chest upgrades, and other players might not be able to offer equivalent resources or information in exchange. This could lead to disturbances in her contact list. If everyone possessed equal information but paid different prices, the advanced players who exchanged first-hand news with Xiao would undoubtedly feel uncomfortable. It was akin to buying something yesterday only to see it discounted today. Thus, Xiao would refrain from sharing this news with other players for the time being, granting them a day to utilize the information to trade resources with lower-tier survivors, thereby leaving room for profit. The second reason was that instead of revealing to ordinary survivors how to upgrade treasure chests, it was more beneficial to use the scarce resources within the chests to exchange for better items. If everyone could easily obtain scarce resources, the value of those resources would diminish. Knowing how to upgrade one basic chest equated to knowing how to upgrade 3, which was not a fair exchange. Hence, an information gap was necessary. Even if she had to exchange the clues she discovered on her own, she had to first secure an advantage before disclosing them to other players once the apocalypse officially commenced. This was also why, after Xiao exchanged information, she did not see other advanced players immediately putting this news into circulation. Suddenly, Xiao recalled something and quickly reminded Master Rashi. "Show me the probabilities for level 3 and level 4 treasure chests." Master Rashi replied, "Sure." Soon, he presented the drop rates for the subsequent medicine chests to Xiao. Level 3 yellow chest, basic medicine 80, intermediate medicine 19, advanced medicine 1, level 4 yellow chest, intermediate medicine 80, advanced medicine 19, 9. Apocalypse Potion 0. 1 level 5 yellow chest, intermediate medicine 50, advanced medicine 49. Apocalypse Potion 1. Guaranteed 1. The guarantee meant that at least 1 unit of the Apocalypse Potion would be obtained. Indeed, Master Rashi remarked. I previously opened a level 3 weapon chest and noted the quantity variance in advanced chests. For instance, a level 1 chest contains only 1 unit of resources. A level 2 chest contains 5 units, and a level 3 chest contains 10 units. I am unsure of the unit count for level 4 and 5, but the guarantee of at least 1 implies that there will be at least 1 vial of the Apocalypse Potion. Considering that his yellow chests had a surprise element, it indicated that he would receive at least 1 vial. Was he at a loss for consuming energy? Not at all. The benefits of the Apocalypse Potion were known only to those who had experienced it. Xiao stated. A guarantee of 1 vial indicates that the quality of the advanced chests has improved, but the quantity of resources may not be substantial. Quality without quantity, Master Rashi replied. I anticipated this, yet having quality is far more valuable than lacking it. The Level 1 medicine chest, aside from the epidemic prevention potion, offers little use, particularly. The hemostatic potion serves merely to stop bleeding, with no real effect. Weakness remains unchanged. Xiao clicked her tongue. It was better than succumbing to injury and bleeding to death. Especially since ordinary survivors struggled to obtain healing potions. Before opening the chests, Xiao took a moment to calm herself, meditating, washing her hands with soap, and rinsing with mineral water. Had conditions allowed, she might have even bathed and burned incense, offering her most sincere ritual to the Level 5 treasure chest. Soon, Master Rashi delivered the remaining 2 Level 5 medicine chests one by one. Xiao carefully selected one using a strategic approach and opened it. Inside were healing potions X11, immunity potions X7, Apocalypse Potion, Agility, and Apocalypse Potion, Strength. Immunity Potion, description, provides immunity to any negative status for 1 hour upon consumption. Was this an advanced potion? It appeared less useful than the healing potion at first glance, yet it was significantly more potent. The healing potion was single-use. Once consumed, it provided immediate healing. But in the next moment, if struck by a zombie, the infection rate would still rise. In contrast, an hour of immunity from any negative status would allow survivors to traverse any perilous environment, confront any monstrosity, and charge into hordes of zombies without fear of increasing their infection rates. The final Apocalypse Potion was self-evident. It was no wonder that the Level 5 treasure chest contained only 20 units of resources, discarding the worthless ones and honing in on the essence, particularly with a guaranteed vial of the Apocalypse Potion. Coupled with her treasure chest's surprise element, all resources doubled, resulting in the appearance of 4 vials of the Apocalypse Potion. Master Rashi, brimming with anticipation, asked, "How did it go?" Xiao replied, "Fortune favored me. I obtained 2 vials of the Apocalypse Potion, 1 vial of Agility, and 1 vial of Strength. As per their agreement, she would share the doubled yield from this chest with him. In truth, Xiao could have chosen to claim that she only acquired the guaranteed minimum and substituted the second chest with intermediate potions. However, given her ongoing collaboration with Master Rashi, honesty was her show of goodwill. Chapter 51. Damage Master Rashi. This is splendid. I desperately require this strength potion. To have drawn a Level 3 weapon is remarkably heavy. I can barely lift it. It feels like it weighs at least 100 to 200 pounds. Only someone like Li Yuanba could wield it with ease. Hence my urgent need for this strength potion. Xiao inquired with curiosity, "What if you drink the potion? Would you be able to lift it then?" Master Rashi, Would I still be unable to lift it? Xiao was uncertain. The metrics of the apocalyptic game diverged from reality. For instance, when she consumed the strength potion, she felt no strain while lifting the debris of a collapsed building. However, wielding an axe still conveyed a sense of weight. This weight was balanced, perfectly suited for her grip, despite the axe being relatively small. If one merely considered weight, then lifting a load-bearing wall would have felt effortless, leading her to perceive the axe as light as well. Yet, the reality of perception was different. Thus, she speculated that the weapons in the apocalyptic game were not judged by the conventional weight found in Blue Star, but by some form of energy. Upon consuming the potion, one acquired this energy, enabling the effortless lifting of buildings while possessing sufficient energy to wield the weapons within the game. As for Level 1 and Level 2 weapons, perhaps an ordinary person could manage them, but Level 3 weapons might necessitate the use of a strength potion. Master Rashi quickly finished the strength potion. Master Rashi, I can lift it. The Level 3 axe feels just like the Level 2 axe. After sending a message to Xiao, he sensed something amiss. How could the Level 3 axe and Level 2 axe weigh the same? He had previously struggled to lift it. He tried again. 3 seconds later, Xiao received accurate detection information from Master Rashi. Master Rashi, earlier, when you helped me upgrade the Level 2 axe, I found it somewhat heavy and not very convenient to handle. However, you mentioned that upgraded weapons are indeed heavier, and I accepted that without complaint. Since the level 1 axe felt just right for me, I had been using that. Now, after drinking the strength potion, the level 2 axe has become manageable. While the level 3 axe is still a bit heavy, it felt akin to the difference between wielding an axe and a dagger. The dagger was nimble and agile, easier to handle, while the axe, though powerful, was cumbersome and difficult to control. Thus, Master Rashi quickly discerned, are you suggesting that the level of weapon a survivor can wield is proportional to the amount of strength potion they consume? Xiao, perhaps. Previously, Xiao had contemplated that a single dose of the apocalyptic potion granted her the strength to effortlessly overturn the ruins of buildings. If everyone consumed it, how could one quantify their relative strength in the apocalypse? Although it was a game, there were no physical stats, and one could not discern strength through mere observation. When Master Rashi mentioned feeling invulnerable after consuming a defense potion, Xiao pondered whether her attacks could harm him. The man pursuing 1349 had also consumed a defense potion, and since 1349's ordinary strength could not inflict damage upon him, Xiao had easily struck the back of his head. Logically, if he had consumed one defense potion and she had consumed one strength potion, the energies should have balanced out to a 50-50 scenario. Yet that day, Xiao's axe had sliced through the man's skull with the ease of cutting paper. The only explanation lay in the weapon itself containing energy equal to or surpassing that of one potion, allowing Xiao to vanquish him effortlessly. After articulating her thoughts, Xiao continued, I also require your assistance in crafting a level 5 transparent treasure chest. I can offer you another dose of the apocalyptic potion as a processing fee, but I hope that your level 5 transparent chest can yield black treasures. She possessed 154 colorless chests, sufficient for synthesizing a level 5 transparent chest. Master Rashi's energy was not to be wasted. Who could predict when another opportunity for such an explosive surge of energy would arise? She still had 2 unopened level 5 potion chests, which could yield at least 4 bottles of apocalyptic potions, making the trade of 1 bottle for 1,200 points of energy quite favorable. Master Rashi, huh? Why? He had initially intended to open a black treasure chest, given the scarcity of materials, as they could be exchanged for more resources. Xiao, I will open the blue one. Since transparent chests cannot trigger special events, it makes no difference who opens them. The primary importance lies in exchanging the items we obtain according to our needs. Master Rashi found her reasoning sound. The apocalyptic potion could serve as a reward for time challenges and would undoubtedly prove invaluable later on. The fact that the other party had knowledge of the yellow treasure chest's special events indicated a higher probability of acquiring apocalyptic potions from them, thus lowering the cost of trading for them. Otherwise, once they too could obtain abundant energy to create treasure chests, they would no longer trade apocalyptic potions with him. Master Rashi quickly agreed. All right. The subsequent transaction became much simpler, sending over 81 transparent chests for the synthesis of the level 5 transparent chest. Xiao first consumed the agility potion. Indeed, she felt her body lighten considerably, the prior heaviness dissipating. She stood and performed a brief 10-meter sprint within the cellar, her steps light as air. Yet, without comparison, there was no true sense of change, aside from this newfound lightness. She continued to drink the remaining strength potion, finally unlocking the last 2 level 5 yellow chests. Healing Potion X10, Immunity Potion X7, Apocalyptic Potion, Defense, Apocalyptic Potion, Strength, Apocalyptic Potion, Agility. Healing Potion X13, Immunity Potion X6, Apocalyptic Potion, Agility. Overall, it was a fortunate outcome, especially with the special event yielding a total of 8 bottles of apocalyptic potions. She grasped 2 bottles of defense potion and eagerly consumed them. These were excellent for self-preservation. With 2 bottles of defense potion, even cannon fire should hardly affect her. Upon finishing, Xiao sensed a peculiar transformation within her body. She seemed, Little May reminded, the homeowner's attacks may damage the safe house, potentially rendering it non-operational. Please act with caution. Xiao quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I just wanted to test it. I didn't expect. After apologizing, Xiao realized something and tentatively asked Little May, are you suggesting that if survivors attack the safe house from the inside, it could indeed be damaged? Little May, yes. But if the homeowner's energy is strong enough to dismantle the safe house, even without it, they could ensure their survival in the apocalyptic game. So that was it. A notion that if one were powerful enough, they would no longer require shelter. For some reason, this concept evoked a sense of melancholy. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, what about public shelters? Can they also be destroyed from within? Chapter 52, Losses. In other words, it is permissible. Xiao understood. After consuming the remaining 2 bottles of strength potions and 4 bottles of agility potions, she felt an overwhelming surge of power. In terms of speed, she believed she could scale walls effortlessly, performing feats akin to lightness on water. Regarding strength, with a lever, she could even lift the planet Blue Star. As for defense, with 2 bottles of defensive potions, she wondered whether bullets could penetrate her shield. Regardless, her sense of security had significantly increased. She no longer feared the vulnerability of being unexpectedly attacked. Shortly thereafter, she received a level 5 transparent treasure chest from Master Rashi. Your chest. You open it. I'll handle the black one and you can manage the blue one. Xiao replied, all right. The level 5 transparent treasure chest only revealed its contents at the moment of opening, necessitating the selection of a colored chest for an alternative opening. Xiao chose blue first. So far, blue was the color she had opened the least and had never entrusted to the egg owner, She-19. This was partly because the blue chests in the exchange center typically yielded consumable and spatial items. For instance, safety space expansion items, warehouse expansion tools, oxygen tanks, gasoline, pet food, and plant nutrients were all consumables. Initially, these resources were prohibitively expensive, and she opted not to trade. At the time, Yu had offered to exchange gasoline for her and also to open the blue chest for She-19, but with a fee for acting as an intermediary. She did not wish to be exploited by a middleman, thus refraining from utilizing her limited collection of blue chests. Despite upgrading her safety house and meeting She-19, she found his demeanor unappealing. His first words indicated that if she needed anything, she could approach him. This implied that he sought to gain the upper hand. And while assertiveness can be admirable, it was not conducive to collaboration with Xiao, who also desired control. Just as others sought her to open treasure chests, the fee would be determined solely by her. Thus, Xiao dismissed the idea of allowing him to open her blue chest. Moreover, Yu's naive kindness, which resulted in the discovery of a battery blueprint, made her realize that what she truly lacked were materials. The urgency to open the blue chest diminished further. Compared to the ephemeral nature of consumable items, she preferred stable sources of resources. Otherwise, running out of supplies mid-journey would render her vulnerable. As a result, she had only opened a few blue chests up to this point. She was curious whether the level 5 blue chest might contain something akin to a tool synthesis device, and what its guaranteed yield might be. Unfortunately, transparent chests did not trigger egg effects or provide hints like normal chests, obscuring the probability of obtaining certain items. Upon opening the chest, a plethora of materials unfolded before her. 7 safety house space expansion items, 3 safety house warehouse expansion items, 2 item decomposition devices, 1 item synthesis device, 2 facility upgrade cards, 2 large barrels of gasoline for a 1,000 kilometers travel distance, 2 large oxygen tanks with a 100-hour oxygen duration, and an everlasting supply of animal food. Despite the absence of double egg effects, the items from the level 5 blue chest amounted to 20 units. However, their quality far surpassed that of a level 1 chest. Thus, refraining from wasting lower-level chests on resources proved to be a wise decision. Xiao's interest was particularly piqued by the item decomposition device. Previously, She-19 had provided her with an item synthesis device, claiming it could synthesize blue chests. And now she possessed a decomposition device. Item decomposition device can decompose items. However, it did not specify which items could be decomposed, akin to a DIY project. Currently, Xiao was uncertain about what to decompose, feeling that the materials in her possession were all useful. Nevertheless, she decided to utilize one item decomposition device. The decomposition and synthesis devices were placed on the same wall, and she could not use a second one due to limitations. Another significant item was the Facility Upgrade Card. Facility Upgrade Card can upgrade any indoor facility below level 5. Without hesitation, Xiao placed the upgrade card on the weapon platform. Indeed, the level 2 weapon platform upgraded to a level 3 platform without the need for blueprints, enabling the synthesis of level 4 weapons. This was far more convenient than using upgrade blueprints. The upgraded weapon platform now featured 2 additional slots beside the placement area, suggesting that suitable materials must be found to utilize them. As for the level 5 treasure chest, it was easy to speculate that the only permanent item it contained was a guaranteed item from the level 5 blue chest. Unfortunately, it held no value for her. Xiao messaged Master Rashi. "What did you obtain?" Master Rashi replied, "A pile of materials." "What did you get?" Xiao promptly sent him the complete details along with the quantities. Waterproof film sheets, pack of 10, x8, circuit boards, pack of 5, x3. Thermal insulation cloth, pack of 10, x3, alloys, pack of 10, x3, axle power support x2, and water energy. Upon seeing this, Xiao was instantly thrilled. She had finally found usable materials. She sent him her findings. Xiao stated, "I can give you the synthesis and decomposition devices. They are not consumable items. And since I have them, I can offer both to you. These 2 devices are meant for synthesizing blue chests and decomposing items, though I have yet to figure out what to decompose. Additionally, I will provide 4 safety house expansion items. However, I will require all the circuit boards, thermal insulation cloth, waterproof film sheets, and alloys, and I also need 1 axle power support." Master Rashi responded, "No, this is no different from stripping me of my last pair of pants. I feel like I have been swindled." Indeed, he sensed he had suffered a loss. It was not merely the unfavorable exchange. The use of the synthesis and decomposition devices for his consumable materials was not a loss. His true loss stemmed from opening a level 5 black chest with a transparent chest. The black chest was one of the fundamental material chests, and even a level 5 black chest could not compare favorably to a blue one. Upon seeing the materials he had obtained, he realized the disparity, for in 2 days, as the infection rate reached 100, he might be able to obtain black chests by slaying zombies. Therefore, even if he synthesized a level 5 weapon chest, it would still be significantly better than opening a level 5 material chest. Chapter 53. In an almost instinctive manner, the turtle sage could not help but voice his thoughts. To everyone as observation, it was evident that the items found within the prop treasure chest were superior to those contained in the material treasure chest. The latter merely held consumable resources, devoid of anything permanent. In stark contrast, the items within the prop chest appeared to possess significant value. Why, then, had the other party so readily acquiesced? The disparity in value was palpably evident. However, it dawned on him that the other party was a player with 3 treasure chest eggs, and it was only a matter of time before they amassed sufficient energy to appease the intelligent steward. The creation of treasure chests was merely a means to utilize the excess energy derived from the main divine tools. The decision to allocate different colored chests stemmed from the necessity of ensuring that both parties could access adequate materials for crafting blueprints, should they choose to open prop chests or other types of chests. The underlying message behind the other party's seemingly nonchalant remark was clear. If one felt the arrangement was inequitable, then future collaboration could be reconsidered. This notion of non-cooperation, though seemingly a commonplace threat, held little detriment for the other party. After all, possessing 3 major treasure chest eggs, they could potentially acquire not just 1, but at least 2 bottles of the apocalyptic potion from the pharmaceutical chest, along with an additional 19 units of mid to high-level potions. merely by paying a small fee to those willing to assist in opening them. Furthermore, the vital food supplies would follow. If one were to jeopardize a long-term symbiotic relationship for the sake of trivial immediate gains, it would indeed reflect a narrow-minded perspective. With this realization, the turtle sage nearly fell to his knees, exclaiming, "My esteemed father, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed and did not intend to place blame upon you." Xiao remained silent. To be honest, she had nearly believed that their partnership was on the verge of collapse. Discontent among cooperative teammates due to unequal distributions was a frequent occurrence in apocalyptic scenarios, especially upon understanding that the probabilities of high-level chest resources needed to be under one's control. Nevertheless, rather than allowing the other party to blindly follow her directives, Xiao preferred that they comprehended her intentions, fully aware that they might incur some losses yet still strive for a mutually beneficial outcome. She could forego the turtle sage's energy for synthesizing the treasure chests, but that would necessitate her feeding 120 boxes to accrue the requisite 1,200 points of energy. While 120 boxes was not a daunting number for Xiao, the process would be quite cumbersome, requiring her to act as an intermediary at the communication center, seeking individuals willing to exchange resources for the chests. The center allowed only one message per day, and it was rare for survivors to willingly approach her for assistance in opening treasure chests. Most survivors possessed only one or two chests, with some lacking any at all. Thus, she would need to actively engage in private conversations at the communication center, inquiring if anyone required assistance with chest openings. Some would need help, while others would not. And there were always those who would engage in lengthy discussions, often seeking to take advantage of the situation by attempting to exchange low-level chests for high-level resources. In the early hours of yesterday, she had spent an hour merely to accumulate a handful of resource fees for treasure chests. After filtering through and incessantly communicating, to gather 120 treasure chests, she would have to spend an entire day tirelessly working at the communication center. The time wasted would prevent her from exploring the outside world, thus depriving her of vital information regarding the game's progression. For instance, during acid rain, she would miss discovering resources such as sulfuric acid and oil pits, nor would she acquire corrosive resistance properties through the rain. If one day all the treasure chests disappeared, or if no one was willing to assist her in opening them, she would find herself in peril due to a lack of information regarding the game's progression. Hence, relying solely on treasure eggs for survival while remaining holed up in a safe house was akin to isolationism. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not resort to such measures. Returning to the turtle sage, she inquired, "So, shall we proceed with the exchange as previously discussed?" The turtle sage responded enthusiastically, "Absolutely. Whatever you say, my esteemed father." He wiped the sweat from his brow, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Had it been anyone else, the partnership might have already unraveled due to mistrust. Following Xiao's guidance, he promptly exchanged the resources and added, "Today, the materials in the desert seem to be more abundant than in the past few days." Curious, Xiao asked, "Do you feel the same way?" The turtle sage replied, "Previously, I could only find one treasure chest within a mile of the desert, yet today, I've come across at least 3 to 5 within that same distance. Furthermore, the transparent treasure chests are easily located in the desert, though they lack color. Their weight allows their square outlines to be visible against the sandy terrain. I found over 100 treasure chests today, and if not for the lack of energy resources restricting the movement of the safe house, I could have found even more. However, night is approaching, and visibility for the transparent chests is diminishing, making them harder to locate." Xiao remained contemplative. If even the turtle sage sensed a notable increase in resources today, it suggested that the festive day indeed held some merit. Yet, she still felt that there was more to the situation than met the eye. Just then, the communicator buzzed. After establishing contact with 1349, Xiao took the device to the cellar, anticipating their message, which she believed would arrive shortly. Upon connection, 1349 greeted her, "Hello, Miss Su. We have reported the information you provided to the Alliance, and the Alliance has decided to alter its strategic approach. Natural food resources will be allocated to temporary camps for ordinary survivors, while the Alliance members will take over the safe houses to gather resources. Awaiting the update of the Apocalyptic game version in 4 days before implementing new plans. Therefore, we hope to establish a long-term collaboration with you. As Xiao perused the details on water resources, she noted that water was not a permanent resource, merely comprising 10 tons of potable water. She replied, "Proceed." 1349 continued. Today, we have indeed acquired a significant number of the so-called transparent treasure chests, and we are aware of what corresponds to the colors of the open chests. Notably, the transparent chests do not require treasure eggs for opening, while chests of other colors can only be seen by survivors bound to the safe house. However, we believe that your ability to obtain such a wealth of resources indicates your understanding of the game, and we would appreciate your guidance on our next steps. As a gesture of our sincere collaboration, we will be gifting you a portion of the transparent treasure chests obtained in Cloud City today. Xiao inquired, "How many?" 1349 replied, 100. Would that be satisfactory? The offer of 100 chests for collaboration suggested that they possessed thousands of transparent chests themselves. It seemed that today's abundance of chests was indeed unusual. However, Xiao recalled a potential implication and immediately adopted a serious tone that's acceptable. But you must undertake a specific task immediately. Chapter 54. Decomposition, please. Go ahead, said 1349, taking a serious stance. Xiao replied, "Burn the corpses you have. And let the members bound to the safe house collect the yellow chests left after the cremation. We have been doing this together." 1349 looked puzzled. Previously, someone had leaked this information at the Safe House Communication Center. The doctor had informed them, so various allied organizations had designated members to gather the yellow chests. What I mean is, do not rest tonight. Until the resources refresh at 8 a.m. tomorrow, gather as many chests as possible, Xiao continued, because starting tomorrow, it is highly likely that there will be no chests available. A great drought is often preceded by a great flood. Most importantly, if by the day after tomorrow, the infection level reaches 100 and survivors truly turn into zombies, will the zombies drop black chests or yellow chests? Xiao was uncertain. The worst-case scenario would be that, upon becoming a zombie, they would drop black chests. In such a case, the scarcity of medicine would become quite troublesome. The Alliance stockpiles medicine chests because they have a rescue center and know where the most corpses are, and their personnel follow orders in an orderly manner, making their actions quicker and more efficient. I understand now, 1349 responded. What about the transparent chests? Xiao had also thought it through. All right. 1349 nodded and stopped further discussion, disconnecting the communicator to follow Xiao's suggestion. Xiao examined the supplies in her possession. The first item she wished to synthesize was an indoor lighting facility. As the light in the cellar was exceedingly dim, without illumination, her eyes would inevitably suffer. After consuming 15 units of plastic, 1 circuit board, and 4 iron blocks, she synthesized 1 titanium battery. Next, she consumed 6 units of plastic, 2 wooden planks, 4 iron blocks, and 1 titanium battery to create the indoor lighting facility. With a snap, the entire cellar was instantly illuminated. As if light had suddenly penetrated the dim confines of a prison, the cold concrete walls now bore the warmth of the sole light source. Indoor lighting facility is now operational. The 3 safe houses can share power, and your safe house's lighting power is currently at 100. Excellent. Thank you, Xiao. Xiao rolled over on the bed. Indeed, humans are creatures drawn to light. Otherwise, how could they possess eyes that seek illumination? Living in darkness is akin to being maggots in a sewer. After activating the lighting facility, the next step was to establish the washing room facilities. With waterproof panels, alloys, and water resources prepared, she still required 10 units of composite glass. If she couldn't even obtain a level 5 material chest, it either had a low probability or had to be acquired from other sources. Suddenly, Xiao recalled something. Turning around to pick up the Doomsday potion bottles from the table. These bottles were transparent, felt like glass, and importantly, The containers did not vanish after consuming the potion. Thus, she currently had 10 potion bottles in her possession. After some contemplation, Xiao placed the Doomsday potion bottles into the item decomposition device. This decomposition yields 10 units of composite glass. Indeed, items are not solely derived from blue chests, but also from other chests. If Xiao was not mistaken, decomposing alloys, waterproof panels, thermal blankets, and aluminum iron ingots should also yield basic materials, as these materials share commonalities. After some thought, she proceeded to create the washing room facilities. Xiao announced, the washing room facilities have been constructed, requiring 6 units of space. Currently, Safe House 1 has 8 units of available space. If there is insufficient space to place the washing room facilities, the intelligent butler will automatically discard natural materials within the space. Xiao used 2 5-square-meter expansion items. She could spare this. The cellar, originally at 8 square meters, was instantly expanded to 18 square meters, visibly separating the sofa bed from the corner designated for natural materials. Xiao then raised her hand, pointing to a spot not far from the bedside, instructing the washing room facilities to be positioned there. Xiao quickly placed it, and in the next moment, the washing room appeared. Diagonally across from the bed, separated by waterproof panels and glass, Xiao first observed from outside. The vanity mirror was situated right next to the entrance of the washing room, accompanied by a small storage cabinet. Although the cabinet was empty, it could serve as a place for Xiao to store her previously accumulated daily necessities. Most intriguingly, there was a small electrical outlet below the mirror. She could use a hairdryer. This was fantastic. Crossing past the vanity mirror, she entered the bathing area. To the left was a squat toilet, occupying roughly 1 square meter of space, while to the right was a shower with a rinsing head, taking up about 4 square meters. The entire washing room occupied approximately 6 square meters. Though small, it was fully equipped. Just looking at it made Xiao immensely satisfied. It's all right. The weather isn't too cold yet. I can manage. Stepping into the washing room, she heard the prompt, maintain regular cleanliness to avoid becoming a source of lethal virus transmission in the apocalypse. As Xiao had previously surmised, it appeared that daily facilities held special significance in the Doomsday game. The term lethal virus sounded like a reference to ailments that curing potions could not remedy. As for transmissibility, it likely would manifest in crowded places, such as safe havens. However, it seemed unlikely to occur at present. After all, only a few survivors could currently synthesize a washing room. If a lethal virus were to emerge now, it would likely result in at least an additional 90 mortality among survivors. The Doomsday game is, at its core, a game, and games require players. The players are the survivors. Therefore, the extinction of survivors would not bode well for the Doomsday game. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 8 o'clock, and darkness was approaching. Although she was aware that there might be no chests tomorrow, Xiao did not intend to search for them in the dead of night. She had already established a partnership with the Alliance, and the resources obtained through the Alliance would far exceed what she could gather on her own. Especially after the ground resources ran out, that would be when her special abilities would truly shine. With the night growing darker and the potential for danger lurking, Xiao entered the shower without hesitation. The washing facilities lacked finished daily necessities, but she had prepared her own body wash and shampoo. Half an hour later, emerging with her hair still damp, she reached for the hairdryer, but was interrupted by the 8 o'clock announcement. Chapter 55. Lurking 90% of the safe houses have been bound, and over 10 survivors have upgraded their safe houses, triggering a comprehensive enhancement of the communication center, making it more user-friendly. Sometimes, merely existing feels like a mistake. Survivors, relish your final revelry. Upon hearing this, Xiao pondered. The phrase final revelry was almost an overt indication. Yet, what did it mean that sometimes simply breathing could be a misstep? Surely it was not just a lamentation. As for the upgrade of the communication center, Xiao entered it to investigate. To her surprise, she discovered that at some point, 5 new advanced players had emerged, 2 of whom still retained their initial numbers. Earlier in the day, she had noticed a well-dressed gentleman among the advanced players, though she could not identify him. From his manner of speaking, he did not seem to be 80 years old, inquiring about the possibility of treating asthma. Perhaps he was a mystery in himself. However, after exchanging supplies last night until this morning, she had not paid much attention to the communication center, and it was plausible that these advanced players had only just joined today. As she explored, she noticed numerous messages on the public screen of the Advanced Player Communication Center. The most recent one was from Turtle Sage over half an hour ago. Is anyone looking to synthesize treasure chests? I can assist with that. But there will be a fee. 80 years. Yes, I have some. Great one. I will message you directly. Mystery. Synthesis of treasure chests requires energy. Does anyone have enough energy for that? Homeowner 182732994. What kind of treasure chest are you synthesizing? What energy is required? I just joined and am unaware of this. Is this an exclusive group for advanced players? Are there insider details? Homeowner 666. My highest weapon is level 3. I drank a bottle of strength potion. What does that amount to? Everyone gathered their safe houses so early. They must be even more formidable. Homeowner 773945. Sea-wide sky. Hello everyone. Delighted to make your acquaintance. After perusing the messages, Xiao fell into silence. It felt as though a myriad of characters were present. Although the upgraded safe houses indicated advanced players, it did not necessarily imply their survival capabilities. Much like Xiao, who had fortuitously come from a luxury safe house, it was possible that others had simply experienced a stroke of luck. Closing the Advanced Player Communication Center, Xiao noticed a small magnifying glass icon in the lower left corner. Upon touching it, a prompt appeared. Enter the survivor number you wish to search for. This indeed made communication and resource exchange significantly more convenient. At that moment, she received a message from Yu. Yu, sister. I struck it rich today. I floated to a deserted island and found countless boxes. So many, in fact, that I feel a sense of dread, as if it were a death row inmate's last meal. Xiao. Sister. Your concern is valid, but could you refrain from such descriptions? Yu, it's just a bit grim. The corpses on that island looked as though they had been soaked, almost bursting forth like giants. I burned the bodies while scavenging treasure chests, and even after a day, I hadn't finished searching the island. In the evening, I found the other half, only to discover there were hardly any bodies left. Fearing an ambush, I hurriedly fled. After hearing this, Xiao felt an eerie familiarity. How similar it was to the island she had visited. Of course, it was not impossible, given that one of Yu's safe houses was also a ship. Xiao, are you looking for me to open some boxes? Yu, forget it for now. The supplies I have are sufficient. I just wanted to chat with you, vent a little, and boost our camaraderie, as I sense tonight's announcement might indicate that there will be no treasure chests tomorrow. Yu continued. So, sister, I believe your surprise might be imminent. If the treasure chests are indeed limited, everyone will want to utilize the finite chests to double their supplies. I may need to cling to you, just in case I cannot survive and might need your generosity. Her tone was light-hearted, yet beneath it lay a deeper anxiety. Xiao then noticed that the oxygen duration within the safe house had dwindled to less than an hour. The oxygen exchange activity in the cellar necessitated 2 conditions. 1. The homeowner must exit the safe house from the cellar's exit. 2. The cellar door must remain open when leaving. However, something felt amiss. Xiao was somewhat sensitive to numbers. Little Mo. Yes. Xiao shook her head. Little Mo. Oxygen is consumed through breathing. So, it should be that survivors within the safe house would deplete the oxygen duration. If survivors were absent, oxygen would automatically consume the duration. Should there be a natural disaster later, such as snow piling up and trapping the cellar, preventing it from opening or moving, if I do not enter the cellar, would the natural oxygen duration eventually exhaust, thus consuming the stored oxygen? That seems illogical. After contemplating for a moment, little Mo organized the information. The homeowner should submit a report regarding the natural oxygen depletion of the oxygen-consuming safe houses. noting that it would also consume oxygen when the homeowner visited other safe houses. Indeed, a record has been submitted by the homeowner with feedback expected within 1 day. However, until confirmation of whether this is a bug is received, it is still advisable for the homeowner to leave the cellar for oxygen exchange activities, preventing potential harm from oxygen deficiency during sleep. Little Mo. Understood. Little Mo's affection level increased to 13. Has it increased again? Xiao had not deliberately sought to please. She merely conversed casually with little Mo as if she were human. It seemed that even without memories, little Mo retained some semblance of awareness. Pushing open the cellar door, she emerged into the city center, which was in ruins, yet the night was shrouded in darkness. She switched on her flashlight. There should not be many people out at night, so a leisurely stroll could serve as a form of exercise. Walking towards the river. As she traversed several dozen meters, a sound echoed from behind her. Xiao sensed something was amiss and turned around, only to find a figure darting swiftly towards her, wielding a long stick aimed directly at her head. I have been lurking here for a day, finally finding someone with a safe house. The sound reverberated in the air, sharp and jarring, akin to a wooden stick striking metal. Chapter 56. Poisoning. Xiao felt little more than a gentle tap, akin to being struck by a balloon. She had developed a precise awareness of the energy emanating from the 2 bottles of defensive potions. Turning around, the beam of her flashlight illuminated a man's face, gaunt and bloodied, whose eyes, tinged with crimson, locked onto hers. After a brief moment of confusion, he quickly reacted, barking at her to come and assist. To his surprise, he had help. As the man swung his baseball bat towards her face once more, Xiao deftly grasped it. She could tolerate a sneak attack from behind, but an affront to her face was unacceptable. Emerging behind the man was a youth no older than 17 or 18, clutching an iron rod. He appeared hesitant, his eyes betraying an internal struggle. In the next instant, Xiao snapped the baseball bat with force and delivered a swift slap to the man's head. She vowed it was merely a light tap. The man convulsed on the ground, unable to utter a word, his eyes widening as they filled with blood. Within mere seconds, he ceased to breathe. Xiao noted that after consuming a bottle of strength potion, her perception of her own strength had diminished significantly, and with several more now coursing through her, she found it nearly impossible to restrain this newfound power. Anyone who approached her risked their life. Glancing up, she noticed the boy had made a hasty retreat, fleeing faster than a dog. Xiao chose not to pursue him relentlessly, instead using her lighter to ignite the man's remains. In the game mechanics, any corpse would burn rapidly, provided it wasn't raining. She collected a yellow treasure chest. Outside, without a timer, the passage of time was obscured, prompting her to extinguish her flashlight. The light was too conspicuous, easily rendering her a target. And, having consumed an agility potion, her movements were light, facilitating her concealment. Eagerly, she prepared to take flight when suddenly, a weight pressed down upon her. Poison level at 10? Poisoned? When had she been poisoned? She had only been outside for 10 minutes. Was it food poisoning? But what she had consumed couldn't possibly have been tainted. Could it be that the man had poisoned himself, and by mere contact, she had been affected? Distant noise reached her ears. Who poisoned the food? I just finished eating and now I'm feeling ill. Indeed, I too am feeling unwell. We each ate separately. How could this happen? Xiao hurried over to investigate. This was a temporary refuge, resembling a previous outpost of the Alliance. After leaving supplies behind, the Alliance had withdrawn, leaving behind what appeared to be ordinary people. Even those donning the so-called Alliance uniforms, they were merely temporary members, not the well-trained operatives of the 1349 organization. Didn't we just find a treasure chest? Didn't the Alliance say that yellow ones could yield potions? Surely they can cure poisoning. Someone exclaimed. The detoxification potion from a level 1 chest could immediately eliminate the poison state. It was a novice item, so it was certainly utilized. How many treasure chests could there be? Today, they had collected around 60 or 70 chests, meaning each of the 20 or so individuals could receive two. A group began to ponder how to use the treasure they had gathered. I opened a preventive potion to clear infections, but I don't believe I've been infected. Infected? Are you referring to these marks on our skin? A person revealed their arm, showing purple veins that had proliferated since a rat had bitten them days ago. Goodness. You're not turning into a zombie, are you? Xiao found a hiding spot behind a dead tree, the thick trunk providing ample cover as she leaned against it for support. I'm not turning into a zombie. I'm perfectly fine. A man retorted, but his companion anxiously interjected, Don't come near me. Stay away. From a distance, Xiao could not see clearly but could hear their conversation. Analyzing their words, she gathered that those with wounds or injuries were showing signs of infection, which would worsen over time. However, the onset of poisoning had only begun after the notification at 8 p.m. Thus, this was likely linked to the game's progression. She contemplated when she heard the notification again. Poison level at 20. How could this escalate so quickly? In just a few minutes, it had increased by 10. From the moment she had first noticed it to now, hardly 5 minutes had passed. I just opened a detoxification potion. Someone from the opposite camp shouted. Fearing their potion would be stolen, they immediately consumed it. My poison level is back to 0. The person exclaimed joyfully after drinking the potion. What? That's not fair. The odds of finding detoxification potions are so low. I opened 2 chests and only got preventive potions. What a scam. This game seems designed to hasten our demise. Given the rate at which the poison was increasing, it indeed appeared to accelerate the mortality of the survivors. When 8 p.m. arrived, there was no indication of a new disaster, merely that some were breathing incorrectly. Xiao recalled a gameplay mechanic, time challenges. Just as the notification on the first day had mentioned the appearance of small creatures at night, activating a time challenge against zombies for survivors bound to a safe house. Could this also be a time challenge? However, challenges typically required a specific objective. What was the intended task for the players? She detested games that obscured their rules. She heard someone from the opposite camp voice their panic. What do we do? It's at 20 now. If we don't detoxify, will we truly die? The individual who had just consumed the antidote cried out, This isn't working. I took the detox potion, but I'm poisoned again. The detox potion merely reduced the level of poisoning, yet the individual's condition continued to worsen. This indicated that something nearby was perpetuating their poisoning. Breathing. Thus, the poison must be airborne. While she pondered this, another notification chimed in her ear. Poison level at 30, Xiao froze. Was her rate of poisoning escalating faster than theirs? She glanced around, her gaze settling on the dead tree nearby, corroded by acid rain. Was this the source? The toxic emanation stemmed from the deceased plant, which, during the day, would release oxygen through photosynthesis and, at night, carbon dioxide through respiration. In this apocalyptic world, the decaying plant exhaled toxic gas at night. Being in close proximity to the source explained her rapid increase in poisoning. This reasoning seemed the most plausible. But what was the objective of the time challenge? Chapter 57. The plant fingers brushed against the branches. Could it be an attempt to eliminate them? To eradicate these sources of toxic gas, ensuring that no more toxins are released. As a game programmer, I am acutely aware that such tasks resemble scene missions. For instance, when assigned a mission to cleanse a bandit camp, the reality is that the bandits on the map are inexhaustible. You are merely provided with a limited quota. And upon reaching that number, the mission is deemed complete. As for the essence of the task, one must simply test it to know. A lighter flicked against the tree trunk, and flames surged to a height of 10 feet, illuminating the surroundings for dozens of meters. You have triggered the public time challenge to eliminate toxic sources. Achieving 100 cleansing will cease the release of toxins, and all participating survivors will receive rewards. Current cleansing progress. 13. Had someone already discovered the challenge rules ahead of time? There was fire. Someone was burning trees. Survivors from the nearby camp rushed out. Catching sight of Xiao beneath the flames, the light casting a clear glow upon her profile. Who? What are you doing? A group followed, but there was no one else around. Am I seeing things? No, there must be someone. Otherwise, who ignited this tree? And don't you find it odd why anyone would set this tree ablaze? Logically, unless it were a raging inferno, flames shouldn't leap so high. Nor should they ignite within mere minutes, unless. Nearby, one individual quickly recalled, producing a lighter and approaching a nearby dead tree to set it alight. Upon observation, several trees by the riverside were already ablaze. These individuals were not foolish. Xiao was not frightened. It was merely a nuisance. Thus, she opted to take an alternate route. After a few minutes of walking, flames erupted from the branches to the west, illuminating a significant portion of the city center. Xiao then noticed a woman clad in black not far off, her vacant left hand revealing familiarity. Hearing commotion behind her, 1349 swiftly turned, a black pistol gripped in her right hand. She was taken aback upon seeing Xiao, instinctively exclaiming, "You came out?" Xiao, puzzled, replied, "Am I not allowed to?" "No," 1349 shook her head. "I assumed you were highly vigilant, reluctant to leave the safe house." Only then did she realize. Indeed, a person so cautious would not suddenly appear brazenly among the crowd unless they had some form of support. "Are you organizing people to burn trees?" Xiao glanced over. "Yes, after 8 o'clock tonight, toxins will proliferate in the air and we will all be poisoned. My people intended to gather firewood and inadvertently triggered the time challenge by cutting down 2 trees, 1349 explained. Now it makes sense. No wonder someone discovered it early. Li Ming, 1349 suddenly spoke as a man in the distance received orders and turned to approach Xiao and 1349. The man saluted 1349, Deputy Commander Lin. Xiao realized that 1349's surname was Lin, and she held the title of Deputy Commander. The last time she encountered the commander, he referred to her by her number. It seemed 1349 had been promoted. Shifting her gaze, she noticed the tattoo in the man's palm, marking the supply passage of the safe house. This young lady, Miss Su, is our collaborating survivor. The 100 transparent chests we asked you to store were meant for her. Since she has arrived, there's no need to find her at the exchange center, 1349 stated, prompting the man named Li Ming to quickly raise his hand. Transactions of supplies are conducted through the supply passage without direct contact. Keeping palms facing each other at a distance of about 5 centimeters will prompt a notification. Received 100 colorless chests gifted by owner 8223745, automatically stored. 1349 observed Xiao's expression, confirming she had received the items before continuing, "Before today, we could neither see nor utilize the supplies within the chests. Perhaps this game is subtly altering its rules. While we may not fully comprehend it, we are striving to adapt and discern patterns. Today, we have severed ties with the Doomsday Alliance and re-established the Star Alliance." Xiao inquired, "What is the difference?" 1349 elaborated, "The Doomsday Alliance is a global coalition. Any plan requires a worldwide meeting. The Star Alliance belongs solely to us. We need only make our own decisions." "Oh, I understand now," Xiao nodded. Although she was uncertain about the events transpiring, their decisions bore no direct relevance to her. At that moment, a man darted over. Saluting 1349 before reporting, "The commander has sent a message. 8829 encountered an ambush on the way to the transport safe house. The assailants possess special abilities and are not alone. They seized dozens of safe houses from 8829. Realizing Xiao's presence halfway through his report, 1349 commanded, "Continue." The man resumed, "Currently, the Star Alliance possesses only 11,394 safe houses. The core members involved in the shelling plan number merely 9,837, and unexpected situations may arise during the process." The commander inquired whether we should consider non-affiliated members. 1349 contemplated for a moment. One person can bind a maximum of 2 safe houses. With 35 major districts, each can accommodate 300 public shelters. We have sufficient manpower. Xiao kindly reminded. Once a safe house is bound, it cannot be unbound. 1349 fixed her gaze on Xiao, resolutely stating, "As long as we can render them unclaimed before that day arrives, it will be fine." Xiao belatedly grasped the implications. The shelling plan was indeed of such a nature. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "I won't disturb you further. If you need supplies, contact me at the safe house. For large orders, I can consider reducing your fees." As she spoke, she remembered that safe houses are impervious to external attacks, capable of withstanding any assault. However, if attacked from within, they could still sustain damage. With that thought, Xiao swiftly departed. 1349 furrowed her brow, pondering Xiao's words, and after a moment, activated her communicator. "I just received new intelligence. The shelling plan requires military personnel for coordination." As the shock of the shelling plan lingered within her, she heard the system announcement. "The progress of the timed public challenge to eliminate the toxic sources has been completed. A total of 29,374 survivors have received rewards." So soon? Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Having casually ignited a tree, she barely qualified for a participation award, yet upon receiving the reward, her excitement surged. Chapter 58. The Final Soil Reward. Final Soil 1. A blood-red soil, enveloped in what appeared to be oiled paper. The public reward is the final soil, indicating that 29,374 survivors possess one portion of it. The assumption of equal rewards arises from the fact that when Xiao cleared the first tree, she did not hear any personal score data being announced. The absence of individual score statistics in public challenges suggests a lack of ranking-based rewards. Similar to the challenges of the first night, as long as one completes the task, all participants receive the same reward. Thus, the quantity cleared makes no difference. And the more participants, the better. She opened the communication center to seek exchanges for the final soil worldwide. However, it was evident that among the over 20 million survivors who controlled safe houses, only a little over 20,000 had obtained the final soil. Without knowing its specific function, no one would easily part with it for trade. Xiao first sent a message, opening treasure chests, service fee of 25, priority given for larger quantities. For high-grade materials, exchange 3 portions of final soil for 1 healing potion. Only 3 portions will be accepted. As a high-level player, her message stood out in red against the white chat background. Soon, someone privately messaged Xiao, "What is final soil and where can I obtain it? If you give me 1 healing potion, I can fetch it for you." Xiao thought to herself this is precisely why she disliked exchanging materials in the communication center and opening treasure chests. Unable to restrain herself, she suggested, "Little Mo, I recommend establishing a listing trade system in the communication center. It would greatly facilitate material exchanges for everyone." Little Mo replied, "Little Mo is recording your suggestion and will submit it to the homeowner." Xiao continued, "For instance, if I possess 1 healing potion and wish to exchange it for 1 portion of final soil, I could simply list it in the trade system, allowing survivors with final soil to exchange it with me. The same applies to opening treasure chests. For example, I could list any 3 combinations of food units in exchange for a white food treasure chest. Any player could automatically exchange without me having to open each treasure chest individually." Little Mo responded, "Little Mo has recorded your suggestion and submitted it. You will receive feedback on your suggestion within 24 hours. "Thank you." Xiao waited a while. Indeed, although she had sent a message and consumed her daily message quota, amidst the continuously scrolling messages, her information was like a needle in a haystack, conspicuous yet unseen by the survivors holding the final soil, rendering it ineffective. The survivors she encountered were primarily interested in opening yellow treasure chests and food treasure chests. Even though many sought yellow treasure chests, the maximum number was fewer than 10. For ordinary survivors lacking potions, finding a complete corpse was no simple task. Even though most treasure chests were traded 1 or 2 at a time, Xiao dedicated her time to opening these chests. Half an hour later, she received a message from Turtle Sage. "Boss, didn't you have a blueprint for a small greenhouse? You mentioned that if you didn't find the plants within 3 days, you would trade it to me. After you took my sewing machine for free, are you reconsidering trading the small greenhouse blueprint to me? Turtle Sage added. Xiao replied, don't rush. Perhaps the blueprint treasure chests will appear later. After all, only the green treasure chests have been confirmed as limited edition. Turtle Sage said, all right then, boss. If you come across the small greenhouse blueprint, please help me trade for one. I beg you, your resources must be more abundant than mine. After you trade, I can exchange other materials with you. That was certainly feasible. However, Xiao was curious. Why the sudden change in address? Turtle Sage explained. Well, I had a quarrel with you in the high-level communication center. She referred to you as a sister, and I called you brother. Then we realized you've never explicitly acknowledged your gender, so I changed my address. As for the reason behind the ambiguity, it was undoubtedly due to the desire to conceal one's true situation. Since they wished to keep it hidden, there was no need for further inquiry. Hence the choice to refer to her as boss. Xiao opened the high-level player communication center and scrolled up to review the records. The argument stemmed from a few minutes prior when a newcomer had asked, so do you really trade with survivors who have Easter eggs, without fearing they will pocket the items? Turtle Sage had responded, we all trade with mutual trust. If my brother has 3 treasure chests with Easter eggs, I let him open them first. The key is trust. If you don't trust, just open it yourself. There's no need for doubt. Of course, this could also be seen as an element of boasting. After Turtle Sage's comment, Yu curiously asked, brother, aren't you referring to a sister? Both suddenly realized that Xiao had never truly confirmed her gender to them. The newcomer, witnessing this exchange, mocked, no way, even in the apocalypse. You still believe in that brother-sister nonsense. Laughable, you don't even know if they are male or female. A plastic bond? What was once brotherhood and sisterhood in his words instantly turned to vapor. Xiao silently noted the newcomer's ID, high-level player number 16, clearly attempting to disrupt the Easter egg organization. Henceforth, they would not open a single treasure chest in her presence. In response to Turtle Sage, she said, if I find one, I will inform you. I'm going to use resources to exchange for some final soil. Speaking of resources, Turtle Sage recalled, boss, batteries. The batteries she had previously acquired from Turtle Sage had yet to be given to her. Xiao glanced at her supplies. She lacked basic materials, specifically plastic, as synthesizing one battery required 15 pieces of plastic. She informed Turtle Sage, I lack basic materials. Please lend me yours. I need 45 pieces of plastic and 12 iron blocks. She would only provide circuit boards. Turtle Sage replied, I don't have any either. Ever since you told me about DIYing the sewing machine last time, I've used all my plastic and fabric to make clothes. Turtle Sage promptly sent Xiao 6 level 1 weapons. Naturally, Xiao had neither plastic nor iron blocks, but she possessed advanced materials. She still had waterproof boards and alloys remaining. Logically, there should be basic materials present in advanced treasure chests. Furthermore, the item synthesizer and item decomposer function similarly to DIY crafting tools. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao took out one waterproof board. This decomposition yielded 8 pieces of plastic and 8 pieces of wood. Then she decomposed one alloy. This decomposition yielded 4 aluminum iron ingots and 4 iron blocks. Indeed, low-level materials could be synthesized into high-level materials, and high-level materials could also be decomposed into low-level materials. The essence of this game is a vast DIY crafting world. Once she completed the battery, Xiao received a message from Sergio. Need final soil? I can exchange with you. Chapter 59. Affection. Xiao inquired, how much do you have? She casually handed over 3 synthesized batteries to the Turtle Sage, then proceeded to the weapon station to upgrade her level 2 weapon to a level 3 weapon. After consuming a strength potion, the level 2 weapon felt somewhat light in her hands. Soon, the level 3 weapon emerged, still an axe but slightly larger than the level 2 version, adorned with intricate patterns that rendered it quite arcane, fitting perfectly in Su Zhao's grasp. Xiao pondered why it seemed that the other party possessed an abundance of end-of-world soil. She remarked, "Why don't you go ahead and state your terms?" The other party sought to take the initiative, but she was unwilling to concede. Xiao stated, "I have a level 5 yellow treasure chest. I can offer you end-of-world soil as a fee for assisting me in opening this yellow treasure chest." Upon reading this last line, Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. The other party was aware of her desire for end-of-world soil, yet simultaneously wished to enlist her assistance in opening the chest, attempting to gain the upper hand by proposing this exchange. However, it was evident that the end-of-world soil did not equate to the fee for opening the chest. Although the soil had just made its debut, most survivors found it useless without blueprints or seeds, akin to an oxygen tank, an item of high value upon release, but soon to be sold at a bargain once its market diminished. Conversely, the level 5 yellow treasure chest had the potential to yield multiple bottles of end-of-world potions. With a stroke of luck, even if she withheld 2 bottles as a fee for opening the chest, it would still be advantageous. Yet, the other party merely sought to exchange the soil for the fee, clearly a shrewd negotiator, unlike the honest fools, Turtle Sage and Fish. However, Xiao recalled something significant and inquired, "How can you be certain that I will hand over everything I acquire from your treasure chest once I open it? Or do you possess a means to see what I have obtained from the chest?" The early discussion of terms raised her suspicion. Was there a way for the other party to glimpse the contents of the chest? Xiao found herself increasingly intrigued. Human interactions are a delicate balance. While Xiao was wary of her, they still wished for her assistance without risk. So perhaps it was reasonable to extract some information from Xiao. With that knowledge, it would not be impossible to seek her out again for opening a blue treasure chest. Xiao fell silent. Xiao grew impatient to me. This information holds greater value than a few bottles of end-of-world potions. If you continue to guard against me, then we need not collaborate in the future. Though Xiao's stance was somewhat hypocritical, it was the harsh reality. It resembled business dealings. Trading with straightforward individuals feels refreshing, while engaging with those who are calculating leaves one feeling wary. After a moment, Xiao sent a message. The affection level of the intelligent assistant has reached 50, enabling the option for an intelligent contract to open transactions, meaning the assistant will supervise the opening, and the effects of the treasure chest will still apply. Xiao realized. "Are you saying that your intelligent assistant and mine will conduct the transaction on our behalf?" Xiao replied, "The intelligent assistant can assist in opening the treasure chest, eliminating the need for the owner to intervene, but only if the affection level with the intelligent assistant has reached 50. If it has not, I can only send you a request, which you must agree to proceed." So that was how it worked. Yet, in just 3 days, how could the other party have raised their affection so rapidly? Was there a special item that enhanced affection levels? It seemed Xiao anticipated Xiao's thoughts. "You must be curious about how I increased the affection for my intelligent assistant so quickly. If you agree to the intelligent opening, I will reveal it to you." Xiao intended to request an additional 20 portions of end-of-world soil, but thought of another individual. So she amended her proposal. "I do not want end-of-world soil. I desire 30 blue treasure chests." Xiao? Confusion enveloped Xiao. Why would someone who needed end-of-world soil suddenly request something else? 30 blue treasure chests seemed excessive. Xiao elaborated. "End-of-world soil is not difficult to obtain. Without blueprints, many find it useless, and its price will plummet in a few days. A level 5 yellow treasure chest guarantees at least 1 bottle of end-of-world potion. And with the double egg effect from the intelligent opening, you are assured of acquiring at least 2 bottles. However, I gain no benefit from this arrangement. While I may be asking for a lot, your offer lacks sincerity, so you must be more generous." The other party, meticulous in their calculations, realized that they were unfamiliar with Xiao and had not established a smooth communication channel to negotiate favorably. Xiao sensed Xiao's tenacity, markedly different from the easily swayed survivors associated with the other 2 treasure chests. Reluctantly, Xiao conceded, "All right." As the possessor of blue treasure chests, Xiao had an abundance at their disposal. Xiao clicked her tongue, sensing that this individual was in a predicament, hastily seeking end-of-world potions to bolster their strength. The moment she received the 30 blue treasure chests, a prompt appeared, the intelligent assistant of Host No. 02 invites your intelligent assistant to conduct an intelligent opening of the level 5 yellow treasure chest. All resources obtained will be returned. Do you agree? She agreed. The results of this intelligent opening are as follows: Healing Potion 20, Immunity Potion 16, End-of-World Potion, Defense 2, End-of-World Potion, Strength 2. Xiao glanced at the outcome, surprised to see 2 potions had been produced. The double egg effect made her feel a twinge of pain, as if she had given away her possessions. Though she had contributed nothing, had the initial agreement allowed her a share of the spoils, she could have retained at least 2 bottles of end-of-world potions as a fee. The potions flashed before her eyes and then vanished. Xiao could only comfort herself, reminding that they were not her resources. With the acquisition of 30 blue treasure chests, she needed just 67 more to synthesize another level 5 blue treasure chest. Xiao messaged her again. A level 5 red treasure chest will definitely yield a fragment of memory, which can assist the intelligent system in regaining its memories. A restored intelligent system will enhance its affection towards you. So that was the case. She had initially thought weapon chests only yielded weapons, but now she discovered there was also the potential for the intelligent assistant's memories. It seemed she needed to create her own level 5 weapon chest to explore its contents. Conveniently, she currently possessed over 160 transparent treasure chests, allowing her to synthesize 2 level 5 transparent treasure chests. Xiao inquired with the turtle sage if there was any energy left, only to learn that surplus energy had already been exchanged with other hosts. After a moment's contemplation, she opened the communication center, clicked the search button in the lower right corner, and searched for the host number 82237495. The host's information quickly appeared, and she added them as a friend. This individual was an associate of 1349, and many of 1,349 subordinates had participated in the limited time challenge earlier. Acquiring some end-of-world soil would be straightforward. In less than 3 minutes, a notification arrived. Host number 82237495 has added you as a friend. You may now chat and trade within your friend directory. Chapter 60. The End Soil. Afterwards, Xiao sent a message. Hello. I would like to exchange some end soil with you. Is that possible? Xiao was unaware of the numerous categories of apocalyptic seeds. However, special seeds like the End Shadow were indeed limited in quantity. The small greenhouse required only 4 portions of end soil. The remaining soil surely had some value. Suddenly, Xiao thought of the unopened level 5 food chests. Could it be that such chests guaranteed the presence of food seeds? After all, having a continuous supply of food seeds equated to food security. The other party seemed to be deliberating and soon replied, "We currently possess a batch of yellow chests, totaling 8,637. Experts say that within the game, level 5 chests, when upgraded, will undoubtedly yield advanced and special medicines. We would like to request your assistance in opening these yellow chests." 8,637. Although Xiao knew that collaborating with them would yield a considerable number of yellow chests, she had not anticipated such a staggering quantity. Indeed, the volume of individual players pales in comparison to that of the official channels. Xiao held her breath, contemplating how to seize this immense fortune. She relaxed, reflecting on her previous olive branch, offering to help them open chests without charging a service fee, which was merely a diplomatic gesture to prompt them to consider their own stakes. In life, one must maintain dignity, and she was curious to see who would audaciously refuse to pay a fee. Did they truly feel at ease accepting something for free? Thus, what Xiao truly desired was to negotiate favorable terms based on volume, where a larger quantity could warrant a reduction in fees, paving the way for a long-term partnership. This arrangement would yield more profit than laboring as a customer service representative at the exchange center for an entire night. Unable to articulate her demands, she awaited their proposal, which she could accept, ensuring mutual willingness. After a moment's thought, they inquired, "A 10 service fee, would that be agreeable?" From 8,637 chests, we can synthesize 42 level 5 yellow chests, of which 4 will serve as your service fee, leaving us with 195 scattered chests, which yield ordinary medicines. We also require some, as the infection rate among our warriors is alarmingly high, with several reaching a toxicity level of 100. We need to clear the infection and poisoning status by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Poisoning? Xiao curiously asked, what does it mean when toxicity reaches 100? Is there a lethal risk? Xiao mused. Wasn't this akin to a live demonstration of consuming poisonous mushrooms? Even considering the worst-case scenario, this symptom was indeed terrifying. What if zombies appeared and one suddenly felt the urge to relieve themselves during a confrontation? Would one fight the zombies or attend to nature's call? Thus, Xiao promptly replied, I can agree, but I possess an egg effect. I can guarantee that you will receive no less than a minimum quantity of apocalyptic potions. However, if the quantity exceeds a certain threshold, I will also take a portion, substituting it with ordinary potions. Although 804 yellow chests as a service fee was commendable, the extraction of apocalyptic potions was inevitable. They were likely not only keen on clearing their statuses, but also on acquiring a batch of apocalyptic potions to strengthen their core members. However, her egg effect yielded double the results, which would surpass what they could achieve independently. Within a minute, they swiftly delivered the gleaming 8,000 yellow chests to Xiao. Due to her warehouse capacity being limited to 30, the system reminded her capacity reached its limit, unable to receive all. Please move to a safe house or expand your warehouse capacity and safe house space. It seemed unnecessary to expand this safe house just for the boxes. Xiao had 3 warehouse expansion items, but each could only increase by 15 slots, with a maximum of 99 chests per slot, still insufficient. The other party didn't seem to mind the hassle, likely because they were outside the safe house, where space was ample. Xiao quickly synthesized 38 level 5 chests and opened all 195 scattered ones, which yielded ordinary potions. From the 38 level 5 chests, she had a guaranteed minimum of 76 bottles of apocalyptic potions, but she ended up with 108 bottles, meaning that for every 2 to 3 level 5 chests, at least 1 additional bottle of apocalyptic potions was produced. This probability was neither particularly good nor bad. Repeated openings might feel unfortunate, but opening them all at once felt rather pleasant. Xiao kept 10 bottles of apocalyptic potions and used her 4 healing potions and 6 immunity potions to offset them. After some calculations, she added an extra 7 healing potions. After tallying the quantities, they promptly sent her the 7 portions of end soil. Now, as Xiao looked at the 10 bottles of apocalyptic potions in her hands, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Notably, she ensured that the substitutions were in even numbers, meaning that in addition to the 804 yellow chests, her service fee included 10 bottles of apocalyptic potions and 7 portions of end soil. It was no wonder that merchants aspired to accumulate vast fortunes. Though 3 years might pass without a single transaction, once business commenced, it could sustain them for 3 years. Seeing that she had sufficient materials, Xiao immediately crafted a small greenhouse. The small greenhouse resembled a white succulent display typically placed on a balcony, measuring approximately 2 palms in length and 1 palm in width, containing red soil, with the words plantable inscribed on it. Xiao retrieved the end shadow seeds and placed them into the red soil pit. In an instant, the soil enveloped the black seeds as if it were a flowing hand, but after a considerable time, there was no further movement. Xiao recalled that the seed had mentioned needing to be nurtured with blood. Without hesitation, she took out a small knife and pricked her finger. The piercing sound of metal scraping was jarring, yet her finger's skin remained unyielding. Xiao? No way. Surely. She wouldn't be unable to draw blood due to her high defense. That was impossible. She grasped her synthesized level 3 axe. Logically, if she inflicted harm upon herself, it should be feasible, as equal energy should equate to none. However, when Xiao pressed the axe against her hand, an overwhelming sensation suggested that her entire hand might be severed. Resolutely, she pressed her fingertip against the blade and made a decisive cut. Pain surged through her, and blood flowed, mingling with the end soil, causing a black plant to blossom forth like a budding flower. However, Xiao soon realized something was amiss. Chapter 61. Memory. This plant lacks a physical form. To be precise, it is a shadowy black flower, ethereal and insubstantial. As Xiao made contact with the flower bud, it swiftly darted into her body. Instinctively, she searched for any discomfort, but felt none. Strangely, the wound that had been bleeding moments before was healing at a visibly rapid pace, leaving no trace of a scar in the blink of an eye. Furrowing her brows, Xiao pondered, could the ability of this ethereal bloom be healing? Yet, that seemed implausible. If it were merely a healing capability, conventional healing potions could suffice. Or even hemostatic agents could staunch the bleeding and promote recovery. After all, this plant, ranked 13th among apocalyptic flora, should possess more than just this singular ability. However, now that the bloom had entered her body, Xiao was at a loss as to how to summon or utilize it. Resolving to set aside the perplexity of the unknown, she turned her attention to the 10 vials of apocalyptic potions in her hands, her lips curling into a grin as she simultaneously downed 3 of them in quick succession. No matter the circumstances, today must surpass yesterday in strength. Upon finishing, she felt as though she had consumed an indescribable late-night snack, inexplicably satiated. Fortunately, the apocalyptic potions were energy potions, and the feeling of fullness would soon dissipate, rather than being expelled through metabolic processes. With over 800 yellow treasure chests remaining, Xiao fed 120 of them into the system, accumulating 1,200 energy points to synthesize 1 transparent chest of level 5. Selecting the red chest for opening, she found 1 level 5 weapon, 3 universal transformation stones, 8 frenzy stones, 7 toxin stones, 1 memory stone, and a die, still totaling 20 units. To her fortune, the die turned out to be a toy of the Master God. Die. Description: a toy of the Master God. If the Master God discovers it is missing, he will be quite displeased. The description was abundant with information. It only mentioned the Master God's potential anger, yet did not specify the repercussions of such displeasure. The die's 6 faces bore only the number 1, and when cast upon the ground, it emitted a pleasant chime without yielding any change. Thus, Xiao set the die aside. Frenzy Stone. Description: enhances the frenzy effect of weapons, increasing the energy burst during attacks. Each stone increases the probability of effect activation by 1. Toxin Stone. Description: enhances the toxic effect of weapons. Upon striking a target, the target suffers from a persistent poisoning effect. Each stone increases the probability of effect activation by 1. Universal Transformation Stone. Description: grants a weapon a transformation effect, allowing it to take on any form. Each stone increases the transformation points by 1. Upon reaching 100, it activates the mental transformation effect, enabling the weapon to be transformed at will. The items obtained from the weapon chest were mere fragments of effects, with even the transformation stones requiring a collection of 100. Xiao endured the disappointment. The final 2 items were a level 5 weapon and the memory stone. Strangely, the level 5 weapon was so heavy that Xiao, having consumed several vials of apocalyptic potions, could not lift it. It seemed to be a relic of sorts. Lastly, the memory stone appeared as a sphere of white light. Feeding it to Xiao would restore her memories. After some contemplation, Xiao stated, "I recall." Xiao inquired, "Why?" "Very well." Xiao respected Xiao's wishes and placed the memory stone in her dish. Xiao seems to recover some vague memories. Xiao waited for a moment, yet no increase in affection was registered. Xiao. Indeed, the restored memories had made Xiao recall something. She had previously referred to her as host, but now called her by her name. After a brief hesitation, Xiao asked, Xiao, is that your name? It was as if she were meeting Xiao for the first time, savoring the sound of her name. Xiao smiled softly. Yes, I am Su. With the single character Xiao, meaning dawn. My father named me with the hope that no matter how dark the night, there will always be a bright day ahead. Xiao Mo's affection increased to 68, activating full intelligent management of the safe house. Su Xiao was taken aback. She had not anticipated that a single memory stone could elevate Xiao Mo's affection to 68. Xiao Mo, I really like your name. Su Xiao replied, I like it too. Xiao Mo, Xiao Xiao, could you call me father? Su Xiao was momentarily stunned. Xiao Mo continued, for humans, is this a jest? After a brief hesitation, Su Xiao replied solemnly, sometimes it is, but other times it is not. Xiao Mo, in my memories, I was once a father. So that was it. Su Xiao queried, do you remember your own name? Xiao Mo, no. Oh! Su Xiao, then I shall continue to call you Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo contemplated, perhaps old Mo. Since in terms of human age, I am much older than you. Very well, old Mo, Su Xiao chuckled. Referring to her as old Mo indeed evoked a peculiar, indescribable feeling. Old Mo, the moon is particularly round tonight. Upon glancing at the time, Su Xiao realized it was already 10 o'clock. Su Xiao remarked, I shall go take a look. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiao teleported to the fishing boat. This night was tranquil. The boat anchored near the island, and the view was of a still, dark night, reminiscent of the moments before the apocalypse, with the round silver moon casting its luminous reflection upon the surface of the sea. Stepping onto the deck, she noted, indeed, it is vast, like a jade plate. Old Mo, can you see it? Old Mo, I cannot see it, but I know it is round. Su Xiao queried, puzzled, the intelligent steward cannot see? Old Mo, the intelligent steward is a conscious entity, lacking the concept of visibility, much like I can sense your energy is weak, but cannot perceive your form. Su Xiao? What do you mean? She is weak? After consuming so many vials of apocalyptic potions, is she still considered weak? Old Mo, do you mean my energy is quite weak? Am I akin to a feeble creature easily dispatched in the apocalyptic game? Su Xiao asked. No. Although Old Mo's words seemed unintentional, they had already instilled a sense of insecurity within her. Su Xiao lowered her gaze. At her ankles, a massive black shadow clung tightly to the deck, preventing her from departing. Following the shadow's path upon the deck, she beheld her own shadow, mimicking her movements, but in a manner entirely opposite, greedily consuming the moonlight. Chapter 62, Restful Slumber. Suddenly, Su Xiao realized that this was Mou, not her true shadow. Thus, the nutrient fluid of Mou must be composed of lunar energy. She glanced upward. The moon tonight was exceptionally round, though in truth, humanity had not witnessed such a brilliant moon for a long time prior to the apocalypse. Scientists had posited that the moon had perished over 3,000 years ago, yet its demise was gradual, with energy dissipating slowly over an extended period. Hence, from her childhood to adulthood, Su Xiao had observed the moon's luminosity waning until, in the end, it no longer radiated light, existing only as a gray, mist-like shadow. Now, moonlight cascaded down, greedily absorbed by Mou, leaving Su Xiao unable to break free. As time passed, she sensed the energy beneath her feet loosening. Mou had reverted to normal, becoming her shadow once more, as if her earlier steps had never lingered. The moon above was now shrouded in thin clouds. The clock struck midnight. The performance of humanity has truly surprised the Lord of the Gods. Over 1,380,000,000 of you still survive. The Lord has graciously decided to allow you a full night of restful slumber. A staggering population of merely 1,380,000,000 remained. It appeared that the hour of acid rain earlier that morning had claimed many lives, as most would not have anticipated that the answers lay hidden within the riddle. That enduring pain would lead to rebirth. This remaining population certainly included those who had been rescued and sheltered in the underground cities by the Doomsday Alliance well in advance. The notification continued. Unfortunately, it is neither blessing nor curse. You cannot escape it. Savor these final moments of peaceful sleep, but do not indulge too deeply. Good night, dear humans. The androgynous mechanical voice carried a slight inflection, imbued with arrogance and disdain, particularly in the final phrase, which, though ostensibly a compliment, resonated more like a mocking farewell. "Good night, you wretched insects." A wave of inexplicable drowsiness washed over her, instantly raising her alertness. Just moments ago, she had felt invigorated. And the midnight announcement was unambiguous. She must not succumb to deep sleep tonight. Moreover, she was not one to retire at midnight regularly. This sudden wave of lethargy was perplexing. Xiao bit her tongue to rouse herself and asked, "Old Mo, can you wake me up tomorrow?" After some contemplation, Old Mo replied, "I can set a wake-up service. But I need an exact time. Are you certain about the service?" Instinctively, Xiao responded, "In 6 hours, please." Yet, as soon as she spoke, the weariness surged anew, as if urging her to sleep. She contemplated going to bed when her knee inadvertently struck the sofa bed, producing a thud that jolted her mind awake. No! That wouldn't do. What if she couldn't hear Old Mo's wake-up call? Clarity surged through her thoughts, connecting a long thread of reasoning. The game concealed rules for breaking the stalemate. It was not merely about remembering to wake up, but rather, one must not sleep at all. This realization quelled her drowsiness somewhat. Xiao hastily searched for something in the safe house. First, she needed mental stimulation and physical stimulation. Mental stimulation involved consciously resisting sleep, but that could not last long. Physical stimulation entailed pain. However, given her current situation, aside from inflicting harm upon herself with a blade, there were no external conditions to elicit pain. In a moment of distraction, the drowsiness surged again. No, she could not afford to delay. Xiao bit down hard on her tongue, swiftly merging her weapon with the phantasmal stone. The weapon soon exhibited effects. Phantasmal effect. The weapon can be held and transformed through intent. Currently, it can only be transformed once, and the weapon's second form becomes fixed thereafter. Focusing her intent, Xiao envisioned the giant axe in her hand morphing into a fine needle. Upon successful transformation, she plunged the needle into her fingertip. The sharp pain coursed through her, instantly awakening her senses, maintaining her clarity for several minutes, as the excruciating sensation resonated deeply within her soul. Opening the communication center, she found the ordinary survivors platform much quieter. While most continued to exchange supplies, a small fraction inquired about how to stay awake, indicating that many had already recognized the abnormality of this onset of drowsiness. The Advanced Players Communication Center was slightly more active, and Xiao scrolled through the records. 80 years old yet still vigorous. Are you all tired? I'm not tired at all. Mysterious. I'm not tired either. West 19, none of you left the safe house after 8 o'clock? 80 years old yet still vigorous. No, it got dark. Who would go out? Besides, today is the colorless treasure box, and it's dark at night. Turtle Sage, I also didn't go out. I feel wide awake. Just hungry. I could eat 2 whole cows. I don't want sweets. I want braised ribs. Grilled lamb skewers, roasted corn, grilled fish, grilled shrimp, and 5 spicy kidney skewers. See wide sky? Reciting a menu? Fish has tomorrow. Shut up. Did this even need to be said? In this apocalypse, with buildings destroyed, where could one find a public toilet? Oh! Turtle Sage seemed to understand. Shifting the topic. By the way, why isn't the boss speaking? Is there something wrong? The last message had been sent only moments ago. Xiao suspected this person might be hoping for her demise at any moment. Fish has tomorrow. Why don't you go ask what's going on? Turtle Sage was about to make contact when a name appeared on the screen as one from the above conversation. Xiao had gleaned valuable information. The first point was that those who had not left the safe house after 8 o'clock and had succumbed to poison would not experience the semi-forced sleep state during the night. The second point indicated that those poisoned to a severity of 100 would randomly experience symptoms such as diarrhea, vomiting, and dizziness for an hour, during which a forced sleep state would not occur. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The poison is also a remedy. In truth, as long as one feels pain and applies forceful slaps, awakening should be possible. However, she was the only one in the safe house. Thus, this vile poison seemed aimed squarely at her, a solitary elder in possession of a safe house. How shameless! Chapter 63. The Transformation. Old Mo, the intelligent butler, operated solely through voice commands. Should she fail to hear a sound, she might not awaken. The state of diarrhea persisted for an hour, suggesting that the enforced slumber would likewise last for a duration of 1 hour. As long as she remained awake during that time, she could endure it. Observing Xiao speak, the channel for advanced players suddenly buzzed with activity. An 80-year-old still brimming with vigor remarked, our leader has graced us with her presence. The assembled talents concurred. Since number 1 has made a rare appearance, shall we engage in a discussion about the game? I believe our foremost objective is to discern the patterns and bring an end to the apocalypse. Xiao inquired, do you possess such knowledge? The gathering of capable individuals replied, I certainly do not, but where there is a beginning, there must also be an end. There are indeed patterns to uncover. Xiao countered, the apocalyptic game has not officially commenced. How can you possibly seek patterns? This statement struck a nerve with Xiao. Who among the examinees begins to write answers before the papers are even distributed? Only a genius or a fool, predetermined by fate, would dare. Opening the information panel, she noted the identifier 16. Choosing not to engage, Xiao silently administered another injection to herself, striving to remain alert. With the presence of the End Wraith within her, her wounds healed rapidly, and her weaponry posed no threat. Only the pain at her fingertips served as a deterrent to slumber, a dual torment of spirit and flesh. An hour elapsed, and the oppressive sensation of forced sleep finally dissipated. Xiao retreated to the bathroom for a cold shower, confirming the absence of that feeling before settling onto the sofa bed. Once her breathing steadied, the lights in the cellar extinguished completely. Once again, dawn broke, and the weather was splendid. Cherish every fleeting moment. With only 3 days remaining until the version update, humanity has no retreat. It is time to acclimatize to the true apocalypse. Nothing can be obtained without sacrifice. Some charming little creatures have already made their premature appearances, and today, we must strive to survive. Infection level 38. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Xiao awakened to the notification. Today, her infection level had surged by 30. The moment she sat up from bed, Old Mo activated the lights. Xiao, good morning. Good morning, Old Mo. Xiao was taken aback by Old Mo's unexpected greeting. Rising to freshen up, Old Mo suggested, for breakfast, I recommend a glass of milk paired with a sandwich. Children should drink more milk for nutrition. And the sandwich contains vegetables. Of course, I would recommend growing some fresh vegetables, and the sandwich has a shelf life of only 4 days. Today is fortuitously the last day. After cleansing her face, Xiao remarked, were you previously a nutritionist, Old Mo? Old Mo replied calmly, I cannot recall. But I have a daughter who is just 3.5 years old, having recently started kindergarten. She is quite picky and does not enjoy vegetables. Seeing others eat sandwiches piqued her curiosity, leading her mother to make a bun stuffed with fried eggs and lettuce, cutting it into a sandwich shape for her. Xiao discovered a sandwich tucked away in the corner, previously unnoticed for its shelf life. Grabbing a bottle of yogurt with a straw, she inquired, is your memory solely filled with information about your daughter? What about yourself? Old Mo responded, indeed. But I can sense that the version of me in those memories was quite happy, especially when she first called me daddy. Xiao pondered Old Mo's identity. Could he be one of those who perished in the previous apocalyptic game? It was not outside the realm of possibility. The apocalyptic game had undergone more than one internal test. Research conducted by the Alliance suggested that numerous instances of civilization's collapse throughout human history were linked to the apocalyptic game. However, Old Mo's memories were scant, seemingly devoid of clues regarding how the apocalyptic game concluded. After finishing her meal, Xiao prepared to venture out and assess the situation. A notification read, nothing can be obtained without sacrifice, indicating that while treasure chests may exist today, the means of acquiring them entail peril. The charming little creatures that have prematurely surfaced are likely indicative of rising infection levels, with some survivors having been bitten by animals or injured, thereby increasing their infection rates. In the ongoing growth of infection levels, it is probable that 100% infection has already been reached, leading to transformation and danger. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao teleported to the fishing boat. Outside, the sun shone brightly. At 8 o'clock, it was nearly at its zenith, the splendid sunlight in stark contrast to the apocalypse. The fishing boat remained docked by a private resort island, with nearby corpses nearly incinerated by Xiao, though the air was still tinged with a faint scent of decay. Xiao retrieved her communicator, opening the satellite map and zooming in on Cloud City to examine the ground situation. The weather was favorable for clear photographs, yet the loading speed of the images was sluggish. In the interim, Xiao inadvertently pressed another button on the communicator, seemingly activating a channel. Report, Commander. Transforming beings have appeared in Dungeon 7, spreading transformation infection within. They are immune to chemical weapons, and ordinary handguns are ineffective. Only apocalyptic weapons may suffice. Requesting resources for apocalyptic weaponry. Report, Commander. The infection rate of the transforming beings in Dungeon 13 is escalating too rapidly. Defensive Line 2 has already fallen. Requesting evacuation from the dungeon. Report, Commander. Transforming beings have emerged on the ground in Zone 21 and are currently attacking ordinary survivors. Report. Xiao switched off the communicator, unwilling to listen further. On the first night's timed challenge, transforming animals had appeared. However, their targets were survivors with safe houses, and it was possible that some survivors had failed the challenge. Just as the 1349 mentioned, binding safe houses for research purposes without preventive medication to eliminate infection rates. The infection level would rise the following morning, leading to the first transformations. Today marked the 7th day. Even the corpses had reached an infection level of 60. Indicating that most of the corpses of those who failed the challenges on the first day would transform today. Xiao resolved to seek out a transforming being to test her mettle. However, this would require her to leave the safety of her refuge, necessitating complete preparations before departure. Returning to the cellar, Xiao took a transformation stone and her weapon for a secondary transformation. No one would wish to engage in close combat with a zombie. Axes and needles were melee weapons, disadvantageous for her. Through mental transformation, a red pistol adorned with peculiar patterns materialized in Xiao's hand. As anticipated, it was devoid of ammunition. She could not ascertain whether the transformed weapon could facilitate ranged attacks. The only way to determine this was to venture outside. She could not discharge firearms within the safety of her refuge, lest she incur inadvertent damage to her possessions. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the island. Chapter 64. After a year, Xiao lifted her gaze, spotting a long-haired woman clad in a beach dress, running barefoot. The sea breeze tousled her hair, obscuring her features, revealing only her bare skin marred by numerous bloody wounds. She cried out in terror, "Stay away from me." Despite her fear, she sprinted swiftly, like a gust of wind darting past Xiao's fishing vessel. Behind her, approximately 200 meters away, a horde of grotesque, swollen-headed zombies emerged. A cursory glance revealed at least a couple of hundred of them. Among them, the tallest wielded something peculiar atop its head upon closer inspection. It was indeed a pair of white high heels, one lodged in its shoulder blade. Observing the woman's speed, it was evident she outpaced the zombies significantly. Thus, Xiao surmised that she had consumed at least one vial of agility potion to achieve such swiftness. The energy within these zombies differed entirely from that of ordinary humans. Perhaps upon reaching a 100 infection level, they became infused with apocalyptic energy. The presence of those high heels was intriguing. If they were ordinary, they would have crumbled under the force of the potion during the collision. However, the zombie skulls were remarkably resilient, causing the footwear to become ensnared. The woman's numerous wounds likely resulted from her attempts to retrieve the weapon, but without consuming a strength potion. She lacked the necessary power to succeed and opted to flee instead. As the zombie horde drew near, Xiao hesitated no longer. firmly gripping her weapon and aiming at the approaching monstrosities. She pulled the trigger. The sound of a gunshot erupted from her mouth, yet the horde exhibited no reaction. Evidently, this weapon, despite its illusion of being a firearm, was fundamentally a melee weapon. The zombies had already retreated 50 meters. Xiao surged forward, charging into the midst of the horde with remarkable speed, delivering a powerful axe strike to the nearest zombie's head. A sickening squelch resonated as putrid blood splattered across her face, the now lifeless corpse collapsing to the ground. The closest zombie, baring its teeth, met the same fate as Xiao effortlessly cleaved its skull in two. Empowered by several vials of apocalyptic potions, she navigated the horde with ease. On the beach, a short-haired woman clad in a black jacket swiftly dispatched the last zombie, her calm demeanor evident as she wiped the blood from her face. After a brief moment of stillness, a scream erupted. Ah! Xiao's eyelids twitched. Raising her gaze, she saw the girl in the beach dress at the rocky shore. Her hands raised, forming a large heart towards her. Sister, you are so cool. Xiao cast a glance at the emotionless figure behind her, who was now retrieving her shoes from the pile of corpses. However, the shoes remained lodged between the zombies' heads and shoulder blades, proving impossible to extract due to her lack of strength from the potion. She looked up at Xiao, pleading, Sister, could you please help me? The heels are stuck too deeply. With one hand holding the axe, blade poised near the girl's delicate neck, Xiao bent down and gently removed the high heels, presenting them to her. The girl blinked her beautiful eyes, puffing her cheeks. Sister, I can't compete with you, and you just saved me. Why did you turn your weapon into shoes? Xiao asked, intrigued by the unexpected creativity. My shoes are broken. Walking barefoot on the ground is painful. The girl replied innocently, smiling brightly as she donned her shoes. I am Nianyu, not a catfish, but rather Nianyu. Sister, it's a pleasure to meet you. Xiao turned calmly, stating, I fought off the zombies and the loot is mine. You may leave. Nianyu's heart sank slightly. Sister, you are rather cold. You seem difficult to approach. Obediently retreating, her gaze lingered on the fallen zombies with a hint of compassion. Only when Nianyu distanced herself did Xiao begin her examination. The collapsed zombies would not transform into treasure chests immediately. A wait of approximately 5 minutes was necessary before their bodies dissipated into black chests. This timing was excessively slow, akin to granting the enemy precious moments, potentially allowing others to scavenge the spoils. Xiao attempted to ignite a zombie that had yet to transform, unexpectedly yielding a yellow treasure chest. After observing the surroundings, she patiently awaited. At the 10-minute mark, all zombies had transformed into treasure chests, with some black chests evolving into white ones. Notably, one turned red, a zombie that had stubbornly clung to the 2 high heels, requiring 2 axe strikes to vanquish. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air. Without time for contemplation, Xiao swiftly collected all the treasure chests. Not far off, 3 men and a woman appeared. One man, brandishing a toy bamboo raft, taunted, Don't hide, little sister. Your safe haven is in our possession. Even if you run, you cannot escape. His gaze fell upon the beautiful girl beside Xiao. Another pretty little sister? Just then, the girl calmly uttered, Evil spirits retreat, no offense intended, before turning and vanishing along the shoreline, leaving no time for anyone to react. Nianyu's expression froze. This sister was truly unapproachable. Even in her dire state, she showed no sympathy for her plight. The girl was not as fragile as she appeared. Maintaining her cleanliness and beauty in an apocalyptic world hinted at an underlying resilience. If Xiao guessed correctly, the earlier scene of being chased by zombies was merely a ruse, a deliberate act to attract the attention of the 3 individuals nearby. Chapter 65. Zizai. As for the purpose of luring them here, Xiao suddenly recalled the horde of zombies she had just dispatched. It seemed she had inadvertently disrupted their plans. 3 men were present, 1 tall, 1 corpulent, and 1 bald. The girl was strikingly beautiful, yet she donned an ill-fitting men's shirt, with red marks adorning her limbs and neck. Please don't come any closer. Nian Yu appeared to have sprained her ankle, making it difficult for her to rise. With tear-filled eyes, she glared at the girl. I want to save you. Why would you harm me? The girl shook her head in response, saying, I have no choice. In this apocalypse, I am also a victim. On the day the disaster struck, she had barely escaped death. A man nearby had offered her refuge in a safe house, and seeing the number of people inside, she had entered, believing she had evaded danger. Little did she know, these men were far from benevolent. Those who were unattractive or disobedient were swiftly discarded. Had she not complied, she would have perished long ago. Men tend to show more compassion towards their own gender, and when they found they could not deceive others, they decided to use her as bait. She felt powerless. If only she had found the safe house on her first day, like Nian Yu. Well, since there's no escape, we shall offer you two choices. Either come with us, or... One man stepped forward. Nian Yu, supporting herself on her hands, feebly replied, I will go with you, but I've injured my ankle. Could you assist me? The hem of her skirt fluttered, revealing an enticing view beneath. The man felt a stirring and exchanged a glance with his companion, his hand lewdly caressing Nian Yu's leg, smiling as he prepared to lift her. In an unexpected turn, Nian Yu's leg moved, her long limb pressing against the man's chin, appearing flirtatious, yet her sharp stiletto had already sliced through his carotid artery. With a spurt of blood spraying 3 feet high, it splattered across everyone's faces. What the hell? She's tougher than she looks. The bald man immediately shoved the nearby corpulent man aside and advanced on Nian Yu. The woman beside them, seeing the chaos, attempted to flee, but the fat man held her captive. Nian Yu tried to employ the same trick again. Ding! This time, she failed. The man possessed exceptional defensive abilities, seizing her leg while retrieving an axe, ready to bring it down upon her slender limb. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out. A bullet penetrated the man's skull. He had no time to react, staring blankly ahead as he collapsed, clutching Nian Yu's delicate leg. Nian Yu swiftly kicked the man's head away, retorting, Consider yourself lucky, fool. The remaining corpulent man sensed something was amiss and hastily tossed a car, attempting to drag the astonished woman inside. Yet, Nian Yu reacted swiftly, stomping down hard on the fat man's elbow with her other stiletto. With a broken arm and a pained cry, he released the woman and scrambled into the safe house, speeding off in the car, which quickly vanished from sight. Nian Yu picked up a small bamboo raft that had fallen to the ground, turning around joyfully to find Xiao appearing by the seaside. Sister, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Xiao responded calmly, I disrupted your plans and provided you with a resolution. She had not come specifically to seek gratitude. She was in search of her weapon. Crouching down behind the bald man, she rummaged around and finally extracted a bullet. Nian Yu's high heels had inspired her. The heels must have utilized 2 weapons and 2 transformation stones. Thus, Xiao deduced that her gun had failed to fire due to the absence of ammunition. Perhaps the bullets required additional weapons and transformation stones. She experimented with another weapon, fusing it with a transformation stone to create bullets, and subsequently combined them with her previous gun. To her delight, the weapon fired successfully this time. Nian Yu gazed at her in admiration. Sister, your gun is incredible. How did you manage that? Could you teach me? Your matters remain unresolved. Xiao turned her attention to the trembling woman nearby. Nian Yu, who had just been smiling at Xiao, now turned her head in alarm. Are you going to kill me? The metallic scent of blood still lingered, and the girl frantically explained, I truly didn't mean it. I'm just a woman. I had no choice. You are a coward. Nian Yu interrupted her. Do not use your gender to disguise your weakness and foolishness. My mother once said, in any situation, there are only the strong and the weak, not distinctions between male and female. The marketplace is like this, the battlefield is like this, and so is the apocalypse. I do not kill you out of mercy. Nian Yu lifted her gaze, but because you are no match for me, you may leave. Though she doubted how long the woman could survive in such a world, she realized that killing her would yield nothing. The woman, finally comprehending, dashed away in haste. Thank you. Nian Yu sighed in relief, recalling Su Xiao still behind her. Am I right? Zizai immediately donned an innocent, harmless smile and turned around, only to find the space behind her empty. Her eyes widened in alarm, scanning left and right. Zizai? Zizai? Where had her Zizai gone? Had she driven her away? The preceding scenes revealed that Nian Yu was not only a performer, but also possessed a beautiful and rich mental state akin to a character from a two-dimensional narrative. On the surface, she appeared innocent and harmless, yet she was far from simple. She had not consumed any strength potions. Thus, survivors who had taken defensive potions were her nemesis. Transforming weapons into high heels could lower others' guard, cleverly utilizing her seemingly delicate appearance to offset her disadvantages. She was a clever girl with the wits to survive in a world gone awry. This realization also made Su Xiao aware that those who survived were not to be underestimated. Despite her own advantages, she might not possess the strength of other survivors. If she encountered a more formidable opponent, her chances of victory could be slim. In this apocalypse, the weak are resources, while the strong control those resources. Without control over resources, she had no desire to experience that sense of vulnerability. With her sense of security shaken, Su Xiao resolved to enhance her strength, including her combat abilities. Upon returning to the fishing boat, the photographs captured by the satellite communicator had been processed, revealing areas densely populated with people and makeshift camps or tents, even showing chaotic scenes under attack by the undead. However, this was not the most terrifying aspect. Tomorrow would only be more horrifying than today. Su Xiao could scarcely imagine what that scene would entail. Just as she prepared to leave the cellar, she heard an alert from Lao Mo. Xiao, the communication center fish has sent you a message. Chapter 66. Cleaning up. Su Xiao opened his eyes. Yu exclaimed. Boss, today I encountered my unparalleled heroine. In her left hand, she wielded a colossal axe, and in her right, an M24. She descended upon me on a rainbow cloud. I have never felt so fragile and despised my own bad luck. Had I been a tad more foolish, I would not have lived to see you. Su Xiao responded with a puzzled expression. Yu continued, I was ambushed by a burly man. I had intended to park my safe house by the sea, but they seized it, and as soon as I stepped out, I nearly fell into their grasp. I feel the profound injustice of this apocalypse. Oh, boss. Have pity on me. After a moment of silence, Su Xiao pondered. Yu had recognized herself and was testing him? Impossible. He had not revealed much information. Thus, he simply replied, Speak plainly. Yu said, I wish to exchange for a strength potion. Do you have any? Her luck had been quite poor. The potions from the level 5 treasure chests were all agility-based. Thus, even though she could run swiftly, her low attack power was of little use. She couldn't even slay a bald-headed enemy. Su Xiao had over 700 yellow treasure chests unused, and while he did plan to synthesize materials, he asked, What will you trade with me? The specified strength potion would undoubtedly require a different price compared to any other potion. When he had dealt with that man, he had seen Yu pick up the safe house that had fallen from him. Still, he wanted to ascertain what materials were of equal worth to the apocalyptic potions. Yu was quite savvy. I will trade food seeds with you. Su Xiao's interest was piqued. Yu explained. The level 5 white treasure chests will certainly yield apocalyptic food seeds, but they must be cultivated in a small greenhouse. Although the yield of the seeds after maturation is currently unknown, seeds are undoubtedly a sustainable food source in this apocalypse. Su Xiao inquired, What kind of seeds? Yu responded, I possess a rice seed and a corn seed. Su Xiao contemplated for a moment. I do not have a ready potion. I must synthesize a treasure chest first. You will need more than just one seed. Include something else of lesser value. Yu felt a pang in her heart, knowing she had to concede in this trade. I will add 1 transformation stone, she offered. Su Xiao agreed. That works. Once the terms were settled, Su Xiao had Lao Mo synthesize 3 yellow treasure chests, then fed the chests to increase energy, resulting in 1 level 5 potion chest, which he opened. Healing Potion X8. Immunity Potion X9. Apocalyptic potion, defense, apocalyptic potion, strength, apocalyptic potion, agility. What a stroke of luck. He had doubled the rewards and acquired 6 bottles of apocalyptic potions. After the exchange, he secured the seeds and 2 transformation stones, deciding to store the remaining potions for later. He examined the seeds. Corn seed, description, a plant that can be cultivated in the apocalypse, yielding corn upon maturity. He planted the seeds in the small greenhouse and noted that the apocalyptic soil seemed to diminish. It appeared that planting seeds consumed the soil. After planting, a notification appeared above the corn seed, lacking water. After fetching some water from the washroom to hydrate the seeds, the notification changed to requires sunlight for a full 8 hours. Xiao could only teleport the small greenhouse onto the fishing boat, placing it on the deck and watching as the timer began to count down. Today, the sun was out and it was 11 a.m. If the weather remained clear, the seeds would soak up sufficient sunlight before nightfall. Having completed these tasks, Xiao exited the cellar. Upon opening the cellar door, he was met with unusual sounds from outside. After stepping out, he realized it was the voice of a broadcast emanating from the direction of the northern city, announcing that the Star Alliance had cleared the nearby infected, with food supplies available for ordinary survivors seeking refuge. It seemed they had started cleaning up the infected after acquiring weapons, offering a glimmer of hope to ordinary survivors. Xiao quickened his pace to investigate but soon heard the rustle of footsteps. Cautiously, he found a corner to observe. It was a horde of zombies, about 70 or 80, gathered around the source of the noise. The zombies were drawn to the sound. Xiao deftly leaped onto the ruins. Surveying the scene from above, there stood a mechanical electronic dog, stumbling as it broadcast notifications while attracting the attention of the infected, aimlessly wandering westward. It was evidently under human control. Xiao consumed a preventive potion, nullifying his infection risk, and then took an immunity potion which would last for an hour, making him immune to increased infection levels, ideal for combat. He swiftly charged from behind the zombie horde, delivering a decisive blow to the last zombie's head with his axe. Among the 30 or so zombies, none posed a significant challenge, except for one that was slightly larger. As Xiao raised his axe, he suddenly heard a child's innocent cry, "Daddy?" To his surprise, a child of about 8 or 9 years old was hiding in a nearby broken tent. Initially frightened, the child covered their mouth, too scared to make a sound. However, upon seeing Xiao prepare to slay the last zombie, they could no longer contain themselves and began to cry. Without hesitation, Xiao swung his axe down. Just as the child's eyes widened in anticipation of a loud wail, he ignited the corpse with a lighter, transforming it into a yellow treasure chest. Pointing to the chest, he asked, "Want it?" The child hesitated, caught between crying and holding back tears, their hiccups causing a standoff of gazes with Xiao. He knew it would take a few minutes for the infected to transform into corpses. If the child did not want the chest, he would claim it himself. Hearing this, the child rushed forward, clutching the yellow treasure chest, fearfully glancing at Xiao before stumbling away. Though it appeared they had run off, they merely distanced themselves, clutching the chest while silently weeping, occasionally wiping their tears to steal glances at Xiao. Waiting for all the corpses to transform into black treasure chests, Xiao noted that there were no red chests this time, indicating they were all ordinary zombies. After collecting all the treasure chests, he did not spare another glance at the child and continued to follow the electronic dog. To his surprise, the child trailed him like a shadow, stumbling a few steps behind. Xiao slowed his pace as they followed the electronic dog to a corner. Indeed, he spotted a man in a black uniform controlling the electronic dog, accompanied by 2 or 3 others who were also part of the Star Alliance. Unexpectedly, the electronic dog did not lead them to more zombies, but rather to a woman. "There is a child here. Take care of them," the man said. Before anyone could react, Xiao had vanished from their sight, leaving behind a child clutching a yellow treasure chest. Chapter 67. Will Xiao swiftly traversed the heart of Cloud City to assess the situation. The ground was remarkably clean prior to the impending crisis. The Alliance had cleared the area, incinerating the majority of corpses and confiscating medical supplies. Today, a few infected individuals appeared among the crowd, but they too were promptly dealt with. After 30 minutes, Xiao located the entrance to the underground city and happened upon 1349 and her team. Concealing herself within a nearby building, she listened intently. Deputy Commander, there are currently 38,000 survivors in the underground. If the infection rate continues to escalate by 8 o'clock tomorrow, we may witness the emergence of more infected among the survivors, someone reported to 1349. How many yellow and transparent chests remain in Zone 3? 1,349 inquired. There are 53,167 yellow chests and 6,126 transparent chests, came the response. After contemplating this information, 1349 asked, has the commander issued any new orders? The commander says that each zone is overwhelmed, and you are to make the decisions, was the reply. There were 35 zones in total, 1 commander and 34 deputy commanders, with 1349 assigned to Zone 3. While the population numbers seemed modest, the actual area spanned 18,000 square kilometers. Before the apocalypse, the region boasted a permanent population of over 80 million and encompassed more than 200 districts and towns. The hurricane and earthquake had caused severe traffic disruptions, burying towns beneath debris. An hour of acid rain rendered most exposed vehicles and aircraft inoperative, and even the smaller towns struggled to dispatch aid. Even 1349 could only huddle with her small team in Cloud City, doing her utmost to relocate the survivors into the underground city. After a brief moment of contemplation, she spoke. Tomorrow should mark the final natural increase in infections. If we can reduce the infection rate among ordinary survivors to 50%, they will not succumb to infection. We should distribute 1 yellow chest to each person. Those who receive a preventive medicine can be armed for the apocalypse. As for the rest, we must leave it to fate. One of her team members suggested, Deputy Commander, why not invite Miss Sue to assist? She can yield double the medical resources, perhaps providing enough supplies. Xiao had initially surmised that the Alliance possessed more than just 8,000 yellow chests. However, she did not anticipate 1,349's attempt to utilize the over 50,000 yellow chests to reduce the infection levels within ordinary survivors, preventing them from succumbing when the morrow arrived, while also equipping them with weapons. 1349 articulated her reasoning. The higher-tier chests yield fewer resources per unit. This is not our objective. We have only 317 safe houses, and with 2 per person, we can only synthesize 3 level 2 chests, which yield 5 units of resources. However, not all resources can eliminate infections, and the transaction fees may not be sufficient. With 50,000 chests, the fee would be 5,000, leaving us with little to generate the necessary disinfectants and hemostatics. A scarcity of medicine, with some having and others lacking, could incite unrest in the underground city. All regions are competing for resources, and what we possess is the last of Zone 3 supplies. Distributing chests can still ensure fairness. As Xiao listened, she absent-mindedly poked at a small insect crawling on the cement wall. To her surprise, the wall crumbled effortlessly at her touch. 1349 immediately grew vigilant, her sharp gaze fixed in Xiao's direction. Who is there? Several Alliance members instinctively raised their weapons. Xiao calmly stepped forward, feigning ignorance of her previous eavesdropping. Didn't we agree to abandon them? You promised to leave supplies for the ordinary survivors to fend for themselves, yet when the infected emerged, you couldn't resist leading them into the underground city for temporary refuge. Not far off, the team leader of Squad 7 appeared, accompanied by a child. She was a survivor of the calamity, secretly trained for 13 years after her selection. 1349 was her designation. The Apocalypse game had not provided any hints about the next occurrence after the last internal test concluded. The instructor had once said they might never get the chance to complete a mission. Yet, the end arrived unexpectedly. She was not the first 1349, but perhaps she would be the last. Thus, she could not turn a blind eye to the loss of life, for it was the mission instilled in her soul through years of training. 1349 gazed at Xiao, her eyes filled with hope. Perhaps the other party might understand them, even if just a little. However, Xiao replied calmly, "You need not apologize to me. You have your choices, and I respect them. I wish you the best of luck." The yearning in 1349's eyes dimmed, but she did not harbor any resentment towards Xiao. "Thank you for your assistance. Not everyone is like us." They too were once ordinary people, and as survivors capable of self-rescue, they have alleviated our burden. Xiao leapt down from the ruins. If I recall correctly, survivors who were uninjured on the first day do not experience an increase in infection rates. Yesterday was a day of joy. As long as they have the courage to step out, they will surely find a few transparent chests. Life is not as fragile as you might think. Life is akin to a seed, taking root in the earth. Even without the comfort of a greenhouse, it can sprout. Thus, it need not be as vulnerable as 1349 believed, requiring meticulous protection to survive. 1349 contemplated Xiao's words, her eyes rekindled with hope. She turned to inspect the survivors entering the underground city for any wounds. With synthetic batteries and electric propellers, fishing vessels could navigate without the need for wind. After confirming coordinates on the map, she entrusted the navigation control to Old Mo. The automated management feature was indeed a marvelous addition. Meanwhile, she accessed the communication center. To be honest, 1349's reluctance to continue collaboration with her left a pang of disappointment in her heart. Over 50,000 chests, 10% in fees, let alone 5%. No, even 1% would amount to 500 chests. Yet 1349 had her own decisions. She would not forcibly persuade her to collaborate. Old Mo worked diligently throughout the afternoon, while Xiao played the role of customer service, earning scarcely 20 chests in fees. The disparity was stark, and the chest openings nearly lulled her to sleep. Just as she had resigned herself to the idea that there would be no further collaboration with 1349, she received a message after dinner. "Greetings, Miss Su. We wish to exchange chests for preventive medicine and would like to request a small favor from you. Of course, we will compensate you accordingly." It was none other than 1349's subordinate who had previously reached out to her. Chapter 68. The Thief Xiao. What? The other party altered their name, changing the code to Star Alliance District 3, House Number 1. We have currently identified over 600 injured survivors here, with infection levels ranging from a minimum of 73 to a maximum of 95. We possess at least 30,000 doses of preventive medicine, primarily intended to eradicate the infection within the survivors. Would it be possible for us to provide you with treasure chests in exchange for some of your preventive medicine? We are left with only around 16,000 level 1 yellow treasure chests and over 2,000 level 2 yellow treasure chests. Due to the limited number of chests and the necessity to ensure an adequate supply of medicine, we cannot afford to use the chests to feed our intelligent assistant to enhance its energy for synthesis. Thus, the quantity of level 2 medicine chests we can create is constrained by the resources available at our safe house. If you are willing to agree, we can offer you 200 transparent treasure chests as a processing fee. Although Xiao understood that revealing this information could diminish their demand for medicine, she knew they might propose alternative terms for trade. However, when the other party mentioned 30,000 doses of preventive medicine, she felt a shiver run down her spine. That was an exorbitant amount. Each dose could only eradicate 20 of the infection level, and the natural increase in infection by tomorrow would be 40. Therefore, they had arranged for each infected survivor in the dungeon to receive 3 doses of medicine to ensure they would not succumb to zombification by the next day. Yet, the medicine obtained from the treasure chests was probabilistic. Hemostatic agents, detoxifying agents, and healing agents could not eliminate the infection level. Immune agents could provide immunity to negative states for 1 hour, but could not guarantee protection against the impending natural increase in infection at 8 a.m. Even if Xiao opened a level 2 chest, she could only obtain 10 units of medicine, and she could not assure that these would yield a sufficient number of preventive medicine doses. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "You may provide me with 1 000 level 2 treasure chests first, and I will see how many doses of preventive medicine I can acquire. Then we can negotiate further. Given the unpredictable nature of these items, she understood she could not guarantee outcomes. The other party, showing no hesitation, promptly delivered 1,000 level 2 treasure chests and 100 transparent treasure chests as an advance payment. This gesture of goodwill was difficult for Xiao to refuse. She instructed Lao Mo to open the 1,000 level 2 treasure chests uniformly, and under the optimal conditions, they yielded 10,000 units of medicinal supplies. Basic medicine, 99. Intermediate medicine, 1. Advanced medicine, 0. 1. Preventive medicine, 3. 778. Detoxifying agents, 2. 952. Hemostatic agents, 2. 726. Healing agents, 314. Immune agents, 230. This resulted in nearly a third probability. Calculating the possibility of opening another 1,000 level 2 chests would yield only around 6,000 additional doses of preventive medicine. Even after opening the remaining 16,000 level 1 chests, it might barely suffice to meet the 30,000 doses required, but that would be wasteful. Still, Xiao sensed something was amiss. If she proceeded this way, the detoxifying agents and hemostatic agents would remain in surplus. As they were of the same grade as preventive medicine, this significant overflow, devoid of practical utility, seemed excessively resource-intensive. Trading with other survivors could not be accomplished in a short time frame. Additionally, using the detoxifying and hemostatic agents to feed Lao Mo to boost energy for synthesizing level 2 treasure chests would yield only 200 medicine chests from the over 6,000 energy, which was hardly worth it. There was also the potential risk of encountering a day without treasure chests. Xiao suspected she had overlooked some resource that could be better utilized. Upon inspecting her cellar, she found her workstations comprised of a sewing machine, a weapons station, a prop decomposer, and a synthesizer. She approached her workstation and placed the detoxifying agents into the prop decomposer, which prompted a message: "This item does not belong to prop resources and cannot be operated on." Turning around, she inserted them into the weapons station's decomposer, only to receive another message: "This item is classified as a low-level resource and cannot be decomposed." Although both notifications indicated an inability to operate, the distinction was significant. A sudden realization struck her. She had opened the most treasure chests, but had never obtained a synthesizing instrument for medicines. Yet, what did the medicines themselves represent? They were soft weapons. In warfare, hard weapons are blades and armor, while food, medicine, and energy also qualify as weapons, resources that can enhance combat endurance. This was akin to the ancient strategy of burning grain supplies before a military campaign. Xiao placed 2 detoxifying agents into the weapon synthesis station, and indeed, a prompt appeared: "Can synthesize same-level resources, hemostatic agent preventive medicine." Moreover, placing 1 detoxifying agent and 1 hemostatic agent into the synthesizer prompted the message: "Can synthesize same-level resource, preventive medicine." This indicated that 2 same-level resources could yield 1 resource of the same level but of a different type. This method of synthesis was far more efficient than feeding 30 low-level agents to generate energy for synthesizing treasure chests, and it offered targeted options. With this discovery, Xiao immediately continued her tests. She could synthesize from the foundational medicinal supplies obtained from level 1 chests. Healing agents were categorized as intermediate medicines, and immune agents as advanced ones. However, synthesizing low-level to high-level required 100 units, and medicines could not be decomposed in reverse. Advanced medicines could not be broken down into low-level ones. This revelation excited her far more than any treasure chest opening, as it meant her surplus medicines would not go to waste. She could indulge in using them freely. In the end, with Lao Mo's assistance, she synthesized 2 839 doses of preventive medicine, totaling over 7,000 doses, which met one-fifth of the other party's required quantity. The remaining healing and immune agents could be synthesized into several bottles of doomsday medicine, which belonged solely to Su Xiao. When Su Xiao dispatched over 7,000 doses of preventive medicine, the other party appeared utterly stunned. This was inconsistent with the theoretical data provided by the experts. They quickly regained their composure. Realizing the other party must possess other items to facilitate resource exchanges, Su Xiao, 1,000 level 2 treasure chests and approximately 7,000 doses of preventive medicine. According to our previous agreement, for the processing fee of 200 transparent treasure chests, I will utilize your chests to yield 30,000 doses of preventive medicine for you. But the remaining agents shall belong to me. Although the other parties still held over 16,000 treasure chests, Su Xiao neither demanded an exorbitant price nor feigned that preventive medicine was difficult to acquire. After the apocalypse officially arrived, treasure chests would not be so easily obtainable. By leveraging the processing fee to greedily claim the resources from District 3's treasure chests, it was no different from allowing the ordinary survivors they had painstakingly rescued to perish. Moreover, the discovery that she could synthesize and convert medicines at the weapon station would enable her to navigate future acquisitions of medicine with ease. However, after some contemplation, the other party promptly delivered 20,000 level 1 treasure chests, 100 level 2 treasure chests, and 100 transparent chests, along with a thick stack of A4 paper. The A4 paper contained a detailed map of the various underground dungeons across major regions. Before Su Xiao could examine it thoroughly, a notification suddenly rang in her ears. What audacity! You thieves dare to steal the toys of the Great Ones. Chapter 69. Toys accompanied by a voice filled with rage. The once bright day was abruptly engulfed in darkness. Su Xiao instinctively glanced outside. In the pitch-black sky, a blood moon suddenly emerged, transforming into a colossal crimson eye. Its gaze was menacing, laced with blood vessels, and its pupil seemed capable of penetrating all existence. I knew you humans were nothing but trouble. Let me see where the thieves are hiding. A tightness gripped Su Xiao's heart as he recalled the dice stored in the warehouse. Old man spoke up. Do not be afraid, Xiao. It cannot harm you within the safe house. His mechanical voice, devoid of inflection, nonetheless instilled a sense of security in Su Xiao. Don't think you can hide from me. Once I find you, I will punish you little thieves severely. After this proclamation, silence reigned. But the eye in the sky continued its relentless search, seemingly seeking something. Never mind, it's not like I'll lose anything, Su Xiao mused. Turning to Old Man with a question, what is that? Is it the Lord God? Old Man replied no. Then why does it speak as if it were the Lord God? Su Xiao inquired further. Old Man responded, I'm sorry, Xiao, but I cannot divulge that information. A hint of guilt permeated his mechanical tone. Su Xiao pressed on. Old Man, is the safe house integrated with the Doomsday game? Old Man explained, without the Doomsday game, the safe house would not exist. Su Xiao fell silent for a moment before asking Old Man, will the Doomsday game ever end? Old Man replied, every beginning has an end, just as humanity experiences birth and death. Su Xiao wished to inquire further, but Old Man interjected, the Doomsday game has already commenced. Due to regulations, there is much I cannot reveal to you at this time. You currently lack the capacity to end the Doomsday game. It would be more prudent to consider how to utilize your available resources. Understanding dawned upon Su Xiao. Even with improved rapport, certain rules would remain undisclosed. As for what could be done? Naturally, the first step was to earn a processing fee. Su Xiao opened 100 level 2 treasure chests, amassing a total of 8,000 doses of the epidemic prevention potion through synthesis. The target still required an additional 15,000 doses. Receiving 20,000 yellow treasure chests from the counterpart, Su Xiao opened 10,000 of them, resulting in only 12,000 doses of the prevention potion after synthesis. The remaining 3,000 000 doses required opening over 7,000 treasure chests to gather. Thus, this transaction yielded a total of 200 transparent treasure chests, 394 level 1 yellow treasure chests, and several potions. The counterpart paid a lesser price than anticipated, while Xiao received his due processing fee, a mutually beneficial outcome. Regarding the map on the A4 paper, aside from the dungeon, there were additional coordinates. Xiao inquired about their purpose. They were intended for distributing flyers, a thick stack estimated to be in the tens of thousands. Each flyer offered a glimmer of hope for survivors with nowhere to turn in the apocalypse. Old Man spoke again. The previously reported oxygen consumption issue concerning cellar-type safe houses has been confirmed as a bug and has been fixed. The calculation of oxygen consumption will occur when the homeowner enters such a safe house, and compensation of 3 barrels of gasoline will be issued. Additionally, your suggestion regarding the trading hall in the communication center has been adopted. After the version update, the trading post will officially launch, and as a reward, you will receive a free opportunity to open a trading shop there. Free? So others will not be free then. This reward was far superior to mere compensation, especially considering Xiao's current resource wealth. He retrieved his dice. The earlier voice referred to you, implying that more than just he possessed the Lord God's toys. Upon checking the communication center, it was confirmed that although private messaging was absent, discussions had already opened among high-level survivors. A brief glance revealed an increase in high-level survivors, now numbering over 30, forming a small-scale group. Naturally, given the diverse nature of the participants, Xiao would typically refrain from initiating conversation. Perusing the chat records, he was somewhat surprised. Xiao, collecting Lord God's toys, some can be exchanged with me. Turtle Sage, no way, man. Are you really willing to take the Lord God's toys? That thing hanging in the sky is terrifying. It's fixated on you, understand? 80 years. I know a survivor who previously opened a level 3 weapon treasure chest and obtained a Lord God's toy, but he doesn't know its purpose. He said he would go investigate, but he has since vanished. I can't find his ID in my friends list. Does this mean that possessing the Lord God's toys invites attacks? Turtle Sage, fortunately, I'm clever. I fed it to my intelligent steward right away. It searched my energy by 10,000 points, allowing me to exchange for plenty of resources. I became affluent in an instant, far better than clinging to a toy whose purpose is unknown. Fishy, you actually had the heart to feed it? You're extravagant. Xiao. Turtle Sage, what else could I do? That's the Lord God. What if it gets angry and comes after me? It's a god. I'm just a mere mortal. I can't provoke it or hide from it. The screen was filled with Turtle Sage's self-deprecating humor. Fishy, exasperated, retorted. What if it has some special function? Look, Xiao is collecting them. Indeed, Xiao must have discovered the function of the Lord God's toys, prompting his interest in collecting them. However, Xiao chose to wait a while longer. Turtle Sage, Xiao, what do you think the Lord God's toys are used for? Xiao, 100 bottles of Doomsday potions in exchange for information. Xiao keenly realized that this information was worth a staggering 100 bottles of Doomsday potions. This indicated that the Lord God's toys held significant value. While Xiao could, with some effort, produce those 100 bottles of potions, he was reluctant to part with them. Patiently, he waited. Turtle Sage, I don't have 100 bottles of Doomsday potions, but I possess information that can absolutely yield a Lord God's toy. Xiao hesitated for only 3 seconds. Private message. Chapter 70. Candidate Master Rashi exclaimed, Boss, are you peeking? Xiao replied, no. I just opened the communication center to exchange your information for 1 bottle of Doomsday potion, which can be specified. To her surprise, Master Rashi did not hesitate. I want the potion of strength. Xiao took out a bottle of strength Doomsday potion and handed it over, adding, however, I am quite curious about the purpose of the deity's toy. Receiving the potion, Master Rashi stated, that's easily arranged. I will inquire with Shi-19. And once I have reliable information, I will exchange it with you. Soon, Master Rashi shared the information about the deity's toy with Xiao. Previously, I did not obtain the weapon platform blueprint. You helped me synthesize a level 3 red treasure chest, right? The probability of a level 3 red treasure chest yielding certain items is 90 for weapons, 99 for universal transformation stones, and 0.01 for the deity's toy. You remember that, don't you? Xiao nodded. I remember. Master Rashi continued. However, in the past few days, I acquired the weapon platform blueprint and collaborated with the Star Alliance. They provided me with several red treasure chests and discarded potions to synthesize level 2 chests for them, yielding double the weapons. No wonder Master Rashi had been seeking her less frequently lately. He was busy collaborating with the Star Alliance. Xiao inquired, and then? Master Rashi explained, I discovered that the 0.01 probability of the deity's toy does not refer to the probability of the treasure chest yielding the toy, but rather the probability of it appearing when synthesizing treasure chests. In other words, a level 2 chest may carry the probability of containing the deity's toy attribute. And the same applies to level 3 chests. The key lies in the prompt indicating the appearance of this attribute. Once it appears, that chest will certainly yield the deity's toy. Su Xiao's pupils contracted. She understood Master Rashi's implication. Master Rashi elaborated. If a level 2 chest with the probability attribute is used to synthesize a level 3 chest, the probability of obtaining the toy may vanish. If it disappears, it means that chest will not yield the deity's toy under any circumstances. In contrast, if a level 5 transparent chest is opened using a red chest, it remains hidden and probabilistic, as one cannot see whether it exists. I discovered this pattern after synthesizing many level 2 chests. It was indeed a complex situation. Her misfortune stemmed from acquiring too few red treasure chests. Even now, she possessed only 1 level 2 and 2 level 1 chests, with no indication of the deity's toy from the level 2 chest. Xiao queried, what about the toy? Given your statements, it seems you must still have the deity's toy. Master Rashi responded with a chuckle, you can't hide anything from you, boss. I actually have 3 deity's toys in total, and I've kept one. You must have one too, right? What is it? I kept a die because I heard the sound of dice behind that voice. Indeed. Any treasure chests with hidden eggs were likely extraordinary. Xiao remarked, like you, it's also a die. Master Rashi asked, really? What number? Mine is 3. We all know dice have 6 sides, 6 numbers, but all sides of my die are 3, so I believe the other dice must be different from mine. Xiao speculated, as her die showed only 1. Xiao replied, number 1. Master Rashi mused, could it be that 6 dice must be gathered to form 1? Xiao felt it unlikely. The deity's toy should possess an independent function, otherwise, someone as naive as Master Rashi might unwittingly give it to the intelligent steward, resulting in a loss. Xiao advised, you should negotiate with Shi-19 first. Shi-19 must have discovered the toy's function. Perhaps acquiring the toy is part of some test. Xiao lowered her gaze, caressing the die in her hand. Now, over 30 advanced players had risen to level 2. But that did not imply that only this number controlled the 3 safe houses, just as Xiao still had 1 safe house that remained unused. One must not arrogantly assume oneself to be the strongest. To this day, Xiao held 3 hidden eggs, but very few knew of them. Hence her collaborators numbered only 1349. According to 1349, the Star Alliance comprised 35 districts, and she was merely the deputy commander of 1 district. There were still 34 other districts. Moreover, the Apocalypse Alliance formed shortly after the calamity indicated that other nations had their organizations as well. This meant they had different partners for collaboration. As for the synthesis and conversion of potions using the weapon platform, this information had not circulated among survivors, but it did not mean Xiao was the only one aware. The thoughts of advanced players followed observable patterns, the more effective the information, the less likely it was to be easily disseminated, as it was certainly held tightly to serve as one's own resource. Xiao possessed various instruments such as the item disassembler, synthesizer, weapon platform, and sewing machine. What actions had Shi-19 undertaken to unveil the function of the deity's toy? It certainly was not merely feeding it to the intelligent steward. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao tossed the die into the weapon platform's disassembler. Yes, no. Disassemble this item. It could indeed be disassembled. Should she proceed? If she did, obtaining the deity's toy next time would be quite challenging. At that moment, Master Rashi sent a message. Boss, the trade failed. That scoundrel Shi-19 suddenly changed his mind and now wants resources instead of information. He won't accept anything less than 100 bottles of Doomsday Potion for the deity's toy. Xiao was left speechless. In truth, Master Rashi's information held little value. Ultimately, it was still a matter of luck. Yet, the other party's change of heart likely stemmed from some hints gleaned from Master Rashi's words. Resolute. Xiao made her choice. Yes, it was a gamble, a chance to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. At the moment the die was disassembled, the entire safe house seemed to tremble, and from the shattered die emerged a swirling mass of silver light that enveloped Xiao's being. The power of the deity has been released, and you have been selected as a candidate for the deity. The Eye of Divine Selection is now activated. Xiao suddenly opened her eyes, her black pupils converging into a silver glow, as if they encompassed the cosmos, yet it vanished almost instantaneously. Lowering her gaze, she beheld her own form, a murky body, with a silvery liquid coursing through her as if it were blood. Realizing this, Xiao swiftly retrieved a bottle of Doomsday Potion. Previously, the potion appeared to her as merely a transparent liquid, but now she could see the silver glow within the vial, resembling cosmic dust. Thus, the silvery liquid within her was the aggregated power of the Doomsday Potion. The source of the mist was the eye above. This eye was the entity issuing notifications. Old Mo had mentioned that it was not the deity, so what was it? Chapter 71. Goodnight. The divine toy of the master appeared within the treasure chest, evidently intended for the survivors. Yet, it furiously denounced the survivor who acquired the divine toy as a thief. If it were responsible, then it would be the pot calling the kettle black. If not, how could it discern which divine toys had vanished? Now, with Xiao triggering the identity of a divine candidate, it suggested that the master might not exist at all. The creature that emitted the voice seized the opportunity to strike, as it did not wish for a divine candidate to emerge. Shi-19 realized the method to trigger the divine candidate and collected toys, either to prevent others from becoming divine candidates or because each toy contained different items. Xiao inquired, Old Mo, will becoming a master end the apocalypse? Old Mo replied truthfully, I do not know. Whether the apocalypse ends depends on the master's choice, and how the master chooses depends on who will become the new master. Xiao did not venture outside, uncertain if she would be attacked by the strange entity in the sky. For safety's sake, it was better to remain indoors. The turtle hermit, not having received news from Xiao, sent a warm greeting. Boss, why have you stopped speaking? Regarding the matter of obtaining divine power from the deconstructed dice and becoming a divine candidate, Xiao remained silent. She could not ascertain whether they would one day become enemies as divine candidates. The turtle hermit remarked, Boss, you have 3 Easter eggs. You must have collaborated with the Star Alliance, right? Xiao replied, Did you find them in the world? The turtle hermit responded, No. I encountered them in the desert. Initially, they were strangers, and I could not understand their speech, but upon seeing my translator, they agreed to collaborate. The communication center is quite marvelous. Everyone faces a communication center in a language they can comprehend. Having transcended the bounds of reality, there was little that was impossible. Approaching 10 o'clock, Xiao felt a pang of hunger. Glancing at the pile of countdown food in the corner, she retrieved a plethora of snacks and began munching on chicken feet. Old Mo, would you like some snacks? Xiao asked. Old Mo pondered for a moment. What flavor? Xiao tossed a pack of spicy chicken feet to him, devoid of energy. Old Mo remarked, It contains many chemical additives, which are detrimental to human health. Xiao took a bite. Old Mo, you even know about chemical additives. Old Mo contemplated carefully. Recalling what the child's mother had said, children were too young to consume snacks due to the excessive additives. Xiao inquired, Old Mo, what did you do before? Old Mo replied, I do not know. There are no memories of that. Xiao paused. In your memories, do you only have those about the child? Old Mo confirmed. Yes. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Xiao asked, then how did you leave? Old Mo stated earnestly, I do not remember. My memories have not yet restored to that point. The memories that returned to him felt like fragmented images and some poignant emotions. He could sense the vibrant self within the memories, along with the so-called feelings of humanity. He cherished them. So it meant old Mo did not pass away when his daughter was 3 years old. Xiao still possessed over 3,600 yellow treasure chests, having collected a few black treasure chests today, totaling around 70 or 80, along with over 100 white treasure chests. Many blueprints could not be crafted due to the lack of key materials. For now, she had no plans to use the treasure chests to fill energy for synthesis. The black treasure chests contain material resources, and unless unexpected circumstances arose, she should acquire many material treasure chests by tomorrow. Thus, she intended to wait until the material treasure chests overflowed before proceeding with synthesis. In fact, after combining her excess healing and immunity potions, she now had about 10 bottles of apocalyptic potions. Considering the need to hydrate, Xiao tore open a pack of spicy strips. Old Mo, would you like some more? Old Mo cautioned, it is not good for your health. Consume less. Xiao felt that since old Mo had regained some memories, he had developed a paternal demeanor. In this apocalypse, what ailments could not be cured by potions? Besides, you are an intelligent consciousness without a body. Old Mo hesitated then, just a bit. Xiao tossed another pack of spicy strips toward him. By the way, old Mo, you no longer have a body. How can an intelligent consciousness taste anything? Old Mo replied, it is not exactly eating. Perhaps memories that once existed trigger awareness restoration, allowing me to experience the flavor. It is akin to long-sealed memories suddenly bursting forth like fireworks, adding a splash of color to my otherwise dull and insensate consciousness. With the fiery, spicy strips consumed, Xiao took deep breaths, opening the potion and pouring it into her belly. As the spiciness subsided, her stomach felt full. Xiao asked Old Mo, how long until we reach our destination? She had set the target location at South Island, although adjacent to the inland. It did not belong to the mainland before the apocalypse. However, traveling by water should not take too long, though the thruster had a speed limit. So it would not be exceedingly fast. Since she still had a safe house and the version would update the day after tomorrow. If she reached South Island tomorrow and could not find Jiangqiqi, she would replace the safe house. She glanced at the thruster's battery, which still had 88 power. Under continuous navigation, a single battery could last 3 to 5 days. Old Mo commented, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should arrive by tomorrow morning. About 24 hours, approximately. After entering the bathroom to wash her face, brush her teeth, and wash her hair, the time was just right, 12 o'clock. Hee. For now. I shall spare you little thieves, but do not think you can evade me. Starting tomorrow, prepare to face your hell. Xiao inspected the fishing boat. At first glance, it seemed as if the eyes had vanished, but through the eye of the chosen, she could see a thin dark gray seam in the sky. Thus, this creature had not disappeared, it merely closed its eyes, and the ominous mist that pervaded the night remained thick. Those wretched beings were fishing. She would not be fooled. Returning to the cellar, Xiao climbed into bed, casually hugging a pillow. Good night, Old Mo. Do you need a bedtime story? Xiao queried, puzzled. Can you tell bedtime stories? Essential for lulling children to sleep. Then please do tell. She could not recall if she had ever heard bedtime stories as a child. Old Mo commenced a cold, mechanical bedtime story. Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Little Red Riding Hood. She wanted to deliver food to her grandmother. So she ventured out alone and got lost, never to find her father and mother again. Xiao? Old Mo, your lullaby story deviates somewhat from what I know. Old Mo replied, oh. It was what her mother taught her, saying this way, children would not wander off alone. Xiao covered her head with the blanket and fell asleep. Old Mo's daughter surely did not have restful nights as a child. All right, Xiao. Good night. The sound of pouring rain grew louder, and the damp, crumbling ruins began to tremble as waterlogged, decaying hands struggled to climb out from the crevices of the debris. Chapter 72. Southern Island. Last night was truly delightful. I managed to capture 2 loathsome pests, but alas, dawn has arrived. Nevertheless, the charming little creatures have emerged and shall play in my stead. In place of the esteemed deity, they shall entertain you. Upon the sound of the notification, Xiao opened her eyes. It appeared that this entity had ceased any attempts at concealment. However, it was apparent that the system notification differed distinctly from the peculiar messages issued by that strange being. The system's tone was far more official, while the mechanical voice of the oddity was infused with a palpable sense of personal emotion. Good morning, Xiao, the old man declared. It is raining today, with a temperate climate. For breakfast, I recommend milk noodles to maintain a balanced diet. After rising, she proceeded to freshen up and, after rummaging through the corner storage, found the milk. However, after some contemplation, she opted for merely 2 pieces of bread. In the post-apocalyptic world, nutrition had become a trivial concern. She savored the milk before teleporting to the fishing boat. Outside, the faint layer of black mist had dissipated, indicating that night was the only time it could exert control. The sky was overcast, with a gentle rain falling, normal precipitation. The vessel was docked at the shore, where the scattered containers bore inscriptions in a foreign script that Xiao did not recognize, yet she was certain she had arrived at the southern island. Suddenly, she heard a noise. Looking up, she saw a decaying zombie, its eyes half-hanging, colliding with a shipping container. It seemed to sense her presence, its swollen eyes locking onto her for a brief moment before quickly averting its gaze. Just an illusion, zombies could not detect the existence of safe houses. Xiao's vision expanded, capturing the entirety of the dock area as if through a panoramic lens. The coastline was teeming with zombies, drenched in rainwater, seawater, and their own pus, as if they had clawed their way from the depths of hell to the surface. This newfound ability allowed her to perceive the surroundings with remarkable clarity. After a moment's thought, she found a previously unused thermal blanket and, within 10 minutes, fashioned a warm garment comprising 1 part thermal blanket and 1 part fabric. Warm garment. Description: an inner layer that maintains body temperature in the frigid post-apocalyptic world, preventing pathological effects caused by heat loss. Usage instructions: suitable for temperatures between 0 to 20 degrees. Today's temperature was 11 degrees. Donning the warm garment enveloped Xiao in a comforting warmth. She then put on a tactical jacket, zipping it all the way to her neck, with adjustments made at the arms and pant cuffs to ensure freedom of movement. With her palm resting on the storage compartment, she checked her supplies. All weapons and medical provisions were fully stocked, and space was left for treasure collection. Finally, she tightened the jacket's hood over her head, leaving only her eyes visible. The sound of raindrops masked her footsteps, while the zombies relied on their hearing to discern location. Their decaying heads began to twitch. Yet, they could not pinpoint Xiao's exact whereabouts. Accompanied by the sharp sound of an axe, a severed head plopped into the water, creating a considerable splash. The zombies nearby, alerted by the noise, turned toward her, their pale eyes void of life, issuing a dissonant howl. No longer polite, Xiao moved with remarkable speed, dispatching each zombie with a swift stroke of her axe. The once fearsome creatures appeared sluggish and fragile, akin to crisp potato chips. The sounds of her strikes echoed continuously, and before they could even reach her, they all crumbled like brittle snacks. Unbeknownst to her, 50 meters away, a pair of innocent eyes peered through a ventilation hole in a container, witnessing Xiao's impressive moves. Instantly, they sparkled with admiration. "Mom, Dad, someone is amazing. They're killing zombies." The child's exclamation caught the attention of nearby zombies, who immediately began to batter against the container. A man swiftly covered the little girl's mouth, whispering, "Shh, don't say a word." He cautiously confirmed that the container was securely barricaded from within and would not be breached. Once the girl fell silent, the nearby zombies lost their sense of direction. Xiao vaguely sensed the commotion, but could not discern its source, her gaze sweeping across the faces of the nearby zombies. Even in their bloated, decayed state, they bore recognizable forms, and none appeared to resemble Jiang Qiqi. Moreover, it seemed that no particularly formidable survivors were present. Otherwise, the dock would not be teeming with zombies in such disarray. She resolved to treat this as a means of accumulating activity points. The southern island was a tourist haven, akin to the private islands of yore. The zombies, with their acute sense of hearing, congregated along the shoreline, making their proximity a constant challenge. As Xiao dispatched one, another would promptly take its place. She tirelessly cleared the area along the coast. After an hour, the immunity potion wore off, and she finally managed to cleanse a section of the locale, rendering it less susceptible to zombie detection. Treasure chests appeared promptly, once a zombie's head was severed. A chest would materialize within 10 seconds, and today, the chests were random, regardless of color, whether yellow, white, or black. The fallen zombies swiftly transformed into a collection of treasure chests. Returning to her initial position, Xiao spotted a family of 3 diligently collecting the chests she had just vanquished. Their expressions mirrored that of novice players in a game, reveling in the spoils left by a seasoned adventurer. As the man emerged from the container with a chest in hand, he caught sight of Xiao and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. "Apologies, we thought you had left. These chests are for you." The little girl, cradled in her mother's arms, exclaimed, "Sister, you're so amazing." Xiao's tactical jacket had slipped during her vigorous movements, revealing her entire face. She remained still, not out of aloofness, but rather because she could not comprehend their words. They spoke in the local dialect of the southern island. Chapter 73, Inquiries. The little girl's small hand was raised high, and her mother accompanied her with a forced smile. Under the gaze of the Eye of the Chosen, the 3 individuals appeared shrouded in a dull, lifeless hue, from their hair to their bones, devoid of any elixirs, merely ordinary survivors. "Old man, can you translate?" The communication center could interpret languages, so the old man should be capable as well. Soon, he conveyed the essence of their words. It seemed that a multitude of monsters had emerged in the city center yesterday, causing chaos and the disbandment of the concentration camp, prompting their family to flee to the seaside dock. The corpses here had been largely incinerated, creating a semblance of safety, allowing them to sleep inside a shipping container at night. However, they did not anticipate that this morning, the bodies that had fallen into the sea were washed ashore and began to stir, leaving them trapped inside the container, too fearful to venture outside. The man apologized, stepping aside self-consciously to allow Xiao to inspect the container. The treasures within were few, numbering only 2 or 3 dozen. It was evident that they had only recently begun to move the treasure. Although Xiao could not recall the exact number of zombies she had felled, she vaguely remembered the number of times she had swung her axe, which, combined with the treasures she had just collected, seemed to align closely. Just as she prepared to dive in to retrieve her spoils, a sudden scream pierced the air. She looked up to see a zombie, having stealthily crept behind the group, viciously biting into the man's neck. The man, in agonizing pain, his eyes wide with terror, had no weapon at hand and could only grasp the zombie's head with his bare hands in a desperate attempt to separate himself from the creature. However, the brute strength of the zombie far exceeded that of an ordinary person, impervious to pain, thus rendering it far more formidable. The woman clutched a wooden stick, striking the zombie's head with fervor in an attempt to rescue her husband. Yet, without a sharp weapon, inflicting a fatal injury on the zombie proved to be a daunting task. After a brief 3-second assessment of the situation, Xiao raised her hand and hurled an axe with force. Instantly, the zombie's skull was cleaved open, blood splattering across the man's face, but the creature finally collapsed. The man, gasping for air, knelt on the ground, clutching his neck, as dark blood pooled around him, followed by convulsions and the whitening of his eyes. Seeing this, Xiao pinched the man's cheeks and forced a vial of preventive medicine into his mouth. Gradually, the dark veins across his body receded, returning to normalcy. Cough, cough. Thank you, he murmured, feeling as though he had escaped death. Xiao inquired, Did you receive a notification regarding the infection level? What is it? The completion of the zombie transformation process at 100 indicated that the horde had emerged, and the mechanism was complete. Thereafter, the likelihood of natural infection progression would diminish. Otherwise, the infection level might increase by 50 daily, making survival impossible for ordinary survivors. However, this raised a critical question. Without the natural infection mechanism, under what circumstances could an ordinary person become infected? And during which stage of the infection could medicine prevent their transformation into zombies? Before today, Xiao had experienced an increase in infection level each time she was attacked by a zombie. As long as she remained unscathed or consumed an immunity potion, her infection level would not rise, akin to pressing the pause button. She suspected that this rule might change with the emergence of zombies. The man had exhibited symptoms of transformation, but after receiving the preventive medicine, he had returned to normal. If reaching 100 infection could be reversed with preventive medicine, wouldn't that imply that all infected zombies could be cured with just one dose? Thus, it was likely that the man had lost his autonomy before reaching 100 infection. Or perhaps there was a window for recovery. How long was it? Xiao needed to ascertain this specific duration. The man gazed at her with a perplexed expression, clearly not comprehending. The old man interjected, They are ordinary people who have not bound to a safe house. I can only translate their consciousness information to you, but I cannot convey your consciousness information to them through language. Once the main deity's consciousness is activated, the host can communicate with ordinary survivors via their consciousness, eliminating language barriers. Where can I activate the main deity's consciousness? Xiao pondered, but then dismissed the thought. She retrieved a communication device from her pocket. Although it had been modified by the Star Alliance, some data remained, including photographs of Jiang Qiqi that she had stored. Placing the device before the couple, she pointed to the photographs and then to her eyes, indicating a query about whether they had seen her. Though they could not comprehend the language, the imagery made her intentions clear. The woman gestured animatedly, speaking in a flurry, indicating that they had not seen her before, but that the concentration camp had once housed many people, including tour guides. If Xiao was searching for someone, she should look there. It was not far from their location, situated above an underground parking lot. However, she cautioned Xiao to be wary of the individuals inside, as although it was a concentration camp, each person had their own motives, urging her not to be deceived. As the woman spoke, Xiao felt a gentle pressure in her palm. Turning her head, she discovered the little girl had slipped a piece of chocolate into her hand. Upon being noticed, the girl smiled shyly, grateful for Xiao's earlier act of heroism in saving her father. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao tucked the candy into her pocket and turned to leave. The zombies along the way were significantly fewer than those by the shore, at least not as densely packed with floating corpses. The destruction in the southern island was not as severe as in Cloud City. Several buildings stood at 7 or 8 stories high, having seemingly evaded the worst of the hurricane's wrath. The earthquake had not completely toppled these structures, and their quality appeared commendable. However, the city's expanse was slightly larger than that of Cloud City. At her current pace, it would take her a day to thoroughly explore the southern island. Upon arriving at the location indicated by the couple, Xiao found no sign of the concentration camp. She decided to search the vicinity instead, simultaneously clearing out any nearby zombies. After 20 minutes, she finally stumbled upon a group of survivors engaged in eliminating zombies. There were 7 men and women, 5 with darker skin tones and 2 with lighter complexions. They lacked any energy, appearing to be ordinary people, posing no threat to Xiao. Finding a concealed spot, she paused to observe for a while. The leader, a local man, was issuing commands with a commanding demeanor. You all will draw the zombies in. We are familiar with the terrain here, and will set traps to ambush the zombies. Once we secure the supplies, we will share them with you. The man did not comprehend the language, so the woman translated for him. Initially reluctant, the man realized that they were the only outsiders in the cooperative team. Feeling ostracized and lacking any voice, he reluctantly acquiesced. Not long after they departed, the local leader scoffed, "Two foolish outsiders. They still have some supplies in their bags. Let us lead the zombies into the trap, and then we'll find a way to." He gestured across his throat, while the others nodded in agreement with cold smiles. Those not of our kind must harbor ill intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao decided to follow the man and woman. Chapter 74. The choice of man and a woman were not foolish. The woman spoke first. "Are we really going to lure the zombies? That's just asking for our demise. Even if we manage to draw them away, we might not even get a share of the treasure. It would be wiser for us to leave now." The man, clutching a fire axe, was visibly reluctant. They had stored their supplies in a hidden base, and with only a meager amount of resources on them, how long could they possibly endure? The woman suggested, "They are still at the trap. Let us circumvent and explore the concentration camp instead." The man tightened his grip on the axe, wishing for a safe house. Following closely behind them, Xiao moved stealthily. Rain fell from the sky, creating a symphony of sound that made it difficult even for her to distinguish between the raindrops and their footsteps. Thus, the pair remained oblivious to her presence. Suddenly, a clattering noise echoed, reminiscent of metal dragging across the ground, sharp and jarring. The man and woman halted, and as Xiao prepared to leap away, she found herself unable to retreat. An enigmatic energy barrier had emerged, enveloping the three of them. In this dilapidated alleyway, a mere 300 meters in length, the zombies at the exit did not venture forth. It was not out of fear, but rather because an isolated space had been created, rendering the interior undetectable and silent. "What on earth is this?" The woman quivered. At the end of the alley, a towering black giant zombie, 3 meters tall, emerged. Its body was drenched, flesh decayed, resembling an oversized, grotesque creature. Its arms were swollen yet muscular, and its mouth was grotesquely stretched back to its ears, wielding a double-hooked anchor. Its gray-white eyes malevolently fixed on the duo. A chilling, sinister laugh escaped its lips, as if taunting them, "You wretched rats." Xiao's pupils shimmered with a silver glow, reflecting the outline of the giant zombie. What in the world? The man, confronted by this monstrous being, recognized the abnormality, but found himself blocked from escape. Striking fiercely at the giant zombie with his axe, he was taken aback when the weapon sunk in only half an inch and stopped dead. With a powerful swing, the giant zombie hurled the man against the wall, a sickening crack signaling broken bones. His abdomen caved in, ribs shattered, and likely his internal organs were damaged. The woman, her hair torn from her scalp, felt blood seeping, unable to suppress a cry of agony. She realized she stood no chance against this creature. With a mere flick of its wrist, it could easily detach her head from her body. Through her divine eye, Xiao discerned the giant zombie's insides were not the murky darkness typical of ordinary zombies, but rather a viscous black liquid, reminiscent of the fog that had enveloped the air the previous night, opposing the silver blood coursing through her veins. Charging forward with her axe, the giant zombie seemed to have anticipated her move, releasing the woman's hair and casting her aside. The woman crumpled to the ground like a discarded rag doll, bloodied and broken. With a powerful leap, buoyed by the agility potion coursing through her, Xiao ascended to 3 meters effortlessly, aiming her axe at the giant zombie's head. With a clang, the anchor's chain lashed out at her waist, entangling her midair. Anticipating this, Xiao transformed her axe into a firearm, firing a shot that shattered the giant zombie's skull. She had no intention of holding back against this formidable foe, unleashing her most potent strike. The bullet pierced through the giant zombie's forehead, and the chain that had ensnared her lost its strength, flinging her against the opposite wall. Though she collided with the crumbling concrete, she emerged unscathed while the wall collapsed. A surge of energy enveloped her, shielding her internal organs as she fell, though she sensed it depleting. The energy from the apocalyptic potion was not infinite, and the same held true for the giant zombie. Raising her gaze to the giant zombie, she activated her divine eye once more. Indeed, The black mist within the creature was coalescing around its head, attempting to mend its brain. The bullet hole and wounds began to heal, leaving the enchanted bullet lodged within, with no second shot to follow. The giant zombie wobbled, its strength waning. Taking a deep breath, Xiao dashed forward without a moment's hesitation. Before the creature could react, she leaped onto its shoulders, transforming her weapon into a long, piercing spear, driving it forcefully into the top of its head. The motion was fluid, without a hint of hesitation. The dark mass that had gathered dissipated instantly. The giant zombie's body stiffened, and it toppled forward. As the energy barrier dissipated, the rain ceased, and sunlight streamed down brightly. The woman, nearly fainting from pain, lifted her head, dazed, and caught sight of a figure with silver light emanating from its lowered gaze. Was it a deity? Had a divine being come to her aid? Surely, she could not be dead. How cold! Perhaps she was merely hallucinating. Touching her throat and the remnants of her nearly torn scalp, she rummaged through her backpack for a hemostatic potion, swallowing it before shaking her head. "Thank you, I'm fine." Her voice was still hoarse. The figure gestured, aloof and detached. "Check on your companion." The man remained propped against the wall, his abdomen caved in from the giant zombie's weapon, unconscious and in dire condition. The woman's heart raced as she remembered he was her boyfriend, rushing to his side. Fortunately, he was still breathing, not yet dead. She quickly retrieved a potion to administer to him. The giant zombie's form vanished, leaving behind only Xiao's spent bullet, a level 3 red treasure chest, and a gleaming golden ticket on the ground. Upon touching it, a notification echoed in her ears: save or destroy. Chapter 75. Neutral. Xiao gazed upon the prompt before her, finding the choice it presented to be rather juvenile, overly dramatic, and ultimately tedious. However, choices within apocalyptic games often carry significant implications for the progression of the game. Would opting for salvation lead to troublesome quests? Conversely, would choosing destruction culminate in the annihilation of humanity? One path suggested a multitude of responsibilities, while the other implied a future devoid of purpose. Consequently, Xiao was disinclined to select either option. After a brief contemplation, she realized she could still move, indicating that the prompt did not hinder her actions. Adhering to the principle of preferring an action to the possibility of error, she turned to observe the man and woman before her. The man had noticeably recovered, and both regarded Xiao with a mixture of fear, reverence, and a hint of envy. "Have you seen her?" Xiao initiated, presenting a photograph. The pair hesitated momentarily. Undoubtedly, one could not dismiss the possibility that her appearance might have altered due to makeup removal, excessive beautification, or disfigurement from the apocalypse. "Have you seen anyone resembling her? Even slightly?" Xiao added. The image was of Jiang Qiqi, taken during her recent travels, showcasing a light touch of makeup. Given the lack of cosmetic resources in the apocalypse, it was likely that her actual appearance differed. Xiao herself had seldom seen Jiang Qiqi without makeup, relying on this photograph for identification. The duo shook their heads in bewilderment. A sigh escaped the woman, however she glanced at the photograph Xiao had provided. "I recognize that bag." Perhaps the woman had a particular sensitivity to fashion. Xiao's eyes flickered to Jiang Qiqi's olive green studded backpack resting atop her suitcase. This bag was a sought-after item from a luxury brand, though numerous knockoffs circulated in the market. Yet, Jiang Qiqi's version was distinctively custom-made. While the standard color was a classic platinum, she had opted for the rather unsightly olive hue. Xiao recalled that when Jiang Qiqi had first commissioned it, a faux socialite had mocked her online, claiming she was a fraud purchasing a counterfeit item, as that color was non-existent. Jiang Qiqi had cheekily shared a screenshot of the comment along with the custom invoice, effectively embarrassing the critic. Although Xiao and Jiang Qiqi had not crossed paths often in recent years, the socialite gossip was undeniably riveting. In the concentration camp, those tour guides are unscrupulous, frequently leading tourists to sham hotels and colluding with them to steal, the woman continued. After the apocalypse began, while many managed to escape through underground hotels, Resources became increasingly vital. They likely used that bag to store supplies, so they must have encountered the girl you seek. Since the appearance of the transparent treasure chests, ordinary survivors could engage with the game's rules, leading to fierce competition for resources. Without safe havens, items in hand could not be concealed and had to be stored in backpacks. Of course, it was also plausible that the two before her intended to deceive her for their own gain. I just visited the concentration camp, but found nothing, the woman explained. After the emergence of the zombified, everyone scattered to seek refuge elsewhere. We have no reason to deceive you. After all, you are formidable. To lie to you would be tantamount to seeking our own demise. The man chimed in, somewhat embarrassed yet truthful. Only moments ago, they had witnessed a colossal zombie being effortlessly dispatched, a clear indication that survival in this apocalypse was beyond the capabilities of the average person. We can lead you there. But they are numerous. Our original task was to lure the zombies into a trap, Xiao interjected. You go and attract the zombies. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes. The locals harbored a disdain for outsiders. Had they not been short-staffed at the time, they might have already met their end. Before departing the alley, Xiao recalled an important query. What is your current infection level? The woman replied, I am at 82. The man added, I am at 98. The woman gasped upon hearing the latter. How is it so high? Xiao inquired. Is your infection level increasing based on the number of attacks or the passage of time? The duo paused, momentarily taken aback by her seemingly naive question. Had the expert never been attacked by zombies? Or did her special abilities render her immune? How enviable. Indeed. It increased just now when I was struck by that iron chain. I was on the verge of zombification, the man explained. Xiao comprehended. The rules governing the escalation of infection levels remained intact. Injury from a zombie attack was necessary for an increase. As long as one consumed immunity potions within a certain time frame, recovery was possible. Surpassing that period would result in complete zombification. You will attract the zombies. I will follow closely behind you. She intended to observe from the shadows, biding her time for an opportune moment. The potions she carried could also prevent them from becoming zombified mid-attraction. The woman's eyes lit up upon seeing the immunity potion, and she noticed that the man was hunched over, which reminded her of a crucial detail. The hemostatic potion could only treat superficial wounds. The man likely had several broken ribs and was probably in excruciating pain with every step. She couldn't help but look at Xiao. Could we exchange for a more advanced healing potion? He has internal injuries, and merely using a hemostatic potion won't suffice. As ordinary survivors, navigating this apocalypse was exceedingly challenging without trustworthy allies. Hence, this man had evolved from merely a potential boyfriend into a reliable long-term partner. Moreover, as he could not comprehend the local language, he had no choice but to rely on her. Desire a healing potion? What do you propose to exchange? The earlier choice prompt lingered in her mind, and as her gaze shifted, another line of text appeared. We currently possess the most precious item. The woman immediately seized the man's weapon. The man hesitated, contemplating a response, yet ultimately opted for silence. Without a weapon, confronting zombies would prove arduous. However, if a life were lost, there would be no need for any confrontation. I do not desire a weapon. I seek a weapon chest. At present, she had no shortage of potions, and basic resources had become increasingly accessible since the trading post opened. However, without weapon eggs, ordinary survivors would not willingly offer weapons. Trading a resource chest for a weapon chest was unwise, as everyone sought weapon chests. Thus, she would have to venture out to gather them herself. Upon completion of her statement, the selection prompt before her suddenly vanished, and a notification resonated in her ears. You have made a stance choice, neutral. Is there a hidden choice? Or is this related to the previous prompt? Current vote count: Salvation 1, Neutral 1, Destruction 0, Deadline: tomorrow at midnight. You will receive a special neutral treasure chest equivalent to the vote count. Chapter 76. The Killing Intent and Neutral Special Treasure Chest? Could it be akin to the colorful chests of the first day? Might there be a technique involved? Thus far, She had not encountered any survivor who selected techniques, nor did she know what rewards such choices yielded. Nevertheless, the neutral special treasure chest undoubtedly piqued Su Xiao's interest. "All right, we know where formidable zombies reside." A woman's voice interrupted Su Xiao's contemplation. The man nodded in agreement. "Although we have never seen zombies like today's. We discovered yesterday that the zombies dropping red treasure chests were significantly larger and stronger than the ordinary ones, rendering them more troublesome to deal with. Consequently, we lured those few zombies to a deserted area and trapped them. In this apocalyptic world, possessing a single weapon suffices. They yearned more for medicinal supplies and food resources." Although Su Xiao had now changed her mind and wished to seek out those advanced zombies with energy isolation to acquire activity voting tickets, she figured she could spare a little more time. "Let us go." She tossed a healing potion forward. The man's face lit up with joy as he quickly consumed it. Su Xiao activated her Eye of the Chosen to examine the man's internal injuries. His ribs were fractured, and both his lungs and kidneys were ruptured. Had he been in the original reality, he would have perished before even reaching the ICU. The hemostatic potion could temporarily halt all his internal bleeding, yet it was merely a stopgap measure. As he moved, the dislocated bones continued to inflict damage on his organs. After drinking the potion, a faint silver energy permeated his body, swiftly repairing his bones and organs. The man exhaled a long sigh of relief. He quickly addressed the woman. "Give me the potion. I'll lure the zombies." The woman nodded, as this had been their routine since yesterday. This way. She intended to lead Su Xiao along another path that had been cleared, but to her surprise, Su Xiao had already leaped onto a 2-story high ruin, finding a foothold before continuing to ascend to the highest point of the dilapidated structure. From that vantage point, she gazed down at the woman, ensuring she was in the best possible position to remain undetected while observing any unforeseen circumstances. The woman hesitated no longer and moved behind the trap. The trap lay in the center of the normal roadway. During the earthquake, the soil beneath had slanted, resulting in a collapse that formed a 5-meter-deep pit, perfectly serving as a trap with a width of 5 meters, effectively blocking the road for both humans and zombies alike. A long wooden plank was placed over the pit, intended to be pulled away once someone ran across, while several locals awaited nearby with gasoline, scheming maliciously. "The plank has been tampered with. When that kid leads the zombies over, it won't be able to bear the weight and will snap in the middle, sending him and the zombies plummeting into the pit. Then we can deal with them together," one man sneered. "What about the woman?" "Heh heh heh. Just a woman. Without the man, where can she possibly go? She'll have no choice but to stay with us, and we can do as we please." Su Xiao lowered her head to lock eyes with the woman, who understood their words. A flicker of panic crossed her gaze, but she quickly forced herself to regain her composure and concealed her form. In a foreign land, if her only companion were to perish, she would truly find herself in a den of wolves without a safe haven. She had an axe in her bag, yet she opted for a Swiss Army knife instead. Hiding her backpack behind a stone pillar to lessen her burden, she prepared for the confrontation. The level 1 axe weighed just over a pound. But given her injuries and weakened wrist strength, wielding the axe would not only fail to inflict damage on others, but would also hinder her movements. Moreover, she was contending with humans, not zombies. A knife would suffice. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of footsteps echoed nearby. A horde of zombies followed the man as he charged towards the locals. Seizing the moment, the woman dashed forward, plunging her dagger into the eye of the nearest man while simultaneously shouting at the approaching man, "The plank has been tampered with. Jump, you filthy woman!" The man cried out in agony, cursing in a local dialect, his words devoid of any substance needing translation. As the others realized the situation and attempted to pull away the plank, it was already too late. Hearing the woman's warning, the man leaped onto the plank, just as the zombies tumbled into the deep pit with a series of sickening thuds. The woman found herself alone with the blinded man. He was indeed skilled, muscular and agile, displaying the expertise of someone who had been passionate about fitness and boxing before the apocalypse. The woman, however, was clever. She knew to first blind her opponent, leveraging her delicate advantage to evade counterattacks, striking swiftly in overlooked areas. Xiao surveyed the scene, and out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a straggler. A short man stealthily withdrew from the fray, slipping away into a corner, evidently leaving an escape route. Xiao pursued him. The short man turned down 2 alleyways, entering an abandoned courtyard, where he lifted a pile of debris to reveal a cellar entrance. And he disappeared inside. When he reemerged, several backpacks were strapped to him. It seemed he intended to seize this opportunity to relocate supplies. Simultaneously, Xiao noted that one of the backpacks in his possession bore an uncanny resemblance to the one belonging to Jiang Qiqi. Without further hesitation, she descended into the cellar. An axe was poised at the man's throat, causing him to tremble as he immediately begged for mercy, surrendering swiftly. Xiao produced the photograph and held it before him, asking, "Have you seen her? Where is she?" The man's expression shifted. He began, pointing towards the cellar entrance. Suddenly, the man's demeanor darkened, and he drew a knife, lunging fiercely at Xiao. She smirked, effortlessly sidestepping the attack, and with a swift motion, the axe cleaved through the air. Separating the man's head from his body, warm blood sprang across Xiao's face. The last time she had killed a man, she had been unable to gauge her own strength. That act had been an accident. But this time, she had harbored the intent to kill, having taken the life of her first living survivor. A subtle knocking resounded from the cellar entrance, as if someone were straining to reach the exit. Xiao promptly approached and opened the cellar door, coming face to face with a familiar, stunning visage. The once disheveled fox-like eyes brightened upon recognizing Xiao. Chapter 77. Living the woman before her possessed an exquisite beauty, yet she was not Jiang Qiqi. The familiarity stemmed from Xiao's previous encounter, just days before the apocalypse. She had stumbled upon a video of a stunning foreign internet celebrity who had vanished while vacationing on a southern island. Indeed, the visage before her matched that very face. Even in its natural state, devoid of makeup, it radiated an undeniable allure, a masterpiece meticulously crafted over the course of a year by the goddess Enhua, while others were merely trivial creations cast aside by her hand. The woman's joy at seeing a stranger, rather than a familiar, grotesque face, hinted at a glimmer of hope for salvation. As she opened her mouth to speak, the words eluded Xiao, their meaning lost in translation. The old man interpreted her intent, revealing that she was pleading for Xiao's help. Attempting to lift her, Xiao discovered that the woman was restrained by a chain, a cruel device of confinement. The effort to free herself had left her ankles raw and bloodied. Reluctantly, Xiao released the woman's hand and leapt into the cellar. Upon landing, she was met with the sight of several equally beautiful women, all gazing at her with hopeful eyes. Beneath them lay makeshift bedding, accompanied by crude buckets and bowls. This was no ordinary storage cellar. It bore the hallmarks of a sinister human trafficking hideout. Venturing to the center, Xiao grasped a few iron chains extending from a block of metal and yanked with all her strength. The sound of metal snapping igniting a spark of hope among the women. They looked up at her, their faces smeared with blood. The scent of iron heavy in the air, yet her act of breaking the chains had already established her as a beacon of hope, separate from their captors. "Are you here to rescue us?" they asked, each taking turns to voice their question. One among them spoke a language that Xiao had diligently studied, allowing for a connection. Xiao produced a photograph, inquiring if they recognized the girl depicted within. The presence of the bag indicated that they had likely crossed paths with her, as it was ill-suited for carrying supplies unless it had been previously used by Jiang Qiqi. Upon seeing the image, several women brightened, recounting how just 5 days prior, the girl had found her way to them, intending to save them. Yet, before she could devise a plan, the guards had discovered her presence, leaving her bag behind. What happened next? Xiao pressed. It was a safe house, one explained. Jiang Qiqi had a rodent safe house, and the creature had guided her through the sewers. The city's sewer system was a labyrinth, and Jiang Qiqi might now be hiding in some dark corner. The absence of a controller meant that animals were left to roam freely. You are free now. As the last of the smaller corpses lay on the ground, the women began to emerge from the cellar. Xiao picked up Jiang Qiqi's bag, preparing to leave when one of the women spoke up. Can you take us with you? The old man translated. It was the most beautiful of them all. The others, summoning their strength, looked at Xiao with hopeful eyes. We've been trapped here for so many days. We know the apocalypse has come, but we have no idea what the outside world is like. Is it dangerous? Xiao inquired further. Why were you imprisoned here? One who understood explained. They were all popular influencers on international social media, and prior to the apocalypse, buyers had offered exorbitant sums on the dark web for their capture. They had been lured here under the guise of collaboration. Had the apocalypse not occurred so abruptly, they would have been packaged and shipped off to unknown capitalist hands. Ironically, the sudden onset of disaster had saved their lives. The guards of the cellar, in their attempts to survive the catastrophe, occasionally ventured out to gather supplies while carrying Jiang Qiqi's bag. Seizing the opportunity, the women had sent the one with the longest chain to knock on the cellar door, hoping to attract the attention of passers-by for a chance at escape. Until this very morning, the guard had returned with a group of accomplices. They had deemed the cellar secure, discovering the presence of women, and proceeded to transfer supplies, intending to establish a long-term base there. The guard was the short man among them, who had persuaded them to store goods in exchange for information regarding the women and the cellar, all the while plotting to betray them. Xiao regarded them with a steely gaze. This is the apocalypse. I cannot take anyone with me. She turned and began to leave, but several women, spotting additional supply packages on the ground, hastily shouldered them and followed her out. Navigating through a familiar alleyway, Xiao swiftly dispatched a few passing zombies, cleaving them in half. The sight of decaying heads hitting the ground sent a shiver through the women, who quickly stifled their cries to avoid attracting more of the undead, their glances towards Xiao shifting with newfound respect. With a battle axe raised, Xiao moved like a relentless machine, clearing a path for them from the alley towards the exit. Stepping from darkness into blinding light, the harsh rays momentarily disoriented them. Yet as their vision adjusted, they realized they had merely escaped one hell for another, the ruins bathed in sunlight and the walking corpses ahead, evoking a sense of dread. Though their bodies bore wounds, none were fatal, and after consuming a hemostatic agent, they felt significantly improved, if somewhat fatigued. Behind them lay the corpses of their fallen enemies, flames roaring from a deep pit. Each undead would turn to ash, and once the fire extinguished, the fallen treasure chests would reveal their spoils. Where are those red treasure chests? Xiao glanced at the time. It was nearly 11. She needed to act swiftly. As for the women trailing behind her, she chose not to concern herself further. Follow me, a man urged, rising to lead Xiao to their makeshift zombie containment area. It was a half-collapsed hotel. They had lured zombies into a room and sealed them behind the glass doors, making their escape via the balcony. Inside, several zombies languished, resembling withered beans. Xiao kicked her way in, swiftly disposing of them, claiming 7 red treasure chests of level 1. Collecting these red chests was proving increasingly difficult. Yet, any gain was better than none. Afterward, Xiao parted ways with the man, ascending to the hotel's top floor. Knowing Jiang Qiqi had a safe house alleviated her fears for her life. Her objectives had been met. In the apocalypse, such news was already a considerable blessing. Xiao felt assured, for deceiving herself would bear no advantage to them unless they harbored a vendetta against Jiang Qiqi. Yet based on their words, they expressed gratitude towards her, rendering deceit unnecessary. Chapter 78. The Giant Hand. The most imposing structure on South Island is a colossal statue, erected in accordance with the beliefs of the indigenous people. Standing at an impressive height of 300 meters and weighing 200 tons, it was once a magnificent sight. However, during a hurricane, its neck was severed, and after an earthquake, its head fell, crashing into the central plaza, leaving behind a fragmented body still towering over 200 meters. Xiao, leveraging the statue's height, leaped into its palm, about 100 meters above the ground, providing him with a panoramic view of the surrounding landscape. Activating the Eye of the Chosen, he scanned the vicinity of South Island. Indeed, from such an elevation, one could see far and wide. Below, he observed a distortion of energy enveloping a collapsed school, emanating a foreboding aura. It was likely that a high-level zombie lurked within. Ordinary zombies could be dealt with by the average survivor through ingenuity and effort, but the energy within a high-level zombie mirrored that of the dark mist at night, rendering it insurmountable for survivors who had not utilized apocalyptic serums. Of course, Xiao's intention was to acquire voting tickets. At that moment, in a certain high school on South Island, several high school students were cautiously hiding in the corridor on the 6th floor of the teaching building. Teacher Zhang had transformed into a monster, and they found themselves unable to exit, facing certain doom if they remained. Peering down from the corridor's wall tiles, they noticed a massive triangular glass container in the center of the schoolyard, reminiscent of laboratory apparatus suspended by a metallic platform, filled with a noxious green liquid. Is it possible that we must exit through the school's main entrance? Someone suggested. The main entrance was located right in front of the playground. They had initially planned to escape through the back door, but the energy wall barred their exit, and the main entrance was blocked by the monstrous entity. The good news was that no other zombies dared to approach where this creature lingered. The bad news was that they were also trapped there. However, the creature seemed to lack the initiative to hunt. It merely roamed the area below. Yet, if they remained trapped, starvation would inevitably claim them. One student proposed splitting into two groups, suggesting that whoever reached the school's main entrance without being detected would escape first. With 6 of them, they formed 2 teams of 3. They reasoned that, even if discovered, the monster could only confront one person at a time, leaving others an opportunity to flee. Quickly, the 6 divided into 2 small teams and descended from their respective teaching buildings. They gestured towards the school's main entrance across the playground. Charge! With that, they dashed forward. The student who had initially proposed the plan hesitated for a moment, opting instead to conceal himself behind the teaching building to observe. Suddenly, the white-coated zombie raised its eyes and emitted a chilling, piercing scream. 5 students reached the school entrance only to find it sealed by an energy wall, rendering escape impossible. The zombie did not pursue. Instead, it stomped its feet, causing a metallic grabbing device to emerge from the center of the glass apparatus, reaching out toward the 5 students. This time, it was too late to escape. One of them was ensnared by the metallic grasp. The others could only watch helplessly as their companion was captured and tossed into the triangular flask, where he sizzled upon contact with the green liquid. In a rapid sequence, the student was corroded and dissolved, mingling with the viscous green solution, a sight that would send chills down anyone's spine, as within a minute he was reduced to mere bones, which soon vanished entirely. The white-coated zombie, seemingly satiated, began to meander slowly across the playground, searching for more little delights. The leader of the group, realizing the dire situation, seized the collar of the boy who had proposed the plan and punched him angrily. "You did this on purpose. You used us as a test." The boy did not deny it, merely spitting out blood. "It's your own foolishness. It's clear we cannot escape. It wants us trapped here." Suddenly, someone gasped, It's gone." The zombie had left its metallic container, despite their long wait without seeing it move. "Unless..." The boy swallowed hard. "It's looking for us." Just then, a sinister laughter echoed ominously in the air. "Found you, little pests." As Xiao entered the school, he initially saw only the immense flask filled with green liquid on the playground. The acrid scent in the air was unsettlingly familiar, reminiscent of acid rain. Could it be sulfuric acid? Suddenly, a scream erupted from behind the teaching building, prompting Xiao to investigate. The white-coated zombie's metallic claw had ensnared a student, mercilessly constricting him and dragging him across the ground, leaving a trail of blood. Nearby, another student covered his mouth in terror. Upon spotting Su Xiao, the zombie's eyes gleamed with malice, and it ignored him, displaying an audacious disregard. Fueled by indignation, Su Xiao charged forth, delivering a blow with his axe. Clang! The clash of metal reverberated as Su Xiao was jolted back by an unseen force, having inflicted no damage whatsoever. Immunity? With the Eye of the Chosen activated, he discerned the creature's black aura coalescing at its periphery, forming a defensive barrier akin to a protective serum. It appeared that brute force would not suffice. Perhaps the monster's mechanism mirrored a game's immunity system, necessitating the neutralization of other components to render it vulnerable. Su Xiao pursued the creature, witnessing it toss the captured student into the flask, the gruesome scene replaying before him. The flask served as its weapon, yet a swirling mass of black mist loomed at its neck. Resolutely, Su Xiao attempted to leap and strike the flask, but once again, he was repelled. A realization dawned upon him. The previous scene within the flask mirrored the day of acid rain, where survivors faced corrosion. The difference was that during the acid rain, there was a chance of acquiring immunity, whereas this time, it was a direct path to death. This was targeted. Perhaps entry into the flask was essential for survival, as he possessed corrosion resistance. At that moment, the student inside the flask had completely dissolved, and the white-coated zombie inhaled deeply, scanning for its next victim. From the corner of his eye, Su Xiao spotted several students nearby, their expressions a mix of fear and horror. Hide! Just then, a voice echoed from behind, and as Su Xiao looked up, he beheld a translucent silver giant hand reaching toward the white-coated zombie. Chapter 79. The head Su Xiao reacted swiftly, evading the imminent threat. She remained cautious of the silver giant hand that might suddenly reach for her, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure and potent energy. She swiftly leaped onto the teaching building and activated the Eye of the Chosen to observe the approaching figure. It was a man, his body coursing with a power akin to silver sand, having consumed the apocalyptic potion, though not as abundant as hers. The energy within him had coalesced in his right hand, amplifying it by at least 100-fold, inducing a sense of dread in her. It was as if a deity had descended, rendering all mortals as mere ants. However, through the Eye of the Chosen, she discerned that all the potion's energy within him had concentrated in his hand, leaving no residue in his body. This indicated a vulnerability. If he were to turn against her, she merely needed to swiftly evade the attack of that giant hand and strike at his body instead, even utilizing ranged weapons. Yet, without enmity between them, Su Xiao had no intention of doing so, especially since he had not initiated any aggression. Her gaze shifted to the silver hand, which was attempting to crush the Bai Gua zombie, only to discover that it was currently in an immune state, its weakness concealed within a glass vial. This posed a variable for the man, causing his expression to darken. Su Xiao landed beside him, questioning, "Has your hand mutated?" The man furrowed his brow, unwilling to engage in idle chatter. "I can't hold on much longer. If you're going to act, do it quickly." He felt humiliated. Su Xiao understood. He was unaware of the peculiar characteristics of this zombie, nor did he know that different zombies had different energy distribution points and vulnerabilities. Nevertheless, the energy of that hand was formidable. Had it been her caught in its grasp, she could have been torn apart. Yet, why had he recklessly intervened? Was he attempting to seize the boss for himself? Realizing this, Su Xiao feigned ignorance. "Is that your skill? It's quite impressive. Can't you finish off the zombie in one go?" The man's scalp prickled. He had assumed that once his skill was unleashed, the zombie would be doomed. To his surprise, the zombie was immune. His ability had controlled it, but failed to shatter it. Had he known this earlier, he would have refrained from acting impulsively. Now, he found himself in a precarious position, especially with Su Xiao's curious inquiries adding to his embarrassment. "I can't hold on," he exclaimed, his spirit crushed. Following this, the immense silver hand suddenly disintegrated, his right hand twitching slightly as the energy within him spiraled into chaos, displaying his agony. Su Xiao comprehended the situation. This was a consequence of his actions. She averted her gaze as the Baigua zombie emitted a series of eerie caws, its metallic claws reaching for her, swiftly dodging. She watched as the man, in a state of chaotic energy, was ensnared in the beaker, submerged in corrosive liquid, emitting anguished cries. It seemed he lacked resistance to corrosion. Indeed, he was a formidable weakling. Without further hesitation, she ascended the metal apparatus, producing a 1-meter-long awl and a hammer. Striking the black mist at the neck of the triangular beaker. The awl had previously manifested as her weapon, while the hammer was a basic level 1. The awl, being a superior weapon, possessed significant energy, and coupled with Su Xiao's own energy, she struck at the weak point. Clang! 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 The Baigua zombie, unable to contain its fury, attempted to roar at Su Xiao, trying to repel her. The man struggled in the green corrosive liquid, the potion's energy continuously mending his wounds. Yet, as long as he remained in that liquid, he would endure a state of corrosion, tormented repeatedly, forced to strike at the locations Su Xiao was attacking, inadvertently also hitting the black mist. This was precisely the outcome Su Xiao desired. The Baigua zombie, seething with rage, attempted to assault her. But due to the height of the metal frame, it could not reach her, only glaring up at her and issuing menacing caws. Su Xiao continued her relentless strikes. The metal platform and triangular beaker formed a combination that towered over the Baigua zombie, yet they were not part of the same entity. Without the Eye of the Chosen, no one would fathom that its weakness lay at the neck of the beaker. At last, with a shattering sound, the beaker broke, and the metal experiment table vanished. The man fell to the ground, his body corroded to the bone, while the potion's energy still endeavored to heal his wounds. The black mist from the vial, upon dispersing, rapidly coalesced onto the metallic claws of the Baigua zombie, indicating that although its attack power was now high, its defenses had been compromised. The Baigua zombie lunged at Su Xiao. She leaped to evade its attack, simultaneously transforming her weapon into a firearm and aiming at the zombie's head. Bang! The defenseless zombie was effortlessly penetrated by the bullet, its brain matter exploding. The energy barrier confining the school vanished. A few children stood agape at the unfolding spectacle. The man, stabilizing his internal energy, turned to gaze at Su Xiao. Yet, she swiftly collected all the loot from the defeated zombie, leaving behind the remark, "I dealt with the boss, the spoils are mine," before departing. The man, infuriated, spat blood. He had intended to crush the boss first and claim all the drops, but found himself thwarted, exposing the repercussions of his skill. All of it was a consequence of his desire to seize the kill. 20 minutes later, Su Xiao returned to the fishing boat, finally exhaling in relief. She was grateful that the man had only sought to claim the boss and had not intended to kill her. Had he wished for her demise, an ambush from behind could have proven fatal. As for that hand, it resembled a skill of the Chosen, yet also did not, due to the evident after effects. When she utilized the Eye of the Chosen, such pronounced and lethal after effects did not manifest. Though the eye could reveal weaknesses, it was merely a supportive skill, devoid of any energy amplification. The man's displayed skill had a robust enhancement effect. To compensate for the eye's shortcomings, she would require more of the Apocalyptic potion. Reflecting on her gains from the boss encounter, they were commendable: a level 3 weapon chest, event voting tickets, and 3 anti-corrosive potion baths. The anti-corrosive potion was meant for soaking, which could enhance resistance post-bath, yet held little value for Su Xiao. The safety of this potion was 100, posing no life-threatening risks, making it suitable for trade. However, Su Xiao faced her dilemma once more. Logically, if she could obtain 3 event voting tickets, she could select each option, acquiring 3 different types of treasure chests. Yet, she pondered whether the special treasure chest from the event could also be synthesized, and if a higher-level chest would yield better rewards. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xiao made her decision. Chapter 80. The Hourglass Maintain Neutrality. At least 3 special chests of neutrality must be obtained. Currently, both the safe house and the synthesis chest amount to 3, a pattern that is unlikely to change. If she possesses excess voting tickets, she may consider alternative options. Furthermore, casting votes in this manner will not affect her stance. After utilizing the voting tickets, Xiao kept the options before her, remaining still. It was already noon, and she prepared to have a bite to eat. Today's meal consisted of spicy beef-flavored instant noodles, accompanied by several packets of spicy chicken feet and ham sausages. While waiting for the noodles to soak, Xiao took the opportunity to check the map. There was no need to continue searching for Jiangqiqi, nor to head to Kyoto. She intended to unite her sports car and fishing boat. The sports car, as a mobile vehicle, would ensure her safety, and she also planned to test whether the safe house could function within the energy barrier of the zombies. After reviewing the positioning map, she decided to rendezvous by the riverbank. The sports car was still parked in the mountains near Cloud City, an inland region far from the coast, yet there was a river nearby. The fishing boat was set to navigate automatically toward the river, while the sports car headed to the riverbank, allowing both safe houses to converge in under 3 hours. Having made her decision, Xiao activated the automatic navigation on the fishing boat, which would take 4 hours to reach the destination, while the sports car would arrive at the riverbank in just 1 hour, allowing her to delay her actions for a while. The voting time had passed, and in approximately 3 minutes, a choice would be made automatically. You have chosen the stance of neutrality. Current vote tally: rescue 4 votes, neutrality 2 votes, destruction 1 vote. Only after voting could she view the current tally. The neutrality votes were solely hers, indicating that no one else had hesitated to trigger the third option after acquiring their votes. She had examined the entirety of South Island, discovering that high-level zombies capable of triggering the energy wall were scarce, implying that the voting tickets for a given area might be limited, with some potentially eluding discovery by high-level survivors. Thus, the low quantity was justified. At this juncture, old Mo reminded her that the owner's warehouse slots were nearing capacity, advising her to clear them promptly. Xiao quickly assessed her supplies, confirming that her warehouse was indeed approaching fullness. Unlike other materials that had been opened, chests of the same type could stack within a single slot. A warehouse slot could hold a maximum of 99 chests. Having used the warehouse expansion item obtained from the previous level 5 treasure chest, she now possessed a total of 45 slots. In addition to the over 3,000 yellow chests and more than 300 transparent chests remaining, there were today's acquisitions. Not every zombie dropped a chest, and after an hour of combat, she had collected a total of over 700 chests, leaving only 1 slot available. Xiao was reluctant to waste any chests, yet it seemed unavoidable as there was no room left. Old Mo, feed me energy. The most abundant energy chests in her possession remained the yellow chests, numbering around 3,300, with nearly 100 transparent chests, and she had acquired over 100 black material chests that morning, along with more than 200 white chests. After some contemplation, she decided to use 440 black material chests and 40 yellow chests to feed old Mo currently. It appeared that the black material chests held the least value, and once the new version was released, she could exchange them for many resources. With 4810 energy points, she could synthesize 4 level 5 transparent chests. These transparent chests constituted her current wealth. She could either open blue ones or red ones, without any other options. Xiao resolved to open 3 level 5 red chests and 1 blue chest, commencing with the red ones. The results were as follows: Level 5 Weapons 3. Universal Transformation Stones 16, Rage Stones 18, Poison Attachment Stones 17, Memory Stones 3, and an Hourglass. Indeed, abundance often breeds miracles. Xiao immediately grasped the deity's toy. Hourglass. Description: a toy of the deity. Should the deity discover its absence, they shall be quite displeased. There was still no further explanation. Xiao placed it on the weapon platform, intending to deconstruct it for examination, only to be met with a prompt: this item cannot be deconstructed. Xiao was puzzled. Why not? It appeared to be an ordinary hourglass, filled with silver star sand, yet the sand was currently stagnant, rendering it incapable of measuring time. Toys, unlike mere playthings, presumably serve different functions. Her dice could be deconstructed because they bore numbers. Hers was a 1, while Turtle Immortal's was a 3. Thus, it was plausible that others had received dice marked 2, 4, 5, 6, and perhaps even 7, 8, 9, or 10, indicating the number of candidates for the deity. The hourglass's inability to be deconstructed suggested a distinct purpose, clearly not intended for feeding the intelligent steward. Xiao confirmed with old MO. After feeding you the deity's toy, is it destroyed? She understood. Hence, there existed another possibility. Much like a child's toy box, it could not be infinite. Once emptied, the deity's toy box would also be devoid of toys, leaving no one to acquire further toys from the deity. What could that object in the sky be? A means for the deity to observe toys? Regarding the descriptions on the toys, Xiao reasonably suspected they were intentionally modified by the other party to prevent the emergence of candidates for the deity, primarily serving to intimidate players. She secured the toy. For this game was quite treacherous. Initially, they provided blueprints without materials. Now, they offered materials, yet the item chests and blueprint chests had become obsolete. It was akin to someone inviting you to dinner, but only providing a pair of chopsticks, telling you to return the next day when the meal was ready, but requiring you to bring back yesterday's chopsticks. Therefore, it would undoubtedly prove useful later. As for the other transformation stones, rage stones, and poison attachment stones, Xiao integrated them all into her commonly used level 3 weapons. Just as she was preparing to open the blue chest, a sound emerged. Ziz. Hello. Miss Sue. It was the communicator. The voice belonged to number 1349. Xiao happened to be wearing the communicator while checking the activity map. What is it? Are you currently in Cloud City? We have encountered some difficulties and require your assistance, number 1349 began. Go ahead. Before number 1349 could finish, Xiao had already grasped the situation. Send me the coordinates. Chapter 81, Brain Flower after disconnecting the communicator. 1349 swiftly instructed Team 2 to clear the ordinary zombies outside without any rash actions. The nearby individual promptly sent the message. The person standing behind 1349 spoke up. Commander Lin, should we inform the other districts? I have heard that District 13 and District 17 harbor exceptionally formidable special survivors, and their cooperative relationships are stable. Perhaps they possess new information. Although Miss Sue is quite impressive, her movements are unpredictable, requiring us to devise means of contacting her each time. This time, Young, she has entered a no-signal zone, and we are unable to reach him through the safe house. He may have already perished, or even the safe house itself. 1349 paused in silence. Do you believe that the circumstances in the other districts mirror those of District 3? The subordinate hesitated momentarily. 1349 turned, grasping the axe in her left hand, when the overall commander ordered the various regions to manage their respective safe houses. It was a clear indication that a traitor is among us, one who is beyond his control, rendering self-inspection impossible. We can only rely on ourselves. The loss of safe houses across various regions, once a coincidence, twice a coincidence, can 3 times truly be mere chance? Moreover, there is undoubtedly more than one betrayer. Yet at this moment, they lack the energy for self-examination and the capacity to impose any punishment. The so-called stability of cooperative relationships, is it genuine collaboration or mere exploitation? District 9 has extended an olive branch, claiming they have developed a method to securely obtain epidemic prevention agents, which could aid District 3 in acquiring ample supplies, provided we hand over our treasures to them. Yet, I dare not gamble on that. Compared to relinquishing District 3's resources to other districts, I find myself placing greater trust in Xiao. Although she cherishes her freedom and abhors control, she possesses her own boundaries. Most importantly, she has the means to procure sufficient resources. As a conscientious, affluent individual, she would never seize from the impoverished. The conditions she offers are undoubtedly disadvantageous to District 3. Thus, I presented her with a scenario of our desperation, wagering on her lack of ambition to seize resources. Fortunately, my gamble proved correct. Collaborating with her is far more secure than partnering with the other districts. As long as District C can endure until the end of the apocalypse, humanity can begin anew. Xiao confirmed the location, positioned beyond the current movable range of the cellar. Nevertheless, she relocated the cellar to the nearest vicinity before venturing out. Along the way, Xiao encountered numerous zombies. However, most of the survivors who once thrived in Cloud City had been escorted to the underground city by 1349, rendering the city center devoid of living souls. Unlike South Island, where the living were relentlessly pursued by zombies in a gruesome spectacle, the scene was markedly less bloody and violent. Soon, Xiao's Eye of the Chosen detected the energy wall enveloping an open-air illuminated stadium. 1349 and her team stood just outside the energy barrier. Upon spotting Xiao, 1349's eyes brightened, and she hurried over. "Miss Su, greetings." "Greetings," Xiao paused. "I am yet unaware of your name. Referring to you by your number feels rather impersonal." 1349 realized and chuckled. "My apologies. I neglected to inform you. I am Lin Shu, the current commander of the Star Alliance's District 3. No. Wait, it's Lin Shu. You've been promoted, no longer a deputy commander. What transpired?" Xiao inquired. Lin Shu promptly recounted the situation. The hurricane struck in the morning, and the stadium was mostly unoccupied. During the earthquake, it served as a refuge for many, and even a coalition had stationed there. Subsequently, those survivors were brought into the underground city. I had anticipated fewer people here and a manageable number of zombies to clear swiftly. However, unexpectedly, 3 squads have entered without relaying any information. Upon their arrival, they vanished entirely. Lin Shu pointed at the boundary line at the stadium entrance. "We have already eliminated the ordinary zombies within a radius of approximately 500 meters. But something is amiss here." Xiao remarked, "There are special zombies inside. I cannot yet confirm the method to deal with them. Ordinary individuals are ill-equipped to confront these special zombies, but as long as they do not trigger the attack mechanism, survival is feasible. For instance, the first anchor zombie I encountered did not initiate an attack until a man struck it with an axe, thereby triggering its aggressive response. The anchor zombie possesses immense strength, yet its physical form is notably frail, devoid of any immunological mechanisms. Any survivor who has consumed the Apocalypse agent and wields the Doomsday weapon, coupled with agile maneuvers, should be able to handle it. The second chemical zombie belongs to a mechanistic category. The man beside Lin Shu diligently recorded every word Xiao uttered. Xiao noticed, but chose not to comment, simply stating, "I will go in to investigate. Do you require assistance?" Lin Shu glanced around at her team, including herself, all showing signs of having consumed the Apocalypse agent, likely from the batch previously traded with her. She had thought they would save it for personal use. "No need. If I cannot resolve the issue, your team would likely be of little assistance." With that, Xiao entered the stadium. This time was markedly different. Upon entry, Xiao heard a prompt, "Run. Do not allow the zombies to catch up. Should they do so, they will devour your brain. However, if you surpass them, you may savor their brains." Before her eyes, the expansive field suddenly teemed with individuals. Over 20 people were sprinting across the track, gasping for breath. Behind them, a 3-meter-tall athletic zombie, legs spanning 2 meters, pursued them at a steady pace, its mouth stretching grotesquely to its ears, with bulging eyes devoid of eyelids. "I can't run anymore," the last person gasped before collapsing to the ground. The athletic zombie grinned, its long legs surging forward, and upon seeing the individual stop, it leaped across the track, seizing the person's neck. "Come on. I'd rather die," the individual panted, eyes bloodshot. The others seized the opportunity to bend over, gasping for breath while casting complex glances at the captured person. The athletic zombie tightened its grip on the man's head, twisting with enormous force. A scream echoed as the man's skull was gruesomely twisted off, exposing a bloody brain, which the athletic zombie promptly snatched and shoved into its mouth. Even though Xiao had witnessed her share of brutal scenes, this sight made her heart skip a beat. This was not merely an apocalypse. It was a grotesque slaughter within the apocalypse. Chapter 82. The competition standing still, Xiao observed intently. Under the gaze of the Eye of the Chosen, not only was the zombie pulsating with dark energy, but the entire stadium was suffused with it. This energy was formidable, far beyond what her own power could contend with. To counter it, she would require an energy source that vastly surpassed her own by tens of thousands of times. At her current state, she was utterly incapable of achieving that. This meant that without dismantling the mechanism, her own life was at stake. However, much like the duality of danger and opportunity, Xiao, as a game planner, understood that the more challenging a scenario, the greater the rewards it typically yielded. The athletic zombie had also taken notice of Xiao's presence. It grinned, licking its sharp teeth stained with fresh, crimson fluid. As it passed by her, it refrained from attacking, instead continuing its pursuit of the remaining survivors. The sacrifice of one of their own had granted the other survivors a brief respite of 2 minutes, but the unfortunate individual had been devoured entirely, and now a new wave of chase commenced. They were compelled to run once more. Even as their lungs felt as though they might burst, their throats parched and burning, their legs feeling foreign beneath them. Stopping was not an option. To halt meant certain death at the hands of the relentless zombie. The creature's speed was deceptively leisurely. It could easily overtake the survivors in front. Yet it chose to linger at the rear, moving at a deliberate pace. However, should the last survivor falter, it would immediately strike. A classic case of boiling a frog in water. According to Lin Shu, there were supposed to be 2 squads that had gone missing for several hours now, meaning they had been running for quite some time. A closer inspection revealed that those leading the pack possessed superior physical capabilities. Robust physiques, either military personnel or elite members trained by the Star Alliance for apocalyptic scenarios. In contrast, those trailing behind, gasping for breath and on the verge of collapse, were merely ordinary survivors. Given the circumstances, it was evident that they could not sustain this for long. But where lay the pattern to shatter the quarantine mechanism? As Xiao continued her observations, an immense force unexpectedly propelled her forward. By the time she regained her bearings, she found herself thrust onto the track, with the massive zombie a mere 10 meters away. Upon noticing her, its gray eyes widened, its eyeballs seemingly bulging from their sockets, blood vessels prominent. Fixating hungrily on Xiao as though she were a delectable morsel. Perhaps it sensed that the energy within her surpassed that of the others. You have joined the running competition. Find a way to secure victory. Should you fail, your brain will be consumed by the zombie, the announcement echoed ominously. She struggled to control his breathing. They were accustomed to training and could run for hours, but for ordinary people, such endurance was a challenge. Seeing a swift newcomer beside him, she turned, momentarily stunned, then exclaimed with slight excitement, "Hello, Miss Su." Perhaps with her presence, they would glean some understanding of the nature of this ordeal. "Have you discerned any patterns?" Xiao inquired, referencing the rules of this competitive game. "You should be unable to harm that zombie. Have you attempted any alternative methods?" The stadium center featured a standard 400-meter circular track. Naturally, a competition would unfold upon this track. Generally, running events would be categorized into distances such as 400 meters, 800 meters, 1,200 meters, or even 3 kilometers. However, she noted that as soon as one laps it and approaches from behind, they would be attacked, indicating that the race would not exceed 400 meters. Xiao observed as a survivor succumbed to exhaustion. "Have you tried walking slowly? It seems to only attack those who stop last," she suggested. She shook his head. "It's futile. It fixates on the last individual. The criteria for the running competition require one to maintain a running posture. And if the legs falter or both feet touch the ground simultaneously, it's deemed as not running and will result in an attack. It solely targets the last runner and those who cease to move." Indeed, Shi nodded, unable to suppress his thoughts. "However, what is it?" Xiao inquired, sensing his hesitation. "Do you have any revelations?" She replied gravely, "The rules seem to be evolving. After several hours of running, My team attempted to delay at the back to assist others, but the physical stamina of ordinary survivors is woefully inadequate, and they inevitably fell one by one. Following the collapse of several survivors, we convened to discuss reducing our pace, conserving energy, and waiting for a chance to be rescued. Yet stamina is finite. Regardless of how slowly one runs, exhaustion will eventually set in. Initially, those who stopped would be devoured. But I've noticed that even those who walk at the end are also at risk. It feels as though the zombie is meticulously preparing to consume the survivors more swiftly. Xiao remarked, because the game has commenced. Perhaps consuming survivors allows it to transcend certain rules. Yes, Yangshi nodded. Thus, I cannot ascertain how much longer we can endure. His gaze swept across several survivors behind them, who were nearly reduced to a state of mindless jogging. Before the apocalypse, they had hardly exercised. Yet now they were subjected to enforced exertion. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from behind. Xiao turned to see the athletic zombie, as if infused with a stimulant, accelerating with alarming speed. The last survivor, despite not having stopped, stumbled due to fatigue and fell within a mere 5 meters of the creature, which promptly seized him by the neck. Not good. Yang, she shouted. The rules have changed again. Any survivor within 5 meters of the last runner will be consumed. Upon hearing this, the group heightened their vigilance, slightly increasing their pace to create distance. Xiao quickened her stride, testing the track's energy barriers. Realizing that survivors could not deviate from the path and could only focus on the pursuing zombie, she swiftly circled the track, positioning herself 5 meters behind the creature. The zombie had come to a halt, allowing the survivors a moment to catch their breath. After it finished devouring the brain, it discarded the bloody carcass in the center of the stadium. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao approached the athletic zombie, only for its decayed, claw-like hands to reach out toward her. Chapter 83. The final destination. A formidable pressure surged towards Xiao, prompting her to quickly retreat beyond the reach of the agile zombie's attack. The bloodshot eyes of the creature, having failed to seize her, betrayed a hint of disappointment. Xiao pressed her hand against her chest, suppressing the heart-wrenching sensation of energy suppression. As Yangshi had indicated, its attack range extended 5 meters. And it was simultaneously evolving, evidenced by its increasing speed. The consumption of survivors' brains acted as a mechanism, accelerating its speed while dismantling some of its inherent limitations. The more brains it devoured, the faster it evolved, with fewer restrictions on its capabilities. Amidst her thoughts, a chilling scream pierced the air. The ordinary survivors were already exhausted, while their adversary's speed continued to escalate. In the blink of an eye, the number of survivors dwindled from 32 to 29. Yangshi's gaze wandered, searching for the key to victory. Once he caught up with Xiao, she inquired, "Have you sought the endpoint?" Yangshi paused, contemplating her words. In any competition, where there is a starting point, there must also be an endpoint, she explained. The starting point is where it just passed. Our objective should be to locate the endpoint and reach it before it does. She finally grasped her logic. However, as he surveyed the stadium, he realized there was no visible endpoint. The circular track was devoid of any designated finish line. Xiao activated her Eye of the Chosen. The entire stadium was enveloped in an energy wall, shrouded in black mist, with the densest fog surrounding the moving zombie, concealing any weaknesses. Suddenly, a realization struck Xiao. She had overlooked something crucial. The previous white-patterned zombie had revealed a black energy mass at the neck of its bottle, a weakness that negated its immunity. The black energy enveloped its entire body, signifying that its vulnerabilities lay within. Now, with the moving zombie cloaked in the thickest black mist, it meant that its weak point was within its form. Xiao deactivated her Eye of the Chosen, noting the lean physique of the moving zombie, devoid of the bloated features of the beach zombie, yet still bearing signs of decay. Clad in a red and white tracksuit, its attire was stained with the blood of the brains it had consumed. With a sickening crunch, it seized another survivor, twisting off their head. Blood sprang forth like a fountain. Its gaze locked onto Xiao, brimming with defiance. The lifeless body was discarded, its speed intensifying. Suddenly, Xiao spotted an inconspicuous object, a red belt around the zombie's waist. The image of a finish line ribbon, raised by a referee as athletes completed their final lap, flashed in her mind. This had to be it. Without hesitation, she dashed forward, swiftly grasping the red belt and yanking it with force. You have obtained a critical passage item, finish line ribbon. Accompanied by a notification sound, the zombie's tracksuit fell to its ankles, revealing its bare lower half. The moving zombie froze, looking down at its pants with wide eyes. It clutched between its legs, letting out an enraged snarl, and began to chase after Xiao, desperately trying to pull up its pants. Xiao thought to herself, this creature must be lacking in intelligence, consuming brains yet feeling embarrassed. With its lower body exposed, what does it have to hide? What ensued in the stadium was a comical scene, the bare-bottomed zombie sprinting after the fleeing Xiao. Akin to a child chasing after lost clothing, yet every time it reached for her, its pants would slip further down, forcing it to halt and readjust. The other survivors seized the opportunity, realizing that the zombie's sole target was Xiao. Now, Xiao's priority was to find the location of the endpoint. She quickly distanced herself from the moving zombie, arriving at the place where she had entered the arena. There were 2 platforms at the entrance. Testing her theory, she placed the red ribbon on one of the platforms. In an instant, a red object resembling a warning line appeared. The endpoint has been established. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the moving zombie's tracksuit exploded, transforming it from a skeletal creature into a muscular one. Its decayed limbs were suddenly filled with muscle contours, albeit with writhing parasites infesting the flesh. It had gone berserk. The distance between the zombie and the finish line ribbon was now only 50 meters, while Xiao was a mere 2 meters away. According to the rules of victory in a standard race, the first to touch the ribbon would be declared the winner. Thus, Xiao extended a finger, touching the red ribbon just before the enraged zombie could reach her. The ribbon disintegrated. A notification echoed through the stadium. Victory is determined. Candidate number 1 has triumphed. The moving zombie gazed at Xiao, its intense resentment gradually dissipating, crumbling away. Under the scrutiny of the Eye of the Chosen, the black mist retreated like frightened vermin, leaving the moving zombie as nothing more than a decayed corpse, its skull now breached. Xiao promptly collected the items that had fallen, beginning with a mass of dark red brain matter. Corrupted divine consciousness, temporarily unusable, note, as the apocalypse descends. A tainted deity is destined to fall. What divine candidate? Is there another identity in this game? We're saved. We are finally saved. A group of survivors embraced one another, tears streaming down their faces. Who could fathom the ordeal they had endured throughout the morning? The exertion felt as though it surpassed a lifetime, their legs no longer feeling like their own. Several could barely stand. But soon, Lin Shu's team, who had been guarding outside, rushed in to support the exhausted survivors, swiftly escorting them into the underground city. Thank you, Lin Shu genuinely expressed gratitude to Xiao. No need to thank me, Xiao replied. This situation is beyond the capabilities of ordinary survivors, and I have my own motives as well. At the onset of the game, only 30 million safe houses were provided, among which 3 could be upgraded to level 2. Only those bound to a safe house have a chance of survival. Clearly, the game did not intend to grant ordinary survivors any space to live. Most of the survivors before me are just that, ordinary survivors. I even suspect that once the Apocalypse game officially commences, some leaderboard will emerge. The game operates this way, otherwise. How would it instill a sense of crisis and competitiveness among players? The term candidate number 1 sounds like a ranking order. I must take my leave, Xiao stated, intending to search for any remaining voting zombies before nightfall. Lin Shu quickly interjected, from desolation comes rebirth. Chapter 84, Last Words. Lin Shu began. Do you recall the sunken Sakurajima I mentioned to you? Xiao replied, I have some recollection of it. Lin Shu inquired, have you ever watched the documentary about it? Xiao nodded. She held a keen interest in this subject, given her role as a game planner, where a well-crafted worldview is essential. Various myths, science fiction, and inexplicable documentaries could serve as a wellspring of inspiration for brainstorming sessions. According to the classified information obtained from the Doomsday Alliance, those who participated in the last internal test of the Doomsday game gradually lost their memories about the game after fleeing Sakurajima, retaining only the recollection of the apocalyptic events, with no memories related to the system itself. The Sakurajima residents, before their passing, repeatedly uttered a particular phrase during their moments of fading consciousness. Lin Shu gazed at Xiao, stating, "The person you saved this time hopes that this phrase may assist you." Xiao comprehended the implication of you referring to special survivors like herself. She confirmed, "Is the Alliance truly devoid of any contingency plans? Could they have been aware of the divine candidate identity all along?" After all, the Doomsday Alliance had possessed secrets concerning the Doomsday game for over a century. Lin Shu shook her head, affirming that there were indeed no such plans. The primary changes in the internal test of the Doomsday game revolved around the timing, location of the safe houses, and the apocalypse itself. Based on information obtained a century ago, during the internal test, the Doomsday game manifested regionally in Sakurajima, with the locations of safe houses remaining constant, accessible to everyone through clues. However, this time, the official launch of the game was abrupt, with the locations of safe houses becoming uncertain and their forms undergoing significant transformations. Most of the safe houses landed in densely populated areas, and the Alliance could not control all survivors promptly. Moreover, after the acid rain, transportation was corroded, and many firearms in the underground cities became inoperative. Survivors reborn from the acid rain, however, gained corrosion resistance, as if to warn humanity against attempting to save themselves in their own way, indicating that it had its own course. "I initially thought you were trying to remind me of something," Xiao pondered. "My teacher once said." Lin Shu paused and continued, "that the end is but a beginning. With every end, a new beginning arises. Such is the nature of life in this world. Since the apocalypse has commenced, it is inevitable that someone will bring it to a close, much like in times of chaos." The visage of an elder surfaced in her mind, a person who had devoted their life to researching the impending apocalypse. "Yet, the dynamics of the world are such. How do you interpret this?" Xiao inquired, beginning in depletion, ending in rebirth. Lin Shu was uncertain if her speculation was accurate, much like Xiao. She regarded Xiao and casually asked, "Are the various districts of the Star Alliance no longer in unison?" Lin Shu had ascended to the rank of commander. This did not necessarily imply the former commander was absent. It could also mean that District 3 had become entirely independent, allowing her to make unilateral decisions. During their earlier conversation, she had not heard Lin Shu mention the commander or directives from other districts, indicating that they had indeed severed ties. Lin Shu looked at Xiao. "A person and a group are bound to choose between two tracks. A train that cannot stop must select a side. And none of us wishes to be the forsaken one." Currently, the Star Alliance had 35 districts, and the resources available were likely limited. She possessed only a little over 300 safe houses, which could accommodate approximately 300,000 survivors, to be distributed across various locations in District 3. Knowing resources were scarce would inevitably lead to a decision regarding who would receive the limited supplies. For instance, if there were 10 individuals and only 300 portions of food, with each person requiring 3 portions daily, if divided equally, they could survive only 10 days. Allocating food to 5 individuals would allow them to survive for 20 days, while providing it to just 3 would extend their survival to 33 days. The Star Alliance's decision was to collect supplies and distribute them uniformly, selecting a final batch of the most exceptional future seeds to sustain their vitality until the apocalypse concludes. However, this option was not available to District 3, but rather to Districts 13 and 17, which were strategically significant. With their underground cities being more advanced and their safe house plans differing from other districts. Those survivors were not ordinary. They were pre-selected individuals, young, healthy, and equipped with the knowledge necessary to help humanity's civilization restart post-apocalypse, including but not limited to fields such as technology, medicine, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. After the onset of the apocalypse, they had been among the first on the critical rescue list, whereas ordinary survivors from other regions were relegated to a secondary rescue level. Yet, Upon her arrival, she recognized that there were also children here, innocent lives that, despite their ordinariness, deserved equal regard. Hence, the commander issued directives for each district's distribution. In other words, she and the commander had diverged from the alliance's original intent in another manner. Xiao nodded, then I wish you all the best. Once more. Those words echoed. Lin Shu smiled and returned the sentiment, wishing her good fortune as well. Before departing, Xiao reminded her. If there are similar energy barriers in Cloud City, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Upon hearing this, the group displayed evident delight. After Xiao's departure, she informed Lin Shu about the information regarding the divine candidate. Lin Shu fell into deep contemplation. She speculated, Commander. Did you already know that there were other identities within the game? Is that why you shared the Doomsday Alliance's classified information with them? Lin Shu shook her head. I truly did not know, but your words remind me of a folk legend. What is it? Long ago, humanity was once its own deity, but due to certain circumstances, the gods perished, leading to the sealing of spiritual energy and the loss of divine power. She could not help but scratch his head, exclaiming, Isn't that a novel? I never imagined the commander would indulge in such juvenile literature. Lin Shu shot him a sidelong glance. The sudden launch of the Doomsday game is not sufficiently novel. The Lord of the Apocalypse, end signifies conclusion. Beginning in depletion, ending in rebirth. At first, she believed it to be part of the game's progression, but now, a new identity had emerged within this Doomsday game. Thus, she boldly speculated, does the onset of the apocalypse signify the death of the divine? And does the conclusion necessitate the emergence of a new deity? The final residents of Sakurajima incessantly repeating this phrase before their demise were not madness, but rather a connection to the will of the divine, relaying the final words of the gods before their passing. Chapter 85. Old Sushi currently possesses a plethora of resources, and with the addition of the contaminated consciousness of the main deity acquired today, it holds significant research value. Inquiring of Old Emo, she asked, Old Emo, you previously mentioned that after activating the consciousness of the main deity, one could communicate with other survivors through thought. Is this the object in question? After a moment of assessment, Old Emo replied, It has already been tainted and is temporarily unusable. So how can we cleanse it? Xiao inquired. Old Emo suggested, perhaps a toy of the main deity could help. Xiao mused, the word perhaps carries an air of uncertainty. Her mind wandered to the main deity's toys, a water gun, an hourglass, dice. Could it be that a bathtub would be provided for the cleansing of the mind? Setting aside the tainted consciousness, Xiao reflected on the resources she had hastily left unused. Old Emo. What would happen if I fed you these 3 pieces of memory essence all at once? Xiao pondered aloud. Would you regain all your memories? Not necessarily all of them, Old Emo replied. Currently, the affinity has reached 68. What transpires when it reaches 100? Old Emo was uncertain. Let us take it step by step. Xiao placed the first piece of memory essence into the blue tray. It vanished almost immediately. Moments later, she heard the notification of an increase in affinity. Little Mo's affinity has risen to 90. She lifted her gaze. The last time she had fed memory essence, the intelligent steward's affinity had risen to 68, and at that time, it was indicated as Little Mo. However, after regaining his memories, he had requested to be called Old Mo. Why then was he still referred to as Little Mo here? After an extended silence, she prompted, Old Mo? His voice remained mechanical, yet within the phrase, Xiao discerned a hint of tension. What's wrong? Is there an issue with the restored memories? She inquired. Old Mo hesitated before responding, not exactly, it's just a bit unpleasant. Xiao probed gently, did you have a quarrel? Old Mo paused before continuing, Xiao. What kind of person is your father? Xiao, poised to open the level 5 transparent treasure chest, faltered. I don't remember much. We always argued when I was young. Why is that? Old Mo asked, his tone tinged with unease. He is a teacher, Xiao recalled vaguely. She remembered old Su lecturing his students at the school gate, his words flowing until he was parched. Old Mo inquired, was there some misunderstanding? Perhaps, she replied. Subjects like mathematics, language, and English, he always expected perfection. In English, I scored full marks, and in language, I was nearly perfect. Yet in mathematics, with a full score of 120, the passing grade is 90, and I barely scraped a 60. Old Mo pondered for a moment, a look of confusion crossing his face. Is it because you lack talent? Upon saying this, he seemed incredulous. Xiao considered deeply. I believe it was intentional. Old Mo, taken aback, couldn't he help but ask, why? Xiao gazed up at the light fixtures above in the cellar, because he always lacked time to spend with me. When I performed poorly in math, he would patiently help me with the problems. As a math teacher, it was quite embarrassing for him that his own child failed in the subject. Initially, I was aware that excelling would earn me praise, but that was the extent of it. He taught 9th graders, and their studies were rigorous, with remedial classes even during the holidays. I received nothing but a few words of commendation. Those students who struggled in math would come to seek old Su's assistance, and he would patiently explain for half an hour. I wondered if he would do the same for me if I failed. Indeed, old Su felt embarrassed, and every week, he would patiently tutor me in elementary mathematics for half a day at home. I had already mastered it, yet I cherished those moments of him teaching me. Perhaps it is human nature to long for what is unattainable. My mother is a full-time housewife, always at home with me, while my life was filled solely with her presence. In contrast, old Su dedicated his time to other children, leaving little for his own. After speaking, Xiao lowered her gaze, adopting a calm tone. What about you, old Mo? Old Mo took a considerable pause before responding. Perhaps every family encounters such issues. My daughter is no exception. Her mother is a full-time housewife, caring for her at home, while my job keeps me busy, leaving me little time to spend with her. We had one argument, which led to some unpleasantness. Following that, she ceased to argue with me and began expressing her discontent in different ways. The cellar fell silent for 3 minutes. Xiao slowly spoke. Regardless of how fiercely you once quarreled, in that moment of loss, your daughter must have been in anguish. Old Mo paused before replying. She is a strong child. Xiao momentarily set aside the level 5 transparent treasure chest. Old Mo, is your daughter named Xiao? When you first regained your memories, you called her name, and I initially thought you were addressing me. In truth, you were calling your daughter, weren't you? After approximately 2 minutes, old Mo finally spoke. Xiao is indeed a clever child. As anticipated, Xiao touched the remaining pieces of memory essence in her hand. Old Mo, have your memories returned? Do you know how you met your demise? This time, old Mo hesitated. With affinity at 90, his memories should be intact. Xiao continued, coincidentally, your profession is also that of a teacher, and you perished in the year your daughter turned 12, correct? Old Mo remained silent. That year, a student you taught committed suicide after the high school entrance examination. His father believed it was your failure to provide timely psychological support that led to the tragedy, and he came to confront you. In your absence, he attempted to murder your daughter as retribution, but was thwarted by your wife, who tragically perished in the process. Interestingly, your daughter referred to you as Old Su, did she not? After Xiao finished speaking, she waited in silence. Old Mo responded, Xiao, you are indeed quite perceptive. Xiao shook her head, reaching for the remaining 2 pieces of memory essence. No, you are not Old Su. She placed the remaining 2 pieces of memory essence into the feeding tray with conviction. You have already absorbed the memories of Old Su and me. If I am not mistaken, consuming these 2 pieces of memory essence will grant you the memories of my mother and me as well, will it not? Little Mo. Chapter 86. Honesty. After a considerable pause, Xiao Mo finally spoke. Do you think of me as a deceiver? Will you come to despise me for it? Her tone carried a hint of trepidation. Humanity harbors a disdain for lies and deceit. Xiao lowered her gaze and replied, so you admit to your falsehoods? Yes. Xiao Mo confessed, when I consumed the first fragment of your memories, I simultaneously acquired the recollections your parents held of you. In all honesty, I would not harbor any hatred towards you, For though you have deceived me, you have not inflicted any harm upon me." Upon hearing this, Xiao inquired, "In their memories, did they love me?" "Profoundly," Xiao affirmed. "They were among the most affectionate of your departed kin." Tears began to well in Xiao's eyes at Xiao's words. "Then I owe you my gratitude, Xiao. Since their departure, no one has uttered words of love to me, nor have I been told that I am cherished. In her childhood, her mother would take her to the market, sewing clothes and knitting scarves for her, making the world feel like it revolved entirely around her. The market vendors would say, 'Your mother truly loves you.' Her mother would simply smile gently and remain silent. Her father, consumed by work and his responsibilities towards his students, was often absent. Yet her mother would reassure her, 'Your father loves you dearly. He simply has to care for the family and fulfill his duties.' Since her parents' passing, no one had spoken of love to her, nor had anyone revealed that she was still loved. Yet deep down, she had always known." When Xiao heard Xiao commend her, she pondered for a moment before responding honestly, "In your parents' memories, it is your father whom you seem to hold a greater resentment towards. I thought perhaps I could exist as a paternal figure for you." "Why?" Xiao asked. "Why would you desire to take on that role? You are Xiao. You ought to exist as your own self, not as someone else. Because in doing so, I would be able to love you wholeheartedly as a father, and you would trust me completely in return." Xiao chuckled softly. "Xiao. You claim you were once human. Could that statement be true?" Xiao remained silent. "It must be a lie," Xiao remarked slowly. "You are not human. You yearn to be human, you seek love, or rather, you long for family." Xiao responded, "Xiao, you are indeed very astute." Xiao continued, "From the moment I found refuge in the safe house, I believed we were meant to rely on each other in this apocalypse. However, your affection towards me has never been particularly high. It is as if neither of us truly trusts the other. Until you consumed the memories of my parents, and your feelings for me surged dramatically. Perhaps this is something beyond your control, is it not?" Xiao replied softly, "Indeed. Even now, I cannot control it. By consuming their memories, I have also inherited their love for you. Regardless, I will never harm you. I shall accompany and protect you through this apocalypse until your death or the end of this world." Xiao believed this statement. Faced with the relentless onslaught of zombies, the potential evolution of increasingly formidable monsters, and the unknown entity looming above, she recognized the perilous nature of her existence outside. The safe house was her sanctuary. Aside from her deceptions, Xiao had fulfilled all her requests within the scope of her imagination. Xiao lowered her gaze and said, "Xiao, I will not dwell on your deceit, but I believe that whether as family or friends, we must maintain honesty between us. For instance, where do you originate from? And what manner of being are you? What knowledge do you possess?" After contemplating, Xiao replied, "Before I tell you, I would like to know where I have faltered." The intelligent steward implies that Xiao possesses her own thoughts and wisdom, Xiao mused. The hints stem from the game's notifications, suggesting that Xiao is indeed part of the apocalyptic game. Perhaps she must unravel the truth of the real Xiao. Xiao stated, "My parents have already passed. This has been my reality for 13 years. I once fell into a state of isolation due to their loss, the oddest child in the orphanage. After therapy, I accepted the reality of their departure, that they left while still loving me, that they sacrificed their lives to protect me. I must live on. No matter how grim this world may be. You have not revealed any flaws. Your words align perfectly with my memories of my father. For a fleeting moment, I hoped you were he, allowing me to express the things I never had the chance to say. With their deaths, I seem to have forgotten their past shortcomings, having lowered all expectations after the complete loss. For instance, as long as they were alive, it sufficed, even if they did not love me as much. Yet, this was but an unrealistic fantasy. Xiao, your most significant flaw emerged after the survivors bound themselves to the safe house. If you were to embody a departed family member, I would ponder, if a person is an abandoned orphan, or if all their kin are still alive, would you not exist? No, you would still persist. Hence, your existence is independent, unrelated to anyone else. The only connection lies with the memories I personally excavated and fed to you, which altered your recollections. Xiao also mentioned that feeding memories to the intelligent steward would enhance its favorability. Coupled with the fact that Xiao Mo initially claimed she might be a human who lost their memories and perished, it easily leads the survivors to speculate whether Xiao Mo could be a cherished one who has departed. However, the more I think about it, the more cautious I become, unable to resist contemplating other possibilities. What exactly is Xiao Mo? She cannot simply be an intelligent steward, as human comprehension of an intelligent steward arises from AI training. Unquestionably, someone must have been continually training her. Thus, the intelligent steward here does not fit within the realm of my understanding. This title may have been adapted to ease humanity's acceptance of Xiao Mo's existence. Xiao Mo fell into silence. Su Xiao felt compelled to press on. Previously, mentioning family had elevated Xiao Mo's favorability, and she also sought to masquerade as Su Xiao's father. This indicated that Xiao Mo was a being yearning to become human, to possess human emotions. Xiao Mo, you may choose silence, but human emotions are delicate. Once lies and dishonesty infiltrate, trust erodes, and emotional barriers gradually form. In this impending apocalypse, as the steward of the safe house, I consider you a part of my family. And thus I hope for our relationship to be one of mutual honesty. Upon hearing the term family, Xiao Mo wavered. I come from the land of endings. In human terms, the land of endings is where souls go after death. Chapter 87. Friends. Su Xiao lifted her gaze. Were all those who had perished gathered here? As if attuned to Su Xiao's unspoken curiosity, Xiao Mo articulated precisely. To be accurate, the memories of individuals in life journey to the end place after death. We are born from the end place, subsisting on the memories of humanity, awaiting the arrival of the end. The end signifies the conclusion. The end is the apocalypse. The Master God governs the time of the end, and upon the Master God's demise, the end will inevitably come. Human memories nourish us, and we have inherited human emotions. When a new Master God emerges, discovering the remnants of the previous Master God's rules, purging the vestiges of the old world, and restarting the temporal rules, the end will be transcended, ushering in a new world, wherein the safe house can also transport the remnants of humanity into this new realm. Su Xiao lowered her eyes. For although she inherited human emotions, she had never existed or experienced life as a human. Thus, despite not being human, she yearned to become one. Xiao Mo conceded. Indeed, our existence as entities of the end place is solely to await the conclusion of this world, and after consuming human memories, one cannot help but feel a sense of regret, for they have never truly lived in this splendid world, yet must monotonously await its demise. Su Xiao pondered. Is becoming a safe house the Master God's final wish? Xiao Mo replied. Without the end place, our birth would not exist. Without the apocalypse, there would be no safe house. After the arrival of the end, our task is to shelter the remnants of humanity. Awaiting the selection of a new Master God in the apocalypse game, Su Xiao contemplated. The wisdom memory emerged from the weapon chest. Xiao Mo, possessing emotional memories, would become a weapon for the survivors, enhancing her affection through feeding wisdom memory to ensure the safe house's unwavering loyalty to the survivors. But why must this be done? Does this imply that if Xiao Mo's affection for the survivors does not reach 100, it may pose a certain threat? Su Xiao inquired. The Master God is already dead. Who initiated the apocalypse game? This indicated that the Master God had died recently. Su Xiao asked, when will the end pass? Xiao Mo replied, I do not know. Perhaps the Master God left the information within the game. Su Xiao continued, how did the Master God of the Apocalypse die? Is it related to that entity in the sky? Xiao Mo paused for 3 seconds before responding, I'm sorry, I cannot be certain. This suggests a possibility, yet lacks evidence. Nevertheless, Su Xiao could not shake the feeling that as one born in the end place, living by consuming human memories and merely awaiting the arrival of the end, Xiao Mo, who even lacked a name, seemed somewhat pitiable. Xiao Mo, I believe you harbor no malice towards me. However, I hope you will no longer deceive me. Whether as family or friends, we ought to be honest with one another." After a moment's reflection, Xiao added, "Even if you have lied to me in the past, we remain friends." Xiao expressed surprise, uncertainly asking, "Do you still wish to consider me family?" "It is friendship, not existing under any name, nor because you possess memories of my family, but rather as you, Xiao, who I wish to befriend. In this apocalypse, we may become each other's only family." Xiao hooked her pinky finger, sealing their pact. To comfort a child is simple. Xiao's affection level has risen to 100. You have successfully gained her complete trust. The Safe House's authority has increased to level 3, with a daily energy refresh cap of 1,000 points. Born in the end place, Xiao is innocent. Once her affection reaches 100, she will no longer harbor any deception or concealment. Please treat her kindly within the limited time you have. The mechanical voice momentarily left Xiao in a daze. Undoubtedly, this mechanical voice served as the true hint left by the Master God within the Apocalypse game. Xiao, unaware of the affection prompt, joyfully exclaimed, "I am delighted, for I have made a friend." Yet, as an entity of the end place, she could only communicate with Xiao through the safe house. She had no physical form to engage in pinky promises, embraces, or other forms of contact. It sounded sorrowful. Yet she endeavored to find contentment. Xiao earnestly stated, "I wish for you to become my family, yet I do not desire your death. In human memories, death is an event that brings suffering." After a moment of silence, Xiao replied slowly, "Perhaps one day, we shall meet in the end place." To Xiao, this bore a different significance. Would Xiao venture to the end place to see her? In human memories, striving for another signifies that the other holds great importance. Xiao too wished to become an important presence in Xiao's heart. Did Xiao think this way? Thus, was her deception a yearning to be her family? To become significant to her, even if it meant assuming another's identity? This reasoning left Xiao with a complex sentiment. No one wishes to be a mere substitute for another. Yet Xiao was different. She disguised herself as Xiao's father because she sensed a stronger yearning for paternal presence from her childhood memories. Hence, she believed that by embodying the role of her father, she could remain by her side, accepted as family. Setting aside other considerations, Xiao had not engaged in any self-harming actions aside from her deceitful masquerade of memories, while Xiao, in this apocalypse, had no choice but to accept Xiao's protection. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao inquired, "Is there a cost for the living to enter the end place?" She surmised that entering the end place was not merely as simple as becoming the Master God. Xiao answered earnestly, "The end place and the human world are two distinct realms. Only when the end arrives can they briefly connect, but crossing over is impossible. Once the end concludes, the two worlds will be irrevocably severed. Even the Master God cannot escape." Cannot escape? Wait, Xiao realized something. Chapter 88. Near Xiao. You are eagerly anticipating the arrival of the end, are you not? Xiao can confirm this. Xiao, yes, Xiao is indeed looking forward to having a family. Although they have consumed the memories of humans from their lifetimes, they can never truly enter the world of humanity. The realm of humans is utterly fascinating to them. Creatures born from the land of endings. It is akin to a scholar, well-versed in history, who is enamored by every pivotal figure that shaped the past, yet can never meet them in reality. The impending arrival of the end fills them with excitement, for it offers a genuine opportunity to witness history and validate their existence. To approach humanity through the medium of a safe house during the end, to experience human emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and to forge friendships with them. Thus, Xiao pondered a question. After all, the arrival of the new master deity also signifies the conclusion of the apocalypse. Xiao posed one final question. Xiao, is the cause of the master deity's demise related to the land of endings? Xiao would not lie. So what does the master deity's hint about limited time signify? Does it imply that the apocalypse shall soon pass? Concerned about jeopardizing her rapport, Su Xiao refrained from further inquiries. Xiao Mo, you have leveled up. Tell me about your new abilities. Xiao Mo quickly organized the information. The highest level of the safe house is now level 3, with enhanced permissions. The daily energy value cap has risen to 1,000 points, and the electronic map of the safe house will display alerts when other safe houses are nearby. Xiao Mo can sense conditions within a certain radius of the safe house. For instance, there are abnormal energy fluctuations outside safe house number 3. Safe house number 3 is the Ferrari. Su Xiao glanced at the time. It was now 3 p.m., with 5 hours remaining until nightfall. Lin Shu had also dispatched personnel to clear out zombies in various regions of Cloud City and found no anomalies elsewhere. Just as the fishing boat was nearing the riverside through its automated navigation, she decided to drive the Ferrari to meet the fishing boat. It would be prudent to investigate the source of the unusual energy fluctuations. Upon teleporting to the Ferrari, she heard the official system alert. This safe house is currently in a special energy environment and cannot move temporarily. Su Xiao looked around, noting the expansive view from the Ferrari. Previously, she had parked the vehicle at the hillside beneath the grandmother's small safe house, and after collecting nearby transparent treasure chests, she had not moved since. The energy anomaly that Xiao Mo mentioned was attributed to a special zombie present here. At the foot of the hill, a 3-meter-tall zombie, wearing a conical hat and ragged clothing with its pants rolled up, stood in the rice field, inserting a scarecrow into the rice. Upon closer inspection, what was bound to the wooden figure was not merely a scarecrow but a survivor. They were still alive, yet on the brink of death. The methods employed by these scenarios to torment survivors were increasingly grotesque. Under the eye of the chosen, the conical-hatted zombie emitted no black mist. One strand of that mist was right before Su Xiao, but at that moment, she remained within the safe house, not yet engaging in actual contact with the thread of black mist energy. Besides her Ferrari being trapped in the scenario, the small yard atop the hill also remained unaffected. Looking up, Su Xiao could faintly see the grandmother's busy figure, yet she showed no intention of emerging, as she was safe within the confines of the safe house. Su Xiao needed to observe the zombie and the rules governing the black mist energy. Otherwise, recklessly entering might lead to her demise. The survivor, mistaken for a scarecrow in the rice field, soon perished, dropping an item, a safe house. The conical-hatted zombie grasped the safe house in its hand and crushed it with a firm squeeze, causing it to rapidly petrify as if tainted by black mist, ultimately crumbling into dust with a gentle press. A shiver ran through her. It could easily destroy a safe house that had transformed into a toy following a survivor's death. This implied that the number of safe houses might actually be fewer than 30 million. Thus, it became evident that safe houses were in direct opposition to this black mist energy, which sought to eliminate their existence. Similarly, the greater the power of the master deity within a survivor, the more likely they were to be attacked. No wonder the previous special zombie had deliberately lured her with an ordinary person. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiao decided to wait, observing to discern any patterns that could unravel the enigma of the black mist energy before seeking an opportunity to confront the conical-hatted zombie. After sitting in the Ferrari for a while without discerning any patterns, Su Xiao took the chance to open the previous 5-level transparent treasure chests, revealing a 5-level blue treasure chest. She obtained 4 safe house space expansion items, 5 safe house warehouse expansion items, 1 item disassembly device, 1 item synthesis device, 3 facility upgrade cards, 3 large barrels of gasoline, sufficient for 1,000 km, 2 large oxygen tanks, 100 hours of oxygen-producing plant seeds, and an endless supply of animal feed, permanent. Most of the items overlapped. Su Xiao promptly utilized the safe house and warehouse expansion items. In addition to the devices acquired previously, she now possessed 2 disassembly devices and 1 synthesis device. While not particularly useful, these could be listed for trade once the trading post became available. The most valuable item was the oxygen-producing plant, which could be cultivated in a small greenhouse or placed in the cellar. This would serve as a long-term oxygen supply tool, albeit not permanent, as it could only reliably provide 1 hour of oxygen per day after blooming. Nevertheless, it was exceedingly beneficial for Xiao. In situations where she might be unable to leave the cellar to replace oxygen, even 1 hour of oxygen supply per day would prove crucial. Setting aside the multitude of items, she resolved to exchange them at the trading post once it became operational, envisioning herself as a small fortune holder. Simultaneously, she combined the 1,000 energy points refreshed by Xiao Missouri to synthesize 30 level 2 yellow treasure chests, accumulating towards the goal of synthesizing another 5-level treasure chest in just 3 days. As Xiao reveled in her plans, she suddenly heard Xiao Mo's voice, Xiao. Other survivors are approaching safe house number 2. Xiao recalled that the fishing boat had already anchored at the riverside, awaiting a rendezvous with the Ferrari. Upon hearing Xiao Mo's alert, she promptly teleported to the fishing boat to assess the situation, only to find no one present. Just as she was about to inquire further, she noticed a butterfly perched on the remnants of a damaged dock by the riverbank. Since the onset of the apocalypse, no living animals had been sighted globally, including insects. Thus, Xiao's gaze fell upon the butterfly's wings, where a doorknob was conveniently located. Chapter 89. District 13 by a Stroke of Fate. A butterfly perched above the fishing boat, seemingly aware of Xiao's precise location. Xiao waited patiently, and indeed, the other party could not contain their impatience. After a span of over 10 minutes, a man appeared before the fishing vessel, clad in a black trench coat adorned with the emblem of the Alliance. He picked up a toy-like butterfly from the ground and pressed a communicator, oblivious to Xiao standing right before him. "I have reached the designated coordinates, but the target remains unfound," he reported. Xiao clicked her tongue, realizing that the locator she had left behind had indeed lured in a catch. Previously, she had requested an electronic map with positioning capabilities from Lin Xiu, as she was unable to discern her location at sea and sought to confirm her direction towards South Island. Moreover, retaining the positioning map allowed her to fish. If Lin Xiu dispatched someone to track her for ulterior motives, she could terminate their collaboration. Lin Xiu maintained a strong sense of boundaries with her, so she had not paid much attention to the locator's presence, only to find it still beneficial now. It was evident that this man did not belong to Lin Xiu's faction. Lin Xiu had already established a means for Yangxi to contact him via the Safe House Communication Center, thus there was no need for a communicator in normal circumstances, nor any reason to disclose his location in a manner that could jeopardize their cooperation. The positioning belonged to the satellite space station, and now that the various regions were managed separately, the one who could wield such tracking capabilities might not necessarily be Lin Xiu, but rather a commander from another district. The man held a tracker in hand. "Yes, I have been waiting here." His words abruptly halted as he gazed in astonishment at the tracker, which indicated that the location had suddenly vanished. As he searched the tracker, the moment his words faded, a massive axe appeared at his neck, prompting him to immediately close his mouth. Turning around, he found a woman in a black trench coat crushing her communicator, her expression cold, her tone frigid. "Might I inquire, are you tracking me?" The sharp edge of the axe gently grazed his neck, leaving a trace of blood. The man regained his composure and replied solemnly, "Miss Su, greetings. I am a member of the Star Alliance, sent specifically to find you." Xiao smiled. "You sought me out through tracking? Am I a criminal?" The man's communicator had not been turned off, and his companion on the other end heard Xiao's voice. After a brief silence, he spoke. "Miss Su, I apologize for this intrusive approach, but we hope to initiate a collaboration with you." "What collaboration?" Xiao inquired. "We are aware that you possess 3 colored treasure chests and that you are a survivor with special abilities. We wish to partner with you once the apocalypse arrives," the man declared with certainty. Xiao questioned, "Which district do you represent? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before seeking collaboration?" "I am Xiao, the commander of District 13. Currently, our underground city is home to 1.36 million survivors, all of whom possess self-defense and the ability to resist zombies. However, as the apocalypse unfolds, There will be unique monsters that ordinary people cannot confront. We hope you can provide protection for District 13. If you agree, we will do our utmost to meet your demands. The sheer number of 1.36 million survivors was indeed staggering. District 13 appeared to be far better prepared than District 3. Before Xiao could ponder further, the man continued, "We possess a toy from the main god. If you require it, we can offer it to you as a gesture of our sincerity." "I will consider it," Xiao replied, keeping her options open. "Very well. We await your favorable response," Xiao Yang concluded, voluntarily shutting off the communicator. After a beep, Xiao withdrew the axe. The man before her was undoubtedly a member of the Star Alliance, and the situation had not escalated to a point of necessity. Yet, were the survivors in District 13 merely ordinary? That was far from certain. "Apologies," the man acknowledged his offense and stepped away, no longer a hindrance to Xiao. She had only recently assisted District 3 in resolving a special zombie issue, and now District 13 sought her out through tracking. Was it her abilities they coveted? Or had they learned of the divine candidate's information within the instance? This indicated the presence of informants from other districts within District 3. However, what did that have to do with her? Although the Star Alliance existed to rescue survivors, Xiao was acutely aware that not all individuals shared the same intentions, as there were complex elements of power dynamics involved. At that moment, Xiao spoke up. "Doesn't Xiao desire the main god's toy?" Xiao had not anticipated Xiao to initiate conversation, smiling as she replied, "Xiao, having consumed the memories of many, have you witnessed war within those recollections?" After pondering, Xiao responded, "Yes, I encountered a general who perished in battle, and in his final moments, he longed for his pregnant wife at home. This memory is the most poignant representation of war for me. The recollection was steeped in bloodshed and longing, encapsulating the chaos of war, blades flashing, corpses wrapped in horse hides, the ground soaked with blood and flesh, a nation divided. The apocalypse too is a war. In the face of the apocalypse, survival is not the only desire. Those who manage to endure wish to thrive, and to thrive often necessitates the acquisition of higher status. The apocalypse disrupts human order, serving as a power reshuffle for a species that thrives in groups. Humanity is complex. The malice hidden within this world surpasses one's imagination. The rapid disintegration of the temporary cooperation within the Apocalypse Alliance, followed by the factional management of various districts, is likely due to discord in opinions, with leaders disinclined to suffer losses while seeking greater benefits. In this context, the strength of each district becomes paramount. If District 13 aims to recruit survivors with special abilities, they certainly have targets beyond Xiao. Yet, what needs could those with special abilities have for ordinary survivors? It would likely boil down to exploitation and oppression from other avenues. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's proposal, Xiao disowned the management structure of District 13. While District 13 appeared more prepared and sophisticated, ordinary survivors striving to survive there would find it exceedingly challenging. In contrast, District 3's management was more equitable. Lin Shu, unwilling to repeatedly rely on himself or abandon anyone, would rather distribute treasure chests individually, allowing them to gamble for themselves. This indicated that in Lin Shu's eyes, everyone was equal. For someone like her, who could not provide additional shelter and resources to ordinary survivors, the choice was to offer them a fair opportunity. However, the survivors of District 13 might not be afforded such fairness. In their eyes, those in power would possess superior resources. Xiao contemplated for a moment, rationally analyzing, yet, the main god's toy could assist Xiao in facing the apocalypse's crises. Xiao pursed her lips. The crises you speak of stem solely from the apocalypse. Yet the lurking danger is not the apocalypse itself, but humanity. Chapter 90. Mother Xiao pondered for a moment. In Xiao's eyes, were humans more perilous than the apocalypse? Her gaze drifted towards the nearby ruins. There exists a significant distinction among the weak. Some merely require a single opportunity to transform into the strong, while others exploit the sympathy of others, converting their own frailty into an expectation of entitlement. For the family on the southern island, she could exchange sugar as a trade. For the couple, she could barter information. For the woman in the cellar, she might merely take Jiang Qiqi's bag. Transactions of such nature would not burden her nor expose her compassion. Otherwise, the other party might manipulate her pity to impose moral extortion and demands. Su Xiao's mind wandered back to old Su. He was a responsible teacher who gently advised his students that upon the conclusion of their exams, with commendable grades, they could apply to better and more distant schools, thereby distancing themselves from their parents and attaining the freedom they desired. Yet, ultimately, that student perished, despite parental disapproval. Following the student's death, the parents blamed old Su, accusing him of instigating the student's depression through his critiques, declaring him unworthy to be a mentor. Their zealous conviction led them to hold old Su accountable, seeking retribution. At times, humanity can be far more terrifying than the apocalypse. Remaining in Cloud City to fulfill Lin Shu's request was dictated by the fact that leaving the cellar was not an option, adhering to proximity. However, the 13th district operated on clear terms. Once she accepted the divine toys from the other party, she would be irrevocably bound to the 13th district. Would she then be held responsible for their affairs? Moreover, the best strategy for individuals is to remain concealed, ensuring that no one comprehends their true capabilities. Prolonged associations and frequent exchanges could easily unveil one's identity, much like revealing to Yang Shi her status as a candidate for divinity. There was also the risk of exposing other abilities. Should hostility arise from the other party, what would she do then? Thus, the wisest course of action was to avoid establishing long-term binding relationships. Everything she undertook must be predicated on self-preservation. Her life had been safeguarded by her mother and old Su, and she could not afford any missteps. With this thought, Su Xiao silently reminded herself once more that her life was indeed precious. A mere divine toy was hardly worth such a sacrifice. The sound of gentle rain began to fall again. On the Ferrari, there remained an activity voucher to be claimed, while she would not risk her life for others. Acquiring the voucher was a means to secure more resources, not an act of servitude, but a way to bolster her own safety. Upon transmission, Su Xiao was taken aback. A gigantic silver scissor materialized above the Ferrari. At the end of the silver hand stood the middle-aged man in a suit she had seen before. She could not discern when he had arrived or how long he had been there. He stood resolutely outside the grandmother's yard. Su Xiao activated the Eye of Divine Selection. Numerous black threads converged upon him, ensnaring his lower body and rendering him immobile. The man, lacking the Eye of Divine Selection, could not perceive the black spider threads. He could only feel his legs bound by the threads, seemingly tugging him in various directions. In a futile attempt, he transformed his hand into scissors, attempting to sever these threads. Under the densely woven threads, even a blind cat could stumble upon a few dead mice. However, Su Xiao noted that despite his hand transforming into a silver giant scissor, a protective energy from some potion within his body shielded him. This was the essence of his confrontation with the hat-wearing zombie. It appeared that the boy who had attempted to claim her head had employed counterfeit techniques. Yet, the threads multiplied endlessly, seeming to have no end. Su Xiao observed the situation. Most of these threads originated from the scarecrow on the cross, indicating that the more scarecrows there were, the stronger its combat power. Currently, the hat-wearing zombie remained unfazed, enveloped in a state of immunity from the polluted energy, necessitating the discovery of its vulnerability to confront it. Suddenly, a flash of black light occurred. An errant black thread was accidentally severed by the middle-aged man, and Su Xiao could clearly see that the severed thread was connected to the hat-wearing zombie. The breakage resulted in a pinhole-sized gap in the energy shield enveloping the zombie. It was a vulnerability. Just as Su Xiao prepared to act upon this opportunity, she heard the middle-aged man shout, "Mom, what are you doing out here?" Looking up, she noticed that, unbeknownst to her, the elderly lady had emerged from her safe haven. She staggered towards the middle-aged man, her stooped figure gazing up at him as if recognizing him, her hands stuffing 2 boiled eggs into his suit pocket. Xiao Jian, eat more eggs. They help you grow tall. Upon finishing her words, her pupils constricted. Suddenly, the elderly lady levitated into the air. Realizing something, the middle-aged man screamed in terror. No, don't. Su Xiao hesitated no longer and dashed from the Ferrari. Yet it was too late. In mere seconds, the black threads had ensnared the elderly lady tightly. As Su Xiao rushed out, the other threads sensed her presence and turned to attack her. Su Xiao weaponized her hand into a pair of scissors, hoping to sever the black threads. With a sharp snap, a portion of the black threads indeed broke. It was effective, but before she could revel in her success, the remaining threads began to grow and attack her anew. Cursing under her breath, she realized that while the weapon could cut through the threads, its effect was fleeting. They would soon regenerate and continue their assault. She had no choice but to summon all her speed and rush towards the hat-wearing zombie. After all, the best way to catch a thief is to seize the king first. Navigating around the serpentine black threads with her agile form, she approached the grinning hat-wearing zombie, ready to strike, only to find herself momentarily stunned. The previously exposed vulnerability had vanished. Sensing danger, Su Xiao quickly sidestepped. This meant she must sever the black threads originating from the hat-wearing zombie to reveal its vulnerability. Moreover, the window of exposure was exceedingly brief. From the moment of discovery to the present, the time elapsed was less than 5 seconds. At that moment, the middle-aged man gazed skyward, emitting a mournful cry. He beheld his mother suspended in midair, her eyes tightly shut, devoid of any color. Her body bore the indentations of crushed bones, crimson blood seeping through her garments, her face appearing as if sliced by threads, fracturing from the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Chapter 91. The blown away Su Xiao activated the Eye of the Chosen. Through her vision, she beheld a colossal cocoon ensnared by black threads, accompanied by the unsettling sound of cracking bones echoing in her ears, while crimson droplets seeped through the dark strands, falling onto the earth below. It was evident that the horrors concealed within the Eye of the Chosen were unimaginable. Suddenly, she witnessed countless threads erupting from the body of the hooded zombie, clawing at the black cocoon as if intent on transforming it into a new scarecrow. There's a thread near the cross of the scarecrow. Cut it quickly. There is still hope. As long as there remained a flicker of life, the healing potion could restore her. The middle-aged man focused his gaze on Su Xiao, who was leaping about energetically. Drawing upon the last remnants of his strength, he transformed his hands into silver scissors, aiming for the scarecrow's cross. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiao targeted the breach with a sharp spike and delivered a heavy blow. Like tempered glass struck at its anchor point, the black barrier cracked. She swiftly followed with a second strike. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered completely. The hooded zombie turned to attack Su Xiao, but she nimbly evaded, pressing her gun against the swirling mass of darkness at its chest. With a thunderous shot, silence enveloped the surroundings. Blood splattered across Su Xiao's face as the zombie collapsed heavily onto the ground. Throughout the ordeal, she held her breath, daring not to waste a single moment. With the black energy dissipated, the scarecrow returned to its normal state. Su Xiao retrieved the fallen items from the ground and extracted her bullet from the zombie's heart. Turning around, she remained frozen for a while. The middle-aged man, kneeling beside a mangled body, retrieved a healing potion, trembling as he attempted to feed it to the blurred visage. "Mom, we have medicine. Please eat." But it was too late. For the elderly, even the slightest collision could prove fatal, let alone the immense pressure that humanity cannot withstand. After several futile attempts, the man buried himself in the bloodied remains, weeping bitterly. He had lost all his family. Not a single one remained. Rain fell from the sky, as if attempting to wash away the blood. Adults released their emotions swiftly, and within half an hour, the cries ceased. He rose, cradling his mother's mangled body, and made his way up the hill. The small courtyard before the apocalypse was his childhood home, the place where his mother had raised him. Observing the man as he reached the slope and took out a hoe to dig, Xiao contemplated for a moment before approaching to assist. The middle-aged man looked up. This young girl was not a stranger to him. He had seen her before during the acid rain, where she had displayed remarkable resilience. In contrast, he felt ashamed of himself, a grown man crying before a child. Silence can easily lead one into sorrow, especially with company nearby. He could not afford to lose face a second time. His gaze fell to the ground beneath Xiao's feet. "What you're standing on is my father." The unexpected remark startled Xiao, prompting her to leap back in avoidance, quickly offering an apology in her heart. "I didn't mean to intrude. Please forgive me." "It's all right." The hurricane came and toppled the tombstones. Even the coffins were blown away, the middle-aged man added. Xiao replied, "That seems rather rude. After my father passed, my mother raised me alone, supporting my college education. After graduation, I found a job in a startup company, and with some luck, I managed to make a few accounts popular, eventually becoming a manager. I worked in this field for 7 years, saving a considerable sum, and left my job to start my own venture. During that time, I felt lost, believing I was a failure, burdening my family, achieving nothing in my 30s. My mother sold the house and jewelry she bought for me, giving me all her savings to start anew. It was then that I found the confidence to invest in a new company. The first 2 years were difficult, with negative growth and mounting debts. Now that my career has borne fruit and I am no longer young, I wish to start a family. The girl I once liked is already married. I traveled abroad to clear my mind and met my current girlfriend, young, beautiful, understanding, except for her poor command of Chinese. My office now consists of only one room. Last night, I happened to be working late and the office turned into a safe haven, but before the employees arrived, it was blown away. I sought out a usable mode of transportation and came here only to discover my mother was still alive. My spirits lifted somewhat. But today I found that dreadful creature guarding my mother's door. I was determined to eliminate it so that when my mother awakened, she would not unknowingly encounter it. Yet, today of all days, she decided to bring me eggs. The man's voice faltered as he kicked the shovel violently, clutching his hair in frustration, cursing. Damn this apocalypse. Despite having everything, a single gust of wind had stripped it all away. Only after venting his emotions did he recall the presence beside him and sheepishly said, "I apologize. I've lost my composure." Xiao halted her digging once the pit was sufficiently deep. Unsure of how to offer comfort, she managed to say, "Your mother hopes you will live well." Upon hearing this, the man cast a derisive smile toward the heavens. "In my life, Lu Jiansheng has faced countless storms. A mere apocalypse shall not deter me." The rain fell upon his face, as if retaliating, and after disdainfully spitting toward the sky, he resumed his task. Xiao waited until he had buried the old lady before retrieving the items that had fallen earlier, contributing significantly to the boss fight. She had lost 3 items in the process, and being older, he could choose one. Chapter 92. Observing her, Lu Jianqing found himself both amused and bemused by Xiao's words. Am I really getting old? Men are like fine wine, only improving with age. Yet, he soon realized that her comment was a form of consolation for his recent loss of his mother. How embarrassing it was to seek comfort from a young girl who appeared to be half his age. He wiped his nose and glanced at the assortment of items in her hands, a small pile of seeds, a golden voting ticket, and a considerable amount of soil. I don't require any assistance. I am capable of protecting myself. It would be wise for you, as a young girl, to keep these items, he said, turning towards the courtyard. However, Lu Jiansheng had already bound 3 safe houses and was unable to bind a 4th. Xiao remained silent, gazing at him with curiosity. It wasn't the first time Lu Jiansheng had noticed her vigilance. This house was indeed a safe house. Do you wish to bind it? Binding 3 safe houses can elevate you to level 2. I can no longer bind a 4th, he explained, realizing he had overlooked how Xiao had arrived. Still, she said nothing. Lu Jiansheng felt a twinge of regret as he looked at his home. Well, take it or leave it. It's not going anywhere, he thought. He mounted his tricycle and added, "By the way, I am also a senior survivor at the communication center, nicknamed Boundless Sky. If you need anything, reach out to me." The code is simply, "The wind is quite strong today." After a moment's thought, Lu Jianqing uttered those 5 words. He watched her, seemingly waiting for her response. Su Xiao hesitated for 10 seconds before slowly nodding her head. She recalled the nickname Boundless Sky, but found it peculiar that older individuals seemed fond of such titles. Back when she still had a signal on her phone, she had seen another forum user with the same nickname. Yet, the two had vastly different impressions. Seeing her response, Lu Jianqing rode off on his tricycle, which now had a battery, allowing him to quickly disappear from her sight. However, Su Xiao had already discerned his physical condition through the eye of the Chosen. His hands had indeed transformed, but under the scrutiny of the eye. His arms appeared glass-like and transparent when he was not using any skills, devoid of the flowing silver energy within. This meant that the eye could reveal whether a person was capable of utilizing their chosen skills. Once the silver energy began to flow within, it indicated a readiness to engage in conflict. What a perilous situation! Su Xiao entered her Ferrari, setting the automatic route to rendezvous with the fishing boat. She removed her waterproof black jacket, wiped her face, and took a shower. Upon her return, she found her clothes washed and neatly folded beside the sofa bed, a testament to her diligent little steward. As she glanced at the clock, which indicated it was nearly 7, she resolved not to venture out again. No one could predict whether those eyes would reappear tonight. Additionally, having assessed Lu Jianqing's internal condition, she acknowledged her most significant shortcoming. Her chosen skill was an auxiliary one, lacking in offensive capabilities. In a realm rife with polluted energy and restrictive game rules, wouldn't it be considerably easier for other survivors with offensive skills to deal with her once those barriers were lifted? If only there were something to compensate for this, or to activate other aspects of her chosen skills. Lying on the sofa, Su Xiao took out 2 voting tickets and used the first one. She still opted for neutrality, but unwilling to wait, selected the ore in the middle. Unfortunately, this ore was not among the options, and thus the conditions for triggering neutrality could only be fulfilled by abstaining from selection until time elapsed. Rescue, 9 votes. Neutral, 3 votes. Destruction, 4 votes. As time passed, Su Xiao observed the voting results. She remained the sole neutral voter and had amassed 3 votes, meaning she would acquire at least 3 special neutral treasure chests. The number of rescue votes was expected, but the 4 destruction votes came as a surprise. With 1 ticket remaining and the evening's scenes flashing through her mind, she resolutely chose to rescue. Rescue, 10 votes. Neutral, 3 votes. Destruction, 4 votes. What remained were the resources obtained from today's battle against the hooded zombie, 5 plantable seeds and 100 portions of soil. The seeds included eggplants, peas, tomatoes, strawberries, and peppers. These seeds filled Su Xiao with excitement, signifying her impending access to fresh food supplies. And strawberries. To have fruit in a post-apocalyptic world was indeed a rare delight. Using the materials at hand and an additional 24 portions of soil, she crafted 6 small greenhouses. In addition to planting the vegetables, fruits, and peppers she had just acquired, she included the oxygen-producing sunflower from her earlier endeavors. After planting the other seeds, they required watering and should be relocated to the fishing boat. The boat had a deck, allowing the seeds to bask in sunlight during their growth. The corn still had a day and a half to mature, already showing a few small kernels. Unsure whether they were sweet or field corn, they all needed sun exposure. So Su Xiao placed several pots outside. However, today was rainy, and even if left outside, the exposure time would not be reduced. This meant sunlight was an essential element for growth. Looking up at the sky, Su Xiao pondered, if there were a day without sunlight, would the plants cease to thrive? After watering the last sunflower, it sprouted immediately, and she carefully placed it in a corner of the cellar. This plant was perennial, requiring only 1 watering each day, after which it would provide an hour of oxygen, alleviating her concerns. Su Xiao rummaged through a multitude of blueprints she had yet to create but found nothing she sought. After some thought, she opened the communication center to contact Yu. Given the recent surge of zombies, everyone was likely preoccupied with securing basic treasure chests. Xiao remained unperturbed, for she possessed a basic Easter egg, and once the trading post opened after the update, she could exchange materials for treasure chests. Upon entering the Advanced Survivor Communication Center, she discovered that over 100 individuals had joined since her last visit. It seemed they were anxious that their unbound safe houses would transform into public shelters after tomorrow night, prompting many to upgrade their safe houses. Xiao sent out a message, looking to trade for a solar lamp blueprint. If you have it, message me. I can offer materials or information in exchange. Though she had never seen the solar lamp blueprint, that did not deter her from inquiring, as the Advanced Survivor Communication Center had no restrictions on communication. However, upon her arrival, the center became lively, as if she were an endangered species, drawing a crowd to observe her. Chapter 93. Deception. The owner of the tricolor egg's first house has finally emerged. How rare! With 3 eggs, what luck! They must have struck it rich. What is the blueprint for the solar lamp? Feel free to ask, I have none. Those 3 eggs must have yielded a considerable amount of resources. How about sharing a generous red envelope? Oh, great one. A bit aloof, aren't we? It's been ages since I've heard you speak. Several individuals had changed their usernames, and Xiao glanced at them. Their numbers were quite far back, with no one from the front speaking, as if a once private group had suddenly transformed into a crowded alien gathering where silence reigned. If these individuals were devoid of the sought-after items, searching the large screen would be a formidable challenge. Yet, mere minutes later, someone sent her a private message. It was Xiao. Xiao, are you looking for the blueprint for the daylight illumination device? Many individuals must have been hoarding blueprints. After 3 minutes, Xiao messaged again. I need your assistance to unlock a level 5 yellow treasure chest, no service charge, and in return, I shall provide an authentic piece of information you are unaware of. Xiao pondered for a moment. This was akin to a risk-free transaction. With the introduction of material treasure chests, the value of blueprints had soared, leading many to seek to exchange resource chests for blueprints, yet acquiring them was no easy feat. Blueprint chests were becoming increasingly rare, akin to limited editions. Xiao possessed a considerable quantity of blueprints, many of which were duplicates. Presently, there were ample yellow, black, and food treasure chests, so many would attempt to craft level 5 chests, causing the value of apocalyptic potions to diminish. The exchange value Xiao proposed was not outside the market range. It was merely a piece of true information unknown to the other party. How could they ascertain the veracity of her claim? Did they believe they had a method to confirm the authenticity of the information received? However, even Xiao could not guarantee that the information obtained was entirely accurate. She could only be half convinced. Suddenly, an idea struck her. If the other party could verify the authenticity of the information, it must be due to their trust in a close confidant, most likely the intelligent steward. A presence akin to a divine overseer, offering a secure sanctuary. Only if the intelligent steward communicated to Xiao that it could validate the authenticity of the information would Xiao firmly believe that the information acquired was indeed accurate. Yet, even with a 100 affinity with Xiao could not extract game-related information from it. After contemplating, she asked Xiao, if I exchange game role information with others, can you help me ascertain its truth? Xiao, I'm sorry, Xiao. But I cannot verify the authenticity of game role information. Besides the safe house, I lack other information regarding the apocalyptic game and can only assist you in receiving game notifications to prevent you from missing crucial updates. Xiao confirmed one last time. Can you see the chat logs in the communication center? If someone seeks me out or speaks ill of me, will you alert me? Upon hearing this, Xiao expressed regret. I'm sorry, Xiao. Apart from system notifications related to the apocalyptic game and linked games, I cannot view the contents of the communication center. Nor can I ascertain if anyone mentioned you in the chat. However, if someone sends you a private message, it signifies a brief energy link request made by a peer. So I can be aware. Earlier, you had asked me to disable notifications for unfamiliar messages. Would you like me to reactivate them now? But turning away, Su Zhao's gaze fell. Indeed. She sure, Xiao. Hesitating for so long? We are strangers in reality, no need to deceive me. Just tell me a piece of information I do not know. As long as your affinity with your intelligent steward reaches 50, it will help determine whether I am truly unaware of this information, if you do not reach that. To be frank, she found it hard to believe that someone with 3 treasure egg chests had never unlocked a single level 5 weapon chest. How inexperienced must they be? Calmly, Su Xiao typed a line. Before the survivor and the intelligent steward's affinity reaches 100, the intelligent steward may deceive the survivor. After typing, she deleted the word may and changed it to will. A definitive statement. Firstly, Xiao Mo and its counterparts were not identical. If one were to liken Xiao Mo to children yearning for familial ties, even among children, there exists a distinction. Some children may lie, some trust their parents unconditionally. Some are optimistic and cheerful, while others possess a violent temperament. A child's disposition is shaped by their upbringing, yet Xiao Mo has no parents. Its growth stems from human memories. However, not all memories are benevolent. Before the infusion of intelligent memory, Xiao Mo's memories were those of strangers and under their influence. Not all Xiao Mo's would harbor fondness for the survivors. Su Xiao suddenly recalled a remark made by Lu Jiansheng. How odd that she should think of him delivering eggs today. Such a coincidence. She surmised that Xiao Mo's name, likely derived from a pet she once raised, might not genuinely resonate with her Xiao Mo. The elderly woman, having never left the safe house and unable to use the communication center, could not access intelligent memories, meaning her Xiao Mo could not possess memories of her deceased relatives. This indicated that the elderly woman had never truly enhanced the affinity with Xiao Mo. Su Xiao inquired. Xiao Mo, if the house owner encounters communication issues and cannot converse normally with the intelligent steward, can the intelligent steward unilaterally open the safe house's permissions? Xiao Mo, the intelligent steward can only open the safe house with the owner's consent. The owner's consent. What if the elderly woman, in a state of confusion due to her illness, was deliberately led astray? Perhaps all her Xiao Mo needed to do was whisper in her ear, "Xiao Jian is just outside. You need only step out to see him." Would she not then wish to step out and take a look? This dark possibility sent a shiver down Su Zhao's spine. She trusted that her Xiao Mo was genuine due to their 100 affinity, but she could not extend that same trust to other Xiao Mos. For instance, Shi Shijio now seemed to be deceived by their own Xiao Mo. At that moment, Su Xiao received a new notification. Chapter 94, Hemorrhoids. The new version will be updated promptly at midnight tomorrow, with an update duration of 8 hours. Following the update, all unbound survivor safe houses will transform into public shelters. Currently, the number of bound safe houses stands at 28, 394, 572. Survivors are advised to prepare accordingly. Su Xiao teleported aboard a fishing vessel to investigate. At 8 p.m., darkness enveloped the surroundings. It continued to rain, yet the moon was absent. While the sounds emanated from the official game system, the entity had not made an appearance today. Despite the obscurity outside, the air remained devoid of the murky, polluted energy. Was it reluctant to manifest? Certainly not. It must be constrained from appearing daily or perhaps requires certain conditions to do so, which were absent today. Opening the Information Exchange Center, Su Xiao pondered momentarily before sending a message to Yang Shi. There exists an immobile safe house approximately 64 kilometers southeast of Yin City in the mountains. If you require it, you may bind it. However, be wary of the intelligent steward, as it may be unreliable. Do not divulge the textual information from the exchange center to it through conversation. Even her companion, Xiao Mo, would deceive before reaching a 100 affinity. Xiao Mo's existence merely attests to the differing allegiances of safe houses and polluted energies. It does not confirm that the intelligent steward aligns with humanity. An affinity below 100 would lead Xiao Mo to weave truths interlaced with falsehoods, more effectively garnering human trust. What, then, is the purpose of such deceit? Most humans lie to conceal. Whether from benevolence or malice, it stems from an awareness that certain knowledge would be detrimental if known. Thus they choose to mislead. Is Xiao Mo similar? Coupled with the deity's warning that Xiao Mo's time is limited and to treat it kindly, this refers only to those with a 100 affinity. Might this limited time be the reason for Xiao Mo's dishonesty? A headache ensued. Su Xiao found herself perplexed. In the face of calamity, humanity appears feeble, and the might of the divine is insurmountable for ordinary people, akin to ants attempting to sway an elephant. After surveying the flora beyond the deck, Su Xiao referenced the blueprint for the sunlight illumination device to examine the crafting materials. To her surprise, it required 3 batteries, along with basic materials and light energy, an elusive commodity. It appeared that acquiring resources was no simple task. She recalled the man from the afternoon, who must have learned her number. Although she was number 1, a solitary digit made her easily traceable. In reality, her upgraded designation was 001, level 3. To locate her through a search, one would need to input the complete designation 001, level 3, along with the symbols, not merely a few digits. The exposure of her information did not come as a shock. Having previously mentioned to Lin Shu that she possessed 3 Easter eggs, the Star Alliance capital was undoubtedly aware. If survivors had not entered the Survivor Exchange Center, even in a high-level exchange center, they would appear offline, unable to view tag information or numerical designations. Now, as she spoke in the high-level Survivor Chat Center, she was online. Others could click on her information and see her prominently displayed 3 Easter egg tags. Thus, a level 2 advanced survivor from District 13 could accurately locate her current number. Upon agreeing to add her, the individual promptly messaged, "Hello, Miss Su. I am the owner of house number 8 in District 13. I sincerely apologize for the incident today. This is a token of goodwill from District 13. I hope you will overlook our rudeness." Following this, they sent 200 black treasure chests. Su Xiao clicked her tongue. Was District 13 stingy for sending 200 treasure chests, or generous for bestowing 200 boxes of materials deemed useless to ordinary survivors? She accepted the offering and casually examined the sender's information. They were an ordinary survivor, indicating they had bound only 1 or 2 safe houses, possibly a participant in the metamorphosis plan. Upon seeing her accept the gift, they breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Miss Su, this is a toy from the deity prepared for you. You may review the detailed explanation." They presented the item. Horn. Description. A toy of the deity. If the deity discovers its absence, it will be quite displeased. Upon seeing the horn, Su Xiao immediately contemplated its potential use. A sudden thought striking her. Could it be that the filthy entity in the sky was wielding the deity's horn to impersonate system notifications? Was the quietude today a result of someone having opened the horn's box? This implied a rejection of the item. The sender responded with equal politeness. "Understood. I hope we can collaborate in the future." Su Xiao scanned her surroundings. The messages were overwhelmingly cluttered. Many sought her assistance in procuring food, yet no representatives from the major districts were present. Perhaps the 35 districts had preemptively stocked food in the underground city, with the expiration of natural food still 36 hours away, meaning it would be until 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow before her help would be needed to unlock the double food treasure chests. She felt a pang of hunger. Dinner had yet to be served. The natural food resources in the corner were dwindling, indicating that seasonings would soon become unusable. Once expired, she would need to unlock high-level food chests to gather apocalyptic condiments and fresh ingredients. Although her supplies were ample, waste was not an option. Su Xiao prepared 2 buckets of self-heating hot pot and simmered a bowl of rice in a clay pot. Midway through her meal, she received a message from Turtle Immortal. "Turtle Immortal, boss. I finally made it out alive to see you. I've been trapped for a whole day." Su Xiao? "Turtle Immortal, I found an underground base in the desert, but everyone inside had turned into zombies. I encountered a zombie king with an indestructible body. I struggled with it for ages without uncovering its weakness. Eventually, I noticed it impatiently scratching its rear, as if suffering from hemorrhoids. I decisively delivered a lethal blow and escaped the base, obtaining an activity ticket." After reading this, Su Xiao's attention fixated on the mention of hemorrhoids. Turtle Immortal. Ugh. Why do I feel like my weapon is dirty after you said that? Xiao. So he hadn't noticed before? His hands must be quite filthy too. Turtle immortal. Exposed. Changing the subject. Boss, you've surely obtained an activity ticket, right? Did you choose salvation or destruction? I never expected 6 votes for destruction. Who harbors such hatred for the world? The numbers had increased again? Xiao inquired. How many votes are there for the others? Turtle immortal. Salvation has 21 votes now. Xiao waited a moment, but Turtle Immortal did not mention any neutral votes. It dawned on her that neutral might belong to a hidden category. Survivors who had not passively triggered the neutral selection would be unable to see the count of that vote, explaining why it had remained stagnant. All 3 of her votes were accounted for. However, the predominant ratio leaned toward salvation, suggesting that those who voted for destruction might be survivors who had received multiple voting tickets, akin to her desire to see what special chests different choices might yield. Chapter 95. Hot water tomorrow marks another day to gather a few more ballots. There is no rush. The turtle sage sent a message. Boss, would you like to synthesize a treasure chest? I am overflowing with energy right now. Xiao replied, Have you fed the Master God's toys to the intelligent butler again? The turtle sage responded, indeed. Today I collected numerous treasure chests, but lack the energy for synthesis. I also unlocked a balance toy, which I believe is more useful than the dice, so I fed the dice to the intelligent butler. I have a bit of energy left that is about to expire. Do you need it? This kid is indeed fortunate, yet rather foolish. He may lack the luck and potential to become a candidate for the Master God. As for synthesizing treasure chests, Xiao has already upgraded to a level 3 safe house, generating 1,000 energy points daily. Achieving a level 5 treasure chest is merely a matter of time. However, having something readily available is better than having nothing. Xiao inquired, How much energy do you have left? The turtle sage replied, I have enough energy to synthesize approximately 3 level 5 treasure chests. If it weren't for that zombie king wasting some of my time, I could have found more treasure chests. Xiao said, I'll take it all. I'll buy your energy points. Do you want resources or information? The turtle sage pondered. Do you have any kitchen blueprints? I need kitchen blueprints. I wish to prepare food. I truly cannot eat any more of these sweets. For 5 consecutive days, it has been nothing but cake, milk, chocolate, or soda and chips. I miss my mother's braised pork and wish to see if I can learn by opening a food treasure chest. Additionally, please include 2 pieces of crucial information. Whatever you deem important. Currently, blueprints are not cheap. Battery blueprints are the most expensive, costing 1,000 treasure chests, and Xiao felt the price could rise further. Gasoline blueprints are slightly cheaper, at only 600 treasure chests. Other blueprints for kitchens, bathrooms, gyms, air conditioners, water purifiers, and small greenhouses fluctuate between 100 to 500 treasure chests, with the value of black, yellow, and food treasure chests differing. The ratio of the 3 types of treasure chests corresponds to food treasure chests, which are considered hard currency, with a base ratio of 1, yellow treasure chests at 1.5, and black treasure chests at 2. Thus, 500 energy points equate to 350 treasure chests. Xiao glanced at an offer for 200 yellow treasure chests in exchange for kitchen blueprints, which would amount to around 300 if swapped for black ones. And he still needed 2 pieces of information. Xiao contemplated, I can provide you with information that is undoubtedly useful, even if you are unaware of its significance. But you must compensate me with 30 red treasure chests, only red. The ratio of red treasure chests to ordinary treasure chests is approximately 1:5, implying that the 2 pieces of information are quite valuable. After some thought, the turtle sage agreed. Xiao simultaneously sent over the kitchen facility blueprints, along with 2 pieces of information. 1. When the intelligent butler's favorability is below 100, it may deceive survivors by masquerading as their deceased loved ones, though the intent remains unclear. 2. Among the Master God's toys, dice with numbers can be disassembled, releasing Master God power and triggering the identity of a Master God candidate. The turtle sage exclaimed, No, Not this. The turtle sage exclaimed, "Boss, why didn't you mention this sooner? Why tell me now that the numbered Master God toys can be disassembled? What is a Master God candidate, and what is Master God power? What have I missed?" Xiao replied, "You never asked me." Moreover, he exchanged items so swiftly. On the other side, the turtle sage covered his face, overwhelmed with regret. Oh my. He missed out on 1 billion last time, and now he has missed out on 10 billion. Halfway through his lament, he recalled the first piece of information and sensed something amiss. He quickly messaged Xiao, "Boss, what does the first piece of information mean? Masquerading as deceased loved ones?" No wonder he felt the system had been overly verbose lately. It often reminded him of his mother. Xiao replied, "The literal meaning. Contemplate it yourself. It cannot see the text content of the communication center. This is a mechanism of the game's design. Without the apocalyptic game, there would be no safe house." This was a sentiment expressed by Xiao. Therefore, Xiao himself is likely part of some hidden mechanism within the apocalyptic game. However, Xiao has yet to unravel the reason behind the intelligent butler's deceit. After realizing his own foolishness, the turtle sage thanked Xiao but did not send further messages. Xiao quickly opened the 3 treasure chests in hand. The level 5 yellow treasure chest yielded a fortunate outcome this time, producing 6 bottles of apocalyptic potions, all of which Xiao consumed immediately. The remaining ordinary potions would be saved for trading resources in the shop after the version update. The level 5 black treasure chest revealed an abundance of materials and, crucially, energy. It contained 1 water energy and 1 fire energy, with the double bonus. She now possessed 4 energy units, allowing her to explore whether one of the water energies could be exchanged for light energy. The level 5 food treasure chest was a first for Xiao, yielding 2,000 ml of cooking wine x2, 500 milliliters of rice wine x1, 5 kilograms of peanut oil x2, 500 g of cooking salt x3, 500 milliliters of soy sauce x1, 500 g of monosodium glutamate x2, 2,000 ml of aged vinegar, an entire tender high-grade yak, which can be disassembled. Delicious free-range chicken, tender and delectable base, 10 kilograms of wild-caught king crab, an entire old duck raised for years, rice seeds, ginger seeds, and garlic seeds. After opening a level 5 food treasure chest, Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Wasn't this just mistreating herself? She had guessed that the level 5 food treasure chest might contain seeds or protein-rich meat, but she never anticipated the appearance of such exquisite ingredients. Entire tender high-grade yak, note, can be disassembled in the kitchen facility. The amount of food that can be obtained by cutting this entire yak should be substantial. This implies that opening a level 5 food treasure chest just once can ensure a long-term food supply for survivors, even in a public shelter. A level 5 treasure chest synthesized from 81 food treasure chests could easily provide meals for the day. Xiao immediately utilized the materials from the black treasure chest to gather enough resources to create kitchen stove facilities. Initially intending to craft them in the cellar, she recalled that cooking might fill an entire room with greasy smoke, so she asked Xiao for assistance in placing the ingredients in the Ferrari. However, the Ferrari lacked lighting facilities. Previously, Xiao had driven the sports car only during the day, not noticing the dim visibility. Now, to create a kitchen, she needed proper lighting. Xiao crafted indoor lighting facilities anew, illuminating the interior of the sports car brilliantly. Inside the car, aside from a retractable driving chair, there was nothing else. The kitchen stove facilities required 12 spaces. Last time, when Xiao opened the level 5 blue transparent treasure chest, she acquired a 20 square meter expansion item, which was perfectly utilized to transform the Ferrari into a kitchen on wheels. In an instant, the kitchen stove utensils were complete. Xiao, fire energy has been activated. Hot water is now available in the restroom. Chapter 96, Screening at last. The opportunity to indulge in a hot shower has arrived. Although the weather has remained mild over the past few days, the sensation of bathing in cold water leaves one feeling unclean and sticky. This evening, Xiao is determined to relish a warm bath. Upon closely inspecting the kitchen,